But when night falls, he's a notorious assassin, living in the underworld. Anyone who is a prey within his sights cannot escape his merciless blade. Only because of the nature of his work, often working all night. He has to go to school early in the morning, so he's often a bit tired. As soon as he enters the class, he goes straight to his seat, then lies down to sleep, not bothering to look at anyone. Even though class president Midu Shuji greeted him enthusiastically, Kai didn't pay attention. It's also because of this personality that many people in the class feel uncomfortable with Kai. Including this pink-haired girl named Rina. She's a trendy gyru who stands out among the girls in the class. She always feels that Kai's way of treating people is very rude, unacceptable. And there's always someone higher. In the class there's also a rudder person than Kai, named Shunsuke, who is the leader of a notorious criminal gang in the area. Anyone who sees him is afraid and wants to avoid him. Shunsuke also has a few loyal followers. At this moment, Shunsuke turned and saw Kai sleeping on the desk. And immediately became uncomfortable. Shunsuke went over and called out to Kai. He was answered with a snore. Being ignored like that made Shunsuke start to get angry. He reached out to grab Kai and then to give him a beating, but he was quickly stopped. Kai sat up, yawning a bit. Then glared at Shunsuke. "I'm sleepy, what do you want?" Shunsuke found Kai's flippant attitude so annoying that he got furious and yelled at him. Kai remained calm and used a little more force to tighten his grip on Shunsuke's arm, making him unable to move. After a while, Kai let go of Shunsuke's hand. He angrily rubbed his hand and then cursed Kai as a damn freak. At this moment, student number 8 Kanzaki Rin spoke up. "You keep quiet." Kanzaki is a beautiful flower in the class, good at both martial arts and literature. She is also one of the top beauties in the school with her cold and distant beauty. Shunsuke frowned in displeasure when he heard Kanzaki say that. He wanted to go and provoke her, but was stopped by the serious disciplinary deputy Mirai. Another student named Yoshia, who looked superficial and ordinary, then reminded Mirai to just leave him alone, otherwise she might get blown away. Overall, this is just a normal school day as usual in the class with many things happening to Kai. But it will all end soon. Just as Kai was still dreaming in his sleep, he suddenly had a strange feeling. From under Midu's seat, a strange blue light suddenly appeared. It was a magic circle. It gradually expanded and then enveloped the entire class. This strange phenomenon made Midu a little confused, but still tried to stay calm and reminded everyone to quickly evacuate from the classroom. But with his sharp eyes, Kai had already realized that it was too late. The magic circle emitted a large, blinding light that spread all around. After a while, Kai's entire class was transported to another unfamiliar dimension. Even Kai didn't know where this place was. He observed the surroundings, a stone building with many large columns for cover and only one exit. Although illogical, Kai guessed that the whole class might have been sucked in here by the white light just now. The other students in the class also gradually woke up at this moment. Everyone was panicked and didn't know where they were. Midu, as the class president, tried to calm everyone down, to make sure that everyone was okay. Kai saw that, his face showed satisfaction. Midu is really a very good class president. But Shunsuke wasn't like that. He couldn't sit still and went around with his underlings to check things out. Kai saw this and immediately spoke up to stop him. He clearly heard footsteps coming from the door. A total of 2 people, a man and a woman. Just as Kai predicted. After the door opened, an older knight and a beautiful goddess appeared. Very impressive, dear hero candidates. All the students in the class were extremely surprised to see this scene, admiring their beauty. They looked like a knight and princess from the medieval period. Kai was standing behind a nearby pillar, observing the situation. The man must be a swordsman and was ready to attack. While this woman had little muscle and seemed quite ordinary. The goddess then spoke up to introduce herself. Her name was Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Diagrest Kingdom. Standing next to her was Gaius, her knight and bodyguard. Shunsuke immediately reacted after hearing the introduction, saying, "I've never heard of this country. Are you picking a fight?" Leonora calmly replied that it wasn't. Midu spoke up on behalf of the class, saying they were a bit uncomfortable with the sudden appearance here, asking Leonora if she knew what was going on. Leonora smiled kindly. She not only knew, but she knew very thoroughly, and was here to explain everything. Kai's class had now been summoned to a parallel world, as the hope of humanity to defeat the demon lord as hero candidates of this world. Midu still found it hard to believe after hearing that, while Shunsuke had lost patience, thinking Leonora was just spewing nonsense. Gaius saw his rude behavior and was angry, threatening him with a few words, but that only made Shunsuke even more annoyed. Gaius saw Shunsuke's insolence and got angry, assuming a stance, wanting to teach him a lesson, but was quickly stopped by Leonora. Gaius was stopped, but Shunsuke wasn't. he got riled up and recklessly threw a punch towards Gaius. Kai, standing on the side observing, also acknowledged that this guy was tough and courageous, not hesitating to confront the person with the sword at his hip. In fact, with his experience in fighting, Shunsuke had also fought with people holding weapons. He thought that as long as he dodged and got close, it would be advantageous to fight barehanded. But that experience didn't apply in this world. In front of him was a swordsman of many years, who was just a mosquito compared to a kid like him. Gaius only needed to swing the sword lightly to cut a strand of hair and injure his forehead. This skillful skill made Shunsuke lose consciousness in a few seconds. He didn't even see the sword move. The other students in the class were also shocked by this scene. Leonora felt a bit of a headache seeing the situation. She politely apologized for her night's aggressiveness and affirmed that she had no intention of harming anyone. She herself would explain the world and the reason they were brought here right now. So first of all, everyone must remain silent. As Leonora had said before, because of the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world could potentially become extinct. Their country, the Holy Diagrest Kingdom, had been constantly resisting, but to no avail. They were unable to completely stop the invasion. The only thing remaining for humanity and the last hope were the students here, the hero candidates. To put it bluntly, Leonora wanted to ask these high school students here to defeat the Demon Lord. The students knew it wasn't feasible after hearing that. They had never fought before. Waiting until the next life wouldn't guarantee they could do it. Not to mention fighting, there were some in the class who were already weak, scared to death and crying, wanting to go home. Gaius saw that and immediately said sternly, although it's difficult, you have to try. Besides, they can't go back to their world now. Unless they defeat the Demon Lord. Everyone in the class turned pale after hearing this. Kai was still standing behind the pillar, observing everything, ignoring the authenticity of the information. It seemed like Gaius was trying to motivate the students here. But even so, for people who had always lived peacefully like this class, they couldn't suddenly start killing people. Whatever they wanted to do, they needed knowledge, experience, practice, and above all, talent. Being randomly called here and being forced to be silent and obedient made Shunsuke feel extremely uncomfortable. His anger boiled up, wanting to explode to the brain. Gaius took a quick look at this young man and felt that his spirit was still intact after the recent fight. He realized that Shunsuke could be a useful warrior, but also could cause trouble. Gaius was about to draw his sword and finish off Shunsuke right here, but Leonora stepped forward, gently placed her hand on him, and recited a healing spell. Immediately, the wound on Shunsuke's forehead slowly healed. Leonora continued to speak in a gentle voice, comforting Shunsuke and everyone here. I know we behaved rudely. From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely apologize. Rina was extremely surprised to see this scene. This magical light was the first time she had ever seen it in her life. Leonora happily explained that this was a power called system. In this world, they used a system of powers granted by God Daguerreist and temporarily created new phenomena in the world, or otherwise known on Earth as magic. Kai, hearing this, realized that Leonora seemed very knowledgeable about human culture. It was probably not the first time she had summoned people from other worlds. Leonora suddenly approached class president Midu and said that he was the reason she had summoned the whole class here. Leonora gently placed her hand on Midu's forehead. Immediately, a strange sensation of pain washed over him. Then Midu's hand suddenly began to glow. And then from that light, it turned into a sword. Leonora said that Midu could utilize the power of this system and awaken his innate ability, God's Guardian. Leonora had unexpectedly summoned the students of this class here, so now, they couldn't return. Although she knew it was a selfish request, Leonora still begged them to stay here and try to protect the holy nation. But Midu thought that no matter how much power they were given, the class wouldn't be able to fight immediately. Leonora, of course, understood this, so she would arrange for them training time, and of course, during that time, the country of Diagrest would be responsible for taking care of everyone. Midu agreed when he heard the conditions. And then turned to advise everyone in the class, I know you guys are scared, but to survive here, first, we need information and protection. I'm sure the God's Guardian will be useful when we encounter difficulties, so maybe we should listen to them at this time, okay? The whole class, after hearing this, gradually agreed with the class president's idea. After that, Leonora gave everyone in the class their own God's Guardian. Mirei's God's Guardian was a remote control pen. Shunsuke's was a light that enveloped his hand, called Explosion. Everyone had their own God's Guardian with its own unique characteristics. Kai, because he had been hiding for so long, still hadn't received one. Seeing this, Leonora immediately placed her hand on him. Suddenly, a powerful red current of electricity emitted, causing Kai's vision to gradually change. When he opened his eyes, Kai saw a strange system panel appear before him. the content displayed on it was information about the Saint Leonora. Kai's eyes had also turned red at this moment. Leonora said that this was the appraisal god's guardian, a rather rare type. Seeing that Kai looked confused, she explained further that it was a form of power that allowed him to see the target's information. Kai, after hearing this, immediately raised his hand to look and check it out. A system panel with all of his personal information and power appeared. Now Kai understood how this god's guardian worked, like a status screen in a game, but easier to understand. Suddenly, Shunsuke, at this moment, rushed in and punched the ground, showing off and making everything shake. Kai also almost couldn't stand still. Shunsuke's punch caused a large hole to form in the ground. He looked at Kai with an arrogant and disdainful expression. "What do you think of my explosion? Thought you got something special, all you got was a pair of red eyes, huh?" The whole class, after hearing Shunsuke's mocking words, immediately burst into laughter and made fun of Kai. Rina even thought that his situation was due to his behavior as if he were very important. Kai didn't understand why this class suddenly behaved so high-spirited and strong. There wasn't any information to know what was useful or not, and anyway, the god's guardian was just a power they borrowed from this world, so they didn't know when they would be deprived of it. But for someone with experience in killing people like Kai, that wasn't a problem. At this moment, Leonora spoke up in front of the crowd. "You all must have received your god's guardians, right? I know it's a bit difficult to control at first, but they will be your weapons to fight the Demon King." Then she smiled. "Okay, you must be tired, get some rest today." Then in the evening, the hero candidates were taken to their private rooms. Kai glanced around and thought to himself that he should gather some information before going to sleep. Outside, some soldiers were on patrol. "Damn it, why do we have to patrol so late at night when we can't see anything anyway? We have no choice since the hero candidates were just summoned, right?" They mumbled. "Hero candidates, huh, they can protect themselves. As far as I can see, they still smell like milk. They don't even look like they can fight. And they're going to defeat the Demon Lord. It sounds absurd. Surely the Saintess knows things we don't." Kai was standing behind a large tree trunk. He had overheard their conversation. He glanced at them and thought, "This is the third time I've encountered soldiers. From what I've heard, they're probably increasing their defenses." He used his gaze to scan their information. Name, Rin, age, 31, gender, male, attack, E, defense, D, agility, F, stamina, E, system strength, F, status, normal, skill, swordsmanship level 1. He thought, his only skill is swordsmanship. I thought they might be able to use a system or something and detect me, but I guess not everyone here can. Taking advantage of the moment they're not paying attention, he dashed quickly in the opposite direction. As he ran, his eyes coldly stared straight ahead. In his mind, he thought, "And I already have a grasp of most of the geography around the castle right now. This is a typical fortified city surrounded by walls." At this time, there were 2 soldiers guarding the outside, who seemed to be a little sleepy. Hidden in the bushes in the distance, Kai watched them, thinking, he was quite curious about the inside of the castle, but it was heavily guarded and built very sturdy, so it would be difficult to sneak in. He slowly snuck through the thick grass. Well, no need to rush, that's enough for today. Suddenly, he noticed 3 girls standing in an open area. "This place is great, isn't it? It's so spacious." Kori was worried at this moment. "Hey, maybe we should stop, they'll be angry with us." Yumi replied, "What, are you scared? We're just going to practice our divine protection a little bit. It's okay, they'll only be mad at Hashimoto." At this time, Rina spoke up, "I can't sleep either, besides, this is for our own benefit." After that, the 3 of them immediately used their energy to unleash their own techniques. Kai stood in the distance, carefully observing the 3 of them. He focused on the flames in Rina's hand. "Divine protection of the gods, I'm still curious about many things, let's watch for a while." Suddenly, he realized there was a strange sound. Kai turned around to search. What is this feeling? The others also noticed the abnormality. "Hey, do you guys hear that strange sound?" Immediately after, they all looked in the direction of the sound. "Yes, what do you think it is?" Suddenly, a monster appeared. Its large appearance terrified everyone. They screamed in fear. "What is that?" Kai was also a bit taken aback. "I've never seen a creature like that before, it looks like a lizard." But immediately he activated his assessment skill. "That's not its name, it's the name of the species. No, this isn't important right now." Lizard Val, age 4, gender, unknown, attack, B, defense, C, agility, C, stamina, F, mana, F, status, aggressive, skills, none. The problem is that its stats are completely different from Nagase and the others. At this moment, the monster roared, and its mouth emitted some kind of strange gas. Immediately after, it roared and rushed very quickly towards the three girls. This made them run in panic. Kai sat by the rock, observing the situation. It was aggressive and didn't hesitate to attack humans. It also moved quickly on all fours, but only ran in a straight line. It didn't seem to have any intelligence. Then he pulled out a small knife. Its skin looks tough, so I'm not sure if the knife will work, but... He decisively threw the small knife towards the monster. The knife immediately plunged into its rough skin, and blood continuously poured out. Wounded, it stopped running. Kai observed that throwing the knife seemed to be effective, even if it was just a shallow cut. The three girls kept running, even though their bodies were starting to show signs of fatigue. However, while running, one of them tripped over a rock in the road. Rina fell down painfully. Rina. She sat up, holding her head, and said weakly, "It hurts so much." Suddenly, when she turned around, she was shocked. When did the beast catch up to her? It was staring at her. Rina screamed in fear, "No." However, she didn't have time to run anymore. It reached out its paw to grab her. Rina. She fearfully raised her hands to resist, her mouth screaming non-stop. After a long while, not seeing any movement, she peeked and saw the beast stabbed to death. Rina was surprised, with a few tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Seeing that scene, she was afraid and huddled up, not daring to move. At this moment, Yumi ran over and helped her up. "Rina," she asked in a daze, "what happened? Did someone save me? Let's just go, I don't want to run into any more monsters." Kai sighed in relief, finally leaving. "I have no reason to save them, but ignoring them goes against my conscience." He approached and pulled the knife from the monster's body. "So, there are monsters like this wandering around everywhere in this world. It seems like things won't be easy here." Suddenly, he was startled as he realized something. Immediately, Kai hid behind the beast's body. He cast his gaze far away, but saw nothing. His eyes narrowed with coldness. He thought, "Is someone there? I should probably go back." Immediately, Kai activated his teleportation and vanished. On the other side, a mysterious person stood there, watching him run away. Then he approached and stomped on the beast's head. Blood splattered all over the cloak. "Hero candidate, I was so disappointed to see how useless and weak they are, but..." He licked the blood that had splattered on his face. "It has the same smell as me." The next morning, the beast's corpse was dragged into the academy's courtyard. The students, seeing it, immediately backed away in fear. Gaius spoke. "Last night, this monster was found near the royal capital." As soon as they heard that, Midu's expression was thoughtful. Erasure on the other side was equally surprised, his eyebrows furrowed. The girl standing there, witnessing the scene, was also frightened, her eyes tearful. "Monster." Gaius added, "The demon lord has driven them mad, and they crave human flesh. This is what you will fight against." "Steady, what have you found out?" Steady examined the color of the blood and said to him, "This is a trace of the use of a curse. Perhaps it was a demon above the Truneg level. Maybe they were scouting to see our strength, after hearing rumors about the hero candidate." At this moment, Kai was lurking behind a pillar, eavesdropping on the situation. He thought, "Curse, a new word, is this different from magic?" Midu stepped forward and said, "Are you saying that this monster was controlled by a demon or something?" Steady replied, "Oh, you're sharp, that's right, powerful demons can use curses to manipulate and control weaker monsters." He explained that the word monster refers to creatures transformed by mana until they become ferocious and abnormally strong, and mana is the parano power created by the demon god. In other words, it is the power that the demon lord and demons use, so of course, demons can easily defeat humans. Suddenly, Gaius cut him off. "That's enough, stop." This made him annoyed and shouted, "What?" Then he was dragged away without mercy. I still have a lot more to explain. On the other side, Kai thought, "He's a researcher, I can probably use him to gather information." His eyes narrowed. The bigger problem was, then he looked at the beast that had lost an eye. What else is controlling this? He then activated the controlled status system, and he thought. So, the identity of the eye I sensed at that time was a demon. He kept staring at the beast. It must have been very strong because I barely noticed it for a moment if it was around us right now. At this moment, the mysterious person was still watching his every move. He laughed maniacally. "Fear only brings death, you know." But hearing his voice, he steadied himself in his mind. "I'm not afraid." At this moment, Erasure said to Gaius, "These guys can't return to their world unless they kill the demon lord, and I don't intend to stay in this damn world for long either." Rin on this side also agreed. "Yeah, for the first time, he's right." Midu also supports it. Okay, if we want to go back, I think fighting is our only option." However, some girls showed their fear. "Fight those monsters, I'm so scared." Kai on this side thought, they've probably realized this isn't a game, fighting is a fight to the death, it's the same in any world, they better learn the weight of that truth quickly. Leonora walked and muttered, "Come on, don't be too scared." She said to herself, "You just don't know how to use your powers yet, all you have to do is practice. Because you are chosen ones from another world as hero candidates, your rate of development is also different from the inhabitants of this world." And then a week passed after the students began training. Kai looked at the book and thought about some things. I can understand every letter, wow, it's strange that we can talk to each other from the very beginning. Suddenly, some sounds from outside attracted him. Outside, they were practicing swordsmanship. I was told that my assessment skills are not suitable for fighting, so I am not trained, but I can go to the library. Suddenly he remembered Leonora's words, why not read a book? As soon as she said that, they all laughed at her. He put his hand on the table and stood up. Is this all their history and culture? He thought, it seems there's no information about demons here either. Looking outside, they are still constantly practicing. Kai stayed in the corner to observe. Just as Leonora said, the students are developing at an incredible speed. The 5 strongest among them are Narumi, Arashir, Kanzaki, Hashimoto and Nagase. However, there's another person with extraordinary development speed. At this moment, he saw a sword spinning in the air. Then it was plunged straight into the ground. The coach was surprised. I surrender, I can't believe you're stronger than me. Midu on this side in the armor, his face was cold, looking extremely handsome. He smiled brightly, it's all thanks to your guidance, thank you very much. This made Kai extremely surprised. He immediately scanned the person's information. Name Midu Shuji, age 17, gender male, attack A, defense B, agility A, endurance B, mana A, normal condition, demon slaying sword skill, God's Guardian level 8, swordsmanship level 4. Just a week ago, his stats mostly ranged from here to F. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. So fast, even though he's a genius, does the God's Guardian have an effect on things not directly related to strength? At this moment, a group of people approached him. They kept mocking him. Hey, what's the non-fighter doing on the training ground? Just read a book in silence. Kai stared at them and thought, these people are still the same as before. Looking at his sneering appearance, the others were also despising him. He was a little annoyed. They became more and more arrogant after receiving their power. He still kept teasing him, why are you ignoring me, be friendly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was tripped by him. He rolled over and fell to the ground. Kai provoked, what's wrong, Muta, why did you fall, are you okay? His friends ran over worried. He screamed in pain, you dog. Arashir spoke, that's enough, he's coming. On the other side Gaius and Leonora were walking over. Seeing Leonora pass by, Kai couldn't help but stare. They, at this moment quickly returned to their training positions. Leonora smiled brightly, thanks for paying attention. She added, you are all developing very quickly, faster than we thought, so we decided to move the plan forward earlier. Narumi said at this time, the plan, you won't tell us to go kill the demon lord right away? Of course not, I'm not that evil. She closed her eyes, I want you to practice fighting monsters. They were surprised, and the monsters' faces showed signs of anxiety about the fight. On this side, Kai's gaze was fixed, as if he had made a calculation. At this moment, Gaius said to everyone, well, about the combat exercise, as you can see, we're in the middle of the forest. His expression was extremely serious, and this place was full of hardship, so you kids couldn't go as a single group. Therefore, we'll divide you into groups of 2 to 3 people. Leonora smiled, her face radiant. At this moment, Rina said, 2 to 3 people, let's team up. Shuji, okay, can I join too? On this side, they were also exchanging ideas. Arashizan, we'll go with you, we'll eliminate all the monsters, try to bother you, do whatever you want. Why do I have to team up with someone like you? Come on, we'll be fine. A moment later, Gaius asked everyone, alright, have you all formed teams? What about these two? He looked towards Kai and Rin. Rin hesitantly said, I'm sure they don't want to team up with me. She thought to herself, maybe it's because they're afraid. Then she turned to Kai, I guess the only way is to team up with you, right? Kai coldly replied, yeah, alright. Kanzaki, she's a confident and indifferent person, and also, she's proud and seems like she won't let anyone get in her way. Then Rin realized someone was looking at her. She spoke up, what, why are you staring at me? Nothing, let's go. Then she also turned away, with a nonchalant expression. Leonora spoke up, listen everyone, because this is a special occasion, the team that eliminates the most monsters will receive a surprise gift. Good luck. Okay, so, the practice match begins. In the forest, Rin was walking ahead, and Kai was following behind. As she walked, Rin said, listen to me, my guardian is stronger than the others, so I don't need you to do anything, just don't get in my way. He replied with a tired expression, okay, I'll leave everything to you. Rin's eyes glanced down slightly, don't you have any self-respect? On this side, he thought to himself, let's observe her fighting ability first. Then he looked around, I've sensed 4 presences around here, then he felt something, they're surrounding us. Suddenly, a goblin appeared from the bushes. Rin was surprised, is this a monster? The goblin emitted a growl, and rushed straight towards them. Rin channeled power, releasing a stream of energy forward, lie down, monster. The monster was quickly surrounded by spirit energy and fell flat on the ground. This gave him a different view of this girl, watching her dominate the beast, he thought to himself. That's her guardian, domination, this is the ability to force the target to obey orders. Kai looked around and said, it seems there are still a few monsters around here, alright, understood, drop your weapon. Immediately, following her command, the beast dropped the club in its hand and put its hands behind its back, it was as if its arms were controlled by a stream of power. At this moment, he asked her, what's wrong, you seem tired, she replied, using the guardian for too long makes me tired, he thought to himself, so it consumes a lot of mana. Then he walked towards the bushes, just kill that one, the others will come over, kill. But isn't this monster a bit human-like? She looked at the crying monster, looking pitiful. Kai immediately replied, so what, you know it tried to attack us, these are our enemies, there's no reason to spare them. Rin looked towards him, yeah, I know. At this moment, Kai picked up a stone, despite her strength, she's still just a naive student from peaceful Japan. He tossed the stone in his hand, well, the only important thing is whether she makes the right choices when facing danger. At this moment, 3 similar monsters also appeared, they emitted growling sounds. The monsters slowly approached where Kai was standing. He immediately said to Rin, here they come, she replied loudly, I know. Then she used her power to dominate them, and they fell down. Then he asked her, so, what are you going to do now? Silence, don't just stand there, help me, you were the one who said you didn't need me to do anything. At this moment, her expression was a bit tired, I will kill them, that's what I need to do, right? Then Rin ordered them, monsters, twist your own necks. The monsters could do nothing but twist their own necks. The others were similar, blood continuously gushing out. After it was over, she looked at them in horror. Kai asked her, so you can also issue that kind of command, she replied, yes, but the more difficult the command, the lower the chance of success. She covered her mouth with her hand, really fighting and seeing the dead bodies with her own eyes, I was wrong to think this would be easy. Looking at the dead beasts on the ground, he said, these attacked us, so they are our enemies, it doesn't matter if they are monsters or humans, you have to kill your enemies. His eyes were cold, if you want to live, that's what you have to do. This made her extremely curious, why, how can you be so calm, you don't even have any power. He picked up the corpse of the beast, don't worry about it, keeping a calm mind is my strength, it doesn't seem to have anything good to loot. Then he turned and asked her, so what now, are we going to continue, or can we go back if you're scared? Rin stood there looking at their corpses, not knowing what to do for a moment. She turned around, of course we won't go back, let's go on. Looking at her back, he thought to himself, she's just trying to appear brave, but I have to admit, her personality isn't too bad, we can fight. Going deeper for a while, he wondered, I wonder how the others are doing. On this side, they were running without stopping. Narumi, while running, shouted, hey, what should we do, why are you asking me, I thought the monsters here were supposed to be weak. Suddenly they stopped, damn it. Then he launched an attack towards them, all or nothing, wind blows, let's attack together, stone throw. A tornado appeared, pushing the large rock straight through. Descend upon that beast. However, it didn't budge at all, its eyes still coldly watching them, it tensed its body, then stomped its foot. This startled the two of them, this is bad, what's wrong with that monster? The beast slowly took steps towards them. I have to return to my world, I still haven't repaid my father's kindness for raising me until now. I really want to show him how much I've grown up and make him happy, I bet he's really sad right now, Rin thought, her wrist tightening around her clothes. Kai spoke up, we'll go on, what if we get lost, she replied, going straight is what kind of thing? He mumbled while walking, if that's what you think, then you're underestimating this forest. This made her extremely angry, can you just shut up, then she glared at him with an unfriendly look. While walking, Kai thought to himself, he's strangely arrogant, what's wrong with this guy? At this moment, he glanced at Rin. Kai seemed embarrassed, why, you shouldn't stare at other people, she pouted and quickened her pace, nothing. Suddenly a roar echoed from deep within the forest. This surprised the two of them. Rin said, was that Hashimoto-san's voice just now? Kai also glanced towards where the scream came from. It seems she's in trouble, what should we do? On this side, Rin had already turned around. Of course we'll go help, I hope she's okay. This surprised Kai, you're so kind. She turned around, her voice sharp, who do you think I am, let's go. The two of them went deeper into the forest together. On this side, Hashimoto was in danger, she fell to the ground in pain. Narumi yelled in extreme worry, Hashimoto, are you okay? Her face was covered in wounds, she whispered, I'm okay, just run. Narumi walked towards her, I can't leave you here. At this moment, he looked up, danger was threatening both of them. A beast was approaching, its claws raised, he was startled, damn. Suddenly a voice rang out, listen, monster, freeze. Immediately its arm was frozen, and its whole body stopped. It turned out Rin had arrived just in time, she cast a control spell on it. Narumi was surprised, Kanzaki, thank you for helping us, this is bad, she replied, I can't hold it for long. On the other side, Kai was staring intently at the beast. He thought to himself, just as I thought, Kanzaki's power has different effects depending on the target. Narumi, is Hashimoto alive? At this moment, Narumi said to Araji, he's in pain but still breathing, Kai replied. Then carry him and get out of here now. Narumi's face was worried, no, I can help, Kai replied, are you going to abandon Hashimoto like that? On the other side, Hashimoto was injured, she sat there looking pained. At this moment, Narumi immediately carried her on her shoulders, sorry, I leave it to you too. Seeing them leave, Kai said, ask for help when you see Midu or Leonora. Okay, he thought, let's see. He stared intently at the controlled beast, the problem is this one. At this moment he cast his gaze towards it, activating evaluation. The system immediately appeared, species ironclad bear, mutated species, age 10, gender available, attack B, defense A, agility C, endurance C, mana F, status agitated, dominated, controlled, abilities none. He looked at it and thought, the stats are high, especially the defense, its fur looks tough too. He looked again at its leg armor, I don't think my attacks can destroy it. Suddenly he was surprised to discover, special species, what is this special species? On the other side, Rin shouted, I can't hold it any longer. The monster, having lost its time limit, began to move. Kai said, you've bought enough time, let's run. Rin glanced at him, what, okay. Suddenly she collapsed to her knees, her eyes becoming blank, what? Her voice was weak, her body was trembling, sorry, I can't move my legs anymore. She glanced and saw the monster slowly approaching. At this moment, he took something out of his pocket, thinking, this is bad. He threw something, it floated in the air. Reaching the beast, it immediately emitted a thick cloud of smoke, limiting the beast's vision. On this side, Kai's eyes were heavy with worry. Then he suddenly picked Rin up, which surprised her, huh. He gestured to her, silence, it will hear. The two quickly hid behind a large tree trunk. She asked worriedly, what was that smoke just now? Kai replied, it's just a smoke bomb, I made it while you guys were training. In his heart he thought, of course it's a lie, I had some equipment on me before being summoned, because there isn't much I don't want to use them carelessly, gun, knife, smoke grenade, training knife, this is what you call basic assassin equipment. Suddenly Rin said, I'm sorry, which made Kai wonder why the apology. I was the one who said we should help them, but it turned out we helped ourselves, no need to apologize, I'm ready to hear your thanks now. Her eyes sparkled, okay, thank you. He teased her with a few words, if you are always so gentle, everyone will probably like you. This made her yell angrily, not me. Then he ordered again, don't make me repeat myself, silence. What do you want to do now? I think we should run, it doesn't seem necessary. The beast on this side is still constantly looking for two people. Suddenly it seems to have discovered something. It turned out that Midu's group came over, you are the monster that attacked Narumi and the others, now you will face me. He immediately cast a move, activating the demon-slaying sword. Midu also made eye contact with each other. At this moment, Midu held his sword and approached, his eyes coldly looking at the beast. Immediately he grabbed his sword and rushed in, his mouth kept shouting, the beast on this side also roared no less. It also became panicked, its mouth spewed out foam everywhere. Right when the attack was swung, Midu quickly dodged, then he tightened the sword in his hand, a sword slash. Bright light flashing with blood stains. The beast was slashed by him straight into one arm, hit by the painful blow it kept screaming. Midu stared at it, too tough. At this moment Rina also rushed in to support, Shuji, get out of the way, it's burning. The fire attack rushed in, causing the beast to struggle in the burning fire. She laughed and said, "How can you stand it?" On this side Midu praised her, "Good job, Rina." The beast was hit by 2 consecutive attacks, it roared with an echoing sound. Its eyes widened, the pupils dilated and red, its teeth were extremely sharp. This made Rina stunned. "Impossible." Midu said at this time, "Calm down, Rina." He observed the beast, his attacks must have had an effect, it moved slower than before. Then he asked everyone's opinion, "Let's calm down and kill it together, okay?" The 2 girls replied in unison, "Okay, understood." Then everyone did their own thing. Midu grabbed his sword and rushed in, Rina opened the fire attack move, Yumi was also charging. Delphi's revealed a savage smile, "Now it's just a matter of time." He is the former demon assassin Delphi's standing on one side observing. He thought to himself, perhaps at this moment Ironclad Bear could not hit them, their rapid progress and above all their calmness were very impressive. Then he looked at Midu, especially at him. "Even though this is just a reconnaissance mission, it's time to change the plan, I will finish them here." On this side Midu still doesn't know what's going on, he launched an attack on the beast. Under his slashes, it was quickly seriously injured, blood kept oozing out. At this moment Midu shouted, "It's time to finish," he thought to himself, "Remember this lesson for the next world, boy." Then he stabbed straight through its body, making it roar in pain. On this side he laughed triumphantly, "The moment you make the most serious mistake in your life." Then he rushed towards the 3 of them who were celebrating. Is when you believe that you have killed the enemy. Suddenly at this moment he seemed to have discovered something. At this moment, a small knife was held to his neck, making him extremely surprised. He muttered, hello." Kai behind spoke, "My foster parents raised me well, because the moment you make the biggest mistake is when you kill the enemy." Suddenly the knife fell down and stuck its point into the ground. He raised his hands to surrender to Kai's threat. He curled his lips, "I will remember." Then he thought, how could he sneak behind me? Then he looked at the knife on the ground again, "It's not important, I have to find a way to escape quickly." Suddenly a knife slashed through, blood spurted out non-stop. He fell to his knees in agony. He put the knife to his throat, trying not to shout too loud, "Hayes, I don't want Midu and the others to recognize you." Then he said, "I'm going to ask you a few things, if you answer truthfully, I'll let you go." "Not a chance, who the hell are you?" Kai added, "I am a person living in the dark, you come from another world." This made him extremely scared. His teeth clenched, but his teeth look really ugly. At this moment, Kai thought to himself that the presence he felt just now was very terrifying, but was it because of this guy? He added, "I know we've been watched, even though you've hidden yourself quite well. So I used Midu and the others and waited until you showed up, so you've been watching me from the beginning. We haven't been in this world long, so I need information, so you have to tell me everything you know about the demons." He smiled triumphantly, "You think I'll talk?" Suddenly he stabbed him. He screamed in agony. Kai got up and walked calmly, answering honestly would be easier, unless you want to know what hell is like. He thought in pain, "Don't underestimate me, you brat." Saliva flowed incessantly from his mouth. Suddenly he was surprised to realize something. From his mouth, a purple substance poured out, extremely horrifying. His face began to react, his eyes constantly pouring out eye fluid rolling upwards. Kai stood there observing the situation, TSK, so it carried poison. They had a plan for this case, the army of the Demon Lord. I think they are more complicated than I thought. Suddenly the system appeared something, he looked up and muttered, "Shinju." On this side, Rin was worried, "Is that a dead person?" He looked up, his eyes also changed color, "Kanzaki." At this moment, Kai glanced at Kanzaki behind, Kanzaki's face looked a little scared looking at the person who had been killed lying on the ground. Kai stared at Kanzaki, "Kanzaki, when did you start watching?" Her face was extremely panicked, since the moment that person was on the ground. Then, she said, "This guy is an assassin of the Demon Lord's army, Delphi's, who is now lying flat on the ground and looks extremely miserable, the Demon Lord's army." She remembered that the bear monster had been this guy's pawn since early on. And when Nagase and the others were attacked by the monster, it was also because of this guy. Kanzaki asked him, "You mean they are trying to kill us?" He immediately replied, "Obviously the Demon Lord's army will try to kill the hero candidates. You are right, I am too naive." Her face was worried, "But how could you have discovered the assassin? None of the others discovered it." He looked at Kanzaki and thought to himself, "There's probably no reason to hide it anymore." Then he moved forward, "My family works as assassins, so I smell this and do the same job as me." This made her surprised and shouted, "Assassin, what are you talking about?" Looking at his corpse, which is bleeding, believe it or not, but the dead body on the ground is real. After hearing him, Kanzaki's face was extremely scared. Kai spoke to her, Kanzaki, don't tell anyone about what you just saw. The class has begun to shake because of Hashimoto's condition. He remembered Hashimoto's injured appearance. Kanzaki clenched her hand tightly, gently replied, okay, you are unusually kind. I don't think you care about your classmates. Hearing that, Kai was a little surprised. He turned around and pulled up his hood. They are not like me, they have never fought. Then he turned to look at Kanzaki again, his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at her appearance, he thought to himself, Kanzaki's dominance might be useful in the future. At this moment, they were gathered around the injured Hashimoto, and a girl was kneeling there, student number 34. Hano Shiori. She was using divine healing to treat Hashimoto. Her hands glided over his body. Flashes of light appeared, and she murmured, please get well. At this moment, Shiori's soft fingers brushed against Hashimoto's throat. The people outside were astonished, everyone with wide eyes, observing. Narumi approached. What do you think, Hana-chan, will Hashimoto be alright? Shiori softly replied, I think he'll recover in an hour. Hearing that, Narumi sighed with relief. That's great, you're amazing, Shuji, that guy's really strong, holding his spirit. Midu on this side immediately replied, that's right, but I have Rina and the others by my side. On this side, Kai was leaning against a tree, calm as if nothing had happened. He closed his eyes gently, seemingly unconcerned with his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed Kanzaki was looking at him. Why are you looking at me? She turned away abruptly, for no reason. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, you did it. Leonora's radiant smile was displayed. Midu turned around in surprise. Leonora-san, Gaia-san. Narumi turned back, his voice a little harsh, where have you been all this time? Gaius immediately replied, we haven't gone anywhere, our job is to observe you. This made him startled. What, then why didn't you help us? He had a calm expression, if we always save you, your training will have no effect. Midu's eyes showed his displeasure. Gaius, he almost died, why would you? He replied, pushing fate to the brink of death is a fundamental part of realistic training. From now on, that's how you will fight, don't be quick to utter weak complaints. Immediately after hearing that, those outside were extremely surprised. Midu approached, that's not what I said, didn't you say that this place was full of weak monsters? At this moment, Leonora also added, then it must be the evil assassin. The people outside were surprised, evil assassin. Leonora smiled, ironclad bears shouldn't live in this area, perhaps that person is on a scouting mission to test the combat strength of the hero candidates. He also added, if so, it's possible it's hiding somewhere right now, that's right, we must strengthen our defenses. Then she smiled and said, now we will increase the difficulty of the training, at the current level, you will all die. Some people outside were surprised, increase the difficulty even more than this, someone also expressed their displeasure, this is already terrifying. Shiori's eyes were tearful, will we all be killed? Midu immediately shouted, Leonora-san, that's absurd, everyone's already shaken after the first battle. Leonora maintained the same attitude, it may sound absurd, but you will definitely die if you don't do as I say. This made Midu extremely angry, and he gritted his teeth. Erashur spoke up, first, you dragged us here and now you're giving us orders. Gaius said nothing, just passed by silently, I'll say it this way so you understand. Then he cast his gaze far away, you are all pawns of Leonora-sama, never think you can disobey her. This made them stunned, mouths agape, what? Erashur charged forward angrily, you want to die, don't you? However, he was stopped by the calm Midu. He angrily questioned, why are you still calm? Midu on this side shouted, think carefully, if we don't obey them, their country will become our enemy, and we have no chance of winning. Hearing that, Gaius nodded, impressive, you understand the situation very quickly, don't worry, you are all very important pawns, we won't do anything wrong if you behave properly. Hearing that, he smirked, their country will become our enemy. Then he raised his fist and charged, bring it on, you bastards. He also quickly realized the problem and glanced at. He channeled his energy for an attack and charged, die, activate burst. A large explosion occurred. Dazzling light accompanied by thick dust and smoke, several shadows emerged from the dust and smoke, he clenched his wrist, how pitiful. However, he was unharmed and immediately launched a counterattack. This surprised him greatly. Right as the punch, his power rushed towards him, and Erashur, unable to defend, was knocked away. The powerful punch caused him to be knocked away, dragging his whole body on the ground, his face beaten beyond recognition, his mouth crying out in pain. The people around were extremely frightened but didn't dare to speak. Gaius said, this is the level of your strength now. Then he turned and left, from tomorrow it will get harder and harder, prepare yourselves. He staggered to his feet, muttering, assassin, that dog, and clenched his teeth. His eyes followed the other two. I will definitely kill him. Time quickly passed. One day after the military exercise, at this moment Steady spoke, by order of Leonora. I will be in charge of today's training, come to think of it. I heard that one of you was injured yesterday, are you all right now? Hashimoto replied, if you're talking about me, I'm fine now after using her healing magic, as you can see. Then she pointed forward, and the idiot did too. It turned out the person she was pointing at was none other than Erasure. Steady laughed, I see. So among you there are those with the ability of divine protection to heal wounds, that's wonderful to hear. Hearing this, everyone was very excited. Now I will explain today's training to you all. This is my research facility. I will let everyone fight the monsters here today. Midu wondered, does that mean monsters in the building? Steady didn't answer, just raised his glasses and smiled. At this moment, the door opened. It will be faster if I show you. Inside, a group of goblin imps were trapped in an iron cage. On this side was a lizardval monster, it was gnawing on the iron bar in front of it. On this side was an orge, a giant monster, its mouth constantly drooling. This made the girls in the group a little scared. They went deeper inside. Steady walked while being proud. These are all monsters raised for my research. Leonora also spoke, yes, Miss Steady's Research Institute is a perfect place to use for training sessions. Steady added, I am also very happy to be able to collect combat data from the monsters. They walked behind, everyone's face on high alert. Thus, the combat exercise began. Kai was still standing from afar, observing their training. In his mind, he thought, everyone is surprisingly calm, even though they were suddenly forced to fight. I guess yesterday's experience had a big impact on them. His eyes narrowed, anyway, I guess they're still a little scared. On this side, Rina had fallen down painfully. However, she tried to hold back and stood up to continue the battle. The monster on this side was holding a blade, roaring, staring at her. Midu shouted at this moment, Steady-san, this monster is too strong for her. Steady's face was calm, I don't think so. Furthermore, Leonora-sama said I need to be really strict with you all. Suddenly, when the mage looked back, he was a little confused, and it seemed he was a bit mistaken. Rina on this side wiped away the blood from the wound on her face. Hero candidates with your divine protection shouldn't lose to a monster of that level, she muttered, it's annoying. Then she swung her hand, and a large flame appeared. The most important thing in a battle is will. Anyway, this should have been easy for you guys, the only reason you feel that way isn't because you're worried or hesitant. Midu on this side was surprised, does it really make a difference? Steady was overjoyed, yes, if you increase the level of the guardian, you can create many other variations of that guardian. A foot slowly stepped down, about that, Midu. Midu turned around, what's wrong Shinju? He opened his new eye, in my opinion, you have a new guardian. Immediately scanned the information on Midu, monster slaying sword skill level 2 guardian, kamikaze monster attack guardian level 1, swordsmanship skill level 4, Ord of Evan cruising air protection level 2, monster kamikaze attack diviner protection LV1, a new guardian. At this moment, Midu spoke, Stepan, can I try it out? Of course, that's the purpose of the exercise. Then he slowly walked into the field, mumbling slowly. At this moment, the system appeared. Activate the monster slaying sword. Looking at the appearance of the beast on the other side, he asked, what's wrong, are you afraid? Then he took his sword and rushed forward, sorry, but I won't hold back, go ahead. Soon, he rushed towards it quickly. The beast immediately put up its hand to block its mouth, screaming. With only one sword strike from him, its arm was quickly cut in half. Red blood constantly oozed out, the beast wailed in pain. Midu on this side was very pleased. Next, a sword strike, its head fell to the ground in an instant. This made Kai outside a little surprised. He thought, in that situation, he wouldn't have any more trouble with the ironclad bear's defense. I wonder if my guess is correct, and he created a new guardian for himself. Looking back, I can tell someone has a new guardian. He scanned Arashi's information again, name Erasure Shunsuke, age 17 male, attack B, defense B, agility B, endurance D, system power T, toughness, normal, skills, level 2 monster slaying guardian, level 1 grenade guardian, level 3 martial arts. He closed his eyes, anyway, I shouldn't go and tell him. That way we can expand the power of the guardian. I guess I can't just rely on my old techniques in this world, I also have to become better. By this time it had turned to night. Everyone was sitting in the room. Narumi spoke, are you serious, Erasure? Yes. Erasure frowned, first I'll kill Gaius, then I'll bind Leonora and make her tell me how to return to our world. Everyone responded in unison, so that means we'll leave this monster world. We also won't have to worry about being called here again if we kill Leonora. Erasure looked worried. Cooperate with me, Narumi, you're also fed up with their attitude, right? Narumi asked fearfully. Do you think you can win? We'll have a chance if you cooperate with us. Narumi gritted his teeth, thinking, I know that's the way to get back to the old world, but killing people still sounds wrong. Then he remembered the injured ones, but... Narumi whispered, okay, I'll cooperate with you. The next day, everyone continued to practice. On this side, Midu was diligently practicing. Kai was watching him from afar. You're working too hard, he suddenly spoke. Midu stopped, because I'm still weak, I have to become stronger. His eyes narrowed, I think you can defeat half the knights in this country. It's still not enough, I can't defeat Gaius-san, I need to become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone, no matter what happens. He immediately said, Midu, what do you think about Leonora and Gaius? This quickly caught Midu's attention. I know they want to use us as pawns in their war, besides, I don't think they're lying when they say they won't do anything to us if we listen to them. He immediately asked, so you mean you'll bet your life and fight until the demon lord is defeated? Midu's eyes were full of determination. Right, I've decided to do that. But I'll be the only one who has to fight, I will become the hero of this country and defeat the demon lord. That's why I can try to compromise and make sure everyone is safe. A good idea, but do you think Leonora will accept it? He raised his sword. I will swing this sword and make sure she agrees. At this moment, a voice rang out, everyone has worked very well today. It turned out to be Gaius and Leonora walking over. At this moment, Steady excitedly walked over. Leonora-sama, Steady, you will be in charge of the hero candidates when we are not here. He immediately replied, yes, I won't let you down. Rina over here spoke up, when you are not here, where are you going? Leonora replied with a laugh, that's right, we're going away for a few days, that's why we asked Steady to look after you guys during this time. After saying that, she immediately turned around and walked away. Excuse us, then the two of them left. The two backs just faded away. Steady watched, the corners of his mouth slightly smiling. The sky at this moment was unusually clear. Gaius said, do you think this is a good idea? Leonora wondered. Why do you say that? He replied. Please don't pretend to be clueless anymore, the young boy named Erasure is up to something. At this moment, Leonora gently raised her teacup to sip. Then she replied, yes, it could be a rebellion against us. Gaius got out of the car and said, so what are you planning to do then? Inside the car she smiled radiantly, I'm curious to see what they'll do, just leave them like that. He squinted, I know they are making the most of their strengths, but they are still hero candidates, it may be very difficult to happen, but if they try to rise up against us then. That won't happen, moreover, they can never defeat me. At this moment, there were a few buffaloes grazing in the field. Suddenly he squinted, right, but don't you think we can use it as an opportunity? The teacup in her hand swayed, yes, I'm thinking of establishing a hierarchical system. Then we will smash this rebellion and break their fangs a few times and forever. I can see a few suspicious things going on, but for now, just leave them like that for now. Soon it was evening that day. At this moment, Kai was fighting with the beast in the forest. He bounced up and jumped. His body was suspended in midair, staring at the beast. Then he rushed straight ahead, throwing a small knife at the beast. Realizing there were no signs of survival, he immediately left, so it took me 13 seconds to kill a monster at this level. Activate the judgment ability. Name Shinju Kai, age 17, male, attack B, defense F, agility B, strength C, system power E, normal condition. Skills include, Inspector Level 2, Weakness Detection Level 1, Assassination Level 5, Knife Technique Level 5, Throwing Technique Level 5, Disguise Level 5. He thought to himself, I think I leveled up when I killed that demon assassin, the problem is how do I use this? Suddenly, a noise made him turn around. It turned out to be a monster charging towards him. It punched the ground causing broken stones to fly everywhere. Kai and it face to face, he muttered, giant monster. At this moment, it opened its mouth and lunged forward. He immediately spread his hand and held up 3 small knives. Then, he continuously charged towards it. The creature, hit by the attack, slowly retreated. Suddenly he thought to himself, isn't it going to go through? I guess this is the ideal time to test out my new skill. Then he immediately activated the weakness identification. The creature's weak point was immediately circled, which was the back of its neck. Then Kai crouched down and leaped straight up. His body was suspended in midair, he was aiming at its weak point. A knife was thrown straight down, hitting its neck, blood splattered. The creature was quickly defeated. So it showed me the weakest part of the giant monster's body. I understand, so this is weakness identification, It's not a bad skill, but it's not enough. I need more to survive in this world. He clenched his fists. I need to be even stronger. At this moment, the goblins started to approach. Kai, he immediately activated the weakness identification mode. It turned out that the weak points of this group were on their left chests and the tops of their heads. He immediately swung an attack. The knives were plunged straight into the tops of their heads. In less than 2 minutes, they were all dead. That's right, their weak points are in their brains and hearts, so this skill isn't really effective against normal monsters. I need a bigger test subject, maybe I should find another monster. I need a bigger test subject, maybe I should find another monster. Suddenly, some sound attracted him. Footsteps of a person, a figure from afar was walking towards him. It turned out to be Kanzaki walking towards him with a flashlight. Shinju. He turned around. Kanzaki, what are you doing here at this hour? She slowly walked forward. I came to find you because I didn't see you in the dorm. I guessed you might be here, so I came here and found you. He sighed. The forest is very dangerous at night. You should go, however. She seemed to react sharply. That's what I should be saying, you know, he replied. I'm used to the darkness. But you're different. Fighting monsters at night is not the same as during the day. She shouted at him, shut up. What are you doing here anyway? Kai replied, I'm testing a new guardian ability. She wondered, new guardian. Steady also said, right. He said we could have new guardian abilities if our guardians level up. Hearing that, she was a little thoughtful. So what is your new guardian ability? He turned to leave. Why should I tell you? Seeing that, she was a little angry. You know I came here because I was worried about you. He smiled lightly. You're worried? You worried about me? She was embarrassed, trying to deny it. No, it's just how I talk. Anyway, you should go back. I'm going to try out my new ability for a bit. She immediately said, then I'll go with you. Suddenly she noticed something. She pointed forward. Hey, what's that smoke? He wondered. Smoke, looking into the distance, a cloud of smoke. An orange color appeared densely. It turned out that in that side there was a house on fire. The goblins are wreaking havoc there. The beasts are preparing to attack them. The beasts are preparing to attack them. They roared, looking extremely scary. Shiori ran out in fear. Suddenly in front of her was that giant monster. At this moment, an attack came rushing in. It turned out that Midu had appeared in time. He asked Shiori, are you okay? Her face still hasn't lost her fear. Gently replied, thank you. At this time the goblins came over. He squinted. Damn, they're coming more and more. They walked through the flames without a hint of fear. Rina ran out at this moment, just as I was about to sleep. What the hell is going on with them? Shunsuke immediately said, there's no time to complain, just deal with them, the fire is still raging. Kai and Kanzaki ran back in panic. Is our dorm on fire? It seems that others are also fighting the monsters. I'm glad you two are safe. Kai immediately replied, I just went out for a bit. What the hell happened here? Oh, I'm not sure either. I woke up because I saw the fire and then these monsters were everywhere. He squinted. This is the work of humans. The leader is here. Let's find and catch him. A voice rang out. Good deduction, hero candidates. At this moment the person who came out surprised them. They were stunned. Steady, I was wondering how these monsters could get in here, but now. Then it all makes sense. These are all monsters from your lab, right? He replied, they are my lovely little white mice. Besides, I gave them some medicine to make them stronger because they were too weak before. Kai squinted and asked, what is your purpose? What good will killing the hero candidates do for you? This is an order from my superiors. I am ordered to destroy the hero candidates. Even if in doing so, I will lose my current position. I don't hate you guys, but I will kill you. At this time Kanzaki said, an order from the superiors. Wait, do you mean Leonora-san? No, of course not. I'm not talking about that old fox. He recalled the words, this is an order from the devil. Narumi shouted, are you a spy of the devil? Steady replied, yes. And if I do a good job, I will also get a research position there. Have you sunk too deep into the darkness to the point where all you care about is monster research? He didn't say anything, just gently lifted his glasses, then Steady burst out laughing. I'm sorry, but human society cannot fully understand the true nature of the mysteries we call monsters. At this time the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Steady was standing above, looking extremely excited. He provoked, go ahead. At this moment the beasts also began to attack them. Kai shouted, Kanzaki, I know. Then she put her hand out to control. Stand still. Then she said, your opponent is that guy. He sneered on this side, it's useless, wake up, my monsters. The monsters at this time returned to normal and began to move. Kanzaki yelled, what, how could this be? Steady replied, I'm a scientist, you know, I know how to deal with these rebellious monsters. Then he ordered the monsters to attack. Kanzaki backed away. At this moment, Kai had pulled out his familiar small knife. He slashed swiftly, and each monster was taken down by him, blood gushing out and lying on the floor. He laughed and said, there are still many, where do they come from? At this moment, all the monsters charged forward together. Kai jumped up, soaring into the air. Then he also took down one by one. Using only the small knife in his hand, he stabbed a blow to the head of the crocodile. Suddenly, he saw a giant monster rushing towards him. He quickly dodged its attack, and then kicked it. The kick caused it pain, teeth and lips mixed together. Less than 2 minutes later, it fell down. He still held up the small knife to defend himself, and the beasts on this side looked at him with caution. Steady yelled, "What are you doing? That guy doesn't even have a strong guardian spirit." Below, Kai stood with his hands clasped, at a loss. Then he opened his eyes wide, activating the assessment. Name, Steady Archheim, age 28, male, attack F, agility F, stamina F, mana F, status, half-elf, ability, domination magic level 1, ability, domination magic level 1. So that's it, the reason Kanzaki's domination doesn't work is because the monsters are taking orders from someone with stronger magic than him. How insightful, that's right, powerful demons can use domination magic and control monsters. Steady walked to the side, grinding his teeth. Damn it, I don't want to use it, but there's no other way. Then he took a deep breath. This made Kai seem worried. What are you doing? He laughed and said, you'll know soon enough. So, I'll close the curtain. Before that happens. Suddenly, a light flashed, startling him. A large pile of fire fell right in front of him. Kai quickly stepped back. He gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. What the hell is that? A fire dragon appeared. He burst out laughing. This is my trump card, the fire dragon. The giant dragon looked at the small people below. Then it quickly swooped down. Rocks and soil fell continuously, startling them. Kanzaki panicked. No, we can't dodge this. However, Kai quickly embraced her and dodged. Are you alright, Shinjuku-kun? Narumi, I'm fine, it's about to attack again. Carry Kanzaki and run, I understand. At this moment, the fire dragon flaps its wings and continues to attack them. The two of them leave, leaving only Kai standing there. It's coming. Suddenly, he discovered its weak point. His eyes lit up. I see it now. Then, he attacked with a single strike. Suddenly, he was astonished to find that the dragon showed no reaction whatsoever. He clenched his wrist. Too tough, I can't cut through it with my current attack power. Looking at the roaring dragon, he thought, what should I do? Look at that, perfect size to be my prey. Erasure stood on the rooftop, staring down. Then he channeled his energy and charged to his death. A direct attack that caused the dragon to writhe in pain. He burst out laughing. How about that, you wretched lizard? Suddenly, his eyes became panicked. He was hit by the dragon's fire breath directly onto his body. His body caught fire, causing Erasure to writhe in agony. Kai sighed, you let your guard down, but I still have to admit, he's strong. He stood up, staring. Damn it, that hurts. Kai then stood up and pulled something out of his pocket. Listen carefully, Erasure. We have to take it down together. He turned and angrily replied, I don't need you. Kai helplessly looked at the fierce fire dragon and said, I can see its weakness, but I don't have enough power to attack. Erasure spoke with disdain, so you want to ask me for help? I don't team up with weaklings. Kai was urgent, it's coming. The fire dragon quickly rushed towards the two of them. It flung them high into the air. Then it roared loudly and spewed fire. Erasure was extremely panicked. How is this possible? It spewed red flames onto his face immediately. He screamed in pain violently. Erasure was completely terrified and overwhelmed by its superior power. Kai challenged, if you can defeat it, go for it. Erasure angrily replied, you bastard. Erasure anxiously asked, so what, where is it, that weak point? Kai quickly replied, there's an inverted scale on its neck, can you see it? Erasure looked up at the fire dragon. He saw that there was indeed a small scale, that one. Kai quickly assigned the mission, I'll draw its attention, and you aim to explode that scale, can you do it? Erasure, full of confidence, definitely. Steady stood on the high castle wall, urging the fire dragon. Why are you just standing there? Attack them, he yelled, kill them, fire dragon. The fire dragon roared again in anger. It used its long claws to unleash a series of attacks, leaving Kai and Erasure unable to react. They struggled to withstand its overwhelming power. It let out a loud roar, as if trying to tear apart space itself. Realizing the situation seemed more stable, Kai quickly dashed towards the fire dragon. It glanced at him with surprise. Kai urged, "Over here." He had successfully attracted the fire dragon's attention. It quickly opened its mouth, about to breathe fire at him. But with his inherent agility, Kai managed to dodge the attack. Then he landed safely. He urgently called for Erasure. Erasure rushed forward, got it. He aimed precisely at the scale on the fire dragon's neck, and urgently punched a powerful blow at its weak point. "Die, you wretched lizard, destructive blast activate." The fire dragon screamed in pain, and some yellow liquid flowed from its face. It was slowly falling from above. Steady was confused. Erasure smirked confidently, "Easy." Kai replied disdainfully, "You call that tough?" Erasure angrily shouted, "Shut up." Kai looked up at Steady with a challenging look. "You've lost your trump card, are you going to continue?" Steady was very scared but still tried to answer, "Of course, I still have many monsters." But when he looked closely, he realized that all of his monsters had been completely dealt with and they were lying scattered on the ground. With their blood-stained swords in hand, they coldly declared, "We've taken care of these monsters." After saying that, Midou and his teammates also looked at him simultaneously with a burning fighting spirit. Steady panicked and yelled, "Oh, shoot," just as he was about to run away. Another person stood right behind him and blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, as he hurriedly backed away, he slipped, reaching out for help, but received nothing, and then he fell into a pool of water. He played in the pool of water. As he regained his composure, a sharp knife was pointed directly at his head. Kai said in a cold voice, "It's midnight, and we've had to spend too much time fighting, but there are a few things we want to ask you." Steady's face was ashen. He answered in fear, "Wait a moment, I will tell you everything, just please don't kill me." Next, his face suddenly darkened, and his eyes turned purple, looking truly terrifying. Midou and Rina looked at him with surprise. He slumped his head into the water, a purple poison flowing from the corners of his eyes. Kai looked at Steady, "He's dead." Midou wondered, "What was that just now?" Kai gently explained, "Probably some kind of curse. I read something like that when I looked at the documents in the library." Midou pondered for a moment and said, "So they cursed him, and when he tried to reveal information he would be killed by the curse." Kai was a little worried. "I think the demon army will continue to be a threat to us." A day after the Steady incident occurred, at a tall and majestic castle, a voice suddenly rose, "Unbelievable." Leonora laughed with glee, "I didn't expect such a thing to happen when I'm not here." Narumi angrily pointed at her face, "You're the one who gave Steady his duties, aren't you going to apologize?" She continued to laugh meaningfully. Then she said again, "That's right, I apologize for the misunderstanding, allow me to correct myself. I didn't think a person who domesticated such a weak monster could cause so much damage, that's what I mean." Everyone around was stunned and looked at her in confusion. Rina replied uncomfortably, "Wait, you mean you two knew he was a devil spy but still let him run rampant?" Leonora still smiled, "I told you that from now on your training will become more and more difficult." "What happened was only a part of it," Haki replied with irritation, "We almost died, he set fire to everything while we were sleeping." Gaius spoke up in defense of Leonora, "Don't be childish, it's your fault for not being vigilant at night." The students looked at the two of them with anger. Kai thought to himself that he was right, they didn't recognize the monster until it was too late, but it was still absurd to expect anything more from normal high school students. Leonora announced seriously, "Now let's get to the main topic. Next, you will go to visit the royal capital." Midou wondered, "What will we do there?" Leonora solemnly said, "The focus is to reveal the hero candidates. A public parade will be held in the royal capital. You will be on stage as the leading actors." Night fell, and on that day the bright moon shone brightly, illuminating the whole sky. Gaius sat on horseback, majestically commanding the soldiers, "That's enough for today, rest for a while until the sun comes up." They obeyed the order, understood. In the darkness of the night, the students were sitting around a campfire. And as we chatted together, suddenly a voice spoke up. I think there were about 30 people. Erasure was enjoying the meat while analyzing the situation. Everyone around was surprised. 30 men, you mean, he calmly replied, the number of soldiers accompanying us. And from what I see, they're nothing special. Kenta excitedly said, "Wow, I bet you can take them down with a punch." "What do you mean?" Erasure replied angrily, "Don't you understand, the opportunity to act has come." Atsushihai replied, "That's right." Kenta and Atsushihai said in turn, "There have always been a lot of soldiers around us, but now there are only 30, we have more soldiers." Erasure quickly affirmed, "It's clear that they are underestimating us. I bet they'll never think we can be rebellious." He was full of fighting spirit. "Tonight we will act, call Narumi and his group here." Kai stood leaning against the tent, deep in thought. He was right, there are very few soldiers with us, they are not professionals either. But that's because Leonora and Gaius are confident that they can control us themselves. I need more time to find out why they are so confident. Then he called Midu. Would you like us to talk? It was also getting darker, most people had returned to their tents to sleep. But there was still a group of students who went into the forest together. They included Erasure, Kenta, Atsushihai and other teammates. Erasure asked in a harsh voice, do you think those guys who aren't on guard are all asleep? Narumi calmly replied, it seems so. Erasure commanded with a decisive voice, all right, let's begin. Midu spoke up to stop him, Erasure, wait. He pulled Rina and some other teammates forward, both sides looked at each other with tension. Midu slowly approached them step by step, I heard you're trying to kill Leonora-san and Gaia-san. Erasure frowned and asked angrily, which dog told you that? Midu calmly replied, I just happened to overhear it when passing by. Rina wondered, are you serious about doing that? I know they're annoying, but this is crazy. Erasure couldn't hide his anger, you guys are crazy, how long do we have to let her treat us like good dogs? Midu vehemently intervened, I understand how you feel, but you've gone too far, we can think of another way. Erasure yelled directly at his opponent, all you do is talk, do you have a plan? Midu revealed his plan, I'll become Leonora-san's pawn and defeat the Demon Lord, in exchange, I'll make her guarantee everyone's safety. Erasure snapped back angrily, you really think she'll listen to you? Midu confidently replied, I believe that when I'm stronger, I'll have the power to negotiate. Erasure turned away, resolutely saying, it's still impossible, besides, I don't need someone like you to protect me, now get out of the way, I just want to go back to my own world. With determination, Midu's group also affirmed that if he really wanted to do it, they would stop him. Erasure clenched his fists, he was so angry he couldn't stand it anymore, you bastards. Then he brought his leg out, preparing to launch an attack on those people, you'll regret this. Erasure immediately kicked Midu. Fortunately, Midu blocked the blow but also fell to the ground. He was a little disoriented, too fast, and this power. Erasure was also surprised, I can't believe this dog blocked the attack. While Erasure and Midu were filled with fighting spirit, two guards came over and asked what they were doing there. Midu replied, sorry, we were just discussing some things. Hearing that, the two guards turned and walked away, they chatted casually, we have to get up early tomorrow, let's go to sleep. Erasure clicked his tongue with annoyance. What a pain. Midu turned to look at him again. Erasure gritted his teeth and said, I've had enough of the weaklings. The scene was taking place at the Diagress Temple, the royal capital. People were bustling around, creating a very lively scene. Narumi was surprised by the liveliness of the place, so this is the royal capital. Mireille agreed, it's too crowded here. Rina turned and replied, but it's still not as crowded as Tokyo. Yumi agreed, that's true. Gaius led the carriages and horses in front, followed by the group of students walking in a line. Many people around curiously looked at them, wondering if they were. Gaius shouted loudly, make way for the esteemed Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates. The people around wondered, hero candidates, does he mean the people chosen by God? Then they turned to look at the group of students following behind. They cheered and encouraged enthusiastically. Midu suddenly raised one hand and held it high. Erasure, Atsushi, and Kenta looked to the sides of the road with annoyed expressions. Kai spoke up, I guess these people have a lot of faith in the hero candidates, and the fact that we'll save them too. Rin looked annoyed, it feels a bit uncomfortable, doesn't it? Kai didn't answer, just silently glanced into the distance. Finally, they had set foot in the royal capital. Welcome, heroic candidates, to the royal capital, please rest and recover after your long journey. The one called the Holy Knight, Reinus, welcomed them happily. The Sengnam students excitedly ran into the bedroom, the bed was so soft, it was wonderful, I'm so glad, I'm so tired of sleeping on the ground. Meanwhile, the group of female students invited each other to enjoy the feeling of soaking in the hot spring as if they had just come back to life. It was great. Erasure and his group of friends were enjoying a very sumptuous meal, it was so delicious, tell them to bring more. In the quiet room, Midu diligently practiced swordsmanship alone. On the towering castle, Kai silently gazed into the distance, observing everything. He stared at the royal capital and thought it was time to find out more information. Around the castle, guards stood everywhere. After a while of observation, Kai realized that the situation wasn't very favorable, too many guards, moving around the castle like that was very dangerous. His eyes swept everywhere and he accidentally saw something that made him stop. It was the knight who had just led them on a tour. Next, he hid behind a large tree and silently observed Reinus. Reinus was standing next to two guards, one of them spoke to her, where are the heroic candidates, Reinus-sama? Reinus replied, they're probably resting in their rooms. The soldier wondered if those children were really chosen by the Creator God. Well, Rhaenys casually replied, if they're much stronger than normal teenagers, then yes. The soldier continued, actually, I'm worried about the devil's retinue. The heroic candidates in the royal capital will definitely provoke them into action, the other one said. Yeah, there have been a lot of changes lately, I think we should be more careful. Kai, standing nearby, had heard everything they were discussing about the devil's retinue. Rhaenys reassured them, don't worry, the heroic candidates will protect the royal capital, right? They laughed, that's right, then. The three of them walked away. It's time for training, let's go. Kai thought deeply, now I have even more questions, I should probably go into town. Another evening came, the scene shifted to a certain pub. The place was so lively that people came and went constantly, every seat in the pub was almost full. A long, dark hand quickly reached out, handing a gold coin to the old man behind the counter, ordering him to make a beer and the best snacks he had. It was Kai. He pulled up his hood, slightly covering his face. The old bartender replied cheerfully, okay, wait a moment. He faintly heard the people around him discussing, by the way, have you seen the heroic candidates? They look no different from a bunch of kids. Another person interrupted, never mind, we must believe in God, he doesn't want the church to hear him say that. Kai thought to himself, it seems that the church has a lot of power in this country, the people are more afraid of the church than the king or the nobility. The old man handed Kai his beer and said, here you go. Kai spoke, bartender, I want to ask you about a few things, I just arrived in this country so I don't know much. The old man was slightly surprised but then happily agreed, okay. Kai started asking questions, I've heard a lot about the devil's retinue, who are they? The old man scratched his head and then explained, you know this country is at war against the demon legion, right? Currently, the devil, the leader, is the most terrifying monster. It is said that humans can also be seduced by the overwhelming power of the devil. Kai asked, are those the devil's retinue? The old man continued to explain, yes, they rampage across the country, and just a few days ago they blew up the mansion of a noble. Kai sighed, what a nuisance, he thought to himself, so that's it, they are a terrorist organization. A while later, Kai quickly left. He carried many thoughts in his heart, the heroic candidates must defeat the devil, so our presence in the royal capital will definitely provoke the devil's retinue, that's why everyone looks so worried. Rin ran up in a hurry, she called out loudly, Shinju-kun. Then she ran up to Kai and asked urgently, I finally found you, where did you go? Kai replied, his face showing unease, we are in a completely unfamiliar place, I have to go gather information. Rin replied worriedly, I understand, but going alone is still too dangerous. I can help if you really need it. Kai said coolly, I can take care of myself, just be quiet and stay with your friends. Rin angrily shouted, what's with that attitude, you should be happy that I'm willing to help you. Kai conceded, alright, I'll let you help me. Kai asked, I need information about the royal capital, can you talk to the people in the town? Rin was overjoyed, and she quickly agreed, really, since you've begged, I have to do it. Rin was so happy that she walked along singing happily. Kai quickly blended into the crowd and left. Finally, someone had a mysterious smile on their lips. After a night of effort, Kai had to return home. He gently opened the window. His face showed signs of fatigue and disappointment. Kai threw his cloak onto the bed along with a jumble of thoughts. In the end, I have no useful information, but at least I know about the existence of a new enemy. Late at night, when everything was quiet, a loud noise suddenly echoed, startling Kai. He stood by the door, curious and a little cautious, wondering, why is it so noisy so late at night? Right after that, Kai decided to go out as well. Many people were standing in the hall, and everyone's face was focused and worried about something. Kai quickly asked as soon as he reached the crowd, what's going on? Kaori turned around and answered, Shinju-kun, Kanzaki-san, he's disappeared. She briefly recounted the situation. Honya-san was the first to find out because they shared a room, everyone is looking for him, no one knows where he went. Kai sighed inwardly, feeling a little sad, they didn't know that he had just disappeared as well. Well, it's because I don't share a room with anyone. Outwardly, Kai nodded in response, that's worrying. Midu approached with a serious face and a question, do you know anything? Kai also answered truthfully, no, I'm sorry, I don't know, I was still sleeping in my room earlier. Midu hummed and then put his hand on his chin, contemplating. Feeling the situation was tense, Midu announced loudly, everyone, listen up, it's quite certain that he is not in the castle, the sun is about to rise, let's go outside and look for him. Contrary to his enthusiasm, Rina had some objections, but there was absolutely no malice. Actually, I think we should leave him alone, but I guess we have to listen to Shuji. Kai also thoughtfully analyzed the situation, it's quite dark right now, everyone in the town is probably still asleep. The night sky was illuminated by the soft moonlight. Kai was exploring and searching for his friend. He looked around every nook and cranny on the street. Kai pursed his lips, though worried. He reassured himself, he's probably around here. He was continuing to walk when he suddenly saw a card lying on the ground. Kai immediately approached and picked it up. In that moment, he was bewildered. This is Kanzaki's student ID card. The situation became intense when a strange figure emerged from a small alley. Not just one, but 4 strangers at the same time raised their swords and attacked Kai. The sword brushed past, drawing a bright line in the air. Fortunately, Kai was agile, so he was completely unscathed, but his gaze had become sharp. Kai bluntly used harsh words, "You son of a bitch." Kai quickly grabbed the wrist of one of them. Then, using this one as a weapon, he held his arm and plunged the knife directly into the neck of his comrade. The remaining guy exclaimed in fright, "Damn it." Kai didn't say much and kicked, sending him spitting up blood. This guy rolled on the ground and couldn't fight back anymore. He felt every vein in his body tensing up and aching. Witnessing Kai's decisive attacks, the remaining guy in the group began to retreat in fear. He lightly commented, "Your skills are terrible, whether you're a spy or a warrior." Then he asked, "Furthermore, you look like an ordinary person, so what is your purpose for coming here?" The guy was stunned, his mouth just shut and all he could utter was, "Huh." Kai glared at him, his face now exuding a cruel look. "You're going to tell me everything." Inside a dark dungeon with a dim torch, Rin was being held captive in this place. Her arms were tightly locked by chains connected to 2 iron pillars, and her entire body had several scratches. Despite the harsh circumstances, Rin did not show any leniency, even scowling. Watching the guards teasing her, "How scary, she is quite fierce." Rin couldn't control her anger. She showed her determination through her shout, "My answer will still be the same, I have nothing to say to you all." Those guys snickered, saying, "Come on, we're just trying to get to know the hero candidates a little better, alright then." One guy slightly curled his fingertips, his palm precisely aimed at Rin. Their vulgarity and disgust were truly unfathomable. This guy, without a shred of humanity, ripped apart the clothing on Rin's chest. She gritted her teeth in resignation amidst the jeering laughter. "How much longer are you going to keep blathering? Just you wait and see." Because they were so engrossed in teasing Rin, none of them noticed Kai's presence. He silently observed and judged them to be ordinary people, age 20, male, attack F, defense F, agility F, endurance F, energy F, condition aggressive, skills none, human race, age 20, male, attack D, defense F, agility F, endurance D, energy F, condition aggressive, skills none, but it's hard to believe Kanzaki was kidnapped by them. Suddenly, small knives whizzed out of nowhere. They plunged into each of their heads, laughter abruptly ceased, and their lives ended in that instant. 2 guys fell down simultaneously, causing Rin to be bewildered. Pools of blood spread across the cold ground. Kai's gentle and caring voice rang out right after, "Are you alright, Shinjuku-kun?" Rin was flustered, not knowing what to say. "I'm sorry." Kai deliberately gestured for her to be silent and whispered a reminder. "Don't make any noise, we'll talk later, we need to escape from here now." After being freed from the restraints of the large chains, Rin massaged her weary wrists and said to Kai, "Thank you." But at that moment, Kai suddenly sensed danger approaching, his whole body tensed, and a flash of panic flickered in his eyes. Kai proactively stood in front of Rin and frowned, tensely staring into the void. A slight sound came from the deep darkness ahead, wisps of smoke diffused into the air, further heightening one's sense of caution. A figure rushed forward, both Kais immediately showed up to protect Rin. The large figure slammed a giant blade down into the ground, causing the ground to crack. Kai quickly carried Rin away from the danger zone. The blade was lifted heavily, accompanied by the question, "So you dodged it, huh?" Rhaenys greeted the two with a grand display and a nonchalant smile, "Perhaps I really have to kill you, hero candidates." Kai raised an eyebrow and asked for some information. Did you come on the orders of Knight Rhaenys, the Holy Knight?" His expression instantly changed, his face filled with anger and inhumanity. "Precisely, but perhaps you'll like this name better, General of the Demon Lord's army." Kai calmly assessed the situation. It seems even the capital is surrounded by enemies, this kingdom is nearing its demise. Rhaenys bared his teeth with excitement, "I'll end it faster by eliminating the hero candidates." Both were wary of their opponent, so neither took the initiative to advance. However, Rhaenys' steps were somewhat more eager, he kept leaning forward, anticipating an opportunity. Kai's pupils also became more heated than usual, turning blood red and displaying an outburst of inner anger. He carefully read the opponent's information: name, Rhaenys Walter, age 28, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, stamina B, energy B, condition normal, skill level 3 swordsmanship, level 3 fire magic. Kai thought to himself, being very careful to remind himself, all his skills are at a level that proves he is well-rounded, I shouldn't underestimate him. Rhaenys, by now, had lost his patience and frowned. Kai had also gathered his spirit and charged forward, shouting loudly to build momentum, let's go. Rhaenys lifted himself up with the sword in his hand. He lunged forward and swung his arm, delivering a decisive strike. Kai dodged this deadly blow. Because of this, he inadvertently ignited more anger within Rhaenys. He waved his hand and created a small magic circle in his palm. Obey me and burn the target. Fireballs appeared, turning the space into a vibrant orange-red color. They attacked Kai and burned a part of his clothes. But Kai was unharmed. He gently pursed his lips, gliding past each fireball and surveying, it's fire magic. Rhaenys proudly declared to him, you're in the air, you can't avoid it. Kai continued to use his old technique, throwing a small dagger towards his opponent. Rhaenys scoffed and sneered, useless. Burning, fire, seeing that everything in front of him and the surrounding space had been burned. Rhaenys, smugly believing he had won, declared it was over, the hero candidate. Luckily, Kai was unharmed. He pulled out his gun and fired a shot. The bullet flew in a straight line, striking Rhaenys directly in the middle of his forehead, much to his astonishment. Rhaenys' arrogance finally reached its limit. He lay on the floor with his eyes wide open, only the whites visible. As for Kai, he was already used to this kind of thing, so he showed no emotion. He stared at the gun and clicked his tongue. Then he gently slipped it back into his jacket pocket and muttered, I don't intend to use it in this situation because my ammunition is limited. Only then did Kai see Rhaenys lying motionless in a pool of crimson blood, utterly terrified, but he was right, he shouldn't have jumped into the air. He needed to learn to fight his enemies head-on if he wanted to survive in this world. Rin was given cover behind a door by him. When the commotion subsided, she cautiously peeked out and asked, was that a gun? Kai replied in an extremely nonchalant tone, this is standard equipment for an assassin. Rin, startled, hugged herself and exclaimed, it's terrifying to know someone in my class has been carrying a gun all this time. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she continued, embarrassed, but thank you, you came to save me, didn't you? To Kai's surprise, he replied bluntly, as if wanting to punch him in the ear, it's just a coincidence, and you can't even use your dominating power. She was also a little puzzled about this, I don't know why, but I couldn't use magic while I was chained in those handcuffs, but now it's fine. Kai bent down to pick up a cloak and thought to himself, so those handcuffs are quite special too. He quickly pulled it up, covering Rin's torn lower garment, and said to her, that's good, let's get out of here. Rin brushed aside her embarrassment and said loudly, Shinju, those guys just now wanted to attack everyone in our class and... Kai walked ahead hesitantly but still answered her, I know, I heard it too, someone I captured before coming here confessed everything. The killer then screamed, please don't kill me. Kai ran his fingertips lightly over the sharp blade, saying, that's up to you. The man crawled on the ground, giving him a pitiful look, we were just following orders, they said the hero candidates were enemies of the demon lord, and we had to kill them, he said. He advanced, his hand gripping the knife handle firmly, pointing the blade at the man, so you killed Kanzaki too, huh? The man stammered, the girl is still alive, we've decided to hold her hostage to attack the other hero candidates. On the deserted road at dawn, Kai walked and recounted the story to Rin. Surprisingly, he hadn't been killed by the deadly curse like Steady. Therefore, I don't think this is the work of the devil. Rin felt uneasy, expressing her feelings, it turns out these are fanatics, untrustworthy, I thought the people in this world were our allies. Kai sighed and reminded Rin not to be fooled by people like that, because he was careless and that's why they handcuffed him, right? Rin angrily retorted, shut up, they answered all my questions when I tried to find out more, you know, Kai continued, so you don't think there's a reason for that, demons are our enemies, but humans can be our enemies too. Rin admitted helplessly, but her tone was still a little sharp, I regret it so much, okay, it's because I was too careless. The two were standing together when someone from behind shouted, Shinju Kanzaki-san. Seeing a familiar figure running towards them, Rin exclaimed, Midu, he appeared with a radiant and relieved smile. Midu approached and breathed a sigh of relief, thank God you're okay, she replied somewhat shyly, sorry for making you worry. Midu still smiled happily, I'm just glad you're safe, Shinju-kun found you, didn't he? Kai suddenly became tense and suggested, Midu, we need to talk. Midu also sensed it, so he added, something has happened, am I right? The conversation was sparked by a question, the cult of the devil. Kai folded his arms and began recounting the information he had gathered from last night's events. Yes, it was a group of fanatics who worshipped a demon lord and wanted to oppose humanity, and we were their target. Midu understood without Kai having to say it. The problem with humans is that we can't distinguish who our enemies are, unlike with monsters. Kai wholeheartedly agreed, adding, he's right, I think we should ask everyone to be more vigilant. Midu agreed without objection, okay, report this to Leonorasan, I just hope she'll strengthen the defenses. But Rin had a different opinion. She closed her eyes, looking dejected. If we asked her to do that, she'd probably tell us to handle it ourselves. Midu gave a wry smile but didn't argue. Yes. Then, he raised his voice and outlined a few immediate tasks. First, gather everyone together and decide on the next course of action. Currently, everyone is scattered in all directions searching for Kenzaki-san. But suddenly a loud noise came from somewhere, and Rin screamed in fright, while Midu and Kai turned around to look. A plume of black smoke rose from the back of the house. The hurried footsteps were approaching where the three of them were standing. Seeing the shadows of red cloaks, it seemed like they were meeting familiar faces again. They appeared this time with more careful preparation, going in large groups and holding weapons in their hands. The whole crowd surrounded the three people and glared with menacing eyes and a sinister smile. The one holding a sword, the one holding a spear, and the one gripping a dagger tightly, each of them harboring wicked intentions. Midu was confused, and speculated that this was probably exactly what they were hoping for. Kai squinted and announced to his two friends. They're here, get ready to fight. With the appearance of these dangerous villains, the sky also darkened with black clouds, and the space was tinged with a gloomy gray color. Rin, Midu, and Kai gathered their spirits and prepared to face them. The other heroes also came out, although everyone was bewildered but did not fear and run away. Among the girls, Rina was the most composed. She was not panicked, nor was she confused, but stood with her hands on her hips, looking fiercely. Among them, a red-haired boy also scanned his eyes all over and then clenched his fists. The information frames were displayed one after another: human race, age 20, male gender, attack D, defense D, agility D, stamina F, energy F, hostile status, skills none. Human race, age 20, male gender, attack D, defense D, agility D, stamina F, energy F, hostile status, skills none. Kai focused his eyes. There were 6 of them, although their stats were lower than Rhaenys. Fighting them was also a problem. They were warriors. One of the villains shouted to attack. The others obeyed and rushed in at the same time. Kai called to his teammates standing next to him, Kenzaki. She didn't wait for his instructions and immediately created a sonic wave. I know, stop. Before Rin's special magic, those evil guys could no longer move. Kai, taking the opportunity, quickly threw a series of daggers forward, his movement creating an arc sweeping through space. Each of them received a painful end without being able to react, only managing to shout one sentence before falling silent. Even Midu, his friend, was surprised by his decisive attacks on the opponent and showed no mercy. He could only stammer. Midu then regained his composure and advised Kai, Shinjuku-kun, they are humans, not demons. He replied indifferently, his voice cold, adding sharp eyes, so what, they are still our enemies. Midu still protested with a resolute attitude, but Kai cut him off immediately. Don't say too much, there's still one more. This was the leader who had ordered the others to charge. He was attacking from behind Midu, and only then did he discover it in shock. Fortunately, he could still defend himself in time, but because he was so startled, he suddenly cursed, damn it. He didn't want to attack, but instead persuaded the opponent with his humanity. Why would you do this? We are all humans, aren't we? In response, he was met with a self-satisfied smile. We do everything for our master. He and Midu, one attacking, one defending, both wanted to restrain the opponent. Meanwhile, Rin slowly turned her palm towards the two people. But Kai stood up to stop her. Rin was a little surprised and whispered, Shinjuku-kun. He straightforwardly requested, don't do anything, I want Midu to do it. The sword of one of them swung out and grazed the air. The other sword immediately had to be pulled back. Midu was the one who took the initiative. His masterful sword stroke caused the sword in the other person's hand to break in two. He held up his sword with only the handle with a stunned expression. Midu didn't put in much thought like before. If you surrender, I will spare your life, put down your sword. He not only refused to surrender but also shouted, you dare to mock me, damn hero candidate. Suddenly, he jumped up in Midu's surprise. A stream of red liquid spurted out. Midu's hand was injured by his short sword. It made the opponent suffer pain. He laughed excitedly. Midu gritted his teeth and endured patiently. Damn it. So he didn't bother to say anything anymore, directly slashed a blow from top to bottom and carved a long and deep wound on his body. The self-satisfied smile was immediately cut off when his life was also taken by Midu. But suddenly he looked with a doubtful attitude. That guy is as tough as a leech, he can still chuckle and taunt, it's not over, there's more. Fearing Midu's own compassion would make him hesitate, Kai stepped forward and ordered, finish him, Midu. But Midu really couldn't bring himself to do it. Can I just leave him here to die? Kai looked at him and said gently, no, you must ensure the danger is eliminated. Midu was a bit surprised by his friend's indifference. How can you say that so calmly? He's a human being like us. Kai gently reminded him, Midu, it's your choice. While we're standing here chatting, the whole class is under attack. Seeing Midu had some hesitation, Kai threw in the final blow, aren't you going to help everyone? You're the strongest in our class. In a hushed but heavy voice, Kai continued, whispering in Midu's ear, tell me, what is more important, the enemy's life or the lives of your classmates? Finally, Midu also had to yield and follow Kai's advice, okay. A stream of blood spurted out, showing how decisive Midu was this time. He turned around and said to Kai, I'm going to save everyone. In the sparsely populated alley, before the sun even rose, corpses were strewn everywhere. On the ground after a rigorous inspection by the heroes. The red-haired man with a ponytail tightened his grip around one guy's neck and murmured, it seems you're the last one. This guy's face was turning purple, saliva was running down his mouth, but the scream couldn't escape his throat. Instead, he was extremely pleased, baring his teeth and laughing hysterically, his hands tightened more and more. Die. In the end, that guy was not only strangled to death but also made to explode by him. Even at the moment of death, this guy still had to endure the tearing in every piece of flesh, his body was black but his eyes were still wide open. The friends who saw it were also scared, too cruel, indeed our Arashi-san. On another side, a hero gently glided through the crowd of cloaked believers. It was Rina. Her manner was gentle but her attacks didn't deviate in any direction. She exclaimed, fireball. 2 or 3 guys were submerged in a sea of fire at the same time. By piece of skin was constantly being burned. But fighting for a while also made Rina tired. She sighed, why are there so many of them? Rina turned around to ask Yumi, what are the others doing? You guys can still fight, right? Take them down one by one. Like Midu earlier, both Yumi and Carrie couldn't bring themselves to do it, but they are also human. Rina was just as rational as Kai. In the face of her friend's meaningless weaknesses, she had to raise her voice to warn, do you want to die? Just as she had just warned, a fierce guy kicked her in the back, making her wince in pain. Yumi was also made to scream by another guy. Rina stood frozen, wondering with a face of extreme confusion, why? Leonora appeared in the chaos with a peaceful but meaningful smile, well, should I let you guys pass the exam, I wonder. The current scene is very chaotic, some are injured, others are taking advantage, no one knows when it will end. Then suddenly Leonora appeared unexpectedly in the chaotic scene. Currently she only said calmly, well, should I let you guys pass the exam, I wonder. Hearing that, the whole crowd immediately turned around with surprised faces. Then a guy out of control shouted, you bastard, you are the saintess. Leonora calmly replied, yes, and you know the hero candidates are my subordinates, so it's only natural that I will come to help when they are in danger, right? Right after that, they started to shift their target towards her. One of them asked, you don't even have a night escort, and you're going to save them, do you think we're a joke? She calmly explained, in the end, you are just a bunch of henchmen seduced by the power of the demon lord. Even from the beginning, I didn't even consider you as enemies. It was as if Leonora had spoken the truth about his heart. He lost control and shouted, kill her, shut that bitch up. Right after that, they directly charged forward. She was almost surrounded on all sides but strangely, Leonora still didn't intend to counterattack, only saw that at this moment she gave a faint smile and then she moved her lips to summon power. Without any weapon, she could also take them down. They seemed to be frozen. He immediately fell down. Immediately, the guys approaching her fell down. One guy fell down nearby. He felt that he couldn't control his body, then said, I can't move. The guy snarled, impossible. The students standing there almost all knew how things had unfolded. Rina had realized it was Kanzaki. Leonora calmly approached the guy, who was struggling to resist. She spoke, please, don't compare my power to that thing. Leonora unleashed her power, sending the group flying into the air. She calmly stated, my power, scope, and dominion are superior in every aspect. At this moment, Rina stepped forward and asked, why did you save us? But she just smiled and replied, didn't I mention passing you all? Anyway, I would have been more satisfied if you all had solved this yourselves. Hearing this, Rina didn't think much and said, I see, I guess I should thank you. Leonora continued, no need to thank me, protecting subordinates is my duty. Just as she was about to leave, the guy lying on the ground begged, "Wait." He desperately pleaded, hoping she would forgive them, "Don't abandon us, what are you going to do to us?" Leonora didn't want to beat around the bush and just said, "I'm sorry, you're still alive," and a second later, she coldly ordered the students, "Then everyone, kill them all." Kaori exclaimed at the strangeness, even Yumi too," she said. Her body was moving on its own. And immediately, the students were all terrified by the sudden movement, they couldn't even hold their knives steady. At this moment, the sword in Kaori's hand, as if controlled by someone, flew straight towards the guy lying on the ground. She panicked, "Wait, stop." He saw this and begged, "Please don't." But how could she control it, even if she used all her strength? She couldn't control them. Kaori helplessly screamed, a silent scream, "No," and immediately after that, the sword plunged straight into his body. So much blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Kai and Rin witnessed everything. They were on the rooftop nearby. In front of him was the scene. Although Leonora did not directly intervene with the guy, she controlled the students to do it. He observed carefully and exclaimed, "So this is Tier 3 Dominion magic." Rin, beside him, agreed and said, "It's much stronger than my Dominion, isn't it? She can control many people at once, its power and scope are completely on a different level." Hearing this, Kai paused and looked directly at Leonora standing there. The thought appeared in his mind. "We need to have countermeasures for this ability." Everything came to a temporary end, and very quickly, it was evening. Darkness covered most of the scenery here. The students gathered in the common house. It had been 12 hours since the attack by the devil's cultists. Kai stood silently, observing most of everyone's gestures, and his gaze lingered on Rina. At this moment, Hashimoto went towards where Rina was standing and asked, "How is it? Is everyone all right?" Her face still couldn't hide her shock. Rina truthfully answered, "They're in a terrible state, everyone is really shocked." Hearing this, Hashimoto also agreed and said, "Yes." Narumi stood nearby, angrily saying, "I won't let her get away with it, controlling others and forcing them to kill, that's cruel." A second later, he turned to Rina and asked, "Were you controlled too, Reina? Are you okay?" Then she stammered, "I think I'm just feeling uncomfortable, I'm sure for the others this will be very difficult." Then she took all the blame, "This is my fault." Even Midu showed regret. He lowered his face, "I didn't make it in time." Seeing this, the other students comforted him, "Don't say that, you saved us." Midu in the red clothes agreed, "Yes, don't blame yourself." Rin herself was also regretting, "If we had come sooner." Hearing that, Kai immediately interrupted, "It wouldn't have made any difference, none of us are strong enough to fight Leonora." He thought, "Actually, we split into two groups after defeating the attackers with Midu, doing that could save as many classmates as possible. But in the end, we and Midu saved some groups of students, but we couldn't get there in time to save Nagase and the others." He carefully thought, "The devil's cult, I'm sure this isn't the last time we'll meet them, but witnessing their general Rainis being destroyed, perhaps they won't act for a while. Furthermore, there's something more important to pay attention to right now." Then, he turned and called Rin, "Kanzaki." And then he turned and walked away. Kai continued, "Can you come with me for a moment?" Rin didn't think much and quickly ran after him. She replied, "Okay." But suddenly, he led her into a room and locked the door. Rin was a little embarrassed, and turned to ask, "What are you going to do?" While Rin was very confused, standing there not knowing what to do, Kai turned around and answered, "To find a way to deal with Leonora's dominant magic, I want help from someone with similar power like her, like you." She shyly replied, "I understand, all right then." Then Rin asked, "So do you have any plans yet?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I have an idea." Then turned and said directly to her, "Kanzaki, first, dominate me." What's happening? It seemed her brain hadn't processed the information. She was dazed. A day after we defeated the devil cult, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate the summoning of the hero candidates. The streets everywhere were celebrating, blending into the lively atmosphere. This shows that after the hero candidates demonstrated their strength in the fight against the devil cult, they were welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. From all the streets, wherever they went, the people cheered. Only Erishur was very calm. He slowly observed the expressions of those around him. Amidst the excitement and bustle of everyone, Kai observed with great caution. In his head, a suspicious thought flashed. Could this be the scenario Leonora had already prepared for all of them? He looked at Leonora along with the bustling parade. Kai thought, if that's really the case, then she is more dangerous than I thought. The scene at this moment was wonderful. How could they seriously welcome the trainees who had excellently completed their assigned mission? Standing in front of the city gate were the soldiers under the command of Leonora, her knight, and her guard Gaius, and in front of them were 15 trainees standing in a row. Then Leonora smiled and said, it seems everyone is here, good, I want all of you to return to the Alpha Temple. Hearing this, Rin asked again, Alpha Temple, then Kai calmly explained, that's the name of the temple we were summoned to, I think it's a territory under Leonora's management. Then Midu wondered and asked Leonora, aren't you coming with us, Leonora-san? Hearing this, she replied affably, I have to deal with a few issues related to yesterday's events, I will leave you to Gaia's care. Rina spoke up, I guess we can go back, but the dorm we used to stay in was burned down, you know, her friend standing next to her replied with a laugh, yeah, it's so funny. But her eyes quickly looked in another direction. It seemed that Naomi and Kaori weren't doing well, C didn't say anything, her eyes were confused, while Naomi seemed to be in a lot of pain, she kept trembling. Seeing this, Rina stepped forward and asked, Naomi, are you okay? Suddenly Naomi was startled, she stammered, sorry, don't worry, I'm okay. Then Leonora, like a gust of wind, appeared from nowhere, approaching and smiling, asked, what's happening? Naomi jumped, her legs lost their balance and she couldn't stand up. Seeing this, Rina went to support her, worriedly calling out Naomi. Then she asked, are you okay? It seemed that no one was bothering Leonora anymore, so she said, if everything is okay here, I'll take my leave first. But Rina's face was filled with killing intent, shouting out to her. Leonora's steps, which were about to leave, faltered. At this moment, Rina was supporting Naomi, she whispered, stop, Rina, she continued, I'm really okay, I'm fine. After hearing Naomi, she happily smiled and turned away. Leonora walked towards the door and said, it's good to hear that, see you all next time. Then she glided past Midu, who watched her with an unpleasant expression. Kai was also very worried. But Erasure had a very excited look on his face. Right after that, Gaius immediately gave the order, all right, let's go. Very quickly, it was already dark. They set up camp together, then lit a fire and sat there warming themselves, almost everyone was enthusiastically chatting. At this moment, there were footsteps approaching. A group of people was moving deeper into the forest. While Kai was still sitting by the fire, he had noticed the actions of that group of people and whispered, it seems like they're going to do it right now. Rin, sitting next to her, asked, they wouldn't do that, would they? Kay immediately replied, Leonora isn't here, and there are only 30 guards currently, compared to our hero candidates, they are far weaker. Kai's eyes reflected the burning flames and his determination, he said coldly, that's precisely why this is the best opportunity to kill Gaius, in this situation, there's no reason for us to stop them, we'll watch the show. In the deep forest, the weather seemed very cold at the moment. Gaius was wearing a cloak and following Narumi, he asked him, is it really here? Then he continued, does the monster look like a dragon or something? The boy honestly answered and quickly walked on, I'm telling the truth. But it seemed things weren't going smoothly today, his eyes darted around, saying, how strange, I definitely saw it somewhere around here, but, seeing that, he calmly replied, this area lies along the road leading to the royal capital, it would be very dangerous if a real dragon lived here, we must report this immediately and gather a hunting team. After he finished speaking, Narumi suddenly screamed. So you found that thing? Quickly pointing in that direction, Narumi said loudly, do you think it's in that direction? At this moment, he increased his speed and ran, asking where it was. But then Erasure also approached and attacked Gaius from behind. Boom, it was a destructive explosion, the sound so loud that the space seemed filled with the red of fire and smoke. At this moment, Narumi quickly escaped thanks to the levitation technique, he sighed in relief, that was close, I almost got caught up in it. Gaius was hit and thrown far away. But he was injured, his clothes were torn, and blood flowed from his head, soaking his shoulders. Angrily, he shouted, you bastards. Erasure said, even my highest level firepower isn't enough to kill you, you're as persistent as a leech. The entire space seemed to tremble, yet his old life still couldn't be taken, which made him a bit annoyed and continued. But then he immediately retreated. He laughed and affirmed, destroying those long-lived bastards is my specialty, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Once again, he used all his strength to activate, his entire body was now filled with power. Maintaining the upper hand, Erasure approached and asked, you know we're the ones who lured you here, right? So, of course, we've set a trap for you. After hearing that, he was angry but couldn't do anything. Then he clenched his fist and asked, you need energy to defend yourself, right? But that attack still severely injured you, didn't it? Gaius chimed in sarcastically, I didn't expect you to use such a cheap tactic to ambush me, I underestimated you, Erasure. The old man's words in front of him made him very excited, thanks, he said, but I just want to kill you, so I don't care about those tactics. Then he stood up abruptly, gripping his weapon tightly. Erasure ordered with a determined face, "Charge, everyone, don't go easy on him, make sure he dies." But suddenly, he put his hand into his coat and said, "I guess there's no way to stop you kids." As soon as he finished speaking, Gaius immediately took something out. It was round like a marble, and flew straight up into the sky. Everyone was startled. Then, something emitted light. That thing in the sky was a signal flare. Everyone on this side didn't understand. What's going on? Midu wondered. Even Rin was stunned by this scene. Then the beam of light rained down, and Kai, standing below, looked at the fireworks in the sky at this moment. He said in disappointment, "Damn it, Erasure, you messed up." The signal flare kept shining in the sky. At this moment, on the ground, the soldiers quickly discovered someone pointing at the sky and said to their comrades, "Is that a distress signal?" This surprised them greatly, and they looked around to check if anyone was missing. After carefully checking around, he spoke. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Gaius-sama for a while." The other guy quickly replied, "Could he be under attack?" Without wasting too much time, the soldier ordered the other soldiers, "Let's quickly check that light source." That was also his last words. As soon as he finished speaking, he was dealt with on the spot by someone. That person was Kai. He executed it quickly. The others immediately became wary of Kai. At this moment, he approached a man, put a knife to his throat, making him uncomfortable, but the man didn't resist. Once again, Kai raised the sharp knife high and said, "It's not that I hate you, but you must die." Kai dealt with him similarly to the previous guy, then quickly turned and walked away. Seeing his comrades continuously being taken down, one guy couldn't help but yell, "Bastard." Then he swung his sword straight at him, but fortunately, Kai dodged. Taking advantage of his lack of defense, he used the knife to send him to heaven. Kai's eyes were cold. Then he retrieved the knife, and the man fell, while his comrades stood there in bewilderment. But the other guy didn't catch him. Instead he placed his sword horizontally and then pushed him with all his might. That guy hurriedly aimed his sword at Kai. But Kai quickly slashed him, causing the other guy pain. At this moment, he didn't just have one knife, but two, one in each hand. If any of the guys came at him, Kai would send them away. A frightened soldier asked, "Why would a hero candidate do this?" The next second, he approached and put the knife near the guy's neck and said, "Do you think you have time to ask questions?" The next second, only blood splattered everywhere. Elsewhere, the others were forming a circle to surround Gaius. Atsushi charged forward with his fist. Along with Kenta, with two swords in both hands, they charged. Thinking that Gaius couldn't handle it, he used one hand to block Atsushi's fist, and the other hand to use his sword to block Kenta, but they weren't just two people, and it was at this moment that Narumi summoned his power. A spear created from power immediately appeared. He shouted, "Wind spear," and sent it towards him. Akira thought to himself, granting power to his comrades, then he shouted to increase the power. The two lights, blue and red, joined forces and attacked Gaius together. His vision was also very good, very sensitive, so Gaius detected it in time. He successfully dodged them. Before he could recover, Chao joined the attack from behind, but once again he dodged. Not only that, but he also uttered, "Too slow." At this moment, he was a little stunned. Only Chao, with his hand equipped with steel armor, smiled triumphantly and said, "Useless," because Chao used the steel body guardian, causing the old man's sword to crack. He quickly retreated to increase the distance and said, "These damn guardian gods." Next, he widened his eyes to observe who the next attacker would be. And this time it was Erasure. He bent his arm and went straight towards him. A storm of wind and fire came at him. The old man could only use his broken sword to defend. He was increasingly losing strength, sliding backward and could only exclaim. His sword clattered to the ground. His whole body was covered in blood, and what's more, he had lost an arm, but he still wouldn't surrender. Erasure looked at this and exclaimed, "Old man, you sure are tough." At this moment, Narumi spoke up, "I just realized that light looks like a distress signal." He was trying to stall for time, but he said, "No, it's not necessary anymore." At this moment, Leonora appeared, smiling and saying, "You're cornered, aren't you, Gaius?" Everyone saw her, and everyone was surprised. The soldiers from earlier were tied up. Midu looked puzzled. "What are you doing, Kenzaki?" She had used her magic to force the soldiers to tie themselves up. When asked, she only answered, "I'm just following orders." Midu, confused, asked, "Orders?" Rina also wondered, saying, "I didn't expect that. Normally, you'd ignore what others say." At this point, Kai stepped forward to explain, "I'm sorry, Midu, he was just following my orders." Seeing Kai, Midu called out, "Shinjuku-kun." Rin spoke, "I've captured 7 of them, although a few escaped." Kai reassured, "Don't worry, I took care of the rest." Midu, even more bewildered, unconsciously uttered, took care of. Then he stepped forward and asked, Shinjuku-kun, wait a minute. Kai immediately admitted, yes, I killed them, I didn't leave any soldiers alive, except for the ones here. Hearing that, Rin said, you're still as ruthless as ever. Midu also added, and why did you do that? Kai explained, because I figured Erasure and his group were busy fighting Gaius, so I thought I'd take care of all of these guys. Midu finally realized, and he hung his head, saying, so that's why I didn't see Erasure and his group. Then Rina turned and asked, is this the rebellion plan they discussed before, are you serious? Kai didn't want to explain much, pointing forward and saying, what's the core of the question? Those tied-up soldiers over there have already given you the answer. Kai's actions had greatly disappointed Midu, and he said, are you really working with Erasure, Shinju? I thought you were my comrade. Kai, who had never liked arguing, simply denied, no, I just do what I want. Then Kai continued, and more importantly, Midu, don't you think it would be better if you went to find Erasure instead of bothering me? At this moment, Midu realized and said, damn, looks like there's no time for chit-chat. Midu rushed forward and said to everyone, let's go, we have to stop Erasure and his group. Leonora coldly spoke, looks like you lost, Gaius. Gaius, covered in blood, said disappointedly, what a shameful sight, I couldn't resist my age. Narumi, from above, looked down and asked worriedly, what do we do now, Erasure? Erasure frowned and answered coldly, there's no other choice, after all that's happened, you want me to tuck tail and run. Atsushi was confused, but Kenta fearfully spoke, she's the one controlling us, right? Leonora calmly replied, of course, there are also conditions that must be met, if you store a lot of energy to resist, it will be fine. She sneered, however, you all always rely on spirit guardians and are not used to controlling your own energy, so in a sense, you're just weaklings, that's why I can control everyone. Erasure smirked mockingly, you vile woman, I bet you can't win if we fight with all our might. When she heard that, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Leonora laughed lightly, her tone full of contempt, what a cheap provocation, alright, I'll deal with you alone, I'll break your fangs. Gaius shouted in panic, Leonora-sama, don't tell me you're going to use your power to enslave them, that's a bit too much. Leonora gently closed her eyes and smiled, Gaius, I'm a saint, aren't I? She turned to look at everyone, God loves me more than them. Immediately, Erasure roared and charged forward, come on. Gaius hastily retreated, ugh. Leonora raised her hand and chanted an incantation. And a giant tree immediately sprouted from the ground, launching Erasure into the air. He painfully let out a ugh. Before he could recover, she unleashed a wind attack. Erasure took the brunt of the attack. A violent whirlwind struck him, causing him to cough up blood in mid-air, he staggered and fell. Thankfully, Narumi rushed to catch him, shouting, Erasure. Atsushi panicked, yelling Arashi-san. Leonora continued to execute heavenly fire. A sea of flames erupted, incinerating Atsushi amidst his desperate cries. Immediately afterward, she executed heavenly water, creating a sphere of water. The water sphere enveloped Kenta, causing him to stammer in confusion, what? Gasping in panic, he cried out, I can't breathe, is anyone going to save me? His cries for help faded, until he became unconscious, only then did Leonora stop. Narumi, standing above, was stunned and blurted out, Leonora looked up. A cold smile formed on her lips, are you all done yet? From afar, a voice replied, no, not yet. Erasure shouted furiously, do you think you've won, you damn woman? Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out, wait, only to see Midu leading his friends running toward them. He looked up, and loudly intervened, don't fight anymore, Erasure, what are you getting out of this? Erasure frowned and snapped, Midu, if you want to stop me, use your power, I hate your pacifistic approach. Midu asked with a doubtful look, do you all think the same as him? Narumi replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, Shuji, but I can't trust these people. Midu, hearing that, lowered his head, a little disappointed, I understand. Rina, from behind, spoke up, I agree with Narumi. She added seriously, if you're going to do that, wouldn't it be better to have everyone participate? Mireille, hearing that, angrily criticized, Rina, it's wrong for you to use violence to solve the problem too. Midu stammered, I. Leonora squinted uncomfortably, in this situation, and you're still arguing. Her eyes shone with a cold yellow light, at this point, everyone is responsible for starting the rebellion, do you think I will forgive you just because someone steps up to stop it now? Several students became confused, their faces showing their worry. Rina's eyes coldly looked at Leonora. Midu gasped in astonishment, Shirori, standing beside Rune, trembled and stammered, no way. Leonora suddenly cast a spell, shouting, "Heavenly wind, blow them away." Narumi immediately counterattacked without hesitation, "I won't let you do that." He created a counter-whirlwind. The two forces of wind collided, making the earth and sky tremble. Everyone nearby quickly retreated, avoiding the wild wind that was erupting. Narumi began to weaken. Straining to shout, "It's pushing me down," immediately afterward. He was blown away, dragging the whole group into the chaotic wind. Shouts echoed everywhere. Midu gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his balance and shouted, "Damn it." Shirori fell hard to the ground, the others moaned, holding their heads, "It hurts." A student hit his back on a tree trunk, hugging his arm and moaning. Seeing his classmates all injured, Midu's expression was full of worry. Everyone. From behind, Erasure, covered in blood, came to reassure him, "Calm down, Midu, no one is dead," he shouted in a stern voice. "If you want to protect everyone, you must change yourself first. Everyone will die if you continue like this." Midu gritted his teeth and drew his sword. "Damn it, there's no other way." Just then, a voice rang out from behind, "Exactly." Rina, excited, concentrated a fireball in her hand, laughing and saying, "Even I can't keep calm." Mireille slowly continued, "Although I don't like doing this, but it seems this is the only choice." The students took turns stepping forward to confront Leonora and Gaius. On the other side, she laughed sarcastically, "Let me show you the difference between us." Not far away, Rin looked at Kai anxiously and asked, "What do we do now?" He stood silently under the tree, and after a long time spoke, "Once she uses magic to enslave them. I will act then. Until then, let's trust them." The two sides faced each other. The atmosphere was tense. From behind, Gaius spoke, "Leonora-sama." He stepped forward with his sword raised in front of her, saying, "I may not be strong enough, but I am still your knight." Leonora reached out her hand towards him, a pale blue light gently spreading, "I will help you heal your wounds." Healing magic enveloped Gaius. Wounds quickly healed. His arms and forehead also gradually recovered. He clenched the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed firmly on the opponent. Midu's group also immediately took a defensive stance. Narumi said in annoyance, "Damn it, we've been through all this just to eliminate him," but Rina reassured, "We're strong too, we can defeat them." Leonora smiled calmly and said, "You are free to try at any time. For me, this battle is also a test for you." She calmly continued, "But of course, if you can't defeat me, you can't become heroes." Midu suddenly charged forward, shouting, "Go ahead, everyone protect me." He swung his sword to attack Gaius, but he immediately raised his sword to defend. At that moment, Midu's sword pierced through the opponent's blade. Seeing the scene in front of him made Gaius's face incredulous. This sword felt wrong. He quickly jumped back. Gaius stared at him, thinking, "This kid can easily cut through my sword." Leonora then swung her hand to execute ice magic, mumbling, changing shape to become as sharp as a knife and piercing the target. The next second, ice shards appeared and rushed like rain towards Midu. Rina reacted quickly, shouting, "Fire melt." The flames erupted, quickly dispersing the ice shards. Leonora's face darkened with a bit of disappointment. "Is that all you can do?" As soon as she finished speaking, she threw out a series of other sharp ice. Midu raised his sword to defend, but an ice shard still grazed his face, leaving a long scratch. "Damn it," Narumi behind shouted. "Midu." Meyer used her strength to lift the rock off the ground and controlled it to fly up. She shouted loudly, "What do you think you're doing to our leader?" Narumi silently activated his wind control power. He unleashed a powerful wind slash, coordinating with Mireille's power. Both attacked simultaneously. With cold eyes, killing intent aimed directly at Leonora. The attack was about to hit, a transparent shield suddenly enveloped her. The impact bounced back, debris falling everywhere, rendering the powerful attack completely useless. Both froze, eyes wide open in disbelief. Leonora smiled gently, "I am protected and loved by God, so those divine skills won't affect me." From afar, Kai, hiding behind a tree, muttered, "Is that her holy skill?" Leonora Digaris, age 18, female, attack A, defense D, agility D, endurance E, stamina S, normal condition, skills, level 5 summoning, level 5 holy protection, all attribute skills level 4, sub-skills level 3. He lowered his head, silently analyzing, although her defense stat is relatively low, she didn't need to use it from the start. A physical attack could pierce her defenses, but Gaius will get in my way. Gaius raised his hand to block and asked, "You chose kicks instead of using the destructive explosion, are you tired?" Erasure scoffed, "It's just that I don't need to use it against you." Then Erasure shouted loudly, ordering Midu, "Midu, I'll handle him, you destroy that woman." Midu replied decisively, understood. But there was still some hesitation in his heart. If I don't use divine protection, this sword won't pierce her. He pointed his sword at Leonora, a bit hesitant. Just then, someone threw him a new sword and shouted, Medusan, use this. The person who threw it was Heike. He caught it and replied, thank you. Leonora looked at him with interest. I think there's something very interesting here. Midu, have you finally prepared to fight? Midu, with a determined gaze, said, I know there are people who believe in me, so I must defeat you, Leonora-san. As he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward. Leonora calmly threw darts towards him. He ran while dodging and hitting each one. Then swung his sword, slashing each one. Behind, Rina said anxiously, if divine protection doesn't work, we can't help him in this battle. Narumi nodded, because their distance is too close, we can't help Erasure either. Mireille grumbled, it's annoying, but we have no choice but to stand still and watch. We'll become a burden if we join the battle at this moment. Gaius on the other side continued to attack Erasure. He swung his sword, and Erasure immediately ducked to avoid it. He quickly lowered himself, throwing a punch straight at his face. Immediately after, he kicked his leg, delivering a powerful kick towards Gaius. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Not stopping, he shouted, take this, and threw another punch straight into his body, knocking Gaius away. Erasure coldly mocked, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so slow? The wound has healed, but it seems you still haven't recovered your strength. Gaius retorted, as for you, you've reached the point where you can no longer use divine protection. The battle between Midu and Leonora continued intensely. She summoned fireballs and threw them towards him. Midu dodged, but found himself only retreating. He thought, it's useless, if this continues, she'll crush me from that distance. He gritted his teeth, telling himself, there must be a way, let me defeat you, Leonora-san. The two stood facing each other in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. Leonora still maintained her fake smile, saying, just as I predicted, Midu, well, I'm quite sure not many people in this country can avoid my attacks like that. Midu didn't answer, his eyes turned cold, thinking to himself, no matter how hard I try to avoid her attacks, at that distance, it's just a one-sided battle. I have to find a way to defeat her from that distance, or find a way to get closer. He quickly glanced towards his teammates, his eyes gleaming with calculation because our divine protection doesn't work and everyone can't help me. Furthermore, long-range attacks are Leonora's strength. The aura around him surged violently. Midu, with a determined gaze, murmured to himself, I have no other choice but to approach her with force, even faster than before. Leonora was slightly taken aback. She had sensed a powerful aura from Midu. Without hesitation, Midu immediately charged forward, seeing him approach. She executes the power of the wind, raising her hand to summon wind spears. The whistling wind spears appear, rushing in like a storm. Midu dashes like lightning, ripping through the air in an instant. Leonora quickly puts her hand on the ground. She puts all her strength into shouting, sink. While dashing, Midu pauses, as if something is strongly pulling at his feet. He is startled and panicked, his face showing extreme confusion. She doesn't stop, continuing to execute fire magic. Moments later, a flame erupts in her hand. Leonora shoots the flame towards Midu. The flame engulfs him, burning him and causing him to writhe in pain. Rina shouts in a panic, Midu. Leonora sighs softly, silently assessing. Until this moment, he is trying to concentrate all the strength in his body, and now at the same time, he wants to use it to attack me. What a terrifying talent. Midu lies still, his body covered in blood. Leonora can't hide her satisfaction, saying quietly, however, until now, I'm still better than you. On the other side, Erasure is still facing Gaius. He is a little worried at this moment, thinking that he can't use the punch anymore. How can he defeat him? How can I defeat him? Gaius doesn't give him any more time, grabs his sword and rushes in, shouting, are you hesitating? I can tell by your face, you brat. Finishing his sentence, he swings his sword down, blood splattering. Erasure couldn't avoid it in time, getting hit and screaming in pain. He grits his teeth and looks at him, angrily thinking, how could I end up like this with an old man like him? Gaius points his sword at Arashi's shoulder, his voice sarcastic, well, you're just an amateur, aren't you? This is what happens when you can't use your guardian. Arashi's eyes gradually become empty, past memories flood back. This is not who he is. He clenches his fists, muttering to himself, I don't need the power of the explosion just to show him how strong I am. Erasure takes a deep breath and struggles to stand up slowly. Gaius is stunned, how are you still standing? He grits his teeth enduring the sword pressing into his flesh, his eyes blazing with rage. Gaius exclaims in terror, what the hell? Erasure clenches his fist and strikes. He throws a punch as if it were sent from the heavens, straight into his face. Gaius couldn't react in time. Being knocked away like a kite with a broken string. He falls hard to the ground, blood gushing out like a stream. Erasure walks over, his eyes cold, saying, "I win, you bastard," on the other side. Midou is still lying still on the ground, muttering, "It can't be like this." In his head, images of his friends keep appearing, urging him, "It can't be like this, I have to protect everyone." A surge of power suddenly arises, he stands up, his eyes shining brightly, muttering to himself, "My friends are suffering, I don't want to see them like that." Leonora raises an eyebrow, her voice laced with sarcasm, Oh, that's great, isn't it, you're still holding on." Midou clenches his sword tightly, his eyes sharp, "Come on." Leonora laughs contemptuously, "No matter how hard you try, you can't get close." Without another word, Midou rushes in like the wind. Leonora furrows her brows, realizing he is closing in. Midou without hesitation swings his sword to slash. Leonora manages to dodge, but is still cut on the arm. She cries out, "That." Looking down at the flowing blood, she grits her teeth, silently thinking, "Did I forget to be careful? No, that's not it." Before she could collect herself, Midou appears behind her. Leonora notices in time. Instantly turned around to execute a stone spell. Stone pillars shot up to block in front, impeding his attack. She quickly retreated, a slightly flustered look on her face. Thinking something was very different. Looking at him in front, she paused. "It's not that I didn't prepare." He closed the distance almost instantly. Although worried, she still smiled lightly and said suggestively, "So it's the earth-shrinking skill. When you receive the power of desire, it means that God also loves you." Midou, full of color, shouted, "I just wish I had a power that could help me protect everyone." With that, he rushed in, his sword pointing straight at her. Leonora still calmly replied coldly, "Even so, it's still not enough for you to touch me." Right after that, she executed a domination spell. The pressure pressed down hard, causing Midou to collapse, moaning, "I can't move." Leonora curled her lips, her voice ominous, "I didn't intend to use it, but you gave me no other choice." From afar, Kai saw the unstable situation. Then said, "The trump card has appeared." He solemnly ordered decisively, "Right now, Kanzaki, start going." Leonora calmly clasped her hands and watched Midou being surrounded by the magic circle she created. Leonora's face smiled, her cold voice rang out, "I never thought I would have to use the enslavement spell, just as predicted, Midou-san." At this time, Midou clenched his teeth tightly, lying and struggling. "Damn it!" From behind, Rina saw him being controlled and ran over. Shuji Mirai called out his name in worry, "Midou-kun." Suddenly Leonora spoke and ordered, "Everyone stop." A source of power enveloped everyone's bodies, making them stand still. Narumi turned to look with a worried expression, sweating profusely, "I can't move." Leonora stood watching the group of people who couldn't move. Then compliments, "You all did a good job, I will let you pass the subject," then said. Leonora turned and left. Looking at the man lying sprawled on the ground, Leonora spoke, "I never thought Gaius would lose, it's just that, even though he is a knight, he can still be replaced." Leonora smiled, happily saying, "As long as I can still control the hero candidates, there will be no problem at all." Everyone looked at Leonora, their eyes filled with anger. Narumi gritted her teeth, "It was a loss from the beginning, damn it." Midou opened his eyes wide, thinking, "If we don't have a way to deal with it, we can't do anything. Those around are all controlled by Leonora." She just clasped her hands and watched. "The reason I am allowed to summon the hero candidates is because at some point I can easily control you, if not you will become a threat to the Empire, won't you?" Suddenly from afar there were knives flying straight towards them. Seeing this, Leonora quickly summoned a wooden shield to support them, natural wood. The knives fell to the ground, covered in mud as the wood melted. Leonora closed her eyes, saying to the person in the distance, "I know you've been hiding all this time, you're the one who killed my cute slaves." "That's right, Leonora." The man walked over with murderous intent. Leonora called out, "Shinju-san." Shinju suddenly spoke. "I'm surprised, I didn't expect you to pay attention to someone as ordinary as me." Leonora calmly replied, "From the beginning, I saw you were very, although it's just a useless god-guardian ability, but you are always calm, that is not the quality of an amateur." Shinju listened to Leonora coldly. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed in you, I can't believe you would appear in an unwinnable battle like this." Suddenly, Shinju's eyes became sharp, resolute, "Whether this battle is won or not is up to me to decide." Hearing that, Leonora immediately laughed, "Then show me." Like others, a ray of light immediately enveloped Shinju. His face was full of astonishment, unable to move. Shinju looked at the magic being executed on him as if he understood something. "I understand." It covered from his hand. Then to Shinju's feet, "So this is the enslavement spell." Leonora raised her hand and executed with a smile. Now you understand, don't you? As long as I use this kind of spell, I will. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Leonora was in pain, her hand holding her shot shoulder. What? From afar, smoke from the gun was rising. So it's Shinju, he replied coldly. Looks like I missed, just as expected from the Saintess. Leonora was furious to see that Shinju was not controlled. How can you still move? It's clear that I've used the enslavement magic. Shinju pulled the trigger again. This time, the bullet went directly into Leonora's stomach. Leonora screamed in pain. Leonora looked at the gun in Shinju's hand, couldn't help but be curious. What kind of weapon is that? Leonora thought to herself. I can't defend against it. Shinju explained coldly. This is the tool that kills the most people in my world. I only have a few bullets left, so I really don't want to use them all. Leonora summoned a flame, thought to herself, calm down, I don't know why the magic isn't working, but this time Leonora shouted, heavenly fire. Shinju was caught off guard when he saw the fire rushing towards him and was stunned. The burning flames were rushing towards Shinju, he could only cover his face. Burn my enemies. Leonora smiled triumphantly, you're off guard, Shinju-sama. Suddenly Leonora was surprised. Leonora realized that there was no one in the flames. Only his cloak was burning. Suddenly, a sound came from behind Leonora. At this moment Shinju had ambushed Leonora from behind. He pointed the gun directly at Leonora's head. Don't move. He gently pointed out the weakness. Just by observing her battle with Midu, I knew she wasn't suited for close combat. Her trump card, the enslavement magic, doesn't work on me. Leonora looked dissatisfied. Why, my magic is unstoppable. Shinju said with a smile, I thought so too. I don't understand why it doesn't work on me. Then he thought to himself, in reality, this was a risky move, betting whether it would work or not. In the end, I won this bet. Shinju then remembered him calling the name of a person Kenzaki. Shinju pointed at himself, suggesting, face pleading, first of all, dominate me. The girl named Kenzaki, terrified, backed into the door, looking at Shinju. Zaki's face was so panicked that it turned red. She shouted. Kenzaki turned her face away in embarrassment, sweating profusely. Actually, that's not my preference, Shinju asked, confused. What are you talking about? Shinju told Kenzaki that he had discovered something. Lately I've spent time researching magic. I still haven't found any information about enslavement magic, but in return, I've found something important. Shinju elaborated on the skill. The skill used first will be prioritized over the skill used later. Kenzaki couldn't help but panic. Could it be that if I use the domination magic on you, it will neutralize the enslavement magic? Shinju calmly replied, that possibility could happen. Furthermore, the divine protection ability is still much stronger than magic. Kenzaki put her hand on her chin, worriedly asked, is that right? But my skill is much weaker than her enslavement magic. Shinju calmly said, if we're talking technically, it's all decided by the level. Shinju looked at the data he had and thought to himself, name, Kenzaki Rin, age, 17, gender, female, attack, C, defense, D, agility, D, strength, E, magic, B, status, normal, skill, divine protection domination level 1, use Kenzaki's level 1 domination to counter Leonora's level 3 enslavement magic, name, Leonora Digaris, age, 18, gender female, attack, A, defense, D, agility, D, strength, E, magic, S, status, normal, skills, summoning magic level 5, divine protection holy level 5, all magic. Attributes level 4, enslavement magic level 3. Kenzaki thought deeply after listening. Even so, if I use my skill first, I could still lose control of my master. Shinju raised his hand to explain, the possibility of that is very low. Shinju remembered the time facing Steady. Steady laughed loudly and said, it's useless. Shinju spoke up, Steady's domination magic was superior to his. Steady smiled mischievously and ordered, wake up, my demons. Shinju continued, at that moment, I thought the demons would obey his commands, but I was wrong. At that moment Kenzaki's face was terrified and stammered. Why? Shinju's eyes were cold and explained, simply put, his magic was used before you used your skill. Shinju pointed out how to neutralize Leonora's magic, to counter Leonora's enslavement magic, the same principle might work. Back in reality, Shinju with a determined look, it's really a gamble, Shinju thought to himself, first of all, in a dominated state, how far can I move? Really? Leonora wondered suspiciously, don't tell me Kenzaki-sama has. Shinju pressed the gun to Leonora's head, so you finally realized it, huh? Shinju looked at her coldly, you're right, I'm currently under Kenzaki's domination. Leonora was furious to hear that, gritted her teeth, your tricks are so lowly. Then he looked at her and declared, it's over, Saintess Leonora. Shinju raised his hand and pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand. Leonora was shot in the stomach, immediately fell to her knees on the ground, and cried out in pain. Leonora turned around with an uncomfortable expression. The handcuffs thought, my abilities are being blocked by these handcuffs, since when were Leonora's hands held by the iron handcuffs? Shinju explained, I borrowed it from the devil's followers. Then he remembered a girl's words, no, these handcuffs are preventing me from using my abilities, but now I'm back to normal, calm expression. Shinju's eyes showed no fear, it seems they also block your skills. Leonora looked at him with half an eye, it exuded extreme danger, what are you going to do with me? Then Shinju waved his hand, his voice was cold, let's see, I'll release you if you send us back to our world. Leonora shook her head in refusal, I am sorry, that is impossible, I can only summon you to return to the old world, which requires a different skill. Shinju's face became pensive, he thought she didn't seem to be lying, and her records didn't mention any skills either. Shinju turned to question, then why did you say we could return after defeating the Demon King? Leonora recalled the chaotic scene back then, summoning people from another world required a lot of energy, I begged the Lord to help me successfully summon you. Everyone was unsealed at this time, they were surprised to hear Leonora's explanation, you were summoned here according to the Lord's will, and after completing the mission, it is very likely that you will return to where you belong. Shinju asked suspiciously, we can return, are you sure that is possible? Leonora immediately retorted, yes, I have summoned many hero candidates before you, but no one could get close to the Demon King. Shinju's face was full of surprise, he frowned, I have never heard you mention them, what happened to the previous hero candidates? Everyone broke out in a sweat, Leonora replied, most of them were killed by the Demon King's army, a few survived and went somewhere, but I don't know where they are hiding. Shinju closed his eyes, he seemed to understand everything, hearing these words, who wouldn't lose motivation, that's why she didn't say anything until now. Leonora frowned, so you want to stay here forever, sooner or later, the Demon King's army will attack and you will have to fight against them. Shinju's eyes were cold, so we have no other choice. Leonora seemed to seize the opportunity to be released, right, if you want to win this battle, you need the kingdom's help, right, I will let this go, let me go. Shinju held the knife, intending to throw it at Leonora, I understand, die, suddenly Midu came from somewhere. He put his hand on him to stop him, wait. Shinju turned to look at Midu questioningly, why are you stopping me, Midu, I thought you had thought it through, but you still cling to your naive ideals. Midu's face showed certainty, his eyes were firm, I agree to follow because I believe she knows how to help us return, now that is impossible, but I still want to keep the title of hero candidate. Shinju's face was expressionless, he still held the knife tightly in his hand, we have started a rebellion, have you forgotten? Shinju realized Midu was right, his hand holding the knife, about to throw it at Leonora, suddenly stopped. Leonora's face was pitiful, she immediately begged, I admit I was a bit excessive, let's pretend nothing happened. Shinju looked at Midu's hand on his shoulder, and thought, that sounds reasonable, but he reminded her that she was very dangerous, it wouldn't be easy to catch her a second time. Shinju's eyes glanced slightly towards Kanzaki, and thought, she just needs to kill Kanzaki, most likely after being released, she will attack Kanzaki. Midu spoke to persuade, if we kill her, we will be accused of killing the saint, just make her promise to treat us better and let her go. Mireille also agreed with Midu's opinion, I agree, not all of us are warriors, moreover, if we become criminals, how can we defeat the Demon King? Rina's eyes avoided, speaking up, I also agree, wouldn't it be better to find a way to make her keep her promise? Narumi's face was a little scared, no, I agree with Shinju, we cannot trust her, we have gone this far, it's better to get rid of her. Midu turned to immediately object, his eyes full of determination, actually I think so too, but we will have no way back if we kill her here. Shinju coldly glanced at Midu, thinking, Midu's worry is understandable, the safety of the entire class is important to him, I am confident I can survive, but I cannot make a reckless decision. Suddenly he frowned, alone. A gunshot rang out, blood splattered, Shinju had pulled the trigger. The gun barrel was aimed at Leonora's head, the bullet was right in Leonora's brain, she only had time to cry out. Midu witnessed the scene in front of him, shouted, what? Leonora's head was covered in blood, she fell to the ground, she took her last breaths. Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned, Midu was angry. He shouted your name, Shinju. A smoke bomb was thrown. Shinju stood in the dense smoke, seeing you again, Midu. Midu covered his face with his hands to avoid the power of the smoke when it disappeared. When it dissipated, all that remained was a pile of white smoke, Midu stood there looking bewildered. Then he knelt down in anger, damn it, why? Mireille walked to Midu, clenching Kai's bitter hand, he killed her before we decided, unforgivable. Rina's eyes flashed with resentment, he always only thought of himself. Narumi frowned, stunned. Shinju, you really. Kanzaki walked to Leonora's corpse. Her eyes were a little scared. Kanzaki couldn't believe his eyes, he was frightened in his heart, couldn't believe he had killed her. Everything happened exactly as he said, she remembered before going out to fight. Shinju called Kanzaki. Then Kanzaki turned and wondered, and then Shinju spoke, I will tell you what will happen next. Kanzaki looked at the crowd and continued to explain, our main purpose was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to return to the real world. His voice was cold, if we find out she can't do it, we'll kill her. Kanzaki's eyes flashed with fear, okay, I understand. Shinju looked at Midu, who was fighting hard, his voice filled with bitterness. However, if he knew we had no way to return to our world, Midu would still protect her. Shinju's eyes were cold, his voice was cold. At that moment, I'll kill her and run away. Kanzaki was doubtful after hearing the plan. She opened her eyes wide, just you alone will take the blame for killing her. Shinju immediately explained, that's why I let some soldiers escape, so they could spread the word that I was the mastermind. If they consider me the culprit, it won't be a problem for you to return. Kanzaki was a little worried, asking if everything would go smoothly. Shinju turned, his face full of confidence, that's when your power will be useful. If anything happens, use your dominance to negotiate with the kingdom. Kanzaki wondered, what about you? Shinju reassured, I can handle it myself, don't worry. Back in reality, Kanzaki couldn't help but worry. She looked up at the sky and whispered, Shinju. The moonlight and the night sky were red tonight. It cast its shadow on the castle, making it look eerie. It was strangely terrifying. In the palace, a man gave a devilish smile, hero candidates, the wanderers from another world are blessed by the Lord. On the red carpet, a man respectfully replied, yes, we have tried many times to eliminate them, but failed. The man sitting on the chair reassured, don't worry, what we can do in enemy territory is still limited, let's leave them alone, sooner or later they will appear. He gave a devilish smile, let's leave them alone, sooner or later they will appear, but things are getting more and more interesting. In the forest, where the sunlight shines down, Shinju is walking. He walked step by step through one road to another. Shinju scooped up a mouthful of spring water to drink. Then he looked up and thought to himself, 2 days have passed since that event, according to the map, I'm very close to a city. Shinju looked towards the distant mountain, pondering whether he should climb to a higher position. Then Shinju quickly conquered the mountain, he stood on the summit and looked down. Shinju saw a small city surrounded by walls, found it will probably take half a day to walk there. In the evening, when the moonlight shines down on the city, creating a peaceful scene, Shinju walked in the grass, thinking it's late, it should be fine. He looked at the city gate in front of him, thinking that a criminal who killed a saint cannot enter the city through the main gate. In the dark, an anchor was hooked onto the wall. Shinju held onto the rope to get over because he didn't know how he would be treated. He landed easily, his footsteps were weaving through the city. Shinju looked around, thinking okay, first I have to make money. As he walked, Shinju was tossing the money bag in his hand, thinking that the money he got from the soldiers he killed was not enough. Suddenly, Shinju's eyes were drawn to a place where a sound was coming from. Shinju looked at the sign, thinking, a pub, a good place to make money. Inside the pub, people were gathering, laughing and talking happily. Seeing a customer enter, the owner asked, hello, what would you like to order? It was Shinju. He walked into the pub, his eyes were a little cautious and he put his things on the chair. Sitting at the table, Shinju bowed his head and ordered, a beer and some food. The man sitting next to him saw that he was unfamiliar and asked, I've never seen you before, are you a traveler? Shinju immediately made up a reason, yes, I was forced to leave my homeland, I'm looking for a job. The man was moved when he heard Shinju's situation, and he cried, are you escaping from the invasion of the Demon Lord's army? I'm so sorry. He glanced at the man, thinking, misunderstanding is also good. Shinju took the opportunity to ask the man, do you know of any jobs around here that don't require identification? The owner brought out the beer and replied, in that case, I think you should become an adventurer, here's your beer. Shinju took the beer and exclaimed, an adventurer, what kind of work will an adventurer do? The owner happily described the job, you can take any job that is available from the guild, usually it will be conquering demonic beasts. The drunk man immediately chimed in, hey owner, if he lacks skills, he will be killed immediately, you know. I could tell just by looking that this guy wasn't inexperienced. Then he turned to Shinju and said, are you sure? Well, he is alone. He took a sip of beer and said, if it's a demonic beast, I can handle it. Suddenly, Shinju looked at the owner and asked, so, how do I become an adventurer? The owner stirred the soup and said, it's simple, you just need to go to the guild in the middle of the city center and register. They're in desperate need of new adventurers, so they won't ask for your identity. Shinju teased lightly, you know a lot, boss. Then the owner happily explained, I used to be an adventurer myself, but I got a knee injury and decided to retire. He brought the food out and placed it on the table. Here's your food. The next morning, when the sun had reached its peak, the sunlight shone into the window. Shinju sat on the bed with a sleepy voice, it's morning already. He started changing clothes, and after changing, Shinju went downstairs and spoke to the receptionist, thank you for letting me stay at this inn on such short notice, I'll probably be staying here a bit longer. The girl smiled brightly, thank you for your patronage. Shinju walked out of the inn, thinking to himself, after seeing my face, she didn't react at all. He then reassured himself, anyway, there are no image recording devices in this world. I don't need to be overly cautious either. A moment later, Shinju arrived in front of a place with a shield symbol. He looked up and wondered, is this the guild for adventurers? Shinju swung the door open and stepped inside. People in the guild were talking and laughing cheerfully. Some people were studying the quest maps. Shinju looked at a place with a girl in a blue dress and thought to himself, I think that's the receptionist. Shinju didn't hesitate and went to the receptionist. I want to register as an adventurer. The receptionist replied, yes, you need to pay 1 silver coin to register, is that okay? He immediately placed a coin on the table, I understand. The receptionist began to ask for Shinju's information, please let us know your name, age, and origin. He thought to himself that he couldn't use his real name. Shinju then made up another name. Siren, 17 years old, the Demon Lord's army invaded my homeland and I drifted to this place. The receptionist smiled, I understand, we'll register you with that information. Shinju thought in surprise, unbelievable, the alias I used in the real world is being used here. He replied, yes, thank you. Then the receptionist stamped a red seal and explained, with this, you have completed the registration process. The receptionist pointed up, and the girl happily presented everything bit by bit. Furthermore, I want to explain to you about the system used by the guild. The receptionist continued to explain, based on their achievements, adventurers are divided from rank A to F, A, senior adventurers, B, leaders of the guild branches, C, excellent adventurers, D, general adventurers, E, official adventurers, F, apprentice adventurers, and those new to the profession. Of course, the higher the rank, the more valuable the rewards. In addition, senior adventurers can also receive difficult missions. Shinju listened to everything, and the receptionist continued, because Siren-sama is still new, you will be registered as a rank F adventurer, you can level up by completing missions. Then she gestured towards the information board in the corner of the room, all the missions are posted on the information board there, I recommend you choose a rank F mission as your first mission. Shinju looked in the direction of her hand, I understand. He went to the information board to find a mission. Shinju looked at the mission in front of him and thought to himself, rank F mission is to collect herbs and eliminate goblins. He took the mission in surprise, goblins, I've never seen this type of demonic beast before, I'll probably take this one. Suddenly a voice rang out, hey, 3 men came from somewhere, their faces full of contempt, I've never seen your face before, kid, you're going to take on some goblins, I advise you to stop, that's impossible for a kid like you. Shinju looked at the people in front of him, grinding his teeth in anger, who are these idiots? Kai stood watching those young men. His face clearly showing discomfort, thank you for the warning, could you please leave me alone? Feeling insulted, the young men looked annoyed and shouted, thank you for the warning, you're too arrogant, kid. Everyone around seemed to be too familiar with this, they kept whispering, those guys are at it again, picking a fight with a newbie, they never learn. The one-eyed young man shouted, kid, you need to be taught a lesson. He raised his hand, intending to strike. Hey, immediately, Kai grabbed his hand and held it tightly. The one-eyed man's eyes widened in surprise. Kai's gaze was full of murderous intent. He yelled, you bastard, let me go. Kai still held the one-eyed man's arm. This made him panic and cry for help from his comrades, what's wrong with this guy, teach him a lesson. The other two immediately jumped up to attack from 2 sides, alright. Kai seemed quite indifferent to the opponent's attacks, his eyes didn't waver at all. Without knowing when, the 3 thugs had been defeated and were lying on the ground, while Kai left with a piece of paper, to the astonishment of everyone. As he walked, he thought. So this is the ability of an intermediate-level adventurer, compared to hero candidates, they're surprisingly weak. Stepping out of the bar, Kai muttered to himself, alright, let's quickly complete this mission. In a moment, Kai was already in the forest. He moved quickly between the trees. Observing his surroundings, Kai speculated, based on the information of this mission, that the demonic goblins were lurking around here. he noticed on the ground. There were animal footprints, these footprints were still fresh. The footprints led straight into the bushes. They were going in this direction, it seemed to be animal footprints. Kai followed the footprints into the bushes. His intuition told him that something was here and it wasn't alone. He could feel the presence of demonic beasts around, they were hiding very well. Were they demonic goblins? A large dog-like creature appeared right behind Kai, its eyes were empty and drooling, in its hand was a large sword covered in blood. It lunged to attack Kai, luckily he was able to sense it in time and dodge the attack. Looking at the sword in the monster's hand, he guessed that the sword had been stolen from humans. Another monster appeared and attacked Kai, he nimbly dodged the attacks, then conveniently grabbed a handful of dirt, he threw it in the face of the monster to distract it. The monster with the sword was about to attack from behind. He immediately kicked it in the face, causing it to fall to the ground. Taking the sword from the monster, Kai didn't hesitate to finish it off. The one behind saw this and froze. Not wanting to waste time, Kai threw 2 knives at it. The mythical beast howled in pain, both were handled neatly, the appraisal ability was immediately activated. Good, appraisal ability. Information of the 2 mythical beasts immediately appeared, name, demonic goblin, age, 22, gender, male, attack, defense, not very agile, D strength, D magic, status, dead, skill, evasion level 1, I think this type of demonic beast isn't harmful to me, I think I can hunt more and earn a little more money. After a while of hunting, Kai stood in front of the trading counter, on the table was a pile of monster ears. He had hunted, Kai said. These ears are proof that I defeated them, is that enough? The staff member looked incredibly surprised, yes, but how many were there, did you really do this alone? He casually replied, that's right, hunting them is easy, but finding them took me quite a while. It seems Kai only has difficulty finding the monsters, even though he has enough skills to fight them, his exploration skills are still limited, being an adventurer is quite complicated, isn't it? The crowd around was constantly chatting, did he hunt the demonic goblins so easily, could he be a C-rank adventurer from somewhere else, it said he's still a newbie. The staff member hurriedly excused herself, I understand, I must prepare the reward, please wait a moment. Under the sky, Kai continuously tossed the money bag up. He seemed quite satisfied with this money. How much money can I make just by killing weak demonic beasts from now on? The important thing is to ensure living expenses. I will stay in this city for a while and earn money as an adventurer. Kai put the money bag away, and thought to himself, if I build good relationships in the guild, gathering information will be easier. Suddenly he paused, A large man blocked Kai's path. He looked at him cautiously, asking, what's your problem with me? Kai could see that he looked much stronger than the guys in the guild. The man introduced himself, I am Light, a B-rank adventurer, let me tell you, I'm the one in charge of managing the guild branch in this city. Kai uttered a sentence to show his lack of interest when the man cracked his knuckles, looking fierce, saying, you are Siren, aren't you? Today you caused my subordinates to be miserable, didn't you? Kai calmly replied, they started it first. The man named Light pointed at his face and shouted, don't lie, I heard an unknown newbie appeared and beat up my subordinates. Kai just calmly replied, I understand. The man angrily rushed forward, shouting, I won't hesitate anymore, I will teach you a lesson. He swung his fist towards Kai. He gently dodged the attack from the man. This guy swung his arms wildly, but none of his attacks landed. None landed at all, Light shouted, not yet, then he swung his leg and kicked. Kai gently swept his leg, the man lost his balance and then fell to the ground. Kai calmly pointed out each flaw in the man's attack method, your speed is also fast, but not very refined, your movements are too big, revealing many weaknesses. Light didn't give up and jumped to attack, what did you say? Kai grabbed the man's arm. He gently twisted the man's arm behind his back and then pressed him to the ground. His face was calm with a hint of surprise, it seems he's not used to fighting humans, anyway, the adventurer's main task is to conquer demonic beasts, isn't it? Light gritted his teeth, you bastard, with your strength, why did you even touch my subordinates? Kai immediately clarified, I said it before, it was just a misunderstanding, I'll explain it again from the beginning. The two then went to a restaurant. After listening to Kai explain everything, Light exclaimed in shock, I'm sorry, it's my fault. The man's actions drew the attention of everyone around. Light glanced at his subordinates with a warning look. These subordinates deceived me, it's my fault for not suspecting them anyway. The 3 thugs earlier were taught a lesson, kneeling down to repent. Light shouted and ordered them, apologize to him right away. The whole group trembled in unison, we're sorry, sir, the man shouted, not to me. apologized to Siren, understand, causing the whole group to panic and turn to kneel at Kai's feet. Yes, we are truly sorry. He didn't pay attention either and immediately got down to business. The misunderstanding was resolved, so I don't care. Other than that, I have a few things to ask. Light with a very happy expression said, forgive my rudeness, if you have any questions, I am very willing to answer them. Kai picked up the cup, and slowly said, you know, I'm a traveler. He did not hesitate to reveal his situation. The reason I registered as an adventurer is because I want to earn some money so I can travel easily, but I have another reason. Light was eating while wondering, you have such a formidable power, we don't know what difficulties you are currently facing, can you tell us what you want? Kai took a sip of water, he said. I am looking for a way to travel to another world. Light and his companion shouted in unison, traveling to another world. The other two turned to each other with a skeptical look, wondering if that was possible, but the hero candidates also came from other worlds, right? Kai continued, you are right, I am talking about how hero candidates travel back to the real world. Light stroked his chin thoughtfully, if so, it must involve magic, right? Well, we don't know much about magic. I know it's not easy to get this information, I'm hoping everyone has some clues. Light scratched his head and said that there was only one person with knowledge of it, Sage Albana is probably the right person, isn't he? Kai's eyes lit up with hope, Sage. Light said, don't you know that there's an elf who has helped this country with his valuable advice? Now he remembered, wait a minute, I think I've heard this name somewhere. So that's true, a dead elf sage, that's what I read in the book. Kai thought, there are rumors that elves live deep in the forest, only a few elves have survived and their stories are considered legends, they rarely leave their forest and go out into the outside world. Among those who leave there and go out into the outside world, there is one called Sage. Light did not hesitate to share the information he knew. I heard that he has lived for more than 100 years, furthermore, he is very wise and has extensive knowledge, he is said to be a famous sorcerer and truly knowledgeable about spells. Kai sat with a contemplative look, spells, elves are known to maintain a close relationship with spirits to receive help with magic, even if there's no way for us to return to the old world. He had a thought, but if there were spells, it would be entirely possible. The one-eyed young man suddenly stood up and asked, but is Sage still alive? I've never heard any rumors about Sage, furthermore, it seems like no one has ever seen him. Light burst out laughing, I don't know either. Light expressed his regret to Kai. Sorry for not being able to give you any useful information, he quickly replied, no, that information is very helpful. Kai drained his cup and said, for me, that's enough. Finished, he got up and asked to leave, it's late, I have to go back to the inn. Suddenly Light called him back, hey, before you go, can I ask you a question? He wondered, what are you going to do after knowing how to travel to another world? Kai smiled and replied, that, I'll let you imagine. Then he turned and left, leaving the four people with blank faces. A few days later. In a morning, the female employee brought Kai a pile of silver, saying, yes, this is the reward for this mission. And didn't forget to say thank you for working hard. Kai thought to himself, a week has passed, during that time I also saved a sum of money. Light and the one-eyed young man ran over to invite, Siren, have you finished the mission, let's go drinking. Kai immediately refused, I'm sorry, but not today. Light looked at him and sighed, what a boring boy, see you after Siren. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, Kai was walking and thinking, he had gathered some information about Sage, looking at the map in his hand. Kai learned some information about the current location of the Sage, his name is Albana Carrot, about a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but he has now retired and lives around the western border, that is where this country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. He seemed to have oriented his next step, his eyes were full of determination, I no longer have any reason to stay in this city, let's try to meet this so-called Sage. At the Holy Temple City. Alpha, in a room, 4 people are sitting and discussing with each other. A person with purple hair said, ahem, so it's been a month since I've been responsible for taking care of the hero candidates, replacing the deceased saintess, this person's name is Heinrich, a holy knight of the 8th Knight Legion. Midu replied, nothing special either, because Heinrich-san has done a very good job. Henrik smiled radiantly, hearing those words makes me very happy, in any case, you are invaluable assets of this country, I am just showing respect for you. Mireille replied, thanking him for his concern, she thought he was very different from Leonora but also very suspicious. Henrik turned back to the issue of sending people to the front lines, now let's talk about the main issue, you see, yesterday's meeting decided that the hero candidates would be mobilized. The atmosphere became more tense, Midu spoke up, so finally it has been decided, right, so can I understand that you want to send us to the front lines? Heinrich's eyes sank, that's right. He pointed at the map and said, first of all, there is still war on the western border. You will be deployed to a fortress on this front line, the kingdom of Veldora, the holy kingdom of Diagrest. Midu didn't intend to resist the order, but he had a condition. I understand, but Heinrich-san, as you promised. Heinrich immediately nodded in agreement with him. You mean to protect your friends who aren't strong enough to fight, right? I will keep my promise. Midu gave a weak smile. Thank you very much. Heinrich also had a condition, however. During this time, we will also give them some work. After all, you have to work to eat. Midu's face clearly showed worry when thinking about his friends. He replied, yes, I think that will be good for them. Mireille asked, when do we depart? Heinrich winked. It's quite urgent, so we might depart tomorrow morning. Please relay the information to everyone so they can prepare. After the meeting, Midu and Meyer walked together. Meyer said happily, I'm glad they accepted our request. Midu also sighed with relief. You're right, at first I was afraid my requests were a bit excessive. Mireille affirmed with certainty, I'm pretty sure they don't have enough confidence to control us without Leonora. That's why they're being humble. Yes, because Leonora-san was killed, they will definitely be wary. She sighed, I don't know where he is now. Midu recalled the past. After Leonora was killed and Shinju left, everyone at that time was extremely shocked. The Saintess was killed. The Pope was extremely shocked at that time. Who could have killed the Saintess? Rina firmly asserted that the culprit was Shinju Kai. He was one of the hero candidates. Everyone couldn't believe it. What? No way. The Pope, with a worried expression, asked, where is he now? Rina, her expression extremely displeased, said, he ran away. He's a traitor, so he ran very fast. The guards murmured, if this is true, we must send people to investigate as soon as possible, or we need to confirm whether the Saintess is really dead or not. The Pope said with suspicion, ran away, it seems this story is very beneficial for you guys. Erasher angrily cursed, what did you just say, you old man? He implied, I don't want to deny your story, but there's also a possibility that you are all working together to kill Leonora. Midu's mood at that time was terrible. A soldier quickly explained, that's not it, Your Excellency the Bishop, I was there and witnessed everything. He pointed at the hero candidates and said, the hero candidates standing here tried very hard to protect the Saintess, but they were suppressed by Shinju and as a result, the Saintess was killed. Another soldier also stood up to confirm, he's right, I've seen everything too, me too. Seeing so many witnesses, the Pope was a little surprised. How? Then, he was forced to change his mind. If her knights said so, then I will believe them, but that person named Shinju, is he very strong? Midu unhesitatingly said that he was very strong. He had been hiding his abilities all this time. Things seemed to be going in the right direction. The Pope suggested going into his room to talk. I understand, let's talk about this in more detail in my room. One of you come with me. Yes. In a corner, Rin was secretly using her power. It seems her domination magic is working. Midu looked towards her position, his eyes as if saying, thank you Kanzaki-san, somehow, we got through this. It seemed that all the hero candidates were hiding something. Midu just stood there in a daze. Suddenly Mireille asked, are you still worried about Shinju? It's useless to worry about him. Midu gave a weak smile, you're right. Then, the two of them walked silently. Midu thought to himself, Shinju sacrificed himself for me, even though I decided to protect everyone. He clenched his fists, silently. Following Mireille, in the room. Midu stood in front of everyone to announce, they have decided to mobilize us to the front lines. All those capable of fighting should prepare and leave this place tomorrow morning. The candidates who received the notification were extremely worried. The real battle has finally arrived. I'm so worried, just as I thought, I'm scared to death. Rina feigned indifference, what the hell, it's a bit late to be scared now, you two have decided to join the fighting group, haven't you? The two youths were embarrassed, even if you say so. Shirori asked anxiously, they won't push us to the front lines alone, will they? Midu came forward to explain, along with the Legion of the 8th Knight and Captain Heinrich, we are assigned to be under their command. Rin suddenly asked him, Midu-kun, is there any news about Shinju-kun? Midu shook his head dejectedly, they're offering a reward for whoever catches him and have mobilized a lot of forces to hunt him down. I still don't have any news at the moment. Rin's eyes showed disappointment, I understand. He was a little worried when he saw Rin's sad look and called her back. Kanzaki, on the contrary. Rina was very angry, she said, I don't care if he betrayed us or not. The flames in her hand were burning brightly. If I find him, I will burn him to pieces. Rin sadly looked out the window, always thinking in her heart, Shinju, you should have let me follow. At this time, in the deep forest, there was a group of people riding horses. The soldiers riding horses were all wearing white royal uniforms. No one said a word to anyone on the way. They went in a straight line and kept going. Meanwhile, Erasure still wore a displeased face. At this time, Kaori was exhausted from the long journey. I'm so tired, can we rest for a bit? Hearing this, Hashimoto immediately said, we just had lunch, it seems we have to walk until dark. Chow also began to complain, what have we done in the past 2 days besides walking? I'm starting to get a little bored, hopefully something interesting will happen. However, at this moment, a hand went up and a voice said, stop. Everyone immediately obeyed the order. Chow stood ready to fight and turned to ask Arashizan if something was wrong. He paused for a long time. Then he began to notice the grass along the roadside and said, I can feel the presence of the mythical beast behind the bushes. Hearing this, everyone was extremely panicked. While everyone was worried, the cavalryman ran up to him and snarled, hey, why did you suddenly stop? Hearing this, Midu quickly replied, sorry, but I felt a mythical beast was present nearby. The cavalryman didn't feel anything, he looked around and said, where, I don't see anything, and then he shouted, even so, you didn't follow our orders, without our orders, you're not allowed to do anything. Seeing the other guy's loud voice, Erasure was furious and asked, what did you just say? Then, a second later, he quickly grabbed the cavalryman's neck and lifted him up. He lifted him higher and higher, the guy was struggling to breathe so he could only stammer one word at a time, you're. Seeing the tense situation, Midu immediately advised Erasure, stop, Erasure. But Erasure was very stubborn, he wouldn't let go and said, why should I obey the orders of this trash? However, at this moment, there was a very big movement. Erasure glanced and cursed, damn it. At this moment, he let go of the cavalryman. The cavalryman hit the ground, then tried to catch his breath. The scene at this moment was exactly as Erasure had predicted. They would be unexpectedly attacked by a mythical beast. If they stubbornly continued, they were large rabbits with long claws. The soldiers quickly recognized them and shouted, it's razor hairs, they're here, everyone get ready to fight. Immediately the rabbits rushed up to attack the group. One of them, at this moment, kicked its claws and flew up high. It approached a soldier and opened its mouth, growling. Its claws had now touched the soldier's sword. It quickly knocked the soldier's sword away. The soldier looked at the sword and said in terror, oh, no. The next second, it got close to the glowing eyes. The soldier on the ground could only stare as it approached him. A loud explosion erupted, that razor hair was immediately burned to ashes by the flames. The one who attacked the rabbit was Erasure. He used his magic to attack it, thereby helping the soldier avoid danger. A second later, it was completely gone. Erasure just stepped on it directly. You used one leg to hold it down, much to everyone's horror. Even the sharp-eared rabbit standing nearby didn't dare to charge, fearing they'd meet the same fate. The rune soldier stammered, thank you for saving me. But he just replied, you trash, don't you dare get in my way. Then he put all his strength into kicking the next one. The next one too. One after another, but they were really too many. Erasure wasn't fazed and continued fighting. Gao stood there and exclaimed, Arashi-san is so strong. Kenta, also very proud, replied, I feel like this destructive power is even more intense than last time. Seconds later, he had taken care of them all, but in his heart, Erasure thought, it's still not enough. His expression became uneasy. Erasure thought this ability was nothing compared to that bastard. Then he remembered a time before. In front of his eyes was the scene of Kai shooting Leonora. Witnessing that, he could only say, damn it. Then she fell, her eyes not closing, looking towards Kai. Erasure, angrily thinking, damn it, that bastard again. He admitted from the start that he'd had a bad feeling about him. Remembering his school days, Erasure had bullied Kai. But what always surprised Erasure was that he never showed any fear. Erasure thought to himself, be exact, he'd never had any reaction to him. Kai just coldly replied, I'm sleepy, what do you want? Arashi's emotions reached their peak when he remembered that day and then shouted, you dog. The moment Kai fought back, Erasure could only think that he was really strong. Then he remembered the techniques he'd used with the explosion ability he'd received. He'd been very boastful then, asking Kai, what do you think of my explosion? In his heart, Erasure thought, I think I've become stronger. Back in the present, Erasure suddenly said, how annoying. His unusual behavior made Midu wonder and ask, what's wrong, Erasure, you haven't seemed to be in a good mood lately. But he just responded indifferently, nothing. Seconds later, Erasure continued, it's just that I don't like being ordered around by trash. Around the western border of the digressed holy nation, the fortress. This place had the strictest protective walls, even the guards were extremely cautious. Amelia said grandly, thank you for coming, heroic candidates, 4th Legion Holy Knight Army, Captain. Then he introduced himself to them, I am Amelia, the captain of the Knight Army on the western border, although I was only promoted recently. Heinrich immediately asked, what happened to the head of the surveillance agency? Amelia replied, he passed away a week ago. Amelia enthusiastically welcomed them, well, I really want you all to rest after a long journey, but, before he could finish speaking, something happened. A soldier rushed in to announce, the devil's army is coming, they're advancing here. Amelia looked at Midou's group and said, as you've heard, we don't have time to rest, I will put my faith in you. He quickly followed up, I understand. He gathered everyone together and gave the order, everyone, prepare for battle. And right now, Erasure excitedly said, let's go. The soldiers guarding the city wall took turns ringing the alarm bells, the devil's army is coming, they're here. According to their sight, they were very close now. What was special was that they were all demons with monstrous, gigantic bodies that ordinary people couldn't resist. At this moment, they were only looking at them through the city walls, but looking at the monsters, they couldn't help but exclaim, too many. Right now, Heinrich growled and shouted, fire, quickly reduce their numbers before they get closer, by order. Immediately, the soldiers stood in rows and drew their bows. Another army used magic to attack them, chanting, heavenly fire, please heed our call and defeat the evil forces. At this time there was the order to fire. Immediately, thousands of arrows along with fire shot towards the demons. They were pierced by thousands of arrows and burned by fire, but even so, they were determined to charge and kill them all, to wipe out the humans. Midou was very surprised at this situation, they still didn't retreat after being shot at like that. Seeing this, Amelia explained, these things aren't enough to kill them, don't underestimate their durability and endurance, compared to them, we humans are too weak. Midou was a bit hesitant now, what should we do now? Then, Amelia turned her horse and prepared to go down to support. She said to Midou, you guys follow Heinrich's orders, we'll go down there and fight alongside the 4th Night Army. Although Heinrich was also very worried about Amelia's safety, he just had to wish her luck, that's what we wanted to say, but some missing people here have already gone down. Hearing that, he was a little surprised. Midou was still bewildered. Rina spoke up and said, if you're referring to them, they've already gone down. Her words made Midou panic and ask again, what did you just say? Suddenly, a burning fire appeared. One of them saw this scene and panicked, what's happening? Right now, Erasure emerged from the smoke caused by the fire just now, only to see him with an excited smile. Erasure and some others went down to support the soldiers. The monsters saw this and gloated, idiot, who do you think you are that you dare to rush down here alone? Then there was an explosion. Erasure with an excited look said, I don't care if you're half demons or whatever. The next second, he threw out a burst of flames, causing the mythical beasts to retreat in fear. At that moment, Erasure said, I just need to erase your existence. Suddenly, stones appeared and poured down. The monsters had entered the city before the bewildered guards. Then they continuously threw punches at the guards, sending them flying. On this side, a tall pink one was using a golden axe, raising it high and about to bring it down on the guard's head. With a loud slash, it seemed the guard would die, but the one who died was the monster, it collapsed to the ground. The guard looked up, disbelieving that he was still alive, and then stared blankly at Midou, who had saved him, and called out hero candidate. Midou had luckily arrived just before this monster could act. At this moment, all the monsters turned their targets to Midou. Quickly he used the Heaven Sword spell to expand. Immediately the sword in his hand doubled in length. Then his eyes lit up. Wherever the sword passed, the monsters bled. None of them remained intact before his sword blade. At this moment, Midou raised his sword and said to himself, I can do it, my power is getting stronger and stronger. Quickly he looked at everyone and encouraged their spirits, you see, we can win this battle, fight and don't be afraid. Hearing this, everyone seemed to find the truth and spoke in unison. For him in battle, the most important thing is the spirit, so Midou told himself not to hesitate. This battle is not only his, but also many people participating, so he is even more determined. If he hesitates, they will feel uneasy, he is the commander. In this moment, Midou silently recalled, Kai taught him the cost of being naive. Just at this moment, Hashimoto stood on the wall and used his ability, his extrasensory perception, and called out, everyone, don't just stand there watching, we have to fight. As for Rina, she used the burning flames to fight, then shouted, burn them all. And this pink-haired girl used the domination spell to stop the monster from approaching her, pointing at it and ordering it to stop. The battle between humans and beasts broke out fiercely. In general, the monsters had a much larger number, so they had to be flexible in fighting, otherwise they would be in danger. But in a blink of an eye, hundreds of monsters were injured, even some were not intact. The guard standing guard on the city wall couldn't help but admire, so this is the power of the hero candidates, the other one replied, they are overwhelming the devil's army. At this moment, Heinrich growled and ordered to protect the hero candidates, we must repel the demons. They immediately obeyed the order, then rushed down together. After a while, the monsters were completely defeated. Everyone was exhausted, everyone was. He gave his all to this fight. At this moment, Amelia raised her sword high, proudly saying, the devil's army has been defeated, this is our victory. Everyone cheered with joy. And so a long day ended, victory smiled upon them on the hill. At this moment the corpses of the monsters were countless. Midou looked far ahead. Suddenly, a female soldier appeared, she came over and asked, is this your first battle, how does it feel? Midou immediately shared without hiding, it's hard to fully grasp, a battle of this scale requires a certain amount of skill, in the battle, my vision is very small so I can't decide anything. Seeing that, the girl immediately approached, placed her hand on his shoulder, and comforted him, you've done very well, today we won thanks to your efforts. However, she still didn't forget to remind, but always be careful, our enemies today are only low to medium-level demons. The girl said that, although their number was limited, the high-level demons had different powers. Hearing these words, he hesitated for a moment, then, after a second, Midou resolutely said, I will remember. As night fell in a place with countless earth buildings, resembling nests tens of meters high, that was the location of the monsters. They had lost this battle, so their numbers were very few. Afterwards, one entered the hall to report to its leader about the results of today's battle. It apologetically admitted its fault, that is my report, I couldn't fulfill my mission, I'm sorry. Hearing this, the leader was extremely angry. The leader of those monsters was the highest-ranking executive in the Demon Lord's army, the 4 heavenly kings of the earth, Stone Age area. In the digressed Holy Nation, the western area had a picturesque scene with mountains all around, and especially, there was a stream below, creating an extremely beautiful landscape. This place was the Great Forest of Ekot. At this time, Kai was walking alone deep into the forest. On his back, he was carrying a lot of things, which looked very heavy. Kai muttered to himself, soon, I will leave this forest and also end the long journey of finding Sage. As he finished, something moved past him. Immediately, numerous things like vines with pink bodies shot towards Kai. Those things rushed towards him like missiles, but Kai still managed to dodge. He looked at those things and thought, too fast. At this moment, Kai thought, but what is that? Kai glanced to the side. Suddenly, 3 chimpanzees with large bodies and super long tongues appeared somewhere. Kai's eyes lit up, and then he used his assessment ability. At this moment, the information panel also displayed some basic information, monster name, tongue monkey, age, 33, gender, male, attack, B, defense, C, agility, B, strength, C, magic, F, status, hungry, stimulated skills, level 3 tongue attack. Quickly, he threw his backpack to the ground. Then, he held the knife in his hand as a weapon. At this moment, one approached, retracting its tongue and slowly walking towards where he was standing. Then, a second later, it stuck its tongue out far. Kai quickly dodged it. Then, another one quickly approached, opening its mouth in front of him. Not letting it attack him, Kai quickly retreated backward, and it tried to grab him but couldn't. Kai quickly jumped away from its sight. They gathered to grab him but were one step behind. One didn't give up and continued to stick out its tongue. He quickly used the knife he was holding and, taking advantage of the opening, split its tongue into 2. It felt its tongue had been cut and cried out in pain. But Kai quickly dragged a long line on its tongue, making it hurt and wanting to retract its tongue but couldn't. It also didn't give up and used its hands. But its speed was judged by him to be too slow. At this moment, he didn't hold back and chopped off the monkey's head with one blow. A second later, the monkey fell, disoriented. One had already fallen, but there were still 2 of them standing there, looking at him hesitantly and not daring to approach. Seeing that, he made a suggestion, what's wrong, if you don't come here, should I come and catch you? The result was that there were no more living ones. He looked back at them lying there, wiping his hands and thinking, although it wasn't too fast, stronger demonic beasts keep appearing, is it because I'm getting closer to the Demon Lord's territory? But Kai also thought, or is it because this place is quite far from the city, and there aren't many knights and adventurers? After dealing with them, he quickly took his backpack, put it on his shoulder, and continued his journey. As he walked, Kai was a little worried. The deeper he went, the greater the chance of unknown demonic beasts appearing. Anyway, he could still know the age of these demonic beasts thanks to the assessment ability. Currently, he needs to be more vigilant. After walking for a while, he was now standing at a cliff. He observed and assessed the place. This was the Urugano mountain range, a natural defensive barrier that slowed down the invasion of the Demon Lord's army. His eyes became extremely serious. Focusing on the high mountain range in front of him, Kai thought, the highest point of that mountain range is called the Dead Mountain of Lang. It is rumored that sage Elbana lives on the top of the mountain. A second later, he quickly continued. As he walked, Kai tried to remember. If I remember correctly, there is definitely a small village at the foot of the Dead Mountain of Lang. And now, as the sun set, Kai stopped and looked ahead. Suddenly, he was a bit surprised and called out, "Wait." In front of Kai, a village was engulfed in flames. At that moment, Kai panicked and ran towards it, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me they've been attacked by the Demon Lord's army." The houses were all surrounded by fire. And there, two demons appeared, being aggressive, each holding a sword and casually taking the lives of the unfortunate villagers there. Then Kai climbed up high, looking down, and secretly calculating that this place was quite far from the front lines. I must be careful in the future. He remained on the rooftops, observing. In the meantime, the first demon said, "What will we do after this, Hector-sama?" The other one followed, "Even if we massacre them, it's okay, right?" But then another one appeared and interrupted, "No, stop there, we'll take them as slaves." Besides, it was the third one that appeared and gave orders to the other two. "Have you gotten any information about Elbana yet?" The first green one quickly provided information. "Yes, we do. It seems that the sage is living on the top of Mount Lang, son of death." Hearing that, the one giving orders continued with satisfaction, "So it matches our intel." Annoying, but whatever. Its eyes looked up towards the high mountain range nearby. While looking, it said, "Our top priority right now is Elbana Carrot, also known as the Sage. After resting here for a night, we will climb that mountain." But one of them objected a bit and said, "But isn't that mountain known to be the lair of the death wolves?" The rhino-like monster replied, "But the wolf monsters are impossible to tame. We won't be able to achieve our goal unless we eliminate them." The one next to it asked foolishly, "Why?" The other one quickly explained, "When facing a high-intelligence demonic beast, domination magic is almost useless." They continued to discuss. "I heard the 4 heavenly kings tamed a dragon before, but that's impossible for us." At this point, the leader interrupted, saying, "I'm not good at magic either. Anyway, it's useless to keep talking about what we don't have, and our only option right now is to eliminate these untamable demonic beasts, right?" They seemed to have finished their discussion, and they raised their hands, saluting and replying in unison, "Yes." All the events were carefully observed by Kai. It seemed like they were very obedient. Could that guy be a high-ranking demon? Besides, the demon's name is Hector. The system displayed some basic information: name, Hector Einsweiss, age, 25, race, high-ranking demon, gender, male, attack, B, defense, B, agility, A, strength, B, magic, B, status, normal, skills, domination magic level 1, swordsmanship level 5. Knowing this information made Kai even more cautious about him. So he was one of the very few high-ranking demons in the Demon Lord's army. It would be very difficult to confront him directly. With the sensitive intuition of a leader, Hector Einsweiss quickly realized someone was watching. When he glanced over, Kai had already managed to hide. But Hector Einsweiss immediately ordered the others to search around the area. "Hurry up, someone's lurking around here." Kai stood behind the wall and thought to himself, his senses are very sharp. They searched with harsh voices, "Where are you, human? Come out." But no one was foolish enough to speak. Kai had successfully escaped their sight. While walking in a crouch, he thought, "Too bad for them, I'm very professional in stealth missions." There was an event that caught his attention. In a corner, there were many people being held captive by the demons. Kai thought carefully. From the high wall, he quickly descended, walking quietly and swiftly. Kai decided not to get involved in this. "I'm sorry, but I have no reason to help you villagers, like those demons. My main goal is to meet the sage." Having said that, Kai quickly advanced towards the mountain ahead. Kai must be one step ahead of them. I must climb the mountain earlier than the Demon Lord's army. At the highest point of the Urugano mountain range, a dangerous area also known as Mount Lang, son of death, a hand was desperately gripping the cliff to climb. Kai jumped up to the top with his large backpack that looked like he was carrying the whole world on his back. He glanced back to observe. Kai stood up straight, looking straight ahead with a dignified manner. "They say there's an exploration path here. It seems I need to follow the traces of the beasts." His eyes suddenly became tense, wary of the dangers lurking around him. He took slow steps in the dim forest night. "I can't see everything clearly around me, and the ground is also unstable. Even though I'm in a hurry, I must be cautious." Kai glared ahead. In his heart, a feeling of anxiety suddenly flashed. "I can sense another existence, although it's not clear. This might be the wolf monster rumored to be on Mount Lang, son of death." He walked slowly through the silent night forest. While walking, he was lost in chaotic thoughts. Although it was a silent night, his heart was like surging waves. 2 is not 3, they are rapidly increasing in numbers, although they are currently hiding, I feel a lot of pressure. Suddenly, a wolf appeared from nowhere and howled a long, wild cry, adding to the savagery of the dark night. Soon after, a pack of wolves with sharp white fangs came rushing out of nowhere, intending to attack Kai. As soon as a wolf lunged at Kai, he quickly jumped up, fortunately escaping the ferocious wolf. In less than 3 seconds, he leaped onto a tree branch. From above, he looked down intently, and in an instant, Kai had managed to recognize them as the infamous demonic beasts of the Lang Sun Death Mountain. Many people had gone missing when they came to this mountain, so it seemed this was the reason. Suddenly, his eyes widened and turned a bright red, the ability to assess. The pack of wolves still wouldn't let Kai go, forming a group and continuously barking loudly under the tree. The system board appeared, announcing, race, werewolf age 20, gender male attack D defense D agility B strength B magic D status normal, cooperation skill level 3. A wolf jumped off the ground. It rammed its head hard into the large tree trunk, causing it to break in an instant. Kai tried to keep his balance, the leaves of the tree falling down on the ground. TSK. Kai used 2 fingers to catch a small leaf, his face looking cool as a gourd, absolutely cinematic. He channeled energy through the small leaf, and the light emitted lit up the entire dark night, enhancing the leaf with mana. Then Kai immediately launched the leaf, aiming straight at the wolf bearing its fangs like it was starving at his feet. The power of that leaf was truly extraordinary. The leaf, in less than 3 seconds, severed the wolf's head, causing blood to spurt everywhere. As soon as he defeated the wolf, Kai landed on the ground, his whole body emitting a powerful light of strength. Before he had taken 3 steps, 2 more wolves rushed in, intending to attack him. Kai swung his arm and punched the wolf directly in the mouth, causing strawberry syrup to spew out. Another one bared its fangs and charged to attack continuously. Kai just stood still and used his power to control, causing the 2 wolves to collide with each other and lie motionless. In the dark night, his whole body was glowing, 2 wolves lying still on the ground, blood flowing from their mouths. But a moment later, 6 more wolves appeared in front of Kai. They looked very fierce, intending to rush up and fight him. Kai looked down at his glowing hand, thinking, enhancing the body with mana, if I do this consciously, the effect is really great. Suddenly, he remembered that Leonora had said, "We always rely on our bodyguards, so our ability to control mana energy is very weak." Every word Leonora said was etched in his mind. You are people who always rely on bodyguards, not used to controlling your own mana. In a sense, you are nothing but weaklings, that's why we can easily control you. Kai remembered the chaotic scene, so at that time we couldn't resist Leonora's enslavement magic. The command was given, and the girls immediately stopped, not allowed to move. I must become stronger to overcome this weakness. Suddenly, while he wasn't paying attention, a wolf ran past. If I can improve my mana control ability, I can use mana to freely enhance my body and also increase my resistance to enemy magic. Kai immediately drew out the gleaming knife. Although it's not as strong as the bodyguards, I need to be stronger in this world. I must learn this skill. He pointed the knife blade towards the large wolf and asked, "Are you the alpha?" The wolves behind stood waiting for orders. The alpha wolf opened its mouth wide and roared directly at Kai's face. Its eyes were blood red and glaring, looking very scary. Kai used a knife thrust aimed straight at the wolf's neck. Blood dripped and fell to the ground. His eyes suddenly glanced behind him. Seeing the back was completely empty, only the corpses of the dead ones remained. Kai thought, as soon as the alpha dies, all of them will run away. After all, the alpha is the strongest. He gently took paper to wipe the bloodstains off the blade, a useful lesson. Suddenly, as Kai ran on, the wolves from behind also ran after him. Hearing the strange sounds, Kai looked back in confusion, asking himself, what? From their movements, I see something very strange. It seemed he could feel another wolf spirit emanating from the wolves that were running. This is. Just as they were about to pounce on Kai, he quickly drew his knife to defend. He was predicting their movement trajectories. The spirit gradually merged back into the wolf's body, and they were gradually becoming one. A moment later, that red spirit completely merged into the wolf, even radiating a stronger type of power. When the wolf roared, intending to attack, Kai quickly retreated backward. He stabbed powerfully into the middle of the wolf's mouth, stabbed. From the red wolf spirit, it gradually emerged from the normal wolf. Kai stabbed another time along the wolf's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After stabbing, Kai stood solemnly, holding the blade firmly. No problem, I can foresee what will happen in the future for about a second. The other wolves saw that. Their faces looked gloomy and sad like steamed buns in the afternoon. Kai raised the gleaming blade and threatened, "You won't get away." From his body emanated a special white aura, with blood-red eyes, approaching closer, looking very scary. Let's participate in practice together a little more. In the silent night, there were only the footsteps of a young man and the corpses of the wolves scattered around. The smell of fresh blood was incredibly pungent. Suddenly, Kai's face lit up, radiating red rays. He stared intently at his hand. The system board appeared, displaying the name Shinju Kai, age 20, gender male, attack A defense Big agility A strength B magic C status, normal bodyguard skills, assessment ability level 3, bodyguard weakness detection level 1, bodyguard foresight level 1, assassination technique level 5, dagger technique level 5, throwing technique level 5, stealth level 5. In his mind, he thought, so this is the skill that allows me to see the future. Kai walked while thinking. When I received weakness detection, my assessment ability also increased fundamentally. It's an upgrade of the normal assessment ability. This is a skill that allows me to see everything through foresight. After walking for a while, he was also tired, panting, sweat running down his face. The sentence was left unfinished. Kai had to stop and rest for a while. As expected, he was quite exhausted. He was probably about to climb to the top of the mountain. Perhaps he should rest here for a bit. But he hadn't rested for long when a strange noise suddenly came from afar, which caught Kai's attention. A hint of worry appeared on Kai's face. Don't tell me the devil's army was coming. He decided to pick up his backpack and continue on. After all, this wasn't the right time to rest. Near the top of the deadly Lang Sun mountain, there were many people gathered here. A green-haired guy with a tall, muscular, dirty build stood with his arms crossed and asked, "You've got guts." This little elf girl, as expected, is a disciple of Sage. Mare stood aside, glaring with fury and deep hatred. Suddenly, she stared straight ahead, a few drops of sweat trickling down her face, her lips pressed tightly together as she heard him say, "But it will all end here." The green-haired guy raised his hand in front and shouted, and as soon as the order was given, a crowd of people swarmed forward to kill her. A group of people stood around directly facing Mare, but it would all end here. Mare's face was contorted in pain. She used one hand to cover the bleeding wound on her other arm. "If I'm killed here." A blue-haired, beer-bellied guy didn't let her finish her sentence, suddenly burst out laughing, and raised his sword to slash at her. Mare closed her eyes in fear. Blood spurted out and splattered everywhere on the ground. But fortunately, Kai arrived in time and carried her away, narrowly escaping the blade. Mare looked at Kai blankly and exclaimed, "Hey." Inside, she was silently speculating, "Human." The green-haired guy wondered, "Another enemy." The blue-haired, beer-bellied guy angrily shouted, "Who are you?" Kai just stood silently, looking with an expression of annoyance and contempt. He looked around and roughly counted. There are about 10 soldiers here, and the leader is a high-ranking demon. Mare asked, confused, "Why are you helping me?" Kai didn't answer, just waved his hand to prevent her from continuing. He asked coldly, "Are you a disciple of Sage Ilbana?" Mare hesitantly replied, "Yes, that's right." Kai continued, "Then that's my reason. I need to meet Sage." His eyes glanced to the side. Kai looked at Mare for a long time to determine what she was. He had used his deduction ability and determined that she belonged to the half-elf race. Furthermore, her information sheet also listed magic skills. The green-haired guy quickly and angrily said, "I don't care who you are, you definitely belong to the enemy's side." He raised his hand in front and ordered the crowd to attack, "But it doesn't matter, kill both of them." So this was Kai's real purpose, to save her and make Sage owe him a favor. In his heart, he silently determined that he had to defeat these demons. A foot sprung up from the ground. The demons attacked from 3 different directions, from above and then to both sides. They attacked simultaneously, which surprised Kai a bit. His eyes turned red, as if activating some function, distant vision. The blue-haired one swung his weapon down with a slash, but fortunately, Kai managed to dodge to the side. Another sharp weapon suddenly attacked him. He lightly dodged his head to the side. From behind, another one rushed in to ambush him unexpectedly. Just as the green-haired one was about to attack, Kai managed to grab his arm. Seeing that, all 3 demons were very surprised and stared with their mouths open. In just a few seconds, Kai stood up and slashed countless times, even uttering a criticism, "Your weapon is really big, isn't it a bit too much to use against humans?" All 3 demons were cut in half by him, and blood splattered everywhere. The purple demon, not believing his eyes, screamed, "What?" Power still emanated from Kai's eyes. He glared intently ahead, thinking to himself, "As long as the distant vision still works in close combat, I won't lose. The problem is how long I can use the skill. How many minutes do I have left?" The green-haired one was annoyed. His face was furious. He ordered, "Don't just charge in recklessly like that. Use magic to take him down." The 2 demons immediately replied, "Understood." They created a magic circle together. Then they released countless streams of dark purple magical projectiles. Only now did Kai truly feel incredibly panicked, so this is magic. Suddenly, from behind, Mare spoke softly, "Spirits of the wind, blow away the enemy." A large green gust of wind both protected the two of them and blew away those dark purple energy balls. That gust of wind, like a powerful whirlwind, destroyed all the magical energy that came near. Kai still hadn't come to his senses, his eyes widened in shock. He asked, "Was that a spell just now?" In his heart, he thought, "So that's a power used by borrowing the power of spirits, a power only for elves." Mare smiled brightly, her eyes shining, and replied, "Yes, thanks to you, the spirits can rest a little." The blue-haired demon at the front clicked his tongue and then grabbed his weapon, ready to charge. "Tch, at this rate, we're not going anywhere, it's time for me to jump in." Kai thought to himself, "The final boss is here," he called out, "Hey, you demon." Mare asked, "What did you say?" Kai said, "You stop those lackeys, don't let them bother me," he then said in a cold voice. In front of him was a ferocious demon, brutal and treating human lives as grass. "I'm going to kill the leader," he said. A hint of annoyance flickered across Mare's face. "I can do that, but at least don't call me that, okay? My name is Mare." Kai put his backpack on the ground, preparing for the fierce battle. He replied, "I understand, I'm counting on you, disciple of the sage." As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately charged forward without hesitation. Mare angrily yelled, "I already told you my name is Mare, oh, forget it." A white light suddenly flashed in the dark night. But as he charged forward and got close, Kai hesitated slightly. This guy. His foot stomped hard on the demon's sword, and landed on the ground, firmly holding his weapon, ready to fight. The demon thrust his sword upwards. Kai launched a direct attack, using his knife to repeatedly stab the demon's body, creating a tense and dramatic moment amidst the fierce battle. The blue-haired demon roared. While Kai gritted his teeth, trying to endure, the demon frowned and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to predict my moves," but as he said that, Kai noticed the wound on his body and paused for a few seconds. "That wound is quite deep, isn't it?" Finally, he didn't care at all and swung his knife, intending to stab the demon once. His eyes became sharp. The demon became stronger and angrier. Kai cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Sweat poured down Kai's face like a shower. Only now did he realize that this was the power of a high-level demon. If it weren't for the foresight, he would have been dead. The blue-haired demon raised his hand to his chin, and said seriously with a tone of contempt, sarcastic, "Good, but if you weren't human, you could have beaten me." Kai stood still for a few seconds, his eyes still glaring angrily in front. A knife stabbed down, and blood spurted out. He stepped back to avoid it. Since when the wounds on his body started bleeding a lot, the system panel displayed the information: name, Hector Einsweiss, age, 25, race, high-level demon, gender, male, attack, B, defense, B, agility, B, strength, B, magic, B, status, normal, skills, dominating magic level 1, swordsmanship level 5. Kai thought, besides the physical abilities and sharp senses of a high-level demon, he also has level 5 swordsmanship. Even with the ability of foresight, I am still at a disadvantage in this battle. He suddenly came up with an idea. If that's the case, then let's try this. Chapter 36, Kai and the fierce blue-haired demon stood facing each other. His eyes became sharp, more determined than ever. Since when the wounds on his body started bleeding a lot, the system panel displayed the information: name, Hector Einsweiss, age, 25, race, high-level demon, gender, male, attack, B, defense, B, agility, B, strength, B, magic, B, status, normal, skills, dominating magic level 1, swordsmanship level 5. The impatient blue-haired demon couldn't wait any longer and quickly lunged forward. "If you're not coming, then I will." He was fierce with his large body, swinging his sword and charging forward, his mouth roaring with the eyes of the glutton of blood. Kai remained still, observing and using his eyes to observe the demon's next move. Then he quickly retreated to avoid his sword swing. The demon became even fiercer, relentlessly charging forward, clenching his teeth tightly. Wherever he swung his sword, Kai dodged. But unfortunately, this time the demon was lucky enough to slash a graze across his arm. Kai. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and clicking his tongue. Tch, he thought to himself, knowing the future is useless if my body isn't strong enough to defeat him. Right now, the physical gap is very large. The blue-haired demon smirked and asked with a contemptuous tone, "Are you always running away like this?" Suddenly, a gun was pointed directly at him. 3 bullets fired simultaneously at the demon, causing him to be extremely surprised and squinting his eyes to watch. The demon quickly raised his armored hand to block out of reflex. Kai observed and continued to shoot, thinking to himself that his reflexes were on par with the speed of bullets, but anyway. The demon was continuously shot in his arms and legs, but fortunately, he had the armor to block. The demon was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, his brow furrowing with veins popping out. What weapon is that, insolent? He could no longer restrain himself, and furiously charged directly at Kai. But he just stood still, aiming the gun at him. As the bullet got close, he leaned to the side and dodged. He said, "Don't underestimate me, I can see your attack trajectory." Even in a difficult situation, Kai remained very calm, trying to keep a cool head. "I'm out of bullets." He threw 3 blades at the demon at once. He raised his sword to block, and the impact created a loud noise. The demon looked confusedly at Kai approaching him. What was he throwing? The demon glared at a strange object falling in front of him, filled with doubt. What is this? Kai, with eyes blazing red with killing intent, looked down. Meanwhile, the green-haired demon braced himself and raised his sword to block. The strange object fell to the ground with a thud. Just under 3 seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, engulfing the demon in a sea of fire. The demons behind anxiously shouted in unison, "Commander." Just as they were about to raise their weapons to fight, one said, "Don't move." Mare quietly turned to look. For a moment, she wondered to herself, what abilities does he have? Mare looked at Kai's strong, handsome, and nonchalant appearance. He was overwhelming a high-level demon, even though he was just an ordinary person. Kai raised his blade. Kai thought to himself that he no longer had any bullets for the pistol he was holding for emergencies, and that was also the last grenade. He looked at the demon, who was trying to recover from the explosion. As expected, "I can't win with just these things." He gritted his teeth, exhaled smoke, his face bulging with veins, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. You've only been using weird weapons." The demon's loud scream surprised both Kai and Mare. He leaped forward and continuously attacked Kai with sharp, swift knife attacks. Fortunately, he was able to block those attacks. At this moment, sweat was beading on his face. He thought to himself, "It seems like I need to use that skill." Kai's pupils dilated a little more, his eyes exuded a type of red demonic energy. I must analyze his movements. Indeed, he could see the demon's movements more clearly and thoroughly. Kai's eyes kept shining, this feeling of discovering a weakness. He stared at a point on the middle of the demon's neck. There was a strange glowing thing between the demon's neck. This is. He immediately rushed forward, intending to slash right there. Kai recognized and attacked directly, causing blood to splatter, his weakness in the future. The green-haired demon was still stunned, speechless. How did this happen? Kai looked down at the demon's corpse lying still on the ground. In his heart he couldn't help but admire. Long-range vision, plus weakness detection, these skills are really strong. However, a large amount of mana has also been consumed. Suddenly, his face relaxed. Kai collapsed to the ground. "I'm out of mana, how terrible." The other demons told each other that the commander was dead. They saw that Kai was no longer able to fight and wanted to seize the opportunity, but that guy is now exhausted. That's right, kill him quickly. Mare saw this and couldn't help but worry. The souls were also reaching their limit. "I want to help him because he saved me before." The demons shouted in anger and rushed to attack. A light shone. "Burn my enemies, oh, fire salamander spirit." In an instant, a raging fire erupted, burning all the demons. One screamed violently. One rune trembled and begged for help. "Save me." Kai gaped, not believing his eyes, and looked back. Compared to Nagase's flames, this firepower is on another level. Elbana appeared from behind, softly saying, "Sorry for being late." Mare's eyes lit up, smiling brightly like a flower, and called, "Master." Kai glanced over. Seeing Elbana's gentle, graceful, and calm appearance, he realized it was Sage Elbana. Elbana slightly raised her head, looked down, smiled, and softly spoke, "Thank you, young man, from the looks of it, you seem to be helping my disciple, right?" A voice spoke from in front of the green-haired demon's corpse, "Thanks, kid." Elbana calmly assessed, "Based on the current situation, it seems you are helping my disciple." Araji Kai replied, "It's just a coincidence, you are Sage Elbana." Elbana winked, "Yes, but compared to before, I'm just an old skeleton now." Araji Kai thought to himself, "Just as predicted, my energy is too low to use my appraisal ability, but I know for sure she's very strong. With my current self, I can never defeat her. I guess hiding it is pointless." Elbana stared at him. Elbana spoke, "Do you have something to find me for?" He frankly admitted, "Yes." Elbana calmly replied, "Of course, there's no reason for a young man to come here without a purpose. I'm grateful to you for saving my disciple. I will answer your questions as clearly as possible." Mare whispered, Master, should we go back? The smell of blood here is too strong, the wolves will come now. Elbana turned away. You're right, Mare, come with me, human boy, you should rest a bit too, shouldn't you? Kai pondered, yes, I understand. He looked at the two people in front. The situation is quite favorable for me right now, it's good that I accepted the danger to save her disciple anyway. They went to a house on the mountain. This is our house, nothing special, make yourself comfortable. Mare hurriedly ran away. I'm going to take a bath. Kai looked around in confusion. Why are you in such a remote place? Elbana sighed, there are many reasons, but mainly I want to live close to nature. I'm retired, but humans still sometimes want to take advantage of me. Kai suddenly understood, so it's not easy to get here. Elbana glanced at him. Well, however, a few people with skills like you sometimes come here too. Well, I'm not an evil person to the point of rejecting them. Elbana sat down and held a teacup. All right, I'll ask again. What do you need to find me for? Kai confessed, to be honest, I'm trying to find a way back to my former world. Elbana wondered, your world, you mean? He replied, yes, I'm a person from another world. Kai said seriously, I'm one of the hero candidates assigned to conquer the demon lord. Elbana put down the teacup, so you are the third generation of hero candidates. I've heard rumors, but I didn't expect them to have summoned them so many times. Araji Kai was surprised, the third generation. He thought to himself, Leonora did say that they had summoned hero candidates a few times before. The hero candidates had been more or less wiped out by the demon lord's army, maybe a few survived, but they all disappeared. Elbana recounted that 4 years ago they also gathered hero candidates. That was the second time, the first time was about 10 years ago. Elbana pondered, both generations came to conquer the demon lord and were wiped out. Since then, the ritual of summoning hero candidates has been sealed, never to be used again. Elbana recalled, but Saintess Leonora intended to break the taboo and summon the third generation. I oppose that idea. I don't care if that's the wish of the gods or not, but entrusting the fate of the empire to a person from another world is a reckless act. Kai commented, if it were Leonora, I would have killed her. There would be no more rituals to summon people from other worlds. Elbana looked at him, how could you kill Leonora? He smiled, there are many ways to kill an ordinary person, although for the gods, the skills must be quite good, you know. Elbana chuckled, it seems you're not lying, so that woman was killed by her own pawn, should we say she deserved it? Elbana thought, I understand what you want, everyone wants to go home, I don't like to talk too much, let me just say it. Elbana bluntly, I can't take you back to your world with a spell. Kai sighed, so that's how it is. He wondered, but do you have any suggestions? Elbana explained, summoning with magic is possible, but taking them back is not, that knowledge is gone now, anyway, there's no reason to study it. Kai said, Leonora said the same thing, in short, do we have no other choice but to defeat the demon lord? Elbana went to the bookshelf, maybe, or with the help of magic, it might be possible to some extent. Kai mumbled, magic, perhaps I'll investigate further. Elbana felt bad, I'm sorry I can't help you, I still owe you for saving my disciple, I'll let you know if I find anything. He replied, thank you. Elbana sparkled with hope, but if it's you, you might be able to kill the demon lord. Kai sighed, I don't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. He was determined, anyway, if there's no other way, then maybe I'll have to kill the demon lord. Elbana glanced at him, this boy. Elbana assessed that he was really different from the other hero candidates, as if he grew up in a dark and cold place. Araji Kai stood up and thanked her for the information, Sage, if you find anything, please contact Siren from the Adventurers Guild. Elbana thought to herself, maybe I can trust this boy. The door suddenly opened, Mare wrapped in a towel smiled happily, so comfortable. Mare wondered, why don't you take a bath, aren't you dirty after climbing the mountain and fighting? Kai replied, yes, you're right, if so, I'll take a bath. Elbana spoke, hey boy, I have a suggestion. Kai looked at Elbana, what is it? Elbana suggested to the surprise of the two people, how about you take my disciple with you? Mare was surprised and pointed at herself, you mean me? Elbana smiled kindly, if not you, then who? You are the only disciple I have, after thinking about your goal, I've made this offer. Mare turned to Kai, flustered. He helplessly held his head, I refuse, I don't need a noisy girl tagging along. In the eastern region of the demon kingdom of Veldora, the front lines of the holy nation of Diagrest. The sky was clear blue, encompassing a vast area. Kai marveled, the weather is nice, I've heard the weather in the demon territory is quite harsh. Mare spoke, just recently, this was still territory of the holy nation, the weather in Veldora's kingdom must be even harsher. Kai muttered, the demon lord's army's invasion, Mare explained, around the west of the Urugano mountains, there's a large city called Nutrat, there used to be villages around it, but now the city has fallen to the demon lord's army and become their front line. Mayor said, that will be our destination, it'll probably take about 2 days on foot. Kai wondered, I really didn't want to ask, but what happened to the people who used to live there? Mayor recalled, half died, the other half were captured as slaves by the demon lord's army, a few tried to escape to the other side of the mountains. He glanced at Mayor, so. He pondered, as expected, she knows quite a bit, bringing her along on this journey was the right choice. Back in the past, Kai said, I refuse, I don't need a noisy girl. Mayor retorted angrily, what, you could at least trust me. Albana smiled gently, don't say that, young man, you've only just arrived in this world, Mayor will be quite helpful, this girl has extensive knowledge, passed down by me. Kai wondered skeptically, if that's true, what does she gain from this? Albana gently stroked Mayor's head. Albana said, this girl doesn't know how the world works, even though she is grown and has a vast knowledge, she still lacks real-world experience. Albana pondered, I've been looking for an opportunity to send her on an adventure, but I'm still very worried about letting my cute disciple go out alone. Kai looked at Albana, so, you trusted me to take her, you could have done it yourself. Albana sighed, but I no longer have the ability to go on adventures, from a human perspective, I might look young and healthy, but my limits are approaching. Albana said, and then suddenly a young boy appeared and saved my disciple. Mayor said gratefully, thank you very much. But Kai stated frankly, I plan to invade the demon's territory, this is a dangerous journey, if you hinder me, I'll leave you behind. Albana looked at Mayor gently, you heard that, Mayor, you will make the decision, after all, it's your life. Mayor looked at Albana with glistening eyes, my life. Mayor was determined, I understand, Master, I will go with him. Back on the journey, Mayor leaned on her staff and lamented, I'm so tired. Kai turned and scolded, you've only been walking for 1 day, you know. Mayor was dejected, please don't expect too much from a mage's body, I've used this body to train hard all this time. Kai dropped the pack, let's stop here for today, we'll rest. Mayor looked confused, didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I hindered you? Kai said, what nonsense are you talking about, this is a small matter, I won't leave you, hurry up and set up the tent. Mayor replied quickly, I know. The two of them lit a fire next to the tent under the night sky. Mayor sat munching on the delicious bread. Kai looked at Mayor thoughtfully. He calmly said to Mayor, Mayor, you probably know, but this journey will soon become dangerous. He pondered, I won't stop, no matter how dangerous it gets, I really want to go back to my world, but you don't have many reasons to join me to that extent. He looked at Mayor frankly, I don't think Albana was lying either, do you have another reason, right? Mayor suddenly froze. Mayor looked at him, flustered, I don't know how to explain it, I guess you've seen through me already. Mayor recalled, the village I used to live in, the village of the elves, was destroyed by the demon lord's army. Kai was skeptical, this battle was supposed to be between humans and demons, right? Mayor refuted, that's just a rumor. Mayor recounted, demons will invade any race, my parents, even my younger brother, were all killed. The reason I survived was because my father pretended to be bait and drew their attention, at that moment, I couldn't do anything. Mayor reminisced, after the demon lord's army left the village, I was left alone to die, and then Master saved me, so I became Master's disciple, something like that. Kai was straightforward, I'm not interested in your past, I want to know your goal. You probably know after hearing my story, Mayor clenched her fist, the reason I became a disciple and a mage was because I wanted the power to kill the demons. Mayor was filled with resentment, everything I learned from my master, including the training I've practiced for the past 10 years, all was for revenge, that bastard killed my family, I will definitely kill him myself. Kai asked Mayor, what's the name of that demon? Mayor recalled, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Wimberg, he's known as the Heavenly King of Wind, and is also one of the top leaders of the demon army. Kai questioned Mayor, so the reason you agreed was to get closer to him, right, but now I have no reason to fight against the demons. Mayor spoke firmly, my master never allowed me to go on an adventure alone. But with you, the master agreed. Mayor looked at Kai, bewildered, I don't know why the master would do that after meeting you, we're talking about the master here, I don't even know what the master is thinking. Mayor looked at Kai with hope, that's why I'll do as you ask for now. He nodded, I understand your situation. He remembered Albana speaking to him privately, kid, I entrust this girl to you, I'm sure you can handle her. He thought to himself, if Sage let his disciple go on an adventure alone, perhaps because of revenge, this girl would die in vain. Mayor was apologetic, I'm sorry for bringing up such a heavy topic. Mayor smiled, you don't need to worry, I don't want to drag you into my revenge. Kai pondered, so, she wants to do it herself, he replied, I understand, let's end the conversation here, we need to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Mayor turned around, understood, I will have the spirits guard us for now, if any monsters come, we'll know. Kai remained silent in the darkness. He thought to himself, the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army, huh. He glanced at the small sound beside him. Mayor was sound asleep. Kai went outside the tent, looking at the starry night sky. His previous enemy was a high-level demon, now it's another, stronger one. He was determined, if I want to win, I have to become stronger. Kai brushed it off, no, that's not what I need to worry about right now. Around the western border of the digressed Holy Kingdom, a line of fortresses. Flags fluttering in the wind. In a sturdy building. A scolding voice arose, how many times have I said it? The bald-headed man shouted, now that we have hero candidates, this is the perfect time to attack. The long-haired man was perplexed, I understand your point, but where do we start the attack? Amelia pointed at a symbol on the map. Amelia calmly analyzed, attacking Arlis Fortress is a good start, it used to be our fortress, this is a chance to reclaim it, currently, it's the enemy's forward base, if we attack here, the enemy will surely retreat. Heinrich assessed, no matter how you look at it, this is still a reckless plan, we're currently defending, but suddenly we're going on the offensive. The bald-headed man mocked, what's wrong, is the captain of the 8th Night Legion afraid, you have hero candidates as subordinates already. Heinrich silently looked at the bald-headed man. Amelia spoke up, Heinrich is right, but currently the enemy still underestimates us, they definitely won't anticipate us suddenly attacking. Amelia asked Midu Shuji, have you recovered, Midu? Yes, sir, he replied, he spoke firmly, if you tell me to fight, I will use my sword. Everyone walked together in the hallway after the meeting ended. Heinrich sighed, the plan will be carried out tomorrow, it's rare to see Amelia so aggressive. Hashimoto Mirai wondered, do you think everything will be okay? Everyone was quite confident back then. Midu spoke up, anyway, it's a good time to attack while they're gathering their forces, I don't think this is a wrong move. Heinrich looked at him, they're relying on your strength and abilities, that's why they're overconfident, although we're just reinforcing the defenses outside their command, we can't disobey our superior's orders either. Mirai was perplexed, we have no other choice, right? Heinrich agreed, of course, we'll still support you guys to the best of our ability, but this time, you're still our key, tell your comrades to rest in the evening. Midu gradually felt uneasy, what's going on, suddenly, I have a bad premonition, I have no other choice. The space was silent near Arlis Fortress. Everyone gradually advanced silently. Rina was confused, it's already dawn, why are we doing this at this time, if it's a surprise attack, wouldn't night be better? Heinrich replied, the demons can still see us in the dark, attacking at night will be more disadvantageous. Midu stared ahead, I want to confirm once more, our goal is to defeat the commander while Lord Luke will attract their attention. He continued, most likely their commander is a high-ranking demon, when the battle begins, I will command everyone, in case I'm not nearby, at least stall for time for me or run away, do you all understand? Everyone is ready and waiting for orders. A soldier ran up to report, Commander, there's a message from Lord Luke, they told us to start the plan. Heinrich replied, understood, let's go. Suddenly a loud noise occurred, making everyone alert. The roar echoed through the sky, everyone bravely attacked the castle. The monster angrily shouted, humans, how dare you? Amelia, while slashing at demons, gave the order to destroy all the demon soldiers. The sounds of fighting echoed through the castle. The monsters deep inside the castle were still silent, not yet appearing. Midu led everyone running inside the castle. 2 fierce demons guarding, who are you? With just a few sword swings. Midu had destroyed those 2 demons. Everyone behind them was impressed, it's really Midu, we trust you. Heinrich warned, everyone don't let your guard down, there's still a chance the commander is in the main hall. A horde of demons swarmed towards them, you wretched intruders, kill them. The whole group was startled, looking at the remaining demons, here they are. Haki hastily said, are we surrounded? Satoshi was bewildered, what should we do, Midu? Heinrich raised his sword, leave the rear to us, Legion of the 8th Knights, hero candidate, advance towards the goal by force. Midu replied clearly, I'll leave the flank to you, Rina. Rina charged forward, no need to give me orders. Rina shouted, burn, the demons were scattered, their screams were pathetic. Decisive slashes rang out. Everyone rushed in. Someone shouted to open that door. Everyone stood frozen, looking at the scene in front of them. Midu was shocked, his eyes widening. The demon in front was huge and magnificent, a single demon facing everyone. Someone wondered, what the hell is he? Erishur was angry, are you the commander? The demon replied, I am Stonageria, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the demon lord's army. Rin was bewildered. The four great heavenly kings, Mirai replied, it's just a title. Midu stared at Stonageria. No, the pressure radiating from him is not normal. Stonageria leaned his sword on the ground. Hero candidate, huh. Stonageria looked at them. Let's see how strong you all are. Midu shouted, get ready everyone. He gritted his teeth, don't be afraid, if we are defeated here, Lord Luke's sacrifice will become meaningless. Everyone was ready to fight Stonageria. Both sides were ready to face each other. Stonageria slammed his hand on the ground. Suddenly a surge of great power radiated around him. Everyone was horrified, looking at the scene in front of them. A loud explosion rang out, a strange object simultaneously appeared. A strange block of earth slowly rose, they also had terrifying faces. Heike startled, what? Sachi gaped, mud monster. The mud monster successively stood up and walked towards them. Stonageria gritted his teeth, he ordered the mud monsters to kill them. Midu ordered to hold them back. Narumi immediately responded. Right, he secretly cast a move, Wind Blade. The move successively attacked the monsters. They were chopped into many pieces, their heads were also cut in half. Erasure raised his fist, take this. He attacked decisively, the monster exploded and shattered. He provoked the mud monsters, no matter how many they are, these slow mud monsters are nothing. Stonageria silent. Suddenly, the fragments of stone broke out from the mud monsters as if they were alive. They reformed into the original monster. Midu surprised, what? The mud monsters seemed to have completely recovered. Erasure wondered, are they regenerating? Their punches, though large, had many cracks. Erasure quickly dodged that giant punch. Everyone shouted in unison and rushed forward. The mud monsters were constantly attacked, everyone rushed forward enthusiastically. Heike powerfully slashed off their arms. Suddenly another punch came towards Heike. Heike scared no. Rin both execute the move and shouted, stand still. The mud monsters were immediately controlled. Satoshi determined, right now. Satoshi immediately stabbed a stick into the mud monster. Satoshi excited, how about that? The monster clenched its giant fist. It angrily emitted great power, causing everyone to fly away. Mirai raised her hand to execute power, this thing. The monster began to be continuously attacked by stones. The monster immediately fell down. Mirai stared at the monster. The pile of mud that had just been beaten still looked at them disgustingly. Erasure annoyed, there's never an end. Suddenly a voice echoed, attracting everyone's attention. Before when reading comics I had seen this situation. Narumi winked, at times like this, defeating the summoner is the best choice. Narumi decisively leave the mud monsters to us. Midu and everyone rushed away, understood, so we will go deal with the summoner. He casually slashed at the monsters. Stonageria spoke, are you despising me? Stonageria slammed his hand on the ground. The strange stones continued to fly up. They flew into the battlefield that had been set up by Stonageria. The stones flew straight towards Midu. He stared at the scene. He quickly rushed to avoid. Midu surprised, huh. A desperate scream rang out. Narumi screamed, Shuji Mirai turned around, Midu-kun. Midu thrust his sword into the ground. He denied it, no I'm fine. Erasure rushed in to attack Stonageria from behind. Erasure smirked, good job, Midu. A loud explosion rang out. Atsushi wondered if he had killed him yet. Erasure was standing right next to Stonageria's wing. Erasure was attacked in the stomach. Erasure fell down in pain. Stonageria sneered, is this all you've got, you hero candidates? At the time Midu and his group were fighting one of the four heavenly kings Stonageria, Shinju also arrived at the fallen city of Nutrat. In a gloomy space, drops of water fell from the ceiling. A small flame was lit on the magic staff. Kai and Mare were moving inside the sewer under the city. A foul smell rose around. Mare covered her nose and complained, infiltrating through the underground sewer system, what a horrible idea, it stinks here. Kai was extremely calm, just calm down, we'll soon reach the underground soil of the city. He added, their eyesight at night is very good, besides, the city has many open areas, in addition, this city is located on the front lines, security is very tight, it is impossible to enter through the front gate. The two stood in front of an iron elevator. Kai looked up and grabbed it and said, let's go up from here. A moment later, in an alley inside the city. The two had climbed up from the sewers, while Kai carefully hid behind the wall to observe. Mare brazenly stood there lifting her skirt and sighed, finally, I'm out. A keen sense helped him realize that something was appearing. Quickly pulled Mare behind the barrel to hide, someone's coming, let's hide here for now. Outside, two demon soldiers were approaching. The purple demon stretched and sighed, I'm really tired. The blue demon turned unhappily, what are you complaining about being chosen as the witch's bodyguard? It's an honor. The purple demon replied, the position serving the witch is not based on personal achievement, right? I have no motivation at all. They continued to talk. The blue demon sarcastically said, you have those skills, but your personality, the purple one interrupted, but he shouldn't yell at me like that. Then the two demon soldiers walked past the barrel where the two were hiding. A moment later, Mare sighed and turned to ask, are they gone? Hearing the conversation just now, Kai thought, the witch, is she the princess of the devil and the one who rules this city? Mare nodded, yes, she is called the Space Witch, I think so, she is currently your target. Kai remembered the words of Sage Ilbana, a witch with the ability to control space living on the front lines of the city, that woman could help him fulfill his wish. Kai immediately asked, the problem is how to approach her, if we just go there without a plan, everything will turn into a war. The two went out, Mare followed and asked what should we do, Kai replied, first, carefully gather information, just do as I say, don't act on your own. She quickly nodded obediently, I understand. In the center of the city, a large number of demon soldiers were gathered. They are also like humans, gathering in small groups to gossip. Others were sitting there drinking beer. The two were in a room looking out and observing the demon soldiers through the window. Mare spoke, looking over, it seems that they also have a normal life, which makes me quite disappointed. Kai replied, as long as they have the ability to talk and possess intelligence, it is natural, like humans. He pointed down, Mare was momentarily stunned. Below, there were some people who were captured by the demons as slaves, serving to transport goods. They were brutally beaten and shouted loudly, don't be lazy anymore, get to work. Witnessing that, Mare screamed in surprise, slaves. Kai wondered, why are you surprised? You already knew that humans were captured by demons as slaves. Mare inside the door replied, you're right, I know but it's crazy. After brutally beating the human, the demons stood there and laughed loudly, ignoring the victim's pain. Mare's face changed slightly, it seemed like she was extremely angry. Kai looked over and realized that, this was probably the first time he had seen that side of her, he was a little surprised. Suddenly, he felt a change in the space around him. A voice rang out, you are not demons, are you? Behind the two of them appeared a girl with sharp horns and a mysterious aura. Kai glanced back and wondered when she had gotten there, he quickly took out his dagger as a precaution, he hadn't detected her earlier. The strange girl continued to reassure, you don't need to be on guard, I'm not here to fight. Kai, hearing this, became even more worried and asked, what do you want, how do you know our location? Looking at her very calm demeanor, Kai was extremely shocked, it was insane, there was no way he hadn't detected someone behind him, she must be using magic. At this moment, the strange girl spoke, I have been searching for you since you infiltrated through my detection barrier. Mare was puzzled, what barrier? I didn't detect any mana. Her eyes were a bit strange with red, she replied, there's no place I can't see with my spatial magic. Kai was startled, remembering what he had overheard that morning, spatial magic, don't tell me it's her, then he immediately used his appraisal ability. The system displayed the information, name Isabel Veldora, age 15, gender female, attack S, defense A, agility A, strength A, magic SS, status normal, skills divine guardian, evil god level S, spatial magic level S, all magic attributes level S. Now, she stepped forward and officially introduced herself, my name is Isabel, the fifth princess of the demon kingdom Veldora. Before the question, she issued a threat, if you don't answer, I will call the soldiers to a human and an elf, what are you doing here, you don't look like spies. Kai cautiously thought, if a war breaks out at the enemy's base, I can't guarantee my safety, I must negotiate peacefully, then he spoke, I don't mind explaining, but it will be a long story. Isabel jumped onto a nearby crate, sat down, and said, it's okay, I'm bored too. After standing there and recounting some of the events that had happened, she asked him, so, you want to go back to your world? Kai looked at Isabel seriously, I heard that's possible with spatial magic, is that really true? She replied, that person is right, you can go back to your world. Kai excitedly asked, really? He looked at the girl in front of him with a little relief in his heart, fortunately, I can finally talk to the spatial witch, she didn't seem like a normal demon, he didn't feel any hatred for humans from her. Isabel added, but I need to know the coordinates of your old world, I don't even know where your world is or what kind it is. This statement of hers seemed to pull down his recent joy. Isabel was serious, although it's really possible, but if I don't know the coordinates, there's no way I can bring you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly became silent. The two of them looked at each other, one wanted to go home, and the other had the ability to send that person home. But the most important thing right now was missing, which was the coordinates. Kai asked Isabel, is there any way to find the coordinates? She replied, there are many parallel worlds, it's really difficult to find your exact world. He had been observing with his ability, even with the eyes of truth, and it seemed like she wasn't lying, his skills had improved and had some quite useful effects. Isabel added, however, there are also limitations with your body, you came to this world with the divine guardian ability, basically, that's impossible. With my demon magic, I can't penetrate your divine guardian ability. Under her eyes, Kai was covered by a layer of white, smoky aura. Kai replied frankly, perhaps it's God's will that we can't go home, unless we kill the demon lord. Isabel was calm, perhaps, I don't know further than that. Kai sighed, thinking, as expected, there are no shortcuts, okay, at least now I know I have no other choice. His eyes revealed the determination that he must kill the demon lord. Isabel shrugged, it seems you've made up your mind. Kai replied, the best thing right now is that I can go home, even if it's thanks to the demon's magic, but that doesn't seem easy. Mare looked at Isabel questioningly, I've been thinking about this from the start, why are you cooperating with us, you are the princess of the demon kingdom. She created a spatial portal in front of her, stepped down and replied, even the demon kingdom is divided into factions, there's something I've always desired. Kai and Mare, seeing this, immediately drew their weapons to prepare for defense. Isabel stepped into the spatial door and reminded the two of them, be careful. Escaping this city won't be easy, and as soon as she finished speaking, she also gradually disappeared in front of them. In an instant, Isabel completely disappeared and the spatial door also slowly dissipated. Mare clutched her chest and gasped, I was so scared, I thought I was done for. Kai also put away his dagger and said, she is the descendant of the demon lord, she is very strong, we can't defeat her right now. Mare looked over, relieved, thank God, she didn't have a hostile attitude. Kai agreed, often in situations like this, misfortune will follow luck. Hearing you say that, Mare became even more panicked, don't say that. Outside, the noise of the demon soldiers, Mare looked down, Kai inside wondered, what's going on? A demon soldier shouted the announcement, quickly find them, the spies have infiltrated this city. Mare heard this confusedly asking, have we been exposed? Kai realized this just as the witch disappeared. Mare panicked and turned to ask, you mean she informed them, why would she do that after leaving, I really don't understand. You turn to the door, we won't understand what she's thinking, quickly leave this place. A moment later, outside the buildings, Kai and Mare were moving at high speed on the roof. Below, the demon soldiers were still desperately searching, one of them shouted, haven't found them yet, they must be here. Kai thought to himself, they are deploying the military, it seems they are very sure there are intruders inside, they are completely wary, we can't stay here anymore, their individual stats are quite high. While running together, Kai stopped to observe, causing Mare to bump into his back due to inertia. She complained, don't stop so suddenly. Kai immediately grabbed her head and pushed it down, making her startled and ask, what's wrong? Kai demanded to bow down, don't move. He observed and felt this energy was similar to that which, or maybe stronger. Below on the street was a high-ranking demon standing among the demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead, and emitting this green aura, is one of the 4 great heavenly kings. Mare was shocked to realize that it was the one who had harmed her village and family, Wimberg. Hearing that, Kai turned to ask her what she just said. Mare's expression was a bit excited, finally meeting in this place, just as predicted, following you was the right decision. He turned to ask Mare, is he your revenge target? Mare replied, that's right, there's no mistaking it, the Wind Heavenly King, one of the Devil Lord's vassals, Wimberg. Kai looked down and used his assessment ability. The information showed the name Wimberg, age 40, demon race, wind attribute skills, level 5 demon magic, level 5 hawk eyes, level 5 swordsmanship. He realized he was very strong. Then he put his hand on Mare's shoulder to reassure her, calm down, fighting him here is a crazy decision. Mare relaxed, although she hated him very much, but striking at this moment was seeking death. In fact, she also understood this. Kai turned and slid down, reminding, the Wind Heavenly King, I heard that wind attribute magic is very good for reconnaissance and tracking, we must move carefully. Mare was still sitting there, stunned, Wimberg's aura mixed into the wind. He walked through the street with the demon soldiers on both sides escorting him. Wimberg immediately asked, okay, is there really an intruder here? The soldier next to him replied, certainly, sir, he grunted and said, it's just a hunch, so I can't say much. Wimberg looked serious, but if there really is an intruder, we will definitely crush them. He took the opportunity to remind his subordinates, the trump card of the humans is the hero candidates that have been discovered at the front lines. At times like this, we must stabilize the situation, simple but very important strategy. The purple demon next to him interrupted, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you okay retreating to the rear like this? I think Wimberg-sama will achieve more victories at the front. He calmly replied, this position suits me better, let the manual labor be for other units. The auras he sent out to track, mixing into the wind, had a response. Wimberg smiled, they are really here. The purple demon quickly asked, have you discovered them, sir? He replied, the wind is telling me so. The gusts of wind swirled around his hands, they are moving carefully, but they will not be able to escape my detection. The purple soldier admired, by controlling the wind currents, you can detect anything, one of the most difficult skills of the wind attribute, no matter how many times I've witnessed it, I'm still very impressed. Wimberg immediately waved it off, enough flattery, prepare the pursuit units, the demon soldiers immediately obeyed. Wimberg stood there with a cold laugh, I didn't expect that witch to let humans pass in front of her so brazenly, how interesting, a good show to watch here. In a small alley, Kai and Mayer were running very fast, trying to avoid the demon soldier groups as well as Wimberg's scrutiny. His eyes were sharp and determined, they couldn't be caught in this situation. Suddenly, Kai raised his hand and told Mayer to stop. Outside the alley on the main road, the demon soldiers were desperately searching, one of them shouted, find them, they must be nearby. Kai hid to the side, peeked out to observe and said, they have discovered our move, although they still can't pinpoint the exact location. Mayer looked up at the sky and noticed something strange and reported it to Kai, by the way the wind has been moving very unusually, the spirits are also restless. He looked in the direction of Mayer's eyes, it seems this is a search skill of the wind element, this is very dangerous. She said to Kai, I can disrupt this unusual air current with magic, but it will reveal our position. Realizing the situation was still stable, Kai continued moving and said to her, you shouldn't do that, we haven't been completely discovered yet, let's keep going, if we're discovered in this position, we'll be defeated by their overwhelming numbers. Time passed quickly, the demon soldiers, under Wimberg's orders, continued to search without stopping. As for the two of them, they chose small alleys and moved continuously to avoid being discovered. But suddenly, the voice of a demon soldier rang out, I found you. Kai turned around and saw a large number of them behind, while Mayer was still trying to run and breathe heavily from exhaustion. Kai looked at the girl and clicked his tongue. The two of them turned and continued to run. Mayer said, sorry, it's my fault. Kai waved his hand, it's okay, we can use the location markers to our advantage. He added, furthermore, you should act as a decoy to lure them for me. Upon hearing the word decoy, Mayer was startled, her eyes wide as she looked at him in amazement. Without giving her time to react, Kai immediately stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum. Then he jumped onto the walls in a zigzag pattern to get onto the roof. Mayer stood there, whining, wait, I can't climb like that. Kai looked down and said, don't you want revenge, what good will crying in this situation do? Leaving the girl standing there, Kai continued his movement and said, you hide. Seeing herself abandoned like that, Mayer looked on in shock, but didn't dare to neglect, and continued to run with her legs. The demon soldiers behind pursued with weapons in their hands, shouting loudly, they're splitting up. At the crossroads, the demon soldiers split into two groups, one group following the direction Kai was moving, the other group ran straight to pursue Mayer. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and turned around, then raised her staff and exclaimed, oh my god, so I just need to do this, huh? Then Mayer stood facing the demon soldiers with her staff in her hand, wielding fire magic with the fire salamander spell. The demons quickly stopped with extremely surprised eyes, what is this? Boom, the small alley was engulfed in a sea of fire. The large explosion attracted the attention of other groups of demons. They immediately followed the order of the commander and rushed towards that direction, over there, hurry. A faint shadow landed right behind their ranks. A clean, fatal cut across the neck of a demon soldier, blood gushed out before he could react. The corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and the shadow swiftly moved away again. Kai's next targets were the two demon soldiers in front. In the blink of an eye, other than the sound of swish, swish, no other sound was made. The leading demon leader was startled and realized something strange. He turned around and asked, what was that sound? But surprisingly, in front of him were the corpses of his underlings, lying scattered everywhere. He stammered in shock, what the hell is this? In a split second, the dagger was pressed against his neck in astonishment. The demon soldier was too scared to speak, only Kai's voice scolded him, you coward. As soon as the words were finished, it was also the moment blood gushed out from his neck. On another alley, there were continuous gasps. Mayer was struggling to escape, and at the same time, she used magic to attack the demon soldiers to hold them back. She used water magic, creating a great flood pouring into the alley, making it difficult for the demon soldiers to move. However, they still tried to move forward against the current. Mare's face revealed a hint of worry, but she reassured herself by thinking that at least she could hold them back, but as it was, there were too many of them. Suddenly, she looked towards them and noticed something unusual. A column of water occasionally appeared at the very back of the soldiers. And every time it appeared, a demon soldier disappeared. Mare thought to herself, it seems their numbers are decreasing. Along with that, the water began to turn blood red. The ones in the front finally realized and turned around to ask, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could gather himself, the dagger was plunged straight into the middle of his forehead and blood gushed out. Kai's previous knife throw was called by the beautiful name, Shikigami, the god of death. Kai's eyes were sharp and cold, demon blood splattered all over his face, truly the familiar style of an assassin. He gently pulled the dagger from the demon's head and said to Mare, "You make a good decoy, thanks to you, my job has become easier." The two of them continued walking in the small alley. Mare followed behind Kai complaining, "I almost got killed." On this side, Wimberg's hurried footsteps and his inquiring voice still hadn't caught them. The demon soldier hurried over, "I'm sorry, I'll send more troops immediately." He raised his hand to stop him. Then he quickly said, "No need, the more people, the more they die." Wimberg smiled, appearing extremely confident, "I will destroy them myself." As for the two of them, Kai and Mare realized something was in front of them. A strong wind swept down towards them. It blew away their hair and stopped their progress. Mare thought to herself, "I can feel a very strong source of energy from this wind. It seems they are in sight." Wind energy accumulates into magical streams downwards. Sensing a little danger, Mare shouted, "Oh wind spirits." She created a magical vortex that threw away those sharp wind energies, which gradually dissipated, and the surrounding air also became quiet again. Kai looked up and thought, "Finally they are here." Above was Wimberg standing there controlling the flow of the wind. He crossed his arms and smiled lightly, "It seems you guys aren't just cowards, these intruders." Seeing him, Mare's angry face and hateful eyes appeared. She shouted his name, "Wimberg." Kai both reminded and encouraged her, "Finally the chance for her to get revenge is here, are you ready?" She clenched her staff in her hand, her voice full of determination as she looked at him, "For 10 years, I've always been ready." Kai whispered to remind Mare, "If it's a long battle, he's not an easy opponent, so from the very beginning we have to try our best and take him down quickly." Mare nodded and shouted clearly, then looked towards Wimberg with determination. She struck her staff on the ground, began to chant, "Oh wind spirits." She created sharp streams of wind energy that shot forward. They were like streams of blades slashing straight at where Wimberg was floating. He appeared very calm, his face didn't change at all. Then Wimberg created a huge magic circle and shouted, "Using the wind element to attack me, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the wind, I don't know if you're brave or stupid." Then, from the magic circle, his wind energy was amplified and surrounded him. Mare's attacks met a whirlwind shield and were immediately nullified. Along with the flow of wind in the vortex, the wind blades were blown upwards and flew away. Kai constantly used his speed to move very quickly on the ground and look up, he's obstructing his own vision. Suddenly some wind spears shot down from above. Fortunately, with his agility and dexterity, he gently jumped to the side to avoid them. Then Kai looked up in a panic and was amazed. Wimberg spoke, "You think you can close the distance when I can't see around me?" He twirled his fingers to control the wind and smiled, "You understand, right? My wind element magic will not let you hide." Kai was a little worried, thinking to himself, "This is bad, even if I fall into his blind spot, I will still be detected by his magic. This is the strongest counterattack against my assassination skills." Mare stood there and raised her staff confidently and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." With that, the head of the staff glowed brightly with a dazzling green color, and then winds were created. The extremely strong wind blew away the vortex around Wimberg. He was extremely surprised, exclaimed, "What?" Mare said to Kai, "His wind magic uses the ability to precisely control the flow of the wind. If I can use magic to break it, I can stop him." Wimberg seemed worried at this moment, thinking that little girl, she has broken my magic with a spell, so she knows my fighting style. Kai was always focused on the opponent, as expected, throughout her life, she only thought about revenge. Then he jumped on the walls to use them as leverage and flew to the roof to approach Wimberg from above. He glanced down and observed that and smiled contemptuously, thinking that just getting close would defeat me. Kai had rushed forward and launched a sharp slash. But with the wind energy under his feet, Wimberg gently flew up to avoid it. This surprised Kai a little. He floated above, laughing coldly, "How sad, I can fly up in the air. Kai clicked his tongue, a similar ability to Narumi. Suddenly a voice from air below came and jumped up. A gentle gust of wind acted on Kai's feet, helping him to fly up. The magic wind below supported him to get closer to him. Wimberg screamed in panic, how could it be? Kai used his assessing eye along with the sharp daggers, looking at him, thinking he would finish him off while he was still bewildered, skills of distant vision and weak point detection. Thanks to that skill, Kai almost knew in advance the direction of evasion as well as Wimberg's death point. Everything was clear in his eyes. However, his weak point was fading. Kai realized this and was a bit surprised by it. Wimberg's hand was holding the handle of the weapon and taking it out. A long and sharp Chong-Pung sword appeared in his hand. Wimberg looked down seriously and said, "Intruder, you dare to make me swing my sword." Then he immediately stabbed straight down in front of Kai. The fast and powerful attack caused him to be continuously pushed back, using 2 daggers to try to block. However, there were still sword strokes that slipped through and cut across his face. Blood was flowing. Kai was worried. Even if he used distant vision, it was too fast. Taking this opportunity, Wimberg rushed to continue adding without giving him a chance to defend himself. He smiled, "Let me tell you, the one who taught Hector how to use a sword was me." Suddenly, the smile disappeared. He glanced to the side. A large rock appeared, hitting towards him, causing him to quickly jump up to avoid it. This also helped Kai resolve the danger. He jumped down, standing in front of Mayer. The large rock was stuck into the building next to it, while Wimberg was still floating above. The two were still extremely focused on the magic staff and the killer daggers. He looked down with a little concern. Even with the wind demon magic to deflect such a large rock, it's not easy. Wimberg saw that Mayer, that goblin, could use earth elemental magic, not to underestimate it. He focused on the girl on the ground, thinking from the start, those goblin villages should have been destroyed, shouldn't they? Suddenly, he thought again and realized, then shouted and asked, "So that's it, it turns out you are the one who killed Hector, aren't you?" Before Kai could answer, Mayer spoke, "Yes, at least you should know what it feels like to lose someone." Wimberg closed his eyes and laughed coldly, "So you're the one who survived in that village." The fire of hatred erupted in Mayer's body. "Since that day I have been practicing magic for 10 long years just to be able to kill you myself." Wimberg laughed loudly when he heard that. "How nostalgic, thanks to you I remembered everything, that day was really interesting." Seeing his expression made Mayer stunned. His horns showed veins and his voice was full of sarcasm. "Hearing the goblins' cries made me feel so comfortable, because they thought of others but didn't care about themselves. Only one guy came up and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue and emitted a demonic aura. A strong emotion made me so moved that I almost cried. The scene was so beautiful when I saw its desperate expression." Mayer was provoked by those words. She screamed and aimed her magic staff at him. Kai stood in front and reminded her in time, "Don't get provoked, Mayer." Then he turned around and sincerely said, "I'm relying on your magic." Hearing that, Mayer regained her composure, suppressed her anger and replied, "I understand." Kai focused again, "I must stay calm and assess the situation. I am the one who will do everything to win." His attacks have a very wide range, including both close and long-range attacks, making it very easy for me to be hit. Wimberg above also guarded and reminded himself, "Don't get provoked, those two are so annoying. That kid can still stand up even after I launched an attack, even though he's just a human." He blurted out, "Are you a hero candidate?" Kai replied with sharp eyes, "It seems you understand us very well." He raised his sword and replied, "I always remember the strongest enemies of the enemy country, but you're not even on the list. The only explanation is that you're an outsider." He looked down at the two, thought to himself, "But the ones at a disadvantage are them, no need to rush, my stats are much higher than theirs." On this side, Kai is also calculating, the effect of distant vision will decrease after 3 minutes. If he doesn't quickly handle it, there will be no chance of winning anymore. Mayer's voice rang out, "Lend me your ear for a moment, I have an idea." The little girl approached Kai, then whispered something secret in his ear. After listening, he spoke, "I understand, don't get in my way." Mayer widened her eyes when she heard him say that, reacted immediately, "It should be me who says that." Wimberg above looked down impatiently and asked, "Have you guys finished talking?" Without bothering to answer, Kai used the eyes of an assassin, focused on his target and said to Mayer, "Let's go." He laughed coldly, his eyes full of confident challenge to the two, "Come here." The two's strategy began to form. Kai rode the wind from Mayer's magic power upwards to approach Wimberg. Then she propped her magic staff on the ground and chanted, "O earth spirits." The earth and stones below were summoned by Mayer to float up, this time it's small stones, not a large rock like earlier. Then she raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Shoot him." The earth and stones as if they had eyes immediately flew straight up into the sky. Wimberg was still using wind energy to float there with a magic circle behind him, and the earth spirits had shot close to him. Wimberg swung his hand up and created a large gust of wind to block this magic of Mayer's. That gust of wind pushed the earth spirits away from where he was standing. Having just dealt with a problem, his eyes changed when he realized he was still being targeted by something else. Kai, with the dagger, brought up by wind energy, slashed down at his level immediately. Very quickly, Wimberg raised his sword to block. Without letting him react, Mare swung her hand and shouted, "It's not over yet." The earth spirits from before suddenly, under her control, turned back to attack right behind him. Wimberg glided as fast as the wind and thought the boulders were being controlled. I must dodge them, but it seemed he changed his mind. Instead, I should create a wind wall. Just waiting for that, Mare continued her combo, now wind spirits. As soon as she finished speaking, a whirlwind from the magic wand swirled straight up. It disrupted Wimberg and destroyed the wind wall he had just created. He exclaimed in alarm, "What?" Thanks to that, the earth spirits broke the magic circle behind him. Kai seized the opportunity, his eyes sharp, looking over. Finally, an opening. Blood flowed from Wimberg's hand and his sword fell out. His face was scared, thinking to himself, "It's not aimed at the heart, but at my sword." Just waiting for that, Kai jumped up, using his other hand to grab his sword's handle. Then he did a backflip and stood on the large boulder. Everything still didn't stop. In front of him, he lost his sword. And behind him, he turned around and looked with a face full of amazement. The earth spirits hit him directly, without a wind wall to protect him. Wimberg took the full hit. He angrily stood there and shouted, "You guys are good, destroying my defenses, but a high-level demon like me, you think you can even scratch me?" Wimberg frowned and looked down. Anger was controlling him just by two weaklings in his eyes. Mare looked up, a little shocked. "He's not hurt at all." Kai was still standing there, focusing on observation, holding the sword in his hand, thinking to himself that everything was going as he planned. Remembering, Mare had whispered in his ear earlier, his wind demon magic is very strong, but it still has a weakness. Her eyes were very serious at that time. This magic is quite weak against heavy attacks, especially earth element. Anyway, it's very difficult to use wind to move a heavy object. Looking at him up there at that time, Mare had calculated, even though we haven't broken his defenses yet, I can still use my wind magic. As long as I can disrupt his wind flow, its effect will be reduced. Kai recalled those things and thought she had prepared for so long just to get revenge. To destroy this demon, she had to have a complete plan and the necessary skills. But it seemed it still wasn't enough. At that time he had said to Mare, "I think your plan is quite good, but remember to leave a way for me to attack too. I will take his sword." So the intention to take the sword was proposed by Kai. Back to reality, everything they discussed had happened, disrupting the wind flow and attacking him with earth spirits, stealing his sword, but only that he was still not hurt at all. Mare looked up at Kai and wondered, "What are you going to do? His main skill is wind attribute magic, but you just took his sword." Wimberg stood there, saw his long tongue licking his blood and asked, Aren't you an aspiring hero swordsman, or do you think you can defeat me by taking my sword?" Kai replied frankly, "That's right, but something unusual is happening. It seems the sword is reacting to something." From above, Wimberg once again used wind arrows to shoot down at him. Kai coldly used the dagger and the sword in his hand to slash those things apart. Suddenly, something approached him quickly. Wimberg was using his bare hand to block the wind sword in Kai's hand. But he was worried and trembling, his eyes narrowed along with a sweat pouring out, thinking to himself, "Suddenly I can't keep up with its attacks." With the long sword in hand, approaching attacks are much easier. A horizontal slash from him made him stagger and dodge. He was both defending and astonished. What the hell is this? Am I being pushed back? Taking the opportunity, Mare raised her magic wand to assist again. Right now, wind spirits, harass him. A large gust of wind from below blew up, causing him to lose his balance. He was about to fall backwards and shouted loudly, "Impossible," then looked at Kai and thought, "This guy is following my exact flying movements." He appeared in front of him, raised the sword high, preparing to slash down, and said, "It's over here." Wimberg tensed up, the horn between his forehead and his face with many veins popping out. He shouted, "Don't you dare mock me. You are just a human." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura from the horn shot out, sharp and full of power, aiming straight at Kai. The impact created a blinding blue flash. In the distance, Kai landed lightly, and on this side was Wimberg's head falling off. He stood there and sighed, "I'm out of energy." The head was there, separated from the neck, but he could still communicate. "I never thought I would lose." He tried to ask Kai, "Why did you suddenly move in a different direction?" "So, you also have the mimicry divine skill," Kai said to him, "with these eyes, I can precisely copy an opponent's skills." He recounted, "During the fight, I copied your swordsmanship skills thanks to this ability. At first, I wasn't good at swordsmanship, that's why I didn't want to use it. Blood flowed all around his head. Wimberg lay there gasping, divine skill, hero candidate, so, you truly are humanity's trump card. He coldly looked at him, without hiding anything, and said, I have this power because I killed your subordinate, Hector. His personal stats appeared: name, Shinju Kai, age, 17, gender, male, divine skill evaluation level 4, divine skill, weakness detection level Z, divine skill, long-range vision level 1, divine skill, mimicry level 1, assassination skill level 5, dagger technique level 5, throwing technique level 5, stealth level 5. Realizing the reason for his defeat, Wimberg slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to scold Hector, what a foolish disciple, letting the enemy become stronger. After defeating Wimberg, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat there looking at the head detached from the body. He took the opportunity to rest, regain energy, and assess the situation. Although he had killed him with the bloody head rolling around, he had also used almost all his strength. Kai thought to himself, so this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 more demons as strong as him, and the demon lord will definitely be much stronger. Furthermore, the demon lord also has children, like Isabel for example, and just one of the demon lord's children is already this strong. Kai sighed and thought, my current strength is still not enough. While still lost in confused thoughts, he suddenly jumped a little. Mare was gently walking towards him. Her state of mind was also quite chaotic. After all, this was the person she had wanted to take revenge on and had prepared for 10 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Kai, he's dead, right? He nodded, yes, certainly. Kai turned and asked, how do you feel after achieving your goal of revenge? Contrary to the previous excitement, Mare now calmly replied, it's strange, I feel nothing. I risked my life to achieve the goal of revenge, and now it's all over here. The sun shone brightly. She continued, anyway, I feel relieved, even though after killing him, my parents and all my villagers can't come back. Mare looked up at the sky, but I also feel like I've let go of the past. Kai looked at her sincerely, I'm really glad you're here. If it weren't for your intervention with Wimberg's wind, I would have lost my way. Mare turned to look at him. I should be the one saying that. Surrounded by ruins, the large boulder embedded in the wall was a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Mare added, I prepared myself for 10 years just to kill him, but still couldn't do it alone without you. She smiled, the relief evident in her state of mind. Mare looked at Kai, thank you for helping me get my revenge. He brushed it off with a bit of embarrassment, it was just a coincidence, it's not a big deal. But it didn't matter anymore, they had been together for a while. She replied gently, it's okay, I'm glad I decided to follow you. Mare smiled, if I had stayed there, I wouldn't have been able to keep my composure, maybe I would have run away and died meaninglessly, I'm sure my master knows that. Kai turned to her and asked, what are you going to do now? Mare turned away, looking far off, thought for a moment, and then answered, I haven't thought about it yet, I feel a bit lost right now. He stood up, walked towards Mare, you can take your time to find your purpose in life, elves live a long time, right? Hearing that, Mare smiled slyly, actually, I have half human blood, I don't think I'll live as long as my master, but let's see. She stepped up next to Kai, leaned towards him, and said, at this point, I'll go with you. He asked doubtfully, are you sure? My goal is to kill the demon lord. Mare replied, after you kill the demon lord, fewer people will suffer tragedies like mine in the future, so I think it's also worthwhile. Without giving Kai a chance to answer, she continued walking with a smile on her face, even if you say you don't need me, I'll selfishly do it anyway. With nothing else to do, Kai turned back and scratched his head in confusion, the more clues, the better, once their reinforcements arrive, there will be many troubles. Even though Kai didn't answer directly, it was implicitly understood that he had agreed for her to accompany him, which made Mare very happy. She quickly ran after Kai with an excited mood. After getting revenge for herself, she would contribute to preventing others from falling into the same situation as her. 2 small figures, one assassin from another world in the name of a hero candidate, and a half-elf with very strong magical power, walked forward together. Surprisingly, from above, a figure with a dark aura was secretly observing them. It was none other than Isabel. She stood there seeing everything, but did not intervene in the battle. She stood there, talking to herself, they're better than I thought, it will be helpful to let them escape, but they were able to defeat Wimberg. Isabel smiled cunningly, I can easily take the next steps now. Afterward, they moved together to return, climbing mountains and wading through streams, as difficult as the way they entered the demon territory. Shinju and Mare returned to visit Elbana, and both the master and disciple were very happy to see each other again. With a cup of tea on the table, Elbana's voice rang out, I'm glad both of you returned safely. Looking at the two sitting in the chairs, she continued, I never thought you would return so soon. Mare looked confused, not knowing whether her master was praising her or criticizing her. This caused the girl to stammer, Master, I. Immediately, the sage patted her disciple's head, I know. Albana snapped her fingers and winked, you want to go with that boy, don't you? Do your best for another goal as well. Kai was also a little embarrassed, quickly picked up his teacup to drink and pretended not to hear. Mer looked at him with a slight blush, and gently replied, yes, master. Sage asked Kai, hey kid, do you know the information on the front lines lately? She immediately turned to ask, what's going on, senior? She recounted, it seems your friends, the hero candidates, have been defeated. Kai thought to himself, Midu has lost, then asked, who is the opponent? Albana replied, the highest operator of the Demon King's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the heavenly king of earth, Stonageria. Mare immediately asked, basically, he must be similar to Wimberg, right? He must be very strong. Kai was a little worried when he heard that his friend's opponent was one of the 4 heavenly kings. He had fought one and knew how strong they were. He turned to ask, are they killed? Sage replied, no, it seems they are still alive, but I heard that after the battle, their spirits are in decline. Kai put the teacup on the table, I understand. Then immediately got up and continued, let's go see how the situation is. He thought to himself, now my plan is to kill the Demon King. I want to reduce their power bit by bit. The best way is to use them so I can defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Mare innocently asked, are the hero candidates as strong as you? Kai replied, I don't know, no matter how strong they are, if they can't use their strength, it's meaningless. Night at the fort, a long wall used to separate and defend. Inside, many seriously injured people are being treated, including the hero candidates. The sounds of moaning from pain constantly resounded. The arm of one of them was covered with wounds, although it had been bandaged, blood was still oozing out. Shirori asked Midu, are you okay, let me heal you. He smiled, don't worry about me, Hano-san, don't overexert yourself, you can't use healing skills forever, can you? The little girl with an innocent face replied, I know, but this is the only thing I can do. So, with her healing ability, Shirori channeled energy to restore Midu. He thought back to that time, thanks to Heinrich's army protecting and coming to help in time, he was able to retreat safely. Midu observed his friends around. Everyone's injuries were quite serious, not only physically but also mentally. Rina, who used to be hot-tempered and active, now sat with her knees drawn up, her face distraught. The strong Erasher also lay there, resting his hand on his forehead in helplessness. He himself, being treated, also clenched his fists as if he could not accept the reality. Midu blamed himself, it was all because of him, if he had defeated him. Transitioning to Arla's fortress, the garrison of the demon army led by Stonageria. He was sitting on a watchtower alone. His eyes were closed as if meditating, the wind blew softly, the surrounding space was quiet. From afar in the nearby forest, the fortress was built on a large and steep rock mountain. Kai's voice resounded, so it's him. He could observe him with his special eyes. Seeing that, Mare was very surprised, asking, from this distance, you can also see the enemy. Kai replied, because my appraisal ability has leveled up, I continuously receive additional effects. Remote surveying is also an additional effect of this skill. The little girl continued, your skills are always as convenient as usual, huh? Kai said nothing, his concern at this moment was to grasp the opponent's information, know yourself and know your enemy, 100 battles 100 victories. His basic information appeared, name Stonageria, age 75, demon race, male gender, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S, normal status, earth demon magic level 5, swordsmanship level 3, solid defense level 5. His appraisal I continued to use advanced appraisal. Kai saw the details of the solid defense skill, based on the defense stat, defense will be multiplied. He seemed to understand the problem because his appraisal ability was at level 4, he could use advanced appraisal, knowing the details of the enemy's skills would give him a great advantage. Moreover, he also had the skill to detect weaknesses. Some time passed, Stonageria was still meditating there, he looked very calm after dealing with the intruders. After detecting the weakness, there was no response. Kai thought, nothing, so he was too weak at the moment, so he couldn't detect his weaknesses. Mare curiously asked, did you see anything? He replied, if he had a weakness, it would be easier. Kai continued, what I know about him is that he is an expert in using earth attribute demon magic and his swordsmanship is not bad, he has a special ability to increase defense stats, that's all I can see. Mare realized something, just as expected from the 4 heavenly kings of earth, the earth attribute is weaker than the water attribute. Hearing that, Kai immediately asked, are there any compatible attributes between the elements? She replied, it's not that easy, it also depends on the type of skills used. Mare turned to add, even if he uses a large amount of earth attribute demon magic, he will certainly only be proficient in a few skills. If I know what those skills are, I can predict his weaknesses. At this time Kai suggested, I think at least we should go to their place. What do you predict? The scene shifts back to the fortress. Midou is standing on the ramparts, looking into the distance. His wounds are not yet healed, and his eyes have a worried look. Midou remembers Kai's image and thinks if Shinju were here. But he immediately shakes his head and denies it. He tells himself, I must not run away, Midou Shuji, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, his friends were already standing behind him. Rina asks him if he's thinking about what to do, right? Then she waved her hand, I only know that much, you always want to do everything by yourself, huh? Seeing his friends there, Midou was slightly surprised and exclaimed, everyone. Narumi winked and said, don't be so gloomy, it's not over yet. Mireille added, that's right, Midou-kun. You're not fighting alone. Hearing that, he asked everyone again, do you still believe in me? Rina stepped forward and asked back, so you don't believe in us, huh? Then she walked past Midou and called him an idiot. Narumi also stepped forward and put his arm around Midou. Then he said to him, meaning you have to rely on us more, right, Rina? Midou looked at her back, and Rina stood there without saying anything. Then he smiled, relying on you guys, I've never thought about that. Narumi continued, you know, everyone gets stronger every day, if you keep lifting heavy things alone, your shoulders will hurt. While everyone was happily encouraging each other, a familiar person walked up and asked, so you're here, Mid? That person was none other than Erasure and his group. They were also covered in injuries, no less grand. He pointed and grimaced, what a pathetic expression, aren't you going to blow away that stone guy? Midou widened his eyes, surprised, I didn't expect you to be here too. Erasure clicked his tongue, really annoying, just us alone is not enough to defeat him. He stepped forward and proactively suggested giving us instructions, Midou, we will crush Stone's name. Narumi was delighted, finally Erasure is cooperating with Shuji. Mireille smiled, it must be raining too hard today. Erasure was embarrassed and turned to scold, shut up, I'll kill you now Midou. Regaining his confidence and declaring to everyone, let's work together and defeat that demon. Erasure smiled, your expression is better. Rin on this side was quietly observing, anyway, she is currently Kai's insider. She thought to herself, it's great that everyone in the class is working together, but we still don't have a plan to destroy Stone Ageria. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Rin, long time no see, Kanzaki. She quickly turned to look down, but Kai signaled, don't make a loud noise, I don't want to be noticed. Hearing that, Rin quickly put her hand up to cover her mouth, trying to appear calm. Kai asked, you guys lost to the 4 heavenly kings of the earth, right? Rin replied, yes. He immediately asked, what kind of sorcery did he use? Rin looked down and recounted what happened during that raid to let Kai grasp the situation. He understood and asked, I see, he's a mud monster and controls them, huh? Rin nodded, yes, surely his techniques only revolve around that. Kai blurted out, just as Mayor predicted. Hearing that, she quickly turned down and asked, Mayor, who's that, is it a girl? Kai didn't want to delve into that issue, so he chose to change the subject, it's nothing, thank you for letting me know the information. Rin asked, aren't you going to help us, Shinju-kun? Looking at the seemingly united crowd, Kai replied, I was planning to, but it seems everyone has already solved it themselves. If I join in, it would only create unnecessary conflicts. Kai, with his sincere gaze as always, said to Rin, I will be your shadow as always. The scene shifts to the monsters standing on high, seriously guarding the castle. The fortress of Arlis stands majestically in the sky. Below, there are 2 monsters strictly patrolling. In the dense forest, the group of hero candidates are gathering there to prepare for a new attack. Kaori excitedly said, because Yumi is here, we are basically an army equivalent to 100 soldiers. Rina also happily chimed in, you're right, I'm glad you're okay. At this moment, Yumi seemed a bit embarrassed, poking her own cheeks, thank you, she said, I'll do my best. She is candidate number 9, Kinoshita Yumi, she's transferring from the non-combat group to the combat group. Rina suddenly asked, is there a reason you suddenly decided to join us? Yumi was a little stunned, then said, After that, Yumi smiled brightly and gave a reason, I heard everyone is having a hard time. Kaori immediately burst into laughter, praising her, you really are a hero. But Rina didn't say anything. Yumi smiled politely, thinking to herself, it's okay, right, Shinju? 5 days ago, Yumi, wearing a maid outfit, leaned against the door. Her face showed a hint of fatigue as she complained, I'm so tired today too. Kai suddenly spoke up, it's been a while, hasn't it, Kinoshita? Yumi, not realizing something was strange, replied, yeah, long time no see. Then she was startled, pointing frantically, wait, what are you, how did you get in here? But a second later, Yumi regained her composure and asked, are you really Shinjuku-kun? Kai replied straightforwardly, finally, your brain's working again. She asked in a fluster, her face flushed, why did you suddenly come into my room? Kai got straight to the point, right now, Midu and the others are in trouble on the front lines. To overcome the current situation, we need your abilities, the water-controlling guardian, that's why I came to you, Kinoshita. Yumi froze for a moment, pointing at herself, but I'm in the non-combat group. Kai calmly brushed it off, don't worry, you have the potential to be in the combat group, join Midu's group and help them. But now Yumi's heart was filled with doubt, how can you be so sure? Kai casually asked, you want to fight too, don't you? Then he informed Yumi of a piece of news, Leonora, the one who has deeply instilled fear in your mind, I have killed her. Kai added calmly, now no one can stop you anymore, after some time, the wound in your heart has also healed, hasn't it? Then the image of Yumi clumsily appeared in Kai's head, this isn't the time for you to imitate a waiter and break people's dishes. Yumi blushed with embarrassment, you saw that, it was just an accident. Kai directly asked, hitting Yumi's core, in reality, you've always wanted to help Nagase and Chinami throughout this time, haven't you? Yumi looked at him in silence for a long time. A second later, Yumi smiled bitterly and said, so you knew everything, huh, I'm surprised, I didn't expect a classmate to care about me so much. Kai bluntly stated his purpose, I'm just looking for a pawn that can be used. Suddenly, Yumi had a question, by the way, Shinju, aren't you a wanted criminal, are you really joining the combat group? He replied calmly, a wanted criminal can't join the Holy Nation's army. Yumi replied awkwardly, Rina will also frown at you. Before leaving, Kai pulled up his hood and turned his head to say, I'll act as your shadow, I'm here to activate a pawn like you. Back in the present, Yumi clenched her fists, reminding herself of her determination, I will do my best to show them that my abilities are useful. Rin, hiding behind a tree, had clearly heard the whole story and was silently observing. A few minutes ago, near the city wall, Kai stood below, asking Rin, that's the plan, do you have any questions? She voiced her concerns, I know we need Kinoshita to create a gap in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that's enough? Kai replied calmly, I'm not the only one fighting that demon, I'm sure you all have your own plans too, so just do your best depending on the current situation. Then, his eyes flashed with a cold gleam, I want to confirm how you've grown up during the time I haven't been here, tell Midu, that's enough. Rin, in the end, didn't question any further, turned around and walked away, replying, all right. Returning to the forest outside the Arliss fortress, a voice suddenly called her name, Kanzaki-san. His voice was very decisive. Midu stepped forward and said, let's confirm the plan one last time. Then Midu gathered everyone and spoke words of determination, we can't lose this time. Rin immediately agreed, yeah. In the lush green forest, everyone gathered around to discuss countermeasures and arrange strategic plans. Suddenly, a voice of doubt rang out, is this going to work? In the nearby bushes, Mayor, holding a bread in her hand, asked, do you have a better and more detailed plan, right? Kai replied, if everyone just follows what they're told, they won't develop, you think we need to defeat the demon lord now, so I have to train my classmates too. Kai's eyes became sharp, they are people with abilities, but they don't know how to use them. Looking at his friends there, he decided, I will help them step by step. He started by giving them clues. Kai also quickly realized, but he also knew well, that the most important thing in a battle is to decide your own moves. In front of the iron gate to enter the Arliss fortress, the guarding demon army needs secrecy with a lot of guards on top of the walls. A powerful imperial army appeared outside, preparing to advance and attack the fortress. Amelia rode a horse leading a legion, it's time. Then drew her sword and pointed it forward, shouting, all right, everyone, advance. The soldiers immediately charged forward upon hearing the command. The monsters on the walls began to sneer, here they come again, the fools who haven't learned anything, doing this instead of retreating. Amelia, full of energy, shouted, don't falter, we must clear the way for the hero candidates. The monsters also charged forward without hesitation, eliminating the invaders. A fierce battle broke out, with the group of hero candidates led by Midu cutting straight through, powerfully advancing inside. He stared intently in one direction, his eyes full of determination after the previous failure. In front of him was a tall tower, and inside the window, a somewhat familiar shadow. It was none other than the old monster Stony, baring his yellow teeth with a smirk, looking at Midu sarcastically. He frowned, thinking to himself, is he waiting for us? Soji then enthusiastically beckoned, come here, hero candidates, don't disappoint me. A large, golden door appeared before them. And a loud explosion shattered the door, with fragments flying everywhere. Erasure and his friends charged in. Their spirit today was completely different from the last time. The atmosphere became increasingly suffocating. In front of them was the Earth Army created by Stonageria. He stood in the middle with a shield and sword in his hands. Midu shouted to begin the plan. A sound echoed from the crack on the roof. It turned out to be Kai and Mayer hiding there. He calmly observed and said, all right, show me what you can do. Below, the warriors were in combat positions after hearing the command from Midu with the plan prepared in advance. The earth monsters began to act. Midu majestically pointed his sword forward. Then he shouted, begin the campaign, and as soon as the words were out, everyone rushed forward simultaneously. Rina asked with concern, are you alright, Yumi? She was still a bit nervous answering, don't worry about me, this was her first time participating in combat. Immediately, Yumi used her magical power to create water. The currents were controlled by Yumi to direct the water, attacking the monsters. Stonageria frowned when witnessing this scene. The earth monsters were frozen in place amidst Yumi's cool water. Erasure raised his fist and attacked them. A large explosion occurred again, causing them to be stunned and shattered. Midu also cut the monster's body in half without losing. Kenta nimbly jumped up and plunged a spear into one. Take this. Atsushi used his ultimate move and punched them in the stomach. Akira used his power to protect his teammates. Chao, then, was at ease dealing with them. On Satoshi and Haki's side, they also tried to destroy the enemy. Immediately after, the earth monsters rolled over and shattered. Suddenly, a magical aura enveloped the remains of the earth monsters. Instantly, the monsters' bodies were completely restored. But suddenly, on their bodies, there were strange signs. The entire body began to melt gradually. And then they fell, turning into a pile of mud. Rina excitedly shouted, we did it. Stonageria rubbed his chin, collecting his thoughts, using water. That girl wasn't there last time, so they've increased their numbers. In front of Stonageria, it was almost a battlefield filled with sand, but he still carefully kept some earth monsters with him for defense. Kai, looking down from above, also had to admit that it was just as she predicted Mayer. And Mayer hadn't expected this either. My idea was that if the connections between the rocks were wet, the opponent would have a harder time controlling the sadder monsters, and it's even more effective than I thought. Midu seized the opportunity and shouted, you see, everyone, the wet mud monsters can't regenerate, hit them hard. Yumi agreed with that and, taking advantage of the situation, continued to use her water power to attack. A second later, a huge wave was launched straight towards the monsters. The wave was like sweeping them away. Everyone ran together. And each person beat a monster to a pulp. Stonageria didn't flinch at all but bared his teeth with a sinister grin. You're trying to wipe out my subordinates, It seems like they have an excellent strategist this time. Immediately, Stonageria slammed his hand down on the ground. And vibrant red magic circles appeared. Mud emerged from them, but these mud monsters. I'm ready to sacrifice them. Fragments of the monsters' bodies floated in the air. Stonageria was secretly pleased. From now on, I'll show these hero candidates the true power of the earth element. Immediately, a series of mud projectiles shot straight towards the hero candidates. Mireille quickly reached out to control the earth and rocks, blocking the counterattack. Mireille's power was telekinesis, so she began the process of taking control of the earth and rocks. She held them all back, not missing a single one. Stonageria looked on in astonishment. What? My control over those rocks is being surpassed. Rin seized the opportunity and used her power of dominance. Stonageria was hit and was immobilized on the spot. He was bound by dazzling lightning bolts, his limbs and body restrained. Stonageria's face was distorted and contorted. Stonageria's hand froze in mid-air, a restraining skill. Erasure quickly jumped up and launched an attack. Stonageria thought in panic, a defensive wall of earth and stone is rising from below. A large explosion occurred over a wide area after Arashi's punch, accompanied by an explosion. It was because Stonageria had erected a wall in time to block the blow. He smirked triumphantly, this much isn't enough to destroy my defenses. Arashi's fist was still stuck to the wall. Another power was used, instant teleportation. Midu immediately appeared behind Stonageria with his sword in hand. He launched a sharp slash. Stonageria strained, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly in his hand. And easily caught Midu's blade. Stonageria said with disdain, even though I'm being restrained, is this the best you can do? Mireille continued to use her telekinetic ability. Then she countered Stonageria, here, I'm returning these rocks to you. Narumi began using wind control magic, launching a wind-based attack. Stone Ageria was startled by the scene. Attacks were constantly coming at him from all sides. He growled in anger, thinking, they're attacking me from multiple angles, then shouted, but even so, you won't destroy my defenses. Immediately, the stone wall expanded and was deployed. A large drill knocked Midu and Erasure away. Yumi, on this side, worriedly spat water. This is all yours. Torrential streams of water appeared, hitting his earth and stone drill. Stone Ageria was startled when he noticed the stone wall showing signs of getting wet. He worried, this is bad. If it gets wet, it won't be hard anymore. Then a whole series of rocks, controlled by Mireille, rushed in. Midu shouted furiously, end it. At the same time, Erasure punched angrily into die. Just a few seconds later, the sturdy stone wall was completely shattered by the warriors' attacks. Stone Ageria, only now realizing the danger, emitted some terrifying sounds. He moved frantically, still thinking we could hold out. Stone Ageria was hit with a series of attacks, pushed back, he thought, but at this rate, our defense will be destroyed. Suddenly, Stone Ageria's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. I bet everything on converting all defensive mana. A series of magic circles appeared, transforming into offensive mana. But before he could do that, Kai's eyes noticed the weak point. And in a flash, his dagger plunged straight into his forehead, blood spurted out and Stone Ageria, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was in dire straits. Stone Ageria, after screaming, his whole body trembled, then his eyes slowly turned white, losing his life. Then the large body slowly collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned but also very happy. Then cheering and sharing joy, we did it. The two were standing in front of the corpse. The crowd called their names. Midu and Erasure had defeated Stone Ageria. But Midu knew the situation well. He thought, they are wrong. Erasure also knew that. His eyes focused on the corpse. It wasn't us, something happened in the last few minutes. Then Erasure paid attention to the weapon that had defeated this high-ranking demon. He picked up the dagger and examined it. Then said, this dagger, don't tell me it's. Midu, seeing Erasure hesitate, also turned his eyes towards the direction where the dagger had been thrown. He saw a crack in the ceiling above. Midu blurted out, it turned out to be Shinjuku-kun. Erasure frowned and cursed, damn it, that bastard. Narumi stretched and walked forward smiling, our plan has succeeded. Midu smiled, yes, we did it. He thought to himself, everything went according to plan. Midu looked towards the group of women. Thanks to Kinoshita, we could go so far. But at the last moment, Stone Ageria released a huge amount of energy from his body. He realized our plan was like child's play, that's why Shinju was watching us so he could intervene at the right time. Mireille walked over to Midu, smiling and saying, I don't know why you have that expression, but now we should celebrate, right? He hesitated. In fact she immediately stepped over and interrupted, if you want to say, I'll listen later. Looking at the corpse lying there, Mireille continued, we just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. Today is good, she said, then she pushed Midu's back towards the people to celebrate together, making him unable to react. Standing in the crowd were constant praises for him. Midu did a great job, amazing, we are so united. For a moment, Midu was a bit stunned. But then he immediately smiled friendly and joined everyone in the celebration. Erasure also realized this so he was also confused with thoughts in his head. His teammates also came over. Atsushi praised, good job. Arashizan Kenta was excited, I was very nervous just now, I will follow you to learn for the rest of my life. Erasure sighed, shut up, I'm not the one who destroyed him. The two friends immediately lowered their voices, I'm sorry. Chao folded his arms and looked at him, Erasure, I know why you are so bitter. Holding the dagger tightly in his hand, he asked Chao again, you saw it too, right? Chao replied, yes because I was standing very close, but don't worry. He was only worried about the end. Erasure clenched the dagger even more. Chao's voice continued to ring out, you really pushed the 4 heavenly kings to the wall, it was you and Midu, that's enough. After hearing this, Erasure felt a little relieved, didn't say anything more. After a while, Midu was standing there catching his breath. He stood from the top of the wall and shouted down, we killed the 4 heavenly kings, Stone Ageria. He held up his head and demanded, you guys surrender immediately. Seeing that, the demon soldiers were as if they had lost their souls, dropping their weapons to the ground and trembling, Stone-sama has lost. Amelia raised her sword and shouted loudly, this is our victory. The soldiers also cheered and responded. Heinrich smiled, finally they did it. In the block of stone, there are now the cheers of the soldiers. Looking from the inside through the window down, Kai was relieved, finally done. Mare had some doubts, but the number of soldiers on both sides was still about the same. Kai turned around to explain, the demon army was led by a person of high prestige. When the leader on that side was defeated, they didn't have enough ability to resist anymore. Mare realized, you reminded me, I just noticed, the same thing happened when we defeated Wimberg, not a single demon chased us. Kai poured out a cup of hot tea and added, that is one of the weaknesses of the demon army. She turned to ask in a confused way, but is it really okay? Mare continued, you killed Stonageria, I thought your purpose was to train your friends. Kai replied, I felt a terrifying killing intent coming from Stonageria when he transformed, I didn't want my friends to be killed before they could grow up. He drank his tea and added, anyway, that is also the main job of an assassin, I hope that at least they understand. Mare smiled, you are protecting your friends too much, do you know that? Putting down the teacup, Kai gently replied, I've been thinking about it for days, aren't you going to call me by name? My name is Shinju Kai. Hearing that, Mare blushed a little, embarrassed, no, because I don't know what to call you. She lowered her voice, softly said, so can I call you Kai? He held the glass of water in his hand, casually replied, okay, then he turned to question her. Why are you blushing? Her face was flushed but she still denied it, nothing. At this time, he turned back, thinking about the past, we have killed 2 of the 4 great heavenly kings. The image of Isabel appeared, he stated, but there are truly strong descendants of the demon like Isabel, there are definitely still stronger creatures hiding out there. He said to himself, it seems that the process of killing the demon is still very long. A voice came from somewhere, you're making things harder, only to see a tall girl lying on the ground. She clearly showed an attitude of hatred. But that guy just casually smiled and said, it's great that your heart is still intact, but you can't move anymore, right? Then he ordered the soldier behind him, you, convey my words to the auxiliary units, I have captured the princess, now the Beastman alliance has finally ended. A week after defeating the heavenly kings of the earth. The atmosphere in the kingdom is becoming brighter thanks to the recent successes of the army, everyone reads the news and rejoices in it. This victory boosted the morale of the knights, they were relaxed and had happy parties, eating, drinking and singing. And added to the reputation of the hero candidates, they became the hope for mankind, they were welcomed and praised when they returned on the streets. In the main hall, the king declared, with the success in subduing one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the demon army, I would like to send you my most sincere greetings. Below was Midu kneeling in ceremony. Then he announced, Midu Shuji, you will be knighted as a lord. He bowed his head and said yes, but didn't seem very comfortable. After going through the royal ceremonial procedures as well as the reward time chatting in the main hall, returning to the room now were only sighs. Everyone was sitting around the tea table, Midu grimaced, so tired. Mireille smiled and looked over to ask, you're tired too, Midukun, he replied, who do you think I am? Amelia held a teacup in her hand and said, already tired like this, is that a sign of old age? He is the captain of the 4th Knight Legion. Heinrich spoke for Midu, he was not taught the etiquette of a noble like us, Amelia, we taught him a bit about basic etiquette and simple rituals before he was knighted, stayed up all night, you did very well even though it was the first time. Midu smiled, the pressure at that time, if I was rude to the king, what if I was blamed later, it would make our position worse. Heinrich winked, it's better to be blamed like that than to be under unnecessary pressure when dealing with the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned to say, you were also just knighted, then you will have to do the same things, Midu asked, being a noble is also tiring, isn't it? Heinrich enjoyed the hot tea and replied, I don't want to show off, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in the chair and continued, anyway, the church also holds a certain amount of power in the kingdom, we knights of the Holy Kingdom also have to be under the management of the church, the title you received this time was also assigned to His Majesty according to the Pope's order. Heinrich added, so now you are officially a part of the Knight Legion in the Empire, you will be the captain of the 11th Knight Legion. Also known as the Hero Army, you will command the strongest raiding force, including hero candidates. Midu wondered if the knights were under the control of the church, then what is the meaning of giving me the title of knight? Heinrich asked again, there are a lot of complex issues related to the participation of state and government bodies, do you want to know? Hearing that, Midu immediately turned off the intention to continue listening. Heinrich reminded, no matter what, you are standing in the same position as us, authority comes with responsibility, remember that. In the morning, blue sky and white clouds in the forest outside the castle. Kai stood there and asked Rin, Midu has become captain already. She nodded and replied, yes, it was Midu who requested a position of authority in the state structure. Mare smiled, I don't understand much, but it's good, right? Kai argued, the kingdom wants to make Midu a symbol of empowerment for him, meaning they want to show everyone that the hero candidates are under the control of the kingdom. Mare looked confused, a little flustered, in short, isn't that good news? He continued to explain, after defeating the Demon King, we will be able to return to our world. This kingdom is using us for that reason, but don't get too carried away by it. Kai remembered Leonora. In the end, this kingdom's treatment of us is just like Leonora's methods, we are just pawns they can sacrifice at any time. Rin agreed, we should be more careful. She blushed slightly and asked, oh, and one more thing, who is the person standing next to you? Kai startled, looked over, and introduced, this is Meir, a half-elf and a mage. Meir smiled broadly, waved and said, nice to meet you. Rin politely replied, nice to meet you too. Then, pointing, she wondered, hey, don't you and this girl have some kind of relationship, Shinju? Meir calmly replied, I'm just his companion on this journey, and what about you, what's your relationship with Kai? Rin was startled when she heard her call Kai's name so familiarly, then, she replied awkwardly, I'm his friend. Kai interrupted, saying to Rin, you're terrible, whose friend? Then he introduced to Meir, this is Kanzaki Rin, she's my colleague. Rin blushed when she heard the word colleague. Meir winked and asked mischievously, were you two this close in the old world too? His reply was, I've never spoken to her. Rin also nodded and said, that's right. Kai brushed it off and asked, anyway, you said your mission was to defeat the Demon King, right? Rin nodded slightly. He continued, like the battle with Stonageria, I'll move like your shadow, Kanzaki, be the liaison for me and everyone else. Rin quickly cut him off, wait a minute, can I come with you? Kai asked again, you want to come with me? He looked at the two girls in front of him as if realizing something, his lips quivering slightly. I see. Rin was eagerly waiting, while Meir remained very innocent. Kai shook his head, no, I have to refuse, without you, I have no way to contact everyone. He looked directly into Rin's eyes and said seriously, they don't like me, for me, your position is very important. It was a convoluted way of confessing. Hearing this, Rin blushed slightly, pretended to raise her hand to cough lightly, and then replied, well, I guess I can't do anything else, huh. She remembered Narumi and Midu and added, but there are still many people who appreciate you a lot, especially Midu-kun. Kai closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, and said, Midu is probably thinking of a way to fight without relying on me, but that's okay, he needs to develop his thinking in order to defeat the Demon King. Rin asked Kai, do you really want to make everyone stronger, Shinju-kun? He honestly replied, I can't defeat the Demon King's army alone. Meir and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost, it was a bit difficult at that time. Rin was shocked to hear that, you've defeated another of the 4 heavenly kings, just the 2 of you. Meir smiled, it was dangerous at the time, we defeated Wimberg the heavenly king of wind. Rin looked at Kai thoughtfully, with everyone present, we were almost evenly matched when fighting Stonageria, but these two. She turned to look at Meir, moreover, this girl, whom Shinju-kun trusts, is not like an ordinary girl. Rin clenched her fists, compared to her, I am completely useless in the fight against Stonageria. Kai remembered Isabel's words that there were creatures in the Demon King's army stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, then he said to Rin, with our current strength, we can't complete this mission. He walked past her and gently reminded, Kanzaki, be careful in observing the movements of everyone in the class and of the kingdom, I will contact you frequently. Rin turned around and replied, I understand. Kai walked away and asked her to pass on the message, I'm working on my own way to defeat the Demon King. Tell Midu that. Then Kai called out, let's go, Meir. The girl quickly ran after him, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Rin. After defeating Stonageria, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King, the Holy Kingdom's army began a large-scale invasion. Thanks to the collaboration of the 11th Legion of Knights, the heroic brigade, the morale of the army increased, and they used this momentum to push back the front lines. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured many fortresses around the Urugano Mountains. And the city of Nutrat was liberated. Midu was the leader in this battle. This result was achieved not only thanks to the defeat of Stonageria, the commander of the Demon King's army around the territory. However, the Holy Kingdom's army did not know the final details. Kai was always acting secretly. After the end, celebrations were held with many nobles and officials in the kingdom. Narumi, with a large glass of beer in his hand, raised it and took a big swig. He laughed loudly, celebrating the victory like this is so fun. Mireille, holding her head, asked, ugh, you drink beer like it's water. Narumi winked, in this world, 15 is the age of adulthood, in short, people like me can drink beer. Immediately, Mireille gave him a head pat and scolded, we'll be going back to the old world soon. Then she snatched the beer glass and left. Narumi lay there, regretful, why did you do that, my beer? Everyone who witnessed the two seemed happy. Rina turned to Midu and said, you're stressed again, just for today, let's just let loose. Mireille saw her holding a glass of wine, immediately pointed her finger sharply, "You too, that's wine, right?" Rina raised the glass to drink and replied, "It's just fruit juice, dear." Midu, standing nearby, wondered, "Really? But anyway, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly." A voice from behind caught Midu's attention. Heike said to Satoshi, "It seems our command chain is in chaos. Have they become this weak after losing only one of the heavenly kings?" Hearing that, Midu was a bit startled. They reminded him, and he realized he had also suspected that, thinking it over, he still felt they were really too weak. He turned and said to the two, "I thought it was a trap." Amelia-san and the others thought so too, but in the end, there was no trap. Rina looked over and asked, "Don't you think you're being too cautious, Shuji? The devil's army is just a collection of fools, isn't it?" Midu replied, "Perhaps Shinju is moving like our shadow." Rina frowned and waved it off. How could he possibly defeat him? Rin heard the conversation, put down her glass of wine on the table, and said, "That's right, just like Midu-kun said. She said seriously to everyone, while we were fighting, Shinju-kun had destroyed their defensive forces." Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this. "What did you say, really?" Rin smiled, "Yes, he also said he had defeated another one of the heavenly kings who was stationed around this area. The reason the defenses around here are so weak is because of his efforts." Heike was surprised. Shinju defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings all by himself. Midu also exclaimed, "Truly, it's Shinju." Narumi, slightly drunk, chimed in, "Maybe he's moving like our shadow, maybe, no, he's a monster." Rina immediately objected, "Why do you believe those words? It's definitely a lie." Then she called Arashir from afar, "Do you think so too, Arashir?" He was munching on a chicken leg and turned around, asking, "What?" Remembering the dagger at that moment, he didn't know what else to say. Then he turned back and continued eating chicken, replying, "I don't care." Rina frowned, "What's wrong with you?" Mireille slammed her beer mug on the table and said loudly, "Even so, I still don't want to forgive him." Rina asked her, "You understand me, right?" Meanwhile, Midu whispered to Rin, "Where is Shinju-kun?" She hesitated a little. "I don't know much about that, but he said he's moving in his own way to destroy the devil. The western territory of the city of Nutrat, in the territory of the demon kingdom." In the forest, Kai was surrounded by several blue demon soldiers. Their ugly faces and the large axes in their hands roared and then swung down. He gently jumped to the side to avoid it. Immediately, another demon soldier jumped in to attack. But before it could strike, Kai had used his prepared handful of earth and threw it towards it. The sand flew straight into its face, causing the demon soldier to lose its sight. At that moment, Kai raised his hand and chanted, "O lightning, strike down my enemy." As he finished, lightning appeared in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a hand of a demon soldier shot out. Kai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Somehow, it had teleported to the side and was preparing to strike him. A voice rang out, "Fire salamander." Immediately, a large flame appeared, burning the demon soldiers standing there. They were burned black and lay dead scattered around him. Kai said, "Don't do unnecessary things, Mayor." She jumped down from above, replying, "If your magic wasn't ineffective, why would I have to get involved?" He looked at his palm and said, "It's hard. I thought I could control my energy, but I can't even use basic magic." Mayor began to explain, "Your magic element is really rare. It's lightning, agile and powerful, but wild and unpredictable, so it's extremely difficult to control." She added, "You can use it to some extent for a short amount of time, just that alone is already unusual. Understand, if you had the same divine element as your classmates, you could use magic easily." Kai examined the lightning in his hand and asked, "Lightning is just basic magic. During training, I was able to use it already. Why do you think it didn't activate in the previous battle?" Mayor replied, "Because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you. You need a clear image when using magic. Magic and incantations are almost the same. You have to create a clear image of the phenomenon you desire." She added, "That's the reason why magic isn't prioritized in close combat." Kai quickly interrupted, "However, I have to use it in close combat like this, or else I wouldn't have any reason to use it." He was still listening attentively to Mayor's explanation. "I know, but it's also very difficult, you know, right? But why do you want to learn how to use magic now?" Kai replied, "It's just that I need a new skill. Currently, I'm not strong enough to defeat the devil. To be honest, I don't really like this type of ability. But thanks to your knowledge of magic, I gained a new ability like this. You truly are the disciple of the sage." Hearing his praise, Mayor blushed slightly. She smiled shyly, "Well, that's what I'm best at." Something caught Kai's attention. The demon soldiers reappeared and suddenly surrounded the two. Each of them had a fierce look, glaring at him with menacing killing intent. The two stood back to back. Kai was excited, just what I need. Some test subjects. Mare smiled and asked, there's no way you can defeat this horde on your own, right? The number of demon soldiers seemed to be more than before, and their level was higher too. Regardless of the numbers, with the thought you're all surrounded by me alone, Kai charged towards them, with lightning in his hand. He turned towards the demon soldiers and used lightning stance. Lightning bolts appeared, shocking the demons, causing them to scream in pain and become numb. The remaining ones were stunned, some were only slightly burned but not much affected. Kai took out a dagger, thinking, finally, I can use it in actual combat, but the firepower is still lacking. A demon soldier seized the opportunity, rushing in and swinging its staff down. He stomped his foot and retreated, successfully dodging. Then Kai jumped onto a nearby tree branch. Then used his speed as well as his familiar lightning-fast attacks to strike down from below. The demon soldiers below looked up in bewilderment, unable to keep up with his movements. Sharp daggers were launched towards the demon soldiers. All of them were stabbed in vital spots, spurting blood and falling dead. The smaller demons, whose turn it wasn't yet, still stood there waiting to die. Looking at them, Kai thought, in the current situation, it's best to channel mana into the daggers and throw them. Their accuracy and firepower are also more assured. I need time to create a clear shape and chant the spell, but once I master it, it will be a great skill. The demons showed no sign of retreating. Another one jumped in, striking down with its sharp claws. One slash across, and its head was severed from its neck. Then he held onto a tall tree, hanging there and looking down. Kai suddenly realized that more soldiers were coming. Kai jumped down, ready with daggers in hand. He dashed through, quickly handling them with his weapons, and finishing them off. Then Kai jumped onto the high branch again, continuing to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, the tree was shaking violently. Below, a fiery red demon soldier with a large staff was hitting the base of the tree where he was standing. Kai looked down and clicked his tongue, thinking, just as expected, there are too many of them. The large tree was broken. He jumped down. Then he looked at the demons in front of him. Behind them, there was a much larger one. It had 2 long horns and seemed quite calm compared to the others. Its body was twice as big. He used his appraisal eye to assess it. Looks like the boss is here. Very good, you'll become my test subject. 2 daggers in hand, Kai's whole body exuded a strong killing intent. The testing conditions were too perfect. Mare seemed tired. There are too many of them, I can't finish them all. She continuously used fire attacks, burning the demon soldiers alive. After a while, Mare called out, hey Kai, let's get out of here. This isn't very feasible. He nodded in agreement. Understood, that's enough for today. Kai walked away, leaving behind a mountain of demon corpses. Then the two ran out of the forest. Mare sighed in exhaustion. He concluded, besides the large number of monsters, their level is also quite high. This is not a place humans can live. Mare replied, because the demons can control low-intelligence monsters, so this is probably not a problem for them. Kai agreed, that's why this land is only suitable for demons, huh. The two stopped in front of a somewhat gloomy cliff. Looking down below, there were countless demon soldiers. This was the true territory of the demon kingdom. Trouble's coming. A week after Shinju's reconnaissance. The Holy Nation is on the offensive and began invading the demon kingdom soon after liberating some territories. The army moved on the path through the forest. A group of people was surrounded. Monsters reappeared, ready. But the number and level of monsters in this area are completely different from those in the Holy Nation's territories. Even though they are not a threat to hero candidates and knights. But for ordinary soldiers, they are becoming food to serve the monsters. Amelia yelled, don't falter, hold the formation and fight them. Heinrich was a little worried, their numbers are too many, we are completely overwhelmed, we are attacked by all the monsters at the same time, which means. Midu followed up, a high-ranking demon, right. In front of them at this moment was indeed a demon with a glass of blood in her hand. She had a pair of horns on both sides. She opened her mouth and swallowed each drop of blood. From the top of the wall looking down at the forest in front of her, she said, I will not let any mistakes happen. She is the high-ranking demon Elsa, no matter how many monsters she has to use. Let's weaken their military strength, and once they are exhausted, we will start a counterattack. The soldiers were startled when they saw the demon soldiers, the army of the demon lord. Midu turned back and shouted, Amelia, we have to retreat, at this rate we will be destroyed. She replied, okay, I understand, everyone retreat, go back to the path where we started. A lot of soldiers were defeated and lying there. 2 giant demon soldiers stepped forward. Truneg, after stepping on some corpses, laughed loudly, such an easy victory, we overestimated them, even using monsters to hold them back. Another guy turned around and said, anyway, this is Elsa-sama's order, she is very careful. The other agreed, thanks to her, we won so easily. It's like this that the enemy will know the difference between us and our army. The pink demon soldier interjected, by the way, we've already conquered the Beastmen Alliance, right? If that's the case, the higher-ups are taking the war against humans very seriously, huh? The gray demon soldier replied, maybe so our victory is a foregone conclusion. However, I also admire their strength, because they defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an undeniable truth. Inside the bushes, Kai and Mare were still secretly observing the situation. Mare was surprised and asked, they conquered the Beastmen Alliance. What do you mean by that? I've never heard of this before. Kai pondered, we have some interesting information here. Mare, help me find some more information. Back in the Kingdom City, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy after the consecutive victories. In the infirmary area, many wounded soldiers were being treated, lying in rows with moans. A meeting was immediately organized. The leaders sat around a long table. Amelia spoke up, all human territories have been retaken. Sadly, as soon as we ventured into the demon world, we were defeated. She looked at everyone and asked, that's our current situation, does anyone have any suggestions? 2 old generals, one couldn't think of anything, the other was pensive. The problem is how can we fight against the endless waves of monsters, right? If we don't find a solution, we won't be able to fight against the demons properly. Another general spoke up, from the beginning, I didn't know that the demons would have tricks to use monsters like that. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic. Heinrich analyzed, until recently, the Demon Lord's army had been at war with us without any suitable tactics. Only after a series of failures, they began to take us seriously. Midou surmised, surely there is some cunning person commanding them. It's possible that the waves of monsters we've encountered are caused by a high-ranking demon. The general announced with his arms crossed, based on the reports I received from the scouts, there are a lot of monsters inside that forest. As long as we get out of that forest, we can fight them properly. Amelia said, that forest is quite large but doesn't have many paths. It's impossible to go through that forest with the entire army. Do you think the enemy commander will let us do that freely? The silver-haired general suggested, I think it's best that we gather the troops right now. He frowned and continued, although we have achieved positive results in liberating many territories, we also suffered great losses. Moreover, in the last battle, we lost even more. Another person agreed and said, first of all, we have completed the goal of reclaiming our lost territories. It's true that we used the high fighting spirit of the soldiers to push back the demons, but right now that's impossible. Midou listened attentively. Mireille, sitting there, raised her hand to make a suggestion. Can I say a few words? Our mission is to subdue the demon lord, right? The old generals replied, that's right, if it were that easy, we wouldn't be having difficulties right now. Amelia asked Hashimoto, do you have any suggestions? She scratched her head and smiled, how about we increase the army? Amelia replied, that's difficult, there's no use in increasing the number of troops, we will be slowed down in this process. Midou thought, everyone has their own abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we gather to face the monsters, fighting them will only increase the number of casualties. At this moment, he spoke up, because we need to strengthen the army's power, we should focus on our elite forces. Amelia agreed, that's right, even if you search the entire kingdom, you won't find anyone as strong as those here, on the front lines. They are also experienced warriors. She continued, if we want to increase our strength, we should focus on training our army. Furthermore, instead of increasing the number of soldiers, which would take time, this method is much more practical. The old general seemed to feel better about this plan. Midou realized, finally understanding why he felt uneasy, their goal and ours are completely different. Our goal is to defeat the demon lord and return to the real world, while the holy nation is trying to solve their own problems. He looked at the carefree, unconcerned faces of the old generals. That's why they had no problem maintaining the status quo. Heinrich seemed to observe his anxiety. He turned to look at him and asked, Midou, what do you think? Midou said frankly, based on the current discussion, it will take us many years to defeat the demon lord. I want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible. Amelia suggested, anyway, we also need time to train an elite army. It will take about 2 years for us to recover our strength. Midou was a bit taken aback. 2 years seemed like too long for them. One of the generals said, defeating the demon lord as soon as possible would be the best for us, but the reality is that we were defeated in enemy territory. It will be very difficult for us to invade their territory again. The other person turned and smiled, considering the result. This is already a great success, isn't it? Finally, we have liberated the lost territories, all thanks to you heroes. Midou thanked him, but his heart was heavy, so, the decision has been made. He remembered his friends, they wanted to go home as soon as possible. He was pretty sure that many people felt the same way. He didn't know if they would accept this decision. Heinrich and Amelia both noticed Midu's discomfort. After a while, everyone left the meeting room and walked out. Heinrich said to Midu, I understand how you feel, but Amelia's judgment is based on the situation of our kingdom. To overcome this situation, we need a stronger force. It's sad that that's not something we can easily decide. You agree with that? You're right, I understand. Heinrich added, but I don't want you to rush to think. He turned and asked, you think the same as me? He replied, you don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience only brings disaster, that's why I told you to. Hearing those words really made Midu think more. Heinrich looked out the window down towards the training grounds. Down there, everyone was training, he continued. Furthermore, although the hero candidates are very strong, you still have a lot of room to develop your strength. It's best that you spend time preparing for the defeat of the Demon Lord. Mireille turned and said, now that you mention it, everyone wants to go home, but right now, this way is probably better than death. She remembered that if Heinrich hadn't come to save them when they were defeated by Stonageria, they would all be dead by now. Heinrich added, the nature of the demon world is to devour the weak. There are probably entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explained, I'm sorry to have to put it this way, but we are counting on you. It will be very difficult for you to defeat the demon lord with your current strength. Midu understood the situation and replied, I know, I'll gather everyone and summarize it for them. He had thought very carefully, just like what Heinrich had said. We can't rush, I won't let you die. After returning, Midu summarized the meeting for everyone. Erasure sat with his legs crossed on the table and loudly said, hey, don't joke around anymore. He explained, of course, I also want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible, but our goal and the holy nations are not the same. Midu asked him, are you saying we should attack the demon lord's army alone? Erasure stood up and replied, of course, those people in this kingdom aren't our allies, we'll use them when necessary, I have no reason to listen to them. Midu retorted, if you do that, it will only bring trouble for us, we can't fight on our own, we need help from the holy nation. Erasure asked again, directly fighting the demon lord's army isn't your only plan, is it? There's also guerrilla tactics, you know. The others listened intently. He continued, our goal isn't to defeat the demon lord's army, but the demon lord himself. Midu interrupted, I understand your point, but I still think it's very risky. If we do that, someone might lose their life, even if we win. Erasure frowned fiercely, I said we just need to kill the demon lord. I know it's very dangerous, so whoever's scared, just sit here and wait for the end. Midu shouted, I don't want anyone to die here, that's why I'm telling you this is our best option. Erasure lost his composure, stomped his foot, and rushed forward, saying, stop being so cowardly. Then he prepared to throw a punch at Midu, let me open your eyes. He also immediately summoned his holy sword. Then he used the protection barrier mode, creating a defensive layer in front of him. The punch was blocked but still created a large explosion and caused significant damage around. The dust swirled, and the others couldn't react in time. A voice echoed from within the dust, you think you can win against me with just this? Midu continued, we must defeat the demon lord together. We've already had a lot of trouble with just one of the 4 heavenly kings, it's best that we train ourselves and improve our skills during this time. Erasure still raised his fist in challenge, you think you've won? Chains appeared, restraining the 2 of them, along with Rin's voice. Don't move. Both were surprised and looked at each other. Rin shouted, both of you calm down, are you planning to destroy this castle? It'll only cause us more trouble. Midu retracted his hand, my bad, Kanzaki. Erasure tried to clench his hand to break free. Then gave a strong tug, severing the chain, troublesome. Rin muttered, I had to spend a lot of energy to create this rule, and yet he can destroy it so easily. Erasure relaxed his hand and said, we should develop our strength from battles, the more challenges we overcome, the faster we grow. Then he asked Midu, I'm sure you understand, right? Mireille stepped forward, I agree with Mido-kun. Rina also spoke up, instead of being destroyed in a hurry, isn't safety better? Heike said, actually, this world isn't so bad. Satoshi turned, I don't want to be killed because of our impatience. Kaori raised her hand gently, I agree with Arashi-kun. Rina wondered, Kaori, why all of a sudden? She replied, I understand Mido-kun's point, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Yumi turned to look at Kaori, but everyone else feels the same way. The little girl tearfully said truthfully, I only have my mother at home and she is very weak. Kaori remembered her mother lying in a hospital bed, I'm so worried about her, I usually stay with her, but now she's alone. Chao also sided with Erasure, I agree, I only live with my younger sister too. He recounted, our parents abandoned us and I have no relatives either. I want to go back as soon as possible to help my sister. Shirori lowered her head, a little sad, my reason isn't as persuasive as yours, but my family is probably worried about me too. I can't let them wait for another 2 years. Hearing those words made the rest of the group also feel down. Midu also saw the expressions of his friends and understood to some extent. Narumi, being overly cheerful, as for me, I have about 3 girlfriends, so I want to go back soon too. Mireille turned, you're special, aren't you, daring to declare that in this situation. Atsushi smiled and said, as for us, of course we'll always be Arashi-san's allies, right? Kenta replied, choosing to follow Arashi-san is the right decision. It was Akira's turn, he seemed hesitant, at least. Then looked at the 2 leaders, compared to Midu who is always indecisive, I think I should trust Arashir, who is decisive. Arashir turned to look, they said that, Midu. He hung his head, speechless, wondering what he should do. Arashir strode forward confidently, there's no need to discuss this anymore. He stepped out the door and waved, now I will act on my own, whoever is willing to die, come with me. Those who supported Arashir earlier immediately followed. The number was quite significant. Kaori also turned to prepare to leave. Rina and Yumi tried to stop and call out to Kaori. The little girl closed her eyes, not knowing what to say, and had to choose to follow her heart. Kaori followed Arashi's group with an apology, I'm sorry, Rina. Those who stayed looked on with sympathetic eyes, the atmosphere became somewhat subdued. Mireille turned and asked Narumi, aren't you going with them? He replied, we also need someone to act as a liaison. Rin was thinking about what to do in this situation, she still had her grandfather, and she also wanted to go home as soon as possible. She was struggling internally, her feelings were telling her to follow Arashi-kun, but based on the instructions she received from Shinja-kun, it would be better if she stayed here, right? Outside, Kai and Mare returned and stood in front of everyone. There was a shout, what do you want, you bastard? The crowd preparing to leave was immediately stirred up when they saw Kai. Shinju, how dare you come here? Akira was harsh, don't cause a disturbance here, this will attract unwanted attention. Chao looked over to warn as he saw fists appearing, Arashir, you too. He looked down and said, we don't have time for you, if you don't have an important reason for appearing here, you'll have to pay the price. Kai was serious, you're right, I think I should be honest, I want to borrow your power. Hearing him say that, Arashir was a little surprised and asked again, what? Before Kai appeared, a rift had formed in the room, his friends split into 2 groups. Yu and Mayer were outside listening and observing, grasping the situation. She turned and asked, your classmates are arguing, are they really okay? Kai replied, I don't know, however, their thoughts also sound reasonable. Like Midu said, they can't do this on their own, on the other hand, the holy nation's approach is too passive. Meanwhile, what Arashir said about having to wait 2 years is also correct, but it's definitely more dangerous. Mare asked Kai, if it were you, what would you do? He raised his hand and replied, there are 3 ways to break the current situation. The first is to change the way the leaders of the holy nation think, they must be changed. Once we achieve that goal, they will influence their army, even if they are condemned or exiled by the holy nation. As long as I can return to my world, the other things don't matter. But I don't think Midu will agree with this plan. Mare asked immediately, what is the second option? Kai replied, we will do as Arashir said, use guerrilla tactics instead of fighting them head-on. Based on the information we have gathered and what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom is not united. If we can sabotage their rear, we can provoke a civil war. Although I don't think Arashir can do it, Mare has seen his hot temper so she also agrees, it's really impossible for him, so what about the third option? Kai smiled, we act based on the information we have. In the forest, he once told Mare, we will gather more information. He continued, if everything goes well, we can get help from other parties, eventually it will force the kingdom's army to act. Amidst the large fire in the darkness, Kai and Arashi's group are sitting around the fire for warmth. Arashir frowned and wondered, what the hell is the Cat People Princess? Kai replied, she is the daughter of the Cat People leader, it seems she has been captured by the Demon Lord's army. She is one of the most important people of the Beast Men, that's for sure. He added, that's the information I got after torturing a lot of demons, so this information may be correct. The girls, when they heard the 2 words torture, immediately became a little scared, thinking to themselves, he's really scary. Akira wondered, who is he really? I don't understand why he has a handgun, and Ineo noticed Mare, that girl is so cute, who is she? Arashir took a bite of meat and asked, that's why I asked what the princess is all about, what do we have to do with the beast men? They are animals with ears or tails, right? Kento was excited, I really want to see it myself, it must be cute. Arashir, sitting in the middle, annoyed, yelled, shut up, you guys. Kai continued, now let's talk about our plan. First, you know there is a Beastmen nation in the southern territory, right? Akira asked, the Grandana's Beastmen Federation, right? Kai replied, that's right, a neutral nation that doesn't take any stance on the conflict between humans and demons. Erasure looked doubtful, are you telling us to seek their help? They are just a group of people who are afraid of demons. Mare interrupted, their soldiers are stronger than you think. She added, their physical abilities and senses are honed to the extreme, they have prevented invasions by the Demon Lord's army many times. He turned and wondered, then why are they so passive in this situation? They just need to invade the demon kingdom and destroy it. Mare smiled, they are really strong, but not to the point where they can destroy the Demon Lord's army. Besides, from the beginning, the Demon Lord's army only focused on humans. Kai, at this moment, revealed the key point, but if the Holy Nation and the Beastmen join forces, that is entirely possible. Akira spoke up, I understand, so that's why we need the princess. Kaori asked, we just need to rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip against the Beastmen alliance, right? Kai replied, basically yes, I already have information about their supply routes, I want you guys to be the bait. His eyes were extremely serious, just devastate that place with your explosion, meanwhile, I will hide myself. Akira interrupted, I understand, but I still have a question, why doesn't the Holy Nation try to tie up cooperation with the Federation? Kai exclaimed, good question, Ninomiya, they do it for a reason. Mare replied, the Federation also hates demons because of their invasions, from the beginning, demons have always despised other races. But humans have always called beastmen inferior humans and oppressed them, so the beastmen have turned their country into the Grandana's Beastmen Federation, of course they hate humans very much. Kaori worried, so asking them for cooperation will be very difficult, right? Amidst the flames, that's why we need a bargaining chip against them. Kai added, the Cat People Princess has been captured by the Demon Lord's army, the situation is very favorable for us. Mare smiled, beastmen are known for keeping their promises, once we save her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was put forward, everyone was silent for a moment to think. Kai asked everyone, it's worth a try, isn't it? I'm sure you guys don't have any plans right now. Erasure stood up and walked forward, suddenly appearing in front of us and making such a request, he always acts as if he knows everything. Chao's voice rang out, calling Arashi's name, causing him to stop. He reminded him, don't forget that at this moment, your decision will affect everyone's lives. Erasure was still struggling, clenching his teeth because he was still uncomfortable with Kai. Everyone in the group was still sitting there waiting for his decision. Erasure sat there, his face not very happy, struggling between public and private. Finally, he made a decision, all right, we'll do as he says. The sun rose, and Kai, along with Arashi's group, began to move. Kaori spoke, we've been heading south for a while now, is it really okay? Kai replied, that's right, the Grandana's League of the Beastmen is located in the south, and as for the demons, they are transporting prisoners north. Our destination is the path between the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom, both countries don't have any trade treaties, as there are only a few roads there, so we'll know exactly where they're going. Akira added, so, we're invading the Demon Kingdom, right? What if we get discovered before the raid? Kai looked over a bit. Then answered reassuringly, don't worry, I've gathered information about roads suitable for our number. Although the road ahead might be bumpy and full of monsters, Akira wondered, can our carriage make it through? Kai added, that's also very important, if we encounter danger, we can rely on Sorero's abilities, right? Tomoko replied enthusiastically, of course, her guardian spirit is multidimensional space, allowing her to create multidimensional space to store equipment and items. The amount of space depends on her mastery, and it requires a certain amount of mana to maintain the space. She turned to Kai and asked, it's been a while, and you still remember my guardian spirit? He replied, because your ability is very special, it's quite beneficial in this situation. Tomoko seemed happy, it's nice to be complimented like that. Chao turned to Kai Shinju and asked, have you been infiltrating and hiding in the Demon Kingdom since the incident happened? He replied, not exactly, I've always been looking for clues to help us go home. Shirori immediately asked, so, what's the result? Kai's answer was, we only have one choice, to defeat the Demon Lord, therefore, I have gathered all the necessary information to take down the Demon Lord. Akira wondered, the result of your reconnaissance is that the Beastmen Princess has been kidnapped, that's so like Shinju. Erasure showed impatience, by the way, is it okay for us to just walk like this? We should have planned to raid them instead. Kai agreed, you're right, we need to speed up, let Sorero store the luggage and carriages. The friend was very excited. That night, the group switched to walking on a trail through the forest. Erasure immediately recognized it and shouted to everyone, monsters are here, everyone, get ready. At this moment, they were surrounded by extremely ferocious night wolves. Behind Shiori, a wolf with sharp fangs rushed forward. Chao immediately stood up to defend and protect her. The wolf bit his arm, but instead, it lost its teeth. Chao smiled, sorry, but your attack can't get past my steel, then he gave it a punch, lifting it off the ground. Akari reminded everyone, we are surrounded, the support members focus at the center of the formation, the vanguard will push them back. Then he used a support command to buff his teammates. Those with combat abilities immediately obeyed and stepped out of the circle. Being enhanced, they quickly defeated the wolves. Kaori's control ability immediately launched vines and shouted, stop. The wolf's legs were tied, and it couldn't attack. Then it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Ineo rushed in and gave it a sword, taking down the wolf. On this side, another wolf was jumping towards Erasure. He gently raised his hand and grabbed its neck. Then scolded, you scum, you are nothing in front of me. Then he gave it an explosion that blasted its body. The wolf was burned black. Erasure threw it to one side. He turned and asked everyone, is anyone hurt? Kai observed and thought, everyone did very well, I don't need to worry about them. It's great that Erasure has realized his leadership abilities. He continued to remind everyone, if anyone is injured, ask Hano for healing. But unfortunately, Kai realized something was coming and called Mayor. A lone, sharp-toothed wolf remained. It appeared behind Erasure at close range, startling him. What, there's still one. Mayor yelled, fire salamander. A large flame swept through, burning the wolf to ashes. In an instant, the wolf was neutralized. Atsushi marveled, that firepower is amazing. Kenta exclaimed, look, it's roasted crispy, isn't she much stronger than Nagase? Erasure clicked his tongue, it really wasn't necessary, Shinju's girlfriend. Hearing that made Mayor startled and blush. She reacted strongly, pointing at Kai, who's this guy's girlfriend? He remained calm, be a little grateful, she just took a hit for you. Erasure glanced over with suspicion. Mayor looked at Kai intently, waiting, at least say something. He walked away, saying, I don't care about these trivial things. The girl retorted, is this trivial? Atsushi showed jealousy, this is annoying, Shinju has such a cute girlfriend. Kenta admired, I also want to find a beautiful girlfriend here and bring her back to my world. After the battle, the girls approached to get acquainted. Kaori waved and called out, hey, your name is Mayor, right? Do you want to talk to us? Are you a fairy? Mayor looked at Kai for help, but he acted indifferent. Why are you looking at me? Do whatever you want. Just waiting for that, she smiled brightly and replied, okay. And so, the four girls chatted happily, and Kai was relieved to see Mayor could fit in with everyone. Some time later, at a nearby cliff, it was still not dawn. After standing there to observe the surroundings, Kai found this place seemed okay. Erasure sat there and asked, are you sure they'll come through here? I don't want to wait for days. Kai used his appraisal eye to look down, and he saw small shadows moving closer from afar. Seeing the demon soldiers below, Kai turned to Erasure and said, don't worry, I see them now. Kai used the power of God's Guard to assess, observing the entire demon army, and realized there were 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and certainly a few more in those carriages. Among them was a single level 36 demon, his name was Zaganda, age 57, a high-level demon race. His stats were all at A and B levels, skill level 4 of theological arts, level 2 of fire magic, and level 2 of demon subjugation magic. Erasure asked, a high-level demon is their leader, right? Kai replied, perhaps so, don't underestimate him, although not as strong as Stonageria, a high-level demon is still very formidable. Hearing that, he frowned, his face full of determination, leave it to me, if you get in my way, I'll kill you. Kai glanced over and said, I intended to leave him to you from the start. Our strategy is very simple. First, Erasure will distract them with the burst skill. Once their formation breaks, we will surround them, the others will move as a team of 3. Kai continued to command, Ineo and Yanagi, you two must protect Hano. The two immediately received the order. Next, Ozaki, your mission is to detect and escort the injured. Chao crossed his arms and replied, leave it to me. Mayor, you will support everyone from the rear. Erasure, your mission is to face the high-level demon, don't be distracted by other opponents. While you're fighting, I'll sneak in and rescue the princess. After I save her, I'll signal you. Finally, Kai instructed, the others, act according to the situation. If you are at a disadvantage, you can retreat. Erasure seemed quite confident, don't worry, once I blow off their leader's head, the rest will run away in terror. Kai looked over and replied, alright, I'll let you command the battle. Someone in the crowd spoke up, from the beginning, you should know that we're here because you need our help. Kenta shouted in agreement, that's right, why are you acting so high and mighty? Atsushi pointed angrily, don't you dare give orders to Arashi-san. From behind, Erasure shouted in fury, "Shut up, you fools!" Then, he gave the two of them a headbutt. He stepped forward and then ordered everyone, "Hurry up and get ready, we will follow his plan." Regarding the demon army, the high-level demon Zaganda was looking around, observing the surroundings. A demon in the group complained, "I'm so tired, boss, we've been walking for a while now, since we left the beastman's territory." He turned around and shouted, "We're almost there, don't let your guard down." Then he thought to himself, "I had anticipated this, it's really tiring." Zaganda squeezed his eyes shut, his back was hurting from sitting on the horse for so long, but he couldn't let those soldiers see him like this. An idea came to his mind, "Right, how about I go check on the prisoner's condition?" Then he turned and said to the demon soldiers, "I'm going to see what that girl is doing, guard carefully, don't let your guard down." The demon soldiers outside said yes, but inside they thought, "This old man wants to sneak off to rest, doesn't he?" Inside one of the carriages, an animal girl was tied up and locked up there. She is the princess of the Sheena Beast Alliance. Zaganda went in and sat right at the door, his face a little tired, said, "Finally we've come here." Then stroked his chin, looking at her and said, "Princess, how do you feel? We are about to arrive at the city where you are imprisoned, we have sneaked into the territory of the Demon Kingdom, the soldiers from your federation won't get far here." She immediately complained, "What a shaking carriage, it's terrible." He was stunned when he heard it, this answer is so new. Then Ganda cleared his throat, "Ahem, but don't worry, if the Federation obediently obeys our orders, you will be released at any time." Sheena shook her head, "It's useless, once you've captured me, the Federation won't bow down and submit." He smiled, "It seems you still don't understand your position, you are the daughter of the beast leader." She still showed toughness and scolded him, "If you think kidnapping me can convince them, then you are a fool." Zaganda's eyes widened with anger, frowned and looked at her, "Watch your mouth, bitch." Then he reached out and grabbed the princess's neckline. Then he pulled it hard in front of Sheena's astonishment, revealing the skin. He saw the perverted long tongue coming out and said, "Let me taste your flavor a little bit, I'll let you know where your position is." The princess's eyes didn't change, looking at him without blinking. Zaganda reached out to prepare to do depraved things. Suddenly from the outside a large explosion occurred, lighting up the night sky. He was startled and stopped what he was doing, pulled the curtain and stuck his head out and asked, "What's going on?" The demon soldier announced, "We are under attack, it's humans." Zaganda worried, "Humans, you say humans, if you said beasts then I would believe you." There were consecutive explosions with enormous destructive power, tossing the demon soldiers into the sky. He jumped on the horse, holding the reins tightly. Then spurred the horse, pointing his finger, "Counterattack, don't be afraid of the humans." So the two sides rushed into battle, the rest of the candidates for the official hero squad joined the battle. Atsushi and Kenta continuously attacked and took down a lot of demon soldiers. On this side Chao and the others also supported each other and did exactly as the original plan had laid out. Zaganda looked at the battlefield, worried that he was losing, even though his army was considered the most elite unit. Erasure turned his shoulders and stepped in front of him and asked, "You are a high-ranking demon, right?" Zaganda summoned a weapon in his hand and asked back, "Who the hell are you?" Erasure clenched his hands, smiled at him, "I don't need to tell my name to trash like you, I'll tell you if you put on a show for me." Being insulted as a high-ranking demon made him angry. Zaganda roared and attacked, "Shut up, people like you are nothing to me." Then he launched a powerful attack towards Erasure. He jumped up, threw a punch towards Zaganda, he used the spear in his hand to block it. Then he shouted loudly, "You think you can beat me, a high-ranking demon with this kind of firepower?" Arashi's face was a little worried. He stabbed the spear towards him, immediately he had to jump up to dodge. Then jumped backwards, keeping a safe distance. Erasure frowned and thought to himself, "He's too strong, but still not as strong as that guy." Then clenched his fists. "I just need to add a little more energy to my firepower, that way I can deal with some injuries. My explosion needs a lot of energy to activate, with my current ability, I can only fire 7 more shots." Erasure slightly collapsed and placed his hand on the ground to set up, "When I run out of energy, my physical ability will decrease. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create a gap and aim for this guy's head or heart, then I'll have to use my maximum power." Zaganda on the side is also thinking these warriors are humans, moreover, they have the ability of divine guards. I have never seen these faces, but they are surprisingly strong. Could they be the legendary hero candidates? He spun the spear in his hand, "If they are the ones who defeated Wimberg in Stonage area, then I have to be more careful." Then he spurred the horse and wondered, "I don't know how they could have discovered our exact location. He suspects they are trying to rescue the Beast Tribe's princess. Fortunately, I have assigned soldiers to guard the princess, they can hold out for a while." The army here is focusing on defense. Zaganda's eyes showed determination. If that's the case, I need to make a decisive move. I need to defeat the one who is the leader of them. After some thought, he decided to charge and aim at Arashir, who was standing there. He thrust his spear down and smiled. I will decide this battle with just one move, lightning force. A surprise attack, but fortunately, Arashir managed to dodge it in time. Seeing his clothes being destroyed, he was a bit surprised. He flipped to the left to dodge the attack. He was also a bit confused because his speed was too fast. Arashi's eyes focused on the high-ranking demon in front of him. He was urging his horse forward, and he was standing in the right place. He smiled right in his minefield area. Arashir used the God of Mine explosion skill to create an explosion with great destructive power, causing him to exclaim in panic, "What is this?" The explosion made the horse jump in fright. Zaganda was scorched by the fire, looking extremely disheveled, thinking, is this a trap skill? He was a bit worried and cursed, damn, my vision is blocked. As Arashir charged forward, he thought, Mine explosion is just a trap skill, it lacks firepower compared to an explosion, but I finally created an opening in his defense. He can't identify my position with this dust. He appeared behind him with his hand glowing red, preparing to punch down. Now I just need to ambush him with an explosion. But before he could launch his attack, Zaganda's eyes flashed, looking over, there you are. Then a large gust of wind force, erupted from his body. Arashir frowned and clicked his tongue, TSK, can't dodge at all. The push just now made him fall backward to the ground. On this side, his teammates saw it and worriedly called out Arashi's name. He got up, holding his stomach, it hurts, everyone focus on the situation, don't worry about me. Zaganda raised his voice, you can't even use energy to protect yourself anymore. However, he was still a little worried, unable to believe this guy could defend like that. His instincts were as sharp as an animal's. He remembered how Arashir set traps, but I discovered his fighting style. He can set explosive traps by placing his hand in that spot. Moreover, it can blow up anything it touches. Zaganda stepped forward confidently, as long as I firmly grasp this spear, I can win this battle and maintain a distance, just focus, and I can dodge his traps. Arashir looked at him with determination, thinking in his head, I guess that's what you're thinking, right? Zaganda reached out and continued to use the wind force, launching thin but sharp gusts of wind, forcing Arashir to focus on dodging. He smiled, this distance is perfect, from this distance, he won't be able to touch me. The spearhead continuously stabbed towards Arashir. He then asked him, so you've discovered my fighting style. Zaganda smiled, obviously, you're always changing your position. Arashir then raised his hand, preparing to attack. That's right, the one who's losing their defense is you. He used the cannon skill to shoot a bolt of fire directly at Zaganda. His eyes widened, light flashed, and Arashir added more energy to the shot with absolute power. A large explosion occurred. The destructive power was terrifying. Right there, it left a large hole, proving that Arashi's attack carried immense energy. Zaganda lay there motionless, mouth agape, and blood flowing out. Then Arashir tossed his clothes and stood there, looking cool. Information appeared, name, Arashir Shunsuke, age 17, gender, male, attack, B, defense, B, agility, B, strength, A, magic, C, status, normal, skills, God of Explosion LV, 3, God of Mine Explosion LV, 2, God of Cannon LV, 2, Physical Strength LV, 4. The people on this side were amazed and exclaimed, wow, he single-handedly defeated a high-ranking demon. The demon soldiers were terrified, Lord Zaganda is dead, we lost. Akira, while launching his attack, shouted to encourage everyone, Arashir has defeated a high-ranking demon, their defenses are being broken, let's maintain this pace, and then use the weapon buffs to increase the damage. Everyone received weapon buffs to increase damage, and immediately rushed forward to launch a full-scale attack. A moment later, the demon soldiers without a leader immediately scattered and were easily defeated. Kai stood there with 2 daggers in his hands and walked forward. Standing in front of a carriage, he looked at it and wondered, this must be the one. Then he walked over and gently pulled the curtain to the side. Before him was Sheena, with her chest area of the clothes torn by Zaganda. The princess spoke, asking, did you come here to help me, human? Kai looked at her and said, I was wondering if that was the case. He took out a dagger from his chest and walked towards her. Then cut the ropes binding Sheena, the ropes fell. She raised her hand to wipe her face and turned to Kai, asking, what are you after? He replied coldly, something even the demons want, I've decided to use you to achieve my goals. Sheena rubbed her wrists, calmly looking at him, how honest, she said. Kai replied nonchalantly, there's no reason to lie, is there, or would you prefer to hear that we're here to save you with no ill intentions? Sheena dropped her hands, sensing life force. I can't, but if that's the case, you'd think it's reasonable for me to fight you, right? Immediately, that hand, turning into a demigod beast, was covered in a thick layer of fur along with sharp claws. And then Sheena's eyes became as cold as a predator about to pounce on a chicken. A moment later, a plume of white smoke escaped from a drain. He reacted quickly, jumping back. Sheena furiously bared her fangs and raised her claws to attack. The sharp claws slashed out in a flurry of swipes, but he reacted in time to dodge. Kai, holding his weapon, had to admit she was fast. Then the two started fighting fiercely, so this is the power of a beastman, and Kai easily blocked all of Sheena's continuous claw attacks. After fighting for a while, he was exhausted and shouted, "Thunderstrike." As soon as he finished, in less than a second, lightning bolt struck Sheena. Sheena's eyes widened in amazement. What? Sheena clenched her lips, recognizing the magic with resentment. Kai casually stepped aside to dodge. Sheena fell headfirst into the ground, painfully. While his opponent was still disoriented, Kai pinned her under him. He thought to himself, a basic lightning spell, not very powerful, but really convenient for incapacitating my enemy. It would be great if it increased the chances of winning in a close combat fight. Sheena gritted her teeth and glared at him with anger. TSK, why are humans so strong? Kai narrowed his eyes and said, you've finally realized the difference in our strength, haven't you? You have two choices, either restrain yourself and follow me, or obey me. Knowing she wasn't a match for Kai, Sheena accepted her fate. Alright then, after all, it's better to go with humans than with demons. Arashi's group seemed to be winning. The pile of monsters lay scattered on the ground, and only one remained. It roared ferociously, but with a hint of fear. The monster was sweating bullets, finding it hard to believe who was in front of them. There's no way I can win, it thought. They are monsters, after all. Erasure called Shinami in a cold voice, and Kaori immediately understood and drew a magic circle. Alright, alright. The vines on the trees suddenly glowed and grew longer very quickly. They followed Kai's instructions to wrap around the monster's legs to prepare for an attack. It only took one pull, and the monster fell flat on its back, letting out a series of unintelligible cries. Erasure slowly approached, making it terrified. He grabbed its chin and lifted it up for easy talking. Erasure squeezed its chin hard and said to the demon. He growled, we have no grudge against him, we'll chop off his head. Not long after, everyone gathered in a circle around a small bonfire. Atsushi, holding a piece of meat in his hand, said enthusiastically, their carriage had so much food. Kenta took a delicious bite and happily joined in. Today we're having a grand feast. Kaori, on the other hand, had tears in her eyes with a guilty conscience. It feels like we're robbing someone. Her friend next to her chuckled gleefully. Aha, aren't we? At this time, Sheena hesitated, sitting there just watching without daring to move. Kai asked, puzzled, what's wrong, why aren't you eating? Although Sheena was drooling with hunger, she tried to restrain her hunger. Is it okay for you to feed me like this? Erasure tore off a piece of meat with satisfaction and said, it's been a long time since I've had a full meal in that place, and these things are nothing compared to the food in our world. Kai took a sip of soup and glanced at Sheena. We still need something from you, so if you die, we'll be in trouble, so eat. Hearing that, Sheena didn't hesitate anymore and picked up the bowl, gulping it down, and also said, thank you. After just swallowing a mouthful of soup, her face looked like she was enjoying paradise, so delicious. Seeing this cute reaction made her friend proud. Delicious, isn't it? Hano cooks everything well. Being praised unexpectedly made Hano a little embarrassed. I'm glad you liked it. Mare suddenly asked, is your name Sheena? How did the demons kidnap you? Sheena was silent and didn't answer. After a while of watching the flickering bonfire, Sheena started to recount the whole event. I accidentally encountered the demon lord's army while hunting in the forest. Sheena recalled the scene of her encounter with the monsters. I was going deep inside the Federation territory. Usually, demons wouldn't be there. Sheena hesitated, meaning they already knew where she was. Kai calmly speculated that they might have planned to invade the Federation. Kidnapping her was also one of their goals. Kaori wondered why the demons wanted to control the beastkin. Her friend next to her answered, because they invaded the Holy Kingdom. Maybe they wanted to rule the world, right? Sheena quickly agreed, that's what the demons were planning, but what do you humans want from me? Kai frankly expressed, I need you to become our bargaining chip. We want to cooperate with the Federation to destroy the Demon Lord. Sheena asked in confusion, destroy the Demon Lord, are you serious? Erasure suddenly spoke up, we have our reasons. He explained while eating meat, we can't return to the real world before defeating the Demon Lord. Finally, Sheena understood the problem. I see, so you guys are the hero candidates. I heard that humans summoned you to be trump cards. Kai suddenly asked, so what do you think? If you sincerely help us, it will help us a lot. Sheena nodded to show her sincerity. I understand, I owe you for saving me. Kai nonchalantly splashed cold water, but we didn't intend to rescue you. Sheena was a little surprised but didn't mind because they were her benefactors. Anyway, in the end, they saved her and also gave her warm food. Sheena clearly expressed her opinion. Moreover, to purge the demons inside the Federation, I need support from a third party. This is just my intuition. I think there's a spy in the high-ranking members of the Federation. The next morning, everyone quickly climbed down the mountain and went out of the forest. The rescued cat beastkin Princess Sheena had escaped from the territory of the Demon Kingdom with Shinju. They went back to their path and returned to the city of Nutrat. The group approached the city gate. In a room, there were gentle noises, sharp sword lines slashed through the air. Midu was diligently practicing his sword alone. Suddenly, the voice calling Shuji made him stop his movements and look toward the sound. Seeing the person in front of him hurrying over, Midu wondered, Rina, what's going on? Rina announced loudly, Arashi's group is back, and they're bravely walking through the main gate. Midu was startled and widened his eyes. What? At the city gate, Arashi's group had rushed inside the city gate, but they were stopped by the soldiers in front. A soldier shouted loudly, Deserters, how dare you come here with such a calm face, you are violating the army's rules. Then that shout successfully made Erasure go mad and roar, I don't care if the rules can protect us, you bastards. The general who was cursed was still standing there, wondering, bastards, huh? Erasure impatiently turned away, I have nothing to do with people like you, where's Amelia? The general ignored him. As he spoke, he issued instructions for the soldiers to charge simultaneously. You think she'll agree to meet a bastard like you? Restrain them, put these deserters in jail. At this moment, the situation was increasingly out of control. Erasure scratched his head in discomfort. This is really a headache. Even if you guys gather in a group, you won't be able to beat me. Gao, standing next to him, explained blandly. They are like that because of your attitude. If we are Midu's group, even if his group is considered deserters, they can still be warmly welcomed. Suddenly, chains appeared and tightly bound all the soldiers, along with a cold voice, don't move. Rin stepped out and asked, you're back early, aren't you? Seeing this strange action of hers, the general roared, Kanzaki Rin, are you betraying us? Quickly release this skills seal. Narumi put her hand on the soldier's shoulder and winked lovingly, hey, calm down, Arashi's group doesn't intend to fight, let's talk to them first. A second later, the chain seal was removed. The general had to concede too, if Narumi said so. Erasure looked at this scene and started getting angry again, his eyes as if wanting to devour the opponent. Why listen to him and not me? Akira smiled and said that it's usually like that. Narumi calmed down and approached him, then asked, so now what, did you come back with any important information? Erasure was still resentful and then requested, talk about that later, for now, please take us to a place to talk properly. Not long after, in a grand room, everyone was sitting properly on chairs, only Erasure was putting his legs up on the table. He still kept his stubborn and difficult attitude. Heinrich and Amelia helplessly shook their heads in frustration. The generals were scared but didn't dare to speak. This strange action of his made Mireille couldn't stand it anymore. She had to speak up, come on Erasure, you're making the atmosphere too tense. Erasure, with his fiery temper, retorted, what, do you mean this is the culture of a different world, you're always like that? Mireille raised her voice and questioned, you don't necessarily have to make everything so tense, right? Moreover, we have also gathered the people you want to talk to. Although he was annoyed, he still had to put his legs down, all right. Erasure regained his composure and called out, Chinami, come in. Right after that, Kaori led Sheena by the hand, pushing the door and entering with an apology. And Sheena's appearance made Heinrich look stunned. Amelia exclaimed in surprise, a cat beastkin. Akira announced clearly, her name is Sheena, she is the daughter of the Beastkin Federation leader Gandanas. Everyone there was also stunned when they heard this news, the daughter of the Federation leader, why is she here with you guys? Sheena admitted without hesitation, yes, I am the biological daughter of the chieftain of the Beastmen Federation, they rescued me from the demons. Midu, unable to believe it, asked, were you captured by demons? Sheena glanced at him and truthfully replied, yes, demons are hiding in the Federation's territory, I was rescued when they were taking me to the Demon Kingdom. Erasure chimed in, we can use her as a bargaining chip to get cooperation from the Federation, we can't wait another 2 years, after all. Amelia seemed to have a breakthrough, I understand the situation. Amelia seriously put forward a solution, we are also considering forming an alliance with the Federation, let me report this to my superiors, now that we have the princess, they will certainly not miss this opportunity. Erasure frowned and said bluntly, "You're being honest." Amelia, without concealing her purpose, replied frankly, "After all, we don't want half of the hero candidates to leave us, we are actually planning to accept some of your requests if you return to us." Heinrich calmly added a few words, "You are the trump card of the army, of course, that will also affect the morale of the soldiers, I am responsible for your actions, thanks to this, I can avoid the possibility of being fired." Hearing this, Amelia's voice became serious, "I understand your request." "All right," Amelia looked up resolutely, her voice even more serious, "if we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom, this is what you all want, isn't it?" At this moment, Arashi's mood relaxed a bit, "Now you understand me." Amelia seriously looked at the opposite side and said, "Anyway, it's not a disadvantageous deal for us, killing the Demon Lord is also the wish of the people, of course, we will do everything to make that happen." Sheena was also determined to repay the favor, "I was saved and fed by them, in return for the help, I want you to help me destroy the demons in the Federation." Midou immediately responded with enthusiasm, "Of course, I will do my best." Heinrich suddenly interjected in a low voice, "May I ask something, how did you get the information that the princess was kidnapped?" Receiving the question, Erasure looked away and replied, "About that, we interrogated the demons we captured." Heinrich watched him intently and replied, "I see." A week later, everyone was anxiously waiting. Heinrich, holding a piece of paper in his hand, entered the room with Amelia to announce news. The Holy Nation was sending envoys to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. The stifling atmosphere was thus broken, and everyone cheered happily. In a small house near the city walls, Kai asked directly, "Who is going?" Akira, sitting opposite him, truthfully replied, "Midou, Nagase, Kanzaki, and Narumi, there are 4 people." With the information in hand, Kai took a sip of tea. "I also guessed they would choose Kanzaki because of her leadership abilities." Akira immediately agreed with this speculation, because Midou and Narumi have a keen eye for people, Nagase is a bit strict, but he has his own way of speaking. In another room, Heinrich was working tirelessly, and he himself didn't know Akira was referring to him. The leader of the envoys was probably Heinrich, of course some soldiers and a few people from the management apparatus would also come, a total of 30 people. Mayer stood silently in a corner, listening to them exchange information. Kai suddenly asked, "How's Erasure?" Erasure was enjoying the warm sun on the roof. Akira also replied without hesitation, "He wants to stay at the front lines, because he's not very good at negotiating." "That's right." At the training ground, Mireille was instructing Atsushi and Kenta something, and she didn't know Akira was referring to her. While Midou was leaving, Hashimoto would take on the role of substitute captain. Akira boldly speculated, "It will probably be difficult because they need to constantly control Erasure and his friends." Then Akira asked Kai somewhat abruptly, "So what's your plan? Please be frank, without any concealment. I'm going to the Federation, even though I don't intend to follow the envoy's delegation." Outside the city walls, Heinrich turned around and ordered everyone, "Let's go." The army, along with the hero candidates, was moving towards the Federation. Rina kept stroking her hair on the way, saying she was tired. Midou smiled and turned back to say to her, "We'll be traveling for a while." Narumi, enthusiastically followed up, "How surprising, I didn't think Rina would join us." She turned and asked angrily, "What, you mean I can't go with you?" He quickly waved his hands, "That's not what I meant, I'm very happy that you're here." Rina pointed at Midou and said, "If I let you guys be alone, you'll act recklessly again, especially this idiot." He looked dumbfounded and asked, "Me?" Seeing them having enough fun, Narumi laughed loudly. Rina was a little unhappy, "I mean, if you're his companion, you're not reliable at all, even if you go together, nothing will change." Narumi cried, "Hey Rina, why are you so mean to me?" Rin in the back seemed quite somber. Rin thought, "They're really noisy, wouldn't it be better to be quiet for a while?" She wondered, Shinju said he was also on his way to the Federation, could he be nearby? Heinrich glanced and saw Rin's expression. The group was still silently moving through vast fields and grasslands. Secretly observing them from the bushes, Kai said to Mayer, "All right, let's go." The two walked. Mayer asked, "Are we just following them?" He replied, "Following them seems easier. Sheena is there too, by the way, can I ask you something?" Returning to the group, they were moving through the forests. Rin was still silent, looking around, and was quite enjoying the fresh air of the trip. Heinrich saw this and immediately asked, "Why are you always looking around, Kazaki?" She jumped, a little flustered, and replied, "I'm just being vigilant against the monsters." Narumi winked, "No need for that, after all, Shuji and Heinrich are here." Rin slightly bowed her head and replied, "You're right." Heinrich turned to Midou, "I ask you, this, it only took a few days for Erasure to return to us, right?" He nodded, yes, that's right. Heinrich wondered, I'm wondering how they got information about Sheena's kidnapping. Rin chimed in, didn't he say he captured some demons and interrogated them? However, he was still not satisfied with that. I just think it's a bit fast. They got the information, processed it, and came back. It's a bit hard to believe that he did everything. Usually, Erasure discusses such matters with us beforehand. Midu turned and asked back, what exactly do you mean? Heinrich's voice echoed through the forest, I'm just speculating. He continued, someone is moving in the shadows and gathering information on their own. As always, you're terrible at lying, Midu, your expression has told me everything. Sure enough, his face changed slightly when Heinrich mentioned that. Narumi thought to herself, this is bad. Shinju has really helped us a lot in the shadows, but to the holy nation, he's still a criminal. Even Rin was a little worried, if Heinrich finds out about our cooperation with him, I don't know what kind of punishment we'll have to receive. Just then, Rina moved up and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Heinrich quickly raised his hand and replied, it seems some people know and some people still don't know anything, Your circle of relationships in this world is still very small because you are foreigners. Furthermore, you will need people like us to have relationships. There is only one answer, Shinju Kai is your shadow, the one who killed the saint. Midu frowned slightly, a little worried, and asked, and if so, then what? Suddenly, Heinrich laughed loudly, just as I expected, I was just joking. Narumi said, your reasoning is good, but even if we have contact with each other, he still helps, even if we don't agree. Heinrich smiled, don't worry, I won't punish you. I'm just curious, really, I think I should thank him for killing that woman. Hearing these words, the soldiers were a little surprised. Narumi reacted, you can say that, too. He waved his hand dismissively, of course not, if they find out, I'll be hanged. He added, furthermore, based on Kanzaki's behavior in the past few hours, I guess he's nearby and watching us very closely, right? Hearing that, Midu quickly turned around and asked, really, Kanzaki-san? The unexpected question made her flustered, wondering what to do. Rin worried, am I dragging Shinju down? I'm the messenger for him. Kai's voice echoed, and he stepped out, since you've discovered it, I have nothing to hide anymore. The soldiers saw him and exclaimed, it's the one who killed the saint. Sheena spoke up, he's the one who saved me. Heinrich turned his horse around, and the soldiers pointed their spears at Kai. He said, I'm just basing this on my conclusions. Kai looked at him and replied, you're drawing your own conclusions with only a little information, Heinrich continued and asked, not as good as you, but we also have some information networks. You killed Wimberg, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Dark Death God, that's you, isn't it? Kai replied, I've never heard that nickname, and I didn't kill him alone. He looked at Mayer, an elf who knew magic, looks like you have a strong companion, In the crowd, a female voice called Kai's name, attracting Mayer's attention. Rina urged her horse forward and shouted, after everything that's happened, how dare you show your face? Midu hastily tried to stop her, calm down, Rina, but she brushed his hand away and continued, I can't calm down. Rina pointed at Kai and continued harshly, because you're kind, you forgave him, Shuji, but he's a traitor. She asked, do you have anything else to say? Kai remained calm, I have no intention of denying it. Narumi winked and smiled, calm down, Rina, Shinju has always helped us. Rina furiously yelled, shut up, I will end this here, God, please bless the fire in my hand. A fireball appeared in her hand. Mayer marveled, that's some serious firepower, I don't know if we can withstand that. Kai glanced at Mayer and called her name as a signal. Kanzaki raised her hand to execute and stop it, then the call of Kai came. You told her not to do anything, a huge fire was heading towards you, a horrifying explosion occurred. Narumi worriedly said, hey, are you going to turn him into dust? Rina replied, what, if he dies just like this, I'll be really disappointed. That's right, Kai's voice and his arm appeared. Then he grabbed Rina's shirt and pulled her down, making her exclaim in surprise, what? By the time she realized it, Rina had fallen to the ground. She quickly jumped back to keep her distance. Then continued to summon a fireball to burn him to death. Kai replied, thunder, pierce my enemies. Immediately, lightning struck Rina, making her numb and scream in pain. In a flash, Rina fainted. Kai stopped, while Rina lay there motionless. She opened her eyes, her voice weak, what's going on, even though you don't have that much power? Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and replied, that's right, I don't have a talent for magical power, but even without that talent, as long as I keep practicing, it can still be used. Then he looked at Rina sarcastically, and you, look at you being corrupted by the power you call divine, are you sure you're practicing properly? Narumi came over and exclaimed, wow, you neutralized Rina right away, amazing, Shinjuku-kun. Midu thought to himself, he's not only fast, but he also makes his opponents lose their guard, he has also gained some new powers compared to me, now he. Rina stood up, still stubborn, I still won't accept you. Kai appeared calm, I didn't need your approval from the beginning, and another thing, no matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. Seemingly unwilling to accept it, Rina shouted, shut up. Rin's voice rang out, that's enough, Nagase-san, calm down, then magical chains appeared and restrained Rina. That evening, everyone sat around the campfire. Heinrich, after hearing the account of what happened, said, I understand, basically, you guys were cornered, then he pondered, now I can understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your perspective, you are being forced to do increasingly impossible tasks. Midu spoke up, we were quite confused at the time, that's why Shinjuku-kun decided to take all the blame on himself, Narumi continued, and some of the classmates are still misunderstanding Shinjuku-kun's intentions. Rina, her voice still resentful, I still think the reason he did it wasn't simply because we're his classmates. Kai, while eating dried meat, said, Nagase is right, simply put, if I let her live, it would be troublesome, so I killed her. Narumi smiled, you're stubborn, really, Rina, she turned away, appearing sharp, no matter what he explains, I'm the one who decides whether or not to believe his words. Rina continued to ask, first, is it true that you're looking for a way for us to go home? She looked at Mayor, and furthermore, who's the cute girl behind you? Kai still shrugged and replied, I haven't found anything yet, and she voluntarily followed me. Mayor was startled, you're really mean. Midu spoke up, anyway, so we can catch the spies inside the Federation, we need your cooperation, Shinju, that's why, I suggest you join us on this journey. Heinrich seemed quite happy to agree, I don't mind either, although I can't report back to the Empire, well, I'll just forge some documents then. Then everyone turned their eyes to Rina, who seemed to be still very annoyed with Kai. She closed her eyes tightly, whatever, it doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone, anyway, our destination is the same, if you guys don't have a problem, I'm happy to go with you. The fire that everyone was using to keep warm was still burning large. People sat there, but there was a little silence. There was a voice calling Midu from behind, which made him pay attention. Kai asked, is it okay to tell him that? Midu said, you mean the incident related to Leonora's death? It's okay, Heinrich is a trustworthy person. Kai gave a warning. No matter how much you trust people, there are some things you shouldn't trust people with, but it doesn't change anything because you've already told him. Midu understood Kai's meaning, I know I will take responsibility, moreover, Heinrich already knew what was happening from the beginning. Kai asked, so there's no point in hiding it anymore, right? He thought to himself, he can share information and show trust like that, that's really Midu's style. After that, the delegation continued to walk for a few more days. Heinrich told everyone, now we have reached the border of the Federation. Sheena peeked her face out from the carriage, let's go to the town closest to the border. Kai realized something was unusual, it seems like there are some people here to greet us. An arrow was shot and stuck right in front of Midu, causing his horse to jump in fright. He held the reins tightly and looked over. The group had been surrounded by beast men, who were aiming their bows and weapons at them. Heinrich was a little worried, the soldiers quickly formed a defensive perimeter. A beast woman stepped forward with an authoritative voice, humans, what are you doing in our territory? The disparity in force between the two sides was extremely large at this moment. Midu stepped forward, spread his arms, and stated, we are not here to fight, we want to form an alliance with the Federation. The beast woman was a bit skeptical, alliance, the beast men were indignant, after all that you have done, you dare to say such a thing, those. The grey beast man pointed, the reason we are treated badly is because of you. Rina frowned, we don't know and we don't care, I guess that's what they mean. Narumi smiled wryly, please, don't say such things, okay. Sheena poked her head out and spoke, Rune, it's me. The beast woman princess jumped out of the carriage and stepped down. A voice from the crowd, Shinazuma. The princess said, these people rescued me. Rune seemed to hear nothing, motioned to everyone, and then shouted, return Shinazuma to us. Heinrich was confused, we want to do that too, at least, please listen to us. She brushed them aside, I don't need it, and then charged forward to attack. Seeing that things weren't going well, Heinrich gave the order, alright, counterattack, but don't kill them. The two groups clashed, the sounds of swords and blades clashing with each other. Kai turned to ask, can we clear up this misunderstanding, Sheena? The princess replied, once Rune is like this, she won't listen to anyone. She added, disable her, but don't kill her, her army is full of young, inexperienced people, if it were you, you could do it. With the green light, Kai said, "You said it, right, Midu, it's time for you to shine." Although he was defending, hearing his teammate's voice, he replied, "I understand." Then he swung his sword in a horizontal slash. With a single strike, the grey beastman was sent flying. Midu was surrounded, the beastmen attacked, but he dodged with agility. Then he raised his hand and tapped the pink beastman on the back of the neck. Seeing his teammates constantly defeated and knocked unconscious, the red beastman could only exclaim, "What?" Midu's eyes flashed with electric sparks. In a flash, he teleported behind and knocked the red beastman unconscious. He fell down like a log, with the drool still in the air before his head hit the ground. The remaining beastmen were a little scared and shouted, "This bastard." Kai turned to call Kanzaki, she jumped back in surprise, "What's up?" "Your target is the archers in the back, leave the front lines to Midu." Rin replied, "Understood." Then she immediately cast a magical chain, which flew towards the archers. All of them were controlled, they wondered what was going on. "I can't move." The other beastmen on both sides rushed in, shouting, "Shinazuma, we're here to rescue you." Kai called Mayor, the little girl raised the staff in her hand and replied, all right. Then she began to cast a spell, "Spirits, stop them without hurting them." As soon as she finished speaking, the beastmen were immediately blown away by the wind. Nagami exclaimed, "Oh my god, it turns out she's a user of elemental magic like me." Kai turned to call Nagase. She was ready with a fireball in her hand, but the order she received was "Don't interfere." Hearing that, she frowned, fiercely shouted, "What, everyone is fighting, why am I the only one who can't?" Kai was fighting and explaining at the same time, "If they are attacked by your flames, they're dead for sure, or do you have confidence in controlling your magic and not killing them?" Hearing that, Rina withdrew her hand, "All right." Rune witnessed the battle in amazement, "No way, are humans this strong?" Heinrich kept trying to explain all the time, "We just want to come here to talk." Midu stepped forward, "We are not killing your soldiers, so can you put your sword away?" Without saying anything, she still continued to charge forward to attack. Midu reached out and held the sword, controlling her. The beastwoman's eyes widened in amazement, the sword was held tightly between his two fingers. Her arm trembled. A voice called from afar, "Rune." Sheena stepped forward to ask, she calmed down. The princess tried to reassure, "Please listen to these people." A moment later, in the middle of the forest, the voice of the beast people, "We are truly sorry." Rune and her beast people knelt down in front of the group at once. Midu was confused, hastily saying, "No, please look up." Rune kept bowing, "I didn't know everyone was her savior, I'm really sorry, I'll take this life to atone for my mistakes." Heinrich smiled, thinking about the relationship between the two peoples, "I understand your actions." She bowed until she bled, her eyes were a little confused. Kai, standing by the carriage, spoke up, "If you want to make a change, can you become our guide?" He looked at her and continued, "I'm talking about establishing a federation between the two peoples, so I want to meet the high-ranking leaders of the federation, and this is also what Sheena wants." The princess nodded, "Yes, I owe them, please treat them with courtesy." Rune agreed, "I understand, I will definitely take them to the capital." She shed tears, and "Sheena-sama, I'm glad you're okay." The princess smiled, "Well, I'm home." Afterwards, Midu and other liaisons were treated more respectfully. To establish an alliance, we need to negotiate with the federal parliament. The parliament has all the leaders of each beast-human faction, an organization that leads this country. And the parliament is located in the capital of the federation. Midu exclaimed, "So this is the capital of the federation." Narumi's eyes widened, "It's too big, isn't it?" Rune turned and said, "I'm sorry, but I can only take you here. Of course I still want to express my deep gratitude to you for saving Sheena-sama. But the people who decide the policies of this country are the members of the parliament." Midu replied, "It's okay, from now on this will be our job." The capital of the beast-human tribe Grandanas of the Mainslia Beast-Human Alliance. Inside the city, the beast people were crowded and busy. Seeing the group, they constantly discussed their appearance. "Look, what are the humans plotting?" Despite that, with the guidance of Rune and the princess, the group still entered quietly. The crowd of beast people still buzzed, they stood by the road and silently observed with suspicious eyes. Midu also felt the slightly heavy atmosphere, unable to speak. Kai spoke up, "It seems they don't hate us as much as we thought. It feels like they're more afraid of us." Narumi laughed. "Yes, regardless of race, a normal person will feel fear when seeing the army of another country, right? I think that's a normal reaction." Heinrich whispered, "After all, everyone around here is just ordinary citizens. I think we will be hated more by the tribal leaders, those are the people we are about to meet." While everyone was talking, a loud call of the princess's name rang out, "Sheena." A beast-human man in a red robe rushed out, his face anxiously asking, "Are you okay, Sheena?" The princess replied, "I'm fine, father, I'm not even injured, look, father." Rune next to her immediately knelt down to salute. He hugged his daughter tightly, sighing with emotion, "So I'm glad you're okay." She smiled, "Father, it hurts, you're using too much force." Quickly releasing his daughter, he waved his hand, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was a bit overwhelmed with emotion." Then he looked at the crowd of humans in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, "So those humans are the ones who saved you?" Sheena turned and replied, "Yes, so please treat them well, father." He laughed, "I understand, today I will allow these people to stay in my mansion." Then he happily introduced himself, "I am the leader of the Alto Cat tribe and Sheena's father." He continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter, I swear I will repay this life-saving grace." Heinrich also stepped up to introduce himself, "I am captain of the 8th Night Legion of the Holy Kingdom of Diagrest, Heinrich, Alto-sama, may I make a suggestion?" Alto raised his hand as a signal, "Of course, you may speak." After a while, everyone sat at a long table, with humans on one side and cat people on the other. Sheena stood beside her father. After presenting the basic content, Heinrich said, "That is our proposal as envoys of the Holy Diagrest Kingdom regarding an alliance between our two nations. Would you consider our offer?" Alto declared, "I must repay you, since you saved my daughter. I will of course agree. Indeed, the threat from the Demon Kingdom is increasing." Edgar, the leader of the werewolf tribe, spoke up, "We have fought demons in small skirmishes before, but recently, they've been attacking more frequently." Camila, the chieftain of the bird tribe, interrupted, "Are you suggesting we should ally with humans just for that reason? That's absurd. Have you forgotten what humans have done to us?" Max, the leader of the fishmen tribe, slammed his hand on the table, saying, "Camila is right, my father was captured by humans and died as a slave. That's not something easily forgotten. We are still grateful to you for saving and escorting Sheena back here, and we will give you a worthy reward." Niels, the leader of the dog tribe, added, "But we still won't forget what happened in the past." His eyes held a hint of displeasure. Alto turned and looked at Niels, calling out to him. He continued, "Didn't humans discriminate against and expel us? That's not something we can easily overlook, is it? Now you want us to help them." Max and Camila echoed Niels' sentiments, agreeing with not accepting the help. While the beast men were murmuring, Heinrich's voice rang out, "We shouldn't forget the past." He continued, "But aren't we aiming for the same goal, which is to eliminate the demons?" Max roared fiercely upon hearing this, "How dare you? Even if it comes to fighting demons, I won't cooperate with you." Edgar, looking towards the humans, intervened, "Wait, Max." He raised his hand, continuing, "Indeed, we've received information that you've turned the tide in the war against the demons. Could you tell us what form of cooperation you're seeking from us?" Hearing the question, Heinrich seemed to ponder for a moment. Midou immediately replied, "We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom and behead the demon lord." That answer made the beast men momentarily speechless. They didn't react for a moment. Edgar laughed loudly. Breaking the silent atmosphere, he looked at Midou with assessment, "Your eyes don't seem to lie, interesting." Camila wondered, "What's wrong?" Edgar continued, "You see, at first I thought it was strange. If my information is correct, humans already have a great advantage." Edgar smiled, "They don't seem like they're being forced or pressured to form an alliance with us." Midou appeared serious, "We want to defeat the demon lord, and to achieve that goal, we need your help." Alto's voice cut through, catching Midou's attention, echoing what Edgar had said earlier. He continued, "I want to help them eradicate the demons. At first, I was very suspicious, but I didn't think the boy would be so sincere." Another arm went up. Edgar chimed in, "I agree as well. If the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to withstand them." His eyes were sharp, "In the event that the Holy Kingdom is defeated by demons in the future, we will surely be next, so, we need to seize this opportunity to fight alongside humans." The members of the party were all overjoyed upon hearing this. However, Camila had a slight reaction. "I understand your point, but I still won't accept," she said, eyeing them suspiciously, "You never know when humans will stab you in the back." Max also spoke up, "No matter the situation, I will not cooperate with those I cannot trust." Neil's opinion was similar, and mine as well. This alliance might be a plot to make us sacrifices or bait, right? At this moment, Sheena, standing next to her father, looked over and said, "Neil-sama, you've somehow changed." She added, "You used to be very supportive of humans." Niels replied, "My thoughts have changed after living to this age." Alto raised his hand thoughtfully, "So, we have many people opposing this proposal now." Edgar added, "It's not wise to decide right away, it's best we take some time to think. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let's have them stay in our territory for a while." Alto laughed and agreed, let us take care of their lodging and food, they are the saviors of my daughter's life. Camila haughtily said, whatever, I haven't changed my mind. Max added, she's right, I don't accept it either. Kai was sitting there silently, observing with his blood-red eyes. His eyes widened, revealing a deadly, blazing red color. He was trying to see through Camila's heart and evaluate Niels, who had once supported humans. That day, in the capital of the Grandana's Federation of Beastmen, Mainslia, the mansion of the cat tribe chieftain, a lavish long banquet was laid out to welcome the human guests. Alto joyfully raised his glass, thank you for saving my daughter, please enjoy the meal to your heart's content. Midu also happily thanked them. Rina looked at the food with some discomfort, what kind of food is this? Insects, Rin replied with a chuckle, I don't know either. Kai picked up the bug, broke it in half, and inside the hard shell was the rich, fatty meat. Then he put it in his mouth and ate it with relish. Over here, Mer was happily eating fruit, his face full of enjoyment. The outgoing Narumi raised his glass with the beastmen, causing them to stand up and cheer, drink more, your alcohol tolerance is so good, brother, he replied, me, then let's have another drink. Xian was also eating and drinking but did not forget her duty, she turned to her father and urged, Dad, get to the main point, please. Alto raised his hand to get attention, then spoke up, the matter is that we must make a decision about future policies. Those sitting below fell silent to listen. Alto continued. According to what my daughter said, demons have infiltrated the Federation, and furthermore, they are in the capital, which means they have gained a significant amount of internal information. Sheena followed up, if not, how could they have known my location at that time? I was completely ambushed. The scarred cat-faced man said, if it were on the border, I could understand, but the security forces in the capital are quite strict. The blue-robed man agreed, he's right, if the demons have infiltrated the capital, then we should have discovered them by now. Hearing those words, Sheena was a little unhappy and slightly frowned. Seeing this, the scarred man quickly explained, I don't mean it that way, princess, I don't doubt your words. Alto added to alleviate the tension, as you said, we beastmen have very strong senses of smell, it's difficult for demons to infiltrate the city. And yet we didn't notice their distinctive scent. That meant a voice rang out, there's an insider, the declaration of the cat leader, and that sound made the banquet suddenly quiet, everyone was looking in one direction. Kai, while drinking, said, someone is protecting the demons, if that person is providing them with important information and at the same time concealing their traces, that is the only explanation for the current situation. The cat people reacted, how can you think of such a bizarre thing? One of them stood up and fiercely said, don't talk nonsense, are you suspecting us? Alto immediately shouted, calm down, we are only speculating about the possibilities. Then he apologized. With his face downcast, Alto continued, I don't want to suspect my own people either, but even though I've tried very hard to search far and wide, I can't find a trace of the girl. At that time, he and his people searched during the night, to be honest, at that time, he had a very bad feeling, surely someone was controlling the information source. Heinrich warned that if the information network was being manipulated, it would be very dangerous because the spy could be someone from a high-ranking class. Rin worriedly suggested, is it possible that what we discussed in that meeting was leaked? Narumi added, so, is it possible that one of the clan leaders is a traitor? Alto immediately denied, I don't think so, the clan leaders are the people who will discuss and advise on the future of the Federation, I don't want to cause mutual suspicion with only the limited information we have. The pink-haired cat person agreed, you're right, sir, that worries me too. Alto turned to remind his daughter, Xian, during this time, don't leave the mansion. The girl looked unhappy and said, I just came back, he worriedly replied, if you are kidnapped again, we will lose everything. Midu cut in and asked, by the way, how is the discussion about the alliance going? The table fell silent for a moment. Alto scratched his head in confusion, regarding that, I'm sorry, I thought they would accept the offer positively. Sheena said, the ones who agree are Edgar and Papa, if we can't change the minds of the other three, we will lose the advantage in the election. A sign of not being very promising, Midu worried, no way. Alto decided, we must continue to persuade them, I will ask you to come with us to persuade them in the next meeting, I'll count on you, Heinrich happily agreed. Yes, of course. That night, at the mansion of the cat chief, Kai was standing there, looking down with many thoughts in his head. Sheena approached and asked, what's wrong, can't you sleep? Kai turned around and replied, I have some thoughts, I want to gather more information, but I can't move freely in a foreign country. Sheena understood this, yes, with your body odor, you'll be discovered immediately, he nodded, as expected, the beastman's sense of smell is really sensitive. Kai continued, Sheena, there's something I want to ask you. Recalling, during the meeting, Kai had used his eyes to gather information about Niels. Age 55, dog-human species, male, state of being brainwashed, second-level martial arts skills, first-level beast transformation. He paid special attention to the line state of being brainwashed. Sheena, hearing this, asked in surprise, brainwashed state. Kai nodded, yes, my eyes allow me to see the state of anyone with the ability to assess, only the man named Niels has such a state. He added, usually, beastmen excel in their physical abilities and sharp senses. They can't use magic like humans or demon magic like demons, or even spells like elves. Kai's eyes were full of affirmation, this is definitely the work of demons. Sheena recalled, now that you mention it, I just remembered that what he said today was very strange. My thoughts have changed after living for this long. Niels always wanted to maintain a very good relationship with humans. She wrinkled her shoulders and asked, should I tell Papa? Kai immediately replied, with my abilities alone, we don't have enough evidence. I know he suspects a spy, but do you think that man is trustworthy? Sheena stepped onto the railing, if that's the case, then it's fine. She continued, sitting there, Papa always gives priority to people, and besides, you saved me, he will definitely trust you. Kai sighed in relief, I understand, then we will talk to him later. Suddenly, something from behind caught his attention. Alto's voice, you underestimate the hearing of beastmen too much. Kai turned and asked, so you heard everything, surely I can get straight to the point now, can't I? He smiled, I don't mind, after all, you are my benefactor. Alto further stated, moreover, I also have the feeling that Niels is acting very strangely. He raised his hand and clenched it tightly, I place my trust in you, I will support you wholeheartedly to establish an alliance between the two empires. In return, I want you to help us eradicate the demons that exist within the Federation. Kai agreed, from tomorrow, I will start gathering information related to the dogmen. I ask you and Midu to persuade the remaining tribal leaders to help me. Alto smiled, looking at him, understanding. The late night was quiet in the capital of the beastmen, the space was tranquil, with lights flickering in the large mansions. At a villa, the large gate with guards was quite strict. Niels was surprisingly kneeling there respectfully. In front of him was the high-ranking demon Bright, sitting on a chair and enjoying wine. He looked down and said, the situation is becoming more and more troublesome. His gaze went to Camilla, just as I thought, more than half of the tribal chiefs have been tamed, and the control of the Federation is already in our hands. Our plan should have been perfect, capturing the princess to extort the leader of the Catmen. Bright slammed his hand down angrily, but I didn't expect the humans to save Alto's daughter. He cursed under his breath, Zaganda, you bastard, such an easy mission and you failed, it's a disgrace to the high-ranking demon lineage. Niels, kneeling below, spoke, but the humans are really thick-skinned. He frowned, they are the ones who proposed the alliance, which means I cannot agree to such a proposal. Bright smiled, you are right, Niels, they seem very desperate, we must stop them before they influence others in the Federation. Niels stood up and replied, but you also know, the humans are also our sworn enemies. The next morning, at the mansion of the leader of the Fishmen tribe, a large swimming pool for their tribesmen, the entire mansion was blue, representing water. A meeting was taking place between the supporters of the alliance and Max, the Fishmen chief. Max seemed quite firm, no matter what you say, my answer will not change. Mida tried, even so, can't you hear us out? His eyes were somewhat determined with the desire for the alliance. Seeing this, Max was also persuaded and agreed to listen, all right, I don't mind, go ahead, speak. Everyone seemed relieved and thanked him. Heinrich spoke as a representative, then let me explain the current situation of the Holy Kingdom. On the other side, the remaining group moved to the mansion of the Birdmen chief, but were stopped by the guards at the gate. The guard was harsh, don't you understand, let me relay the chief's request, she said there is no need to listen to your words. Narumi tried to persuade, but we are already here. The accompanying Catman wondered, what, there must be a request from Alto-sama about today's meeting. The guard still looked displeased, even if there is a request from the Catman chief, the answer remains the same, the chief does not want to meet you humans. Rin stood beside, thinking he could control this person with mind control. When the effect ends, he might realize he was being controlled, and eventually they will no longer trust us. Narumi turned and walked away, that's it then, we'll go back. Rin was startled and turned, but, he continued, in the worst case, we might be opposing the entire Federation, we don't want that to happen, this is not like when we faced Leonora. Rin, hearing this, followed, I understand. Kai was in his room, examining a sharp dagger, there was a knock on the door, and he invited them in. Xin opened the door and entered, Kai, just as you said. He turned and asked her what she had found out, the girl replied, today I went to the border of the Dogmen tribe, but the atmosphere was very strange. Kai listened intently and continued, it's clear they have a hostile attitude towards humans, as if someone has added fuel to the fire. She pondered, furthermore, the soldiers are also in a state of unrest, they might be planning to kill you and the others. Hearing this, Kai's eyes changed slightly. If that's the case, we can't just sit still, we need to gather all the important evidence to turn the situation around. Another night in the capital of the Beast Men. On the rooftops, Kai and Sheena were silently observing. He turned and said, let's investigate carefully, the princess warned, be careful, you can't underestimate the senses of the beastkin. Kai jumped down, replying, I know. Beneath the strict guards, they moved gently on the rooftops. With the feet of an assassin, Kai walked lightly without making a sound. Soon, the two were inside the mansion. Sheena walked quickly, whispering, the chieftain's room is definitely around here. A door opened ajar. Looking inside, she announced, there's no one here, Neil-sama must be in his bedroom. Then Sheena entered, but it's good anyway, if we can find evidence. She used her sensitive nose to sniff and smell, and realized that on the chair was the scent of those who had kidnapped me. Suddenly from outside, a voice called out, who's there? Sheena was startled and looked at a huge question mark that appeared. It was Niels. He yelled, Sheena, you little brat, even if you're Alto's daughter, do you think you won't be punished for daring to trespass here? The princess worriedly stepped back a bit, saying, Neilama, please come to your senses. Hearing this, he wondered, saying, please look straight at it. She tried to persuade, you are being brainwashed by the demons, don't you realize there's something unusual? Niels snapped, what nonsense are you talking about, we'll talk later, now I will restrain you. Then he yelled, intruder. Restrain that girl. The soldiers outside heard this and rushed in, asking, what's going on, Niels-sama? Sheena quickly moved back, and then stepped on the windowsill, and then broke the glass and jumped out, looking extremely dangerous. The soldiers watched, she's running, Niels ordered, don't let her escape, chase after her quickly. A moment later, a hand familiar with a glass of wine. Bright was thinking, there's an intruder, but why? He shook the glass of wine in his hand, wondering, have they discovered me? Then he brought it up to drink. All this time I've been moving very carefully, that's why I'm the only one who can infiltrate the capital. He drank it all at once, thinking, I'm sure others will suspect that the demons have infiltrated the Federation after Sheena's incident, but I don't think they can deduce and suspect the dog tribe, but if someone discovers the brainwashing technique, that's another story. Bright smiled confidently, however, that can't happen. He hadn't been happy for long when Kai appeared behind him with a dagger against his neck. By the time Bright realized, the sharp dagger had cut a sweet line, blood was flowing, but had the head fallen yet? Late at night, the moon was bright, the wind was cool, outside the mansion of the dog tribe. Niels stood there and sternly ordered to catch the intruders. Sheena had escaped through the window and was running quickly on the rooftops. She looked back with a bit of worry, only to see the guards searching. She wondered, where did Kai go? Did he find the demon? Next to her, a voice called out, Sheena-sama. Rune was standing there with the soldiers, holding up a lamp to look at the princess. Rune's eyes were somewhat surprised. Sheena jumped down and asked, Rune, why are you here? Rune replied, I'm waiting nearby under the orders of Alto-sama, he told me to prevent anything bad from happening to you, Sheena-sama. While they were talking, the dog tribe soldiers also chased after them. They were harsh, the cat tribe, she's an intruder, we'll arrest her under the orders of Nielsama. Sheena replied, they are right. Rune looked at her and asked, what should we do, Sheena-sama? The cat princess raised her hand and said, if they come, don't kill, just fight them, maybe they're also very confused, they don't really want to fight us. On this side, blood had started to pour from Bright's neck. But fortunately for him, he had jumped up and retreated. He looked at Kai and wondered, who is this guy? He immediately threw a dagger at Bright, not giving him a chance to turn around. The situation was too urgent to avoid, he had no choice but to raise his hand to take a knife to the hand. Bright slipped on the floor, trying to regain his balance. He grabbed the tree next to him, thinking that now there was no time to think, I must regain my composure. Then he threw the potted plant at Kai with force. He used a blade to slash the pot in half, scattering the dirt. Then Bright hurriedly jumped out the window to escape. Kai quickly followed, saying, I won't let you get away, and both jumped onto the roof, preparing for a dramatic chase. Bright looked back and thought, I don't want to be discovered, this place will attract a lot of attention. He squinted, trying to contact his puppet. He connected mentally, trying to contact Niels. Answer me, Niels, the humans are attacking me, help me, and the hesitant response of the dogman leader, I'm sorry, Bree-sama, I really want to help you, but... Despite his demands, come here quickly. Niels was facing something that made him change color. He replied, it'll be very difficult if I come to you. The one who prevented him was Alto. He clasped his hands together, crackling. It's been a while since we fought, Niels. Niels pointed at Alto. Do you understand the power of your words? I can't forgive your daughter. This will be a war between the two tribes. Alto smiled. I won't let that happen. I will open your eyes, Niels. He continued to attack, focusing on the princess. You still don't understand what Sheena has done. Alto picked his ear and replied, really, I can feel an unpleasant aura emanating from you. Niels threw a punch and lunged forward. Nonsense. It's sad that I have other things to deal with. I will crush you if you interfere in my affairs. Alto wasn't afraid to collide either. Immediately charged in to confront. The fists of the two chieftains were extremely powerful. The group of hero candidates were secretly observing. In the distance a pillar of light appeared, which was where the battle of the two chieftains took place. Narumi's eyes widened. It's starting, Rina asked immediately. Is it okay if we don't interfere? Narumi brushed it off. It's okay, the more involved we are, the more difficulties we create during negotiations. I don't want the people in the Federation to see us causing a commotion. Rin hesitated and asked, could Shinju be? Narumi replied, he's probably hiding around and looking for the demons, that's why they seem so eager to cause all this commotion. Rin was still naive, so wouldn't it be better if we helped them? He shook his head, if we interfere, we'll only pull them down, and besides, we're not familiar with this place. Then the three decided to remain neutral, silently observing. Narumi looked down and realized, anyway, there's still a chance that someone will rush in, even though they don't know what's going on. Kai's footsteps still hadn't stopped. The chase with the demon was still ongoing. He observed and realized that he was running away to a more secret location. Well, that's good. Bright on the other side was constantly bleeding. The wound was too deep. I can't move my arm freely. I don't know if I can defeat this kid in this situation. Two beast women were walking. Seeing Bright, they exclaimed in fright, what is that? He shouted, those who have seen me will have to go to the other side of the world, and immediately attacked to kill the two of them. Kai was still relentlessly pursuing him. He wasn't stopping. I have to speed up. He looked at him and thought about enhancing his physical strength with magic. Focusing only on his legs, a stream of white mana began to appear under his feet. In a flash, his speed increased dramatically and he darted away, then ran past Bright. Looking at him with a deathly gaze, he was startled and turned. What? Kai slid the knife in his left hand, trying to stab him. Bright smiled. But what he received was a very strong kick to the chest, sending him flying to the wall. He looked at his legs. Blood sprayed from his mouth in pain, thinking, that knife was a pretense. The blow just now caused him to collide and fall to the ground. Thoughts appeared in his mind, no, I lost, even though I'm not a combat-oriented demon, I'm still at the top of the high-level demons. Bright looked at Kai's current appearance in amazement, so this is the hero candidate. He coughed up blood, trying to ask, how did you know my location? Kai didn't hide it at all, answering that my eyes have the ability to analyze the state of any object. Bright laughed, what a misfortune. I've met the strongest opponent at this moment. He's still thinking, I can still restore my plan, as long as I get rid of this kid, even if I lose, I still have a few cards to use. Kai realized that in his smile, he was plotting something. On this side, the soldiers of the two tribes are still clashing quite fiercely. The person wondered, Captain, why are we fighting? The answer is this is the chief's order, there is no place for unnecessary thoughts. Rune shouted, if you guys are also wondering, stop it, we have no intention of fighting either. Sheena asked, are you Nielsima's soldiers? You are so close to Nielsima, don't you think he has been acting very strangely lately? Hearing that made the dogmen's soldiers hesitate. The dog captain paused, his eyes a little worried. Sheena pointed and asked, it seems like you know something. The captain replied, it's true that lately I can't understand what Niels-sama is thinking, but our responsibility remains the same. The princess asked, even if Nielsima was brainwashed by the devil. The dogman reacted strongly, no way something like that. The captain turned around to remind, don't be fooled, we will still follow the chief's orders. Sheena realized, I see, it is impossible to persuade them, they are indeed excellent warriors. Rune stepped forward, put out his hand to stop the princess, you stay behind, Shinazuma, I will subdue them. A blue mana line sliced across, separating the two forces. A sand sword line split the ground with full force. The dog captain wondered what was happening. Then he turned and looked. Everyone looked up and realized it was a human, none other than Midu. He and another person jumped down from there. Edgar stepped forward and shouted, enough, both sides withdraw your swords. The one who stopped the soldiers on both sides from continuing to fight was Edgar, the werewolf leader. On this side Kai is analyzing Bright, a 48-year-old high-level demon. His skills are 4th-level brainwashing demon magic, 4th level water element demon magic. Kai used the detailed assessment ability of the seeing through eye on him. Brainwashing demon magic details appear. Brainwashing, a living creature has been targeted in advance, activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Knowing that, Kai was careful to guard against it. As long as he was careful with his brainwashing skills, there would be no threat, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. While concentrating, something appeared. A spear shot straight down where Kai was standing, making him quickly dodge. A group of demons appeared in front of him. Bright got up and laughed, "Thanks for coming, now my apprentices can join the battle." Kai replied, "So, the reason you ran into a place with few people is because you wanted to gather your teammates. The demons are very smug, it seems you can't escape now, the special forces of the demon kingdom can't just have me alone." Kai sighed, "Are you stupid?" Hearing that, he angrily asked again, "What did you say?" He looked at them and said, "Of course I know you are waiting for reinforcements, it will be very troublesome to find all of you, so it's best if I clean up all of you at once." Hearing him say that, the demons were a bit dumbfounded, confused. Bright roared, "You bastard, what can you do alone?" Then they executed their skills and took out their weapons. "Soon, you won't be able to speak so confidently anymore, we will beat you up because you dared to hurt Bright-sama." Bright still stared at Kai and thought, "What a fool, even though my subordinates are only mid-level demons, they are still elite warriors, their combat ability is only slightly inferior to me." They rushed in and told each other to do it, "Kill that human." The one standing there began to mumble, "Oh angels, blow them away." A blue vortex appeared with the wind element. The tornado tossed and swept the demons into the air. The rest on the ground looked up in panic. Reinforcements. Along with Kai's voice, "I didn't say I was alone. Above is Mare using magic." Kai calmly continued, "Because I still don't know the activation conditions for your brainwashing, I have prepared a good move just in case." Bright is still very confident, "Anyway, there are only 2 of you, it won't change anything." Mare looked at them and said, "Create small stones in large quantities." As soon as she finished speaking, floating stones immediately appeared. Then shot straight down towards the demons. Some of the leading demons, who hadn't had time to defend themselves, were hit and coughed up blood. One of them yelled, "You fool, we can just use demon magic to defend ourselves," but Kai quickly approached. He stabbed straight into its heart, shocking it, "While you guys are gathering mana in your hands to defend yourselves, you'll be very vulnerable to attacks from other directions." Kai pulled out his knife and fresh blood spurted out. Bright anxiously shouted at the soldiers, "You idiots, don't let your guard down, consider both of them as strong enemies like high-level demons." The remaining guys, upon hearing that, raised their weapons and attacked seriously. It used clone demon magic, then asked, "Do you know which one is real?" As soon as it finished speaking, it was hit with a knife straight in the forehead. The demon collapsed, only able to utter, "What, how did you know?" Kai calmly said, "It seems like you guys can't even share accurate information between different demon branches, even though you're an elite army." Another demon on the side, who had created a magic circle, yelled, "You dog." Then he launched a wind spear, shouting at the same time, "Die." But the spear was blown back by the wind. Mare above always intervened at crucial moments. She immediately summoned her weapon, "Oh angel, finish him." The demon, with its mouth open in fear, couldn't react in time. Sharp arrows created from wind pierced straight into him. Mare turned away, yawning and showing contempt, not letting it hit her eyes. Right now, Kai was facing the demon soldiers with the support of Mare above. Bright stood back, pushing his subordinates forward as a shield. He grimaced, clenching his teeth, thinking to himself, "They dare push me to this extent." At the same time, a sound came from afar, "What's going on? It seems like you're in trouble." "Huh?" Mare turned around, startled, and asked, "Huh, who is that?" Kai also turned his gaze upwards to see who the newcomer was. It was Camila along with her tribe members who had just flown in. Kai looked at her in surprise, "The tribe leader of the bird tribe, I didn't expect you to cooperate with those demons." She yelled, "That's right, because I absolutely despise you humans." Mare leaned down and asked Kai, "Is she also brainwashed?" He replied, "Based on my assessment ability, no, she's willingly cooperating with the demons." After connecting the information, Kai realized some problems. So, they had brainwashed the tribe leader of the dog tribe and currently, the bird tribe was cooperating with them. It was quite complicated. The dog tribe leader was brainwashed, the bird tribe leader was cooperating, the cat tribe leader's daughter was kidnapped but had been rescued, the wolf tribe leader was not involved, and the fish tribe leader was an idiot. They could make the cat tribe obey by taking Sheena hostage, and in the end, they would have a majority vote in the parliament. Remember, he had heard the demons say that the Federation would soon be under their control, and the higher-ups would also focus more on the war against humans, so that's what they meant. Bright spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a reproachful tone, "You guys are a bit late, aren't you? Camila acted tough. Even if you're a demon, you can't defeat these humans without us." Hearing that, he laughed coldly, knowing that he was indeed in trouble. "I'm not complaining now, help me finish them off." Camila, with her sharp claws pointing down, smiled. "You have to make such a proposal, that's rare, so, they are very strong, alright, I'll help you." Kai clicked his tongue, thinking, there are about 30 elite bird people, so the whole tribe is cooperating with the demons. Mayor had now jumped down to the ground, standing next to him and asking, "What now?" Kai replied, "We must defeat them." Camila ordered her tribe members to capture them. "Don't let the other tribes find out, don't waste any more time." As soon as she finished speaking, the bird tribe members charged down, preparing to attack the two of them. Scene shifted to another location. The furry fist of the cat tribe leader appeared. He attacked the dog tribe leader, but he blocked it with his hand. The two sides continuously exchanged techniques, the attacker and the defender, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. The battle of the two tribe leaders was indeed extraordinary. The aura they emitted shattered the glass panels on the side of the road. The fluctuation of spiritual energy created gentle winds that tilted the trees. Alto, while attacking, laughed loudly, "Very good, Niels." The dog tribe leader, still constantly defending, shouted and asked, "What are you talking about?" Niels punched Alto's body with a very strong blow. But he didn't feel any pain and instead, he smiled calmly, which greatly surprised Niels. Alto continued to laugh and delivered a hook punch right on Niels's side. He was very weak. Being hit hard, he was knocked back. Niels wondered what this feeling was. He raised his hand to wipe his mouth, and he thought to himself that his mind was reeling. Alto clenched his fists. It seems he was doubting himself. Had he misunderstood something? Alto wondered if this was the end. As predicted, when he stalled for them, the only way to solve this problem was to defeat the brainwashing execute. Amidst the crescent moon's light, it would be a problem to leave Niels alone and allow the demons to deploy the power of the dog tribe. On the other side, Midou, standing behind Edgar, the werewolf chieftain, asked, "Is Neil being brainwashed by the demons?" Sheena replied, "Yes, that's why we infiltrated Neil's mansion to find that demon." Midou immediately asked, "So have we found him yet?" The answer received was a shake of the head from the cat princess. She added, "I don't know," but suddenly Kai disappeared. Midou pondered, "So that's it, he's not here, meaning he's still fighting somewhere." Edgar seemed to have a headache. "I can't keep up with these events, things are happening too fast, but we need to help your friend, who is fighting the demons." Runi called from above, "Even so." Sheena interrupted and asked urgently, "Rune, what's wrong?" She raised her hand to her chin and looked far away, announcing, "I see a group of bird people flying north." Edgar seemed quite surprised. "Why are bird people flying so late at night?" Realizing the abnormality, Midou immediately rushed towards it and shouted, "Let's go see, we might find some clues." Switching to the rooftop, where 3 people were sitting quietly observing. Rin wondered if it was okay for them to just stand and watch like this. Narumi thought that wasn't wrong either. There's a high possibility that they would cause a conflict with the residents here if they acted like that. Thinking, she immediately spoke up, "Hey Narumi-kun, I want to ask you something." Rin continued, "Your argument is based on asking Kun to defeat the demons, right?" He nodded, "You're right." Rin worriedly asked, "What if he loses?" Narumi hesitated and replied, "I haven't thought that far yet, but will definitely be condemned if that happens." Rin turned to suggest, "So we should do something, wouldn't that be better? No matter how trustworthy Shinju-kun is, he's not unbeatable." Rina spoke up confusedly, "I understand your point, but we don't know his exact location." Rin saw the point, her eyes sinking, "You're right." Then Rin clasped her hands in front of her chest as if praying and thought she knew. "But I can't not be selfish, I want to become Shinju-kun's strength." Suddenly, a sound rang in her head, "Kanzaki, right?" Rin was startled and looked around in panic. Narumi saw this and asked, "What's wrong, Kanzaki-san?" Rin asked, "Where are you, Shinju-kun?" Kai's voice rang again, "I have to ask you that instead." "Now I understand, so this is your new power." Hearing Kai say that made Rin rethink. She wondered if this was the new divine guard power. She could clearly hear Shinju-kun's voice in her head, as if it was Rin's soul. Continuing to use her mind, she asked Kai, "Where are you?" On this side, looking at Kai, he didn't seem to be doing well. Covered in blood, he replied, "I'm in the far north of the city, fighting the demons and bird people." Kai asked, "You want to become my strength, right?" Rin blushed in embarrassment, "Did you hear that? I didn't say it so loud." On this side, Kai was continuously killing the bird people and saying to Rin, "Come here quickly Kanzaki, I need your strength." Hearing Kai's words, Rin's eyes brightened and fluttered. Narumi worriedly asked, who are you talking to? Rina frowned, are you crazy? Rin replied, I'm talking to Shinju-kun through my new ability. Hearing that, her two friends were a little surprised. Rin immediately stood up and said, anyway, I already know his location, let's hurry up, let's go help Shinju-kun. Switching back to the battle on this side, Mare was facing a large number of extremely ferocious bird people. They immediately received the order to attack, simultaneously rushing down at a very fast speed. At the same time, Mare raised her magic staff, a little worried, shouted loudly, spirits, don't let them get close to us. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind immediately blew upwards, preventing their advance. Not stopping, Mare planted her magic staff, light radiated, pieces of earth and stone floated up, she summoned earth spirits. Then shouted loudly, ordering them to be shot down. A series of earth spirits flew straight towards the crowd of bird people, causing them to be hit. They cried out, quack. Some behind them cursed unhappily, damn it, at this rate we can't get close. Another turned and shouted loudly, what are those archers doing? The team of bird people holding bows flying there received the order, I know, shoot them down again. As soon as they let go, a series of sharp projectiles aimed straight at Mare. She raised her magic wand to the sky, and this time it emitted green mana. Mare summoned a wind spirit, creating a whirlwind that blew away the arrows. The bird people were very annoyed by this, damn it, what to do now, at this rate we can't do anything. Another guy just waved it away like that. He added, the elf's magic uses the power of souls, in the future it won't be able to use these powers anymore. Mare was a little worried, thinking to herself, I've been caught by their weakness, the spirit is nearing its limit, I need to deal with them with an element other than wind. The bird person frowned, looking down thoughtfully, now this girl is just stalling for time, I need to end everything before other tribes notice. Switching scenes to the melee on the ground, a demon soldier was stabbed in a fatal wound right in the heart, preventing him from even groaning. The guy below saw this and looked up to call out Gustav. He saw Kai there just pulling a dagger out of his comrade's chest. Then in a flash he was down below, delivering the next blow in true assassin style. Suddenly from behind two other demon soldiers jumped up preparing to attack. They shouted, you dog, this is the end for you. At the same time, the demon soldier created a magic circle in front of him to block an incoming attack. On Kai's side it was similar, but he quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. The demon soldiers below looked up with a bit of bewilderment. Camila, the chieftain of the bird tribe, shouted a warning to the demon soldiers, don't move anymore. At the same time she released sharp feathers from her wings. Kai stood there calmly, offering up the gamut herb and deflecting the feathers, however, the quantity was too great. A strand of hair struck his wrist, causing blood to seep out and soak his shirt. Kai quickly jumped to another side, the sound of the battle screams echoed continuously from afar. He thought to himself, I'm worried about Mare, because we're separated now. While he was distracted, Brai appeared behind him, placing his dark hand on Kai's head. He sensed something unusual. Immediately using the lightning shock. Before he could do anything to his opponent, he was paralyzed by Kai's lightning. Making himself a little confused, he frowned and wondered, lightning element magic, huh? A demon soldier stepped in front of him, swinging his sword down, simultaneously shouting, die. Kai dodged to the side and then slashed across his stomach. The sword in the demon soldier's hand, following through, slashed straight into Brai, who was paralyzed behind Kai. He dodged the deadly blow and defeated the demon soldier, and made the demon soldier himself slash their leader. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Kai used a deadly gaze to glance back, looked and thought, he intends to use mind control magic, I have no way to deal with it, so I must be very careful. Suddenly from afar a familiar voice called out, Shinju-kun. It was none other than Rin. She was running and panting from exhaustion. Kai turned to look at her and called, Kanzaki, you came at the right time. Rina stood there in amazement, it's a demon. Narumi also exclaimed in astonishment, the situation is terrible. Saying that, the two immediately shouted, we will support you. Saying that, they immediately executed their skills. The demon soldiers used magic circles to defend and warned each other, reinforcements, be careful, they are hero candidates. Kai turned to the others and said, I'll take care of the bird tribe chief and the high-level demons, and I trust you guys with the low-level ones. Narumi clenched his fist in agreement. Rina asked further, so does that mean we can consider those bird people as enemies? Kai nodded and said, Rina can use fire to burn them. Rin asked a little worried, Shinju-kun, are you still fighting alone? He used a determined gaze, recalling the past and said to Rin, the scenario is similar to the battle against Leonora at that time. If so, use your domination magic on me. They are using magic to brainwash their enemies. She immediately raised her hand in response, I understand. Her whole body radiated pink mana and then used the domination skill. The energy passed to Kai. He was also surrounded by a light pink layer. He said confidently, "With this I have eliminated my fatal weakness." Camila, hearing this, asked in a little amazement, "Are you guys looking down on us?" Bryce said from below to remind, "Camila, don't let your guard down, or you'll lose your life now." Kai's deadly gaze looked at them and said, "My mistake, but I'll end everything quickly." His whole body was now emanating a heavy killing intent, both hands clenched the daggers tightly. This gaze and aura made Camila and Bright both a little shocked. A hint of fear was briefly revealed. Switching the scene to Mayer's side, she was standing there facing the bird people above. Some of the bird people had been defeated. The bird people were stunned when they heard the echoing voice, "Bird people, what are you doing?" Mayer also heard it, quickly turned around and looked behind. It was Midu leading Edgar, the wolf leader, along with Sheena and Rune. Edgar raised his hand to question, "Are they guests of the cat tribe, aren't they? I demand an explanation." The bird people were anxious and buzzing. The wolf tribe leader, "They came so fast, what do we do now?" The leader looked over and reminded them, "Calm down, we will still follow Camila's orders." The bird soldiers didn't say anything more. Then they immediately obeyed, raising their bows towards the newcomers. They shouted, "Kill all the witnesses, even the leader of the wolf tribe." Edgar was taken aback. "What are they saying?" Midu added, "It seems they don't want to talk." Mayer shouted to them, "Listen up, the bird people are cooperating with the demons." Everyone was very surprised by this information. She pointed towards the alley in front of them and said, "The demons are fighting with Kai over there." Exe propped up his hand and looked to the side, "So even the bird people." Edgar turned and said, "If that's the situation, then it's terrible. Midu, you go over there," but he refused. Midu said to the wolf leader, "My friends are going to Shinju, I'll stay here to help Mayor-san." Edgar grabbed the sword hanging on his hip and prepared to draw it. "I understand, I didn't expect the demons to have such a great influence." He looked up at the bird people. "These soldiers are just taking orders from their chief. If possible, I don't want to kill them." Edgar was startled when he heard Midu's voice. He smiled and said, "I understand. That's my specialty." A bright red light flared up in Kai's eyes like 2 stars of blood. Crimson threads of spirit energy surged from his pupils when facing the enemies. A sigh of weariness escaped from Kai's lips. He said in a low voice to them, "My bad, I intended to end this quickly." The spirit energy from his eyes was like thin bones and blood, his hands tightly gripping the sharp mace, ready to attack at any moment. Astonishment was clearly etched on Brighton and Camilla's faces as they witnessed this terrifying appearance of his. Camilla, with her large wings and fiery red feathers, hovered high above, while Bryce stood below, blood streaming down his chest. He gritted his teeth in frustration, his confusion causing him to utter softly, "That." Not knowing what was happening, Camilla's eyes trembled violently. She realized her vision had changed. Camilla muttered furiously, "Its form is being distorted." Through Camilla's eyes at this moment, Kai's image had become distorted. His face was covered by a twisted light. Kai's eyes looked straight at her with terrifying composure. Kai, as fast as lightning, took advantage of Bright's disorientation, rushed towards him, and pressed the sharp blade of a knife to his arm. A deep gash caused fresh red blood to splatter. After attacking, Kai immediately jumped back as if a shadow disappearing and reappearing. Bry was astonished, looking at the bloody wound that Kai had inflicted on his arm, wondering, "I can't react to its movements, damn it, what's wrong with my eyes?" Camilla, flying above, quickly realized Kai's distracting technique. She shouted a warning to Bright, "Don't look into its eyes, Bright, it's probably using illusion magic." Kai, hearing these words, thought to himself, she realized it quickly. Kai took some time to review the information panel of his stats. Name, Shinju Kai, age, 17, gender, male, attack, B, defense, A, agility, S, strength, B, magic, C, current status, normal, skills, appraisal guardian level 4, weak point detection guardian level 2, long-range vision guardian level 2, mimicry guardian level 2, illusion guardian level 1, assassination skill level 5, dagger skill level 5, throwing skill level, stealth level. Kai's eyes again turned the color of blood. This was a sign that he had activated a new skill. Illusion Guardian is a new skill I have after defeating Wimberg. This is a skill that creates illusions for living beings as a target. The activation condition is that the target must make eye contact. Previously, when fighting monsters, Kai had the opportunity to practice Illusion Guardian. I have practiced using it to fight against monsters. This is a very powerful weapon at close range. Camilla flapped her wings strongly above, a disgusted expression and scolding, "What a troublesome ability." The sapphire pupils in Bright's deep black eyes slowly observed Kai. In his mind, he began to consider his next attack. "I must face it directly, but I must not look at anything from its neck up. He immediately followed that strategy, and then a triumphant smile appeared on Bry's lips. He thought happily, good, I no longer see the illusions. Kai, standing below, seemed to also notice that Bry had found a way to break his illusion technique, so Kai did not hesitate, took his daggers, and threw them forward. It's no longer looking into my eyes, this is exactly the simplest method. Bright on the other side didn't stand still and wait to die, but he unexpectedly took the initiative to fly up. To approach Kai directly, he came close, whispering in Kai's ear with a tone of contempt, you think you can do that? However, he didn't get to be pleased for long. Kai had glided past him. Bry was shocked by this suspicious movement of his. He turned his head to look back. But as soon as he turned his head, Kai's sharp dagger slashed a long line across his face. The fresh, pungent blood spread throughout the space. Bry's face was now drenched in dark red blood. Suffering a fatal wound caused him to stagger, his head tilted back, and in pain, he couldn't speak. Impossible. Some of his blood splattered onto his face. Kai didn't bother looking at Bry's struggling state of pain and said, idiot, the opponent's eyes give you a lot of information in battle. You are not someone who can keep up with my speed. If you lose that stream of information, you won't even be able to fight. Then, Kai was silent for a long time, not hearing a response from Bright. He sneered and continued, well, it seems you can't hear me anymore. Kai had guessed what had happened to Bright after his brutal slash. At this moment, he had fallen to the ground, lying in a pool of blood with his breath gone. Camilla in the air saw this scene. She widened her eyes, ground her teeth, and cursed, this guy is really useless. Kai stood below, slowly raising his head. He had his next target after Bright. Now it was her turn. Camilla shouted excitedly, trying to hide her fear with tough words, I've been through a lot of your human tricks, don't underestimate me. Then, her wings flapped strongly, creating a whirlwind. Camilla slowly flew down with her large claws, aiming straight at Kai. But she was one step slower than Kai. He had managed to jump to the side in time, avoiding her sharp claws. A miss made Camilla angry. Hundreds of blade-like feathers burst from her sturdy plumage, tearing through the air and hurtling towards Kai. Kai's body retreated, graceful and fluid, as his two hands held weapons, blocking each feather Camilla launched. Camilla floated, watching Kai, easily avoiding her attacks. Around them, corpses lay scattered like a battlefield. Kai activated the illusion once more, with crimson energy flowing from his eyes. Kai was cautious, knowing it was difficult that she fought without looking into his eyes and floated in the air, but she adapted precisely. Camilla floated and smiled smugly at him, I am not like you, I can fight without relying on sight. After all, we beast folk have incredibly sensitive five senses. Kai wasn't provoked by her words. Kai calmly tilted his head and asked, but what are you going to do now? You can't just keep flying around to fight me, can you? He glanced at the chaotic scene behind him and softly continued, by the way, the longer this fight lasts, the worse your situation becomes. At this moment, Camilla's comrades were all being controlled by Kai's teammates. The situation seemed quite unfavorable for her. Narumi, Rin, were all using their own spiritual energy, desperately controlling and taking down Camilla's comrades. Hearing Kai's words, she observed the situation on the other side. Camilla trembled with rage, her face contorted as she gritted her teeth and said, you humans, not just one, but you have interfered in my affairs twice now. Kai didn't respond, he just stared at her intently and challengingly. Camilla lost control, her entire body erupting with power. Her furious appearance resembled an erupting volcano. She raised her head and yelled, I will kill you. Then Camilla charged forward with a new move, complete transformation. Kai carefully observed her, quickly analyzing in his mind, transformation, this is a special skill that only beast folk can use, allowing them to unleash the beast within their body. He looked at Camilla, who had now completed her transformation into a large bird with wide wings and sharp claws. His mind continuously analyzed that a complete transformation would bring beast folk explosive power, but they would lose their awareness. Camilla, in the form of a bird, raised her plumage, her sharp beak opened wide, and she tilted her neck towards the sky, letting out a piercing shriek as if wanting to tear apart the entire space. Immediately, it soared into the air, its body darting as quickly as a knife, appearing and disappearing, constantly changing directions unexpectedly. In a blink of an eye, it completely vanished from sight, leaving only the echo of the whistling wind and a chilling sensation on the back. Kai still held his weapon cautiously, looking at her movements in the sky and feeling in his heart that she was fast. Kai took the opportunity to stop activating the illusionary guardian and instead activated another skill to neutralize illusions, activating the snake-like vision. Kai's eyes widened. Capturing all the movements of the large bird in his eyes, its lightning-fast speed became slower due to his far vision. This helped Kai calculate the trajectory to avoid its attacks. Thus, Kai and Camila seemed to be involved in a chase, appearing and disappearing in the air. Camila gradually lost patience with this chase, her hooked beak constantly pecked at the air, emitting hoarse, frantic sounds, full of menace. She flapped her large wings, launching countless sharp feather-like projectiles, infused with dark spiritual energy, towards Kai. He rushed into the rain of projectiles, calmly using his daggers to block each of Camila's feather-like projectiles. In his mind, he had realized her weakness. The time for a complete transformation wasn't long. Looking at Camila in the form of a giant raptor, he knew that if she used it in a prolonged battle, she would be dominated by her beastly instincts and lose herself. The powerful movements of the beast caused the entire space to violently shake. Kai glanced with a hint of danger, thinking, but in case she is willing to give up everything, I might be depleted of energy and unable to use far vision anymore. Without hesitation, Kai quickly decided to act. In that case, I need to finish this quickly. His eyes flashed red, activating the weakness detection. Kai's gaze swept across the entire body of the ferocious beast. The beast's originally fast movements slowed down in his vision. Kai knew exactly what he should do at this moment, just as predicted. This is the best way, right? There is a risk it will not trigger properly. Kai closed his eyes slightly, as if he had calculated it beforehand, and thought to himself, if I can't use this skill at the last moment, everything will be meaningless. Then he raised his head and shouted, "O lightning, pierce my enemy, lightning strike." Immediately, fierce bolts of lightning from somewhere struck the giant body of the raptor, causing it to convulse. Its eyes widened, agitated by this torment. Kai carefully observed its movements. Under the pain of the lightning strikes, the red glowing body of the beast shook in the air, and its blood scattered throughout the space. Then, as if drained of strength, the weakened bird fell straight to the ground. Its large body hit the ground, creating a resounding sound. The raptor lay still, accompanied by cries of pain. It struggled to lift itself up but could not, only whimpering sounds echoed. Finally, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood, and then exhaled its last breath. Camila was defeated like that, lying right next to Bright's cold corpse. Kai calmly turned around, his eyes flashing purple, and asked in a low voice, "Now, all that's left for us are the ordinary soldiers, right?" The final fierce battle had ended after Shinju and the others destroyed the demon army led by the high-ranking demon Brai, along with Camila, the leader of the birdfolk tribe. The remaining birdfolk who initially surrounded them also changed their minds. The battle between the Midu group and the birdfolk soldiers also ended. They surrendered, dropping all their weapons. That was the outcome after they received the news of the death of the tribe leader. Everything returned to normal. When the high-ranking demon Bright died, the brainwashing effect on the dog tribe leader, Niels, disappeared. The chaotic scene from the previous battle was now a thing of the past. The events that took place in the capital of the Grandanas Federation had come to an end with the appearance of dawn. A meeting was arranged, a few days later, at the villa of the wolf tribe leader. "Edgar," Heinrich asked, "how is the bird tribe?" Edgar slowly explained what was investigated after the battle. Only those close to Camila knew about her cooperation with the demons, to be precise, only including the army that had fought us. The rest of the bird tribe did not know about this. There's no reason to punish them. Midu on the opposite side asked, "So what about the army that fought us?" Edgar replied, "They were just following the orders of the chieftain, but we can't let the traitors of the country escape punishment. Perhaps punishing them with hard labor is enough." In another magnificent castle, at the mansion of the cat tribe chieftain, Kai leaned against the wall, his eyes cold, asking, "What about the dog tribe?" The four people sitting at the table all turned their attention to him after this question. Alto replied, "Of course, their chieftain will be punished, although not by his own will, but the fact that he betrayed the country is true." Sheena stretched her hand, casually adding, "From the beginning, being brainwashed by demons was Nielsima's fault. If he has to receive a heavy penalty, we can't do anything." Mare chuckled, joking, "Anyway, that's still not as bad as letting the princess get kidnapped by the demons." Beneath the thousands of blue waves, a magnificent and majestic palace stood out with sparkling lights at the mansion of the fish tribe chieftain. Graceful merfolk floated in the clear water of the large lake. A loud sound exclaimed, breaking the quiet space, "What?" All the chaos out there seemed to become invisible to the fish tribe, as evidenced by Max's surprised and completely clueless expression about the battle out there. He widened his eyes in disbelief at the amount of information he had just received. The dog tribe chieftain was brainwashed while we were asleep. Moreover, the bird tribe colluded with the demons and humans and defeated them. Rune, who was with Narumi, politely said to him, "I apologize, Maxima, I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth." For some reason, he suddenly gritted his teeth and called out in a low voice, "Hey, humans." Narumi was panicked by this sudden change in his attitude, so he quickly exclaimed, "What? We didn't lie. Max said nothing but leaned towards Narumi. He looked at this intimidating appearance and was horrified, shouting, "Wait." Surprisingly, he hugged him tightly and said with a grateful tone, "You are a good person." Narumi was stiffened by the hug. Hearing him say that, he was even more confused, to the point where he could only utter a word, "Huh." He was moved, sniffling while continuing, "Thank you for protecting the Federation." Before leaving, with a stern expression, every word Max uttered was clear and decisive. "We will not forget this favor. I promise you that the fish tribe will cooperate with humans." That sudden favor from Max made Narumi uneasy. He anxiously said, "I'm glad you said that, but is it okay? You decided too easily." Max didn't answer him but just clenched his fist, looking intimidating. "We will not forgive the demons. We will eliminate every single one of them." Narumi looked at Max's back as he left. After leaving a sentence like that, he sighed and said to Rune, "He really doesn't listen to others." Time just passed by slowly, without any significant incidents happening. A few days later, the chieftains of the tribes, along with a few people who were present in the previous battle, gathered in a magnificent room in the Grandana's Federation's Parliament building. Alto was as mature as an experienced leader. He stood up with a dignified appearance, and spoke in a warm and grateful tone, "Thank you for protecting the Federation in the recent events. This is a favor that we can hardly repay." Everyone nodded slightly to express their sincerity to him. At this moment, a man with high dog ears, covered with smooth fur, slightly perked up as if he was examining something. The man's hair was divided into two distinct sections, one side silver-white, the other black, creating an appearance that was both mysterious and wild. The chieftain of the dog tribe kneels, his sharp fangs, although small, peeked out when he spoke. "Besides, now we have experienced the threat from the demons ourselves. We were almost manipulated by them and fought each other. Even though we, the strong beast men, are strong in direct confrontations, we are weak against these kinds of tricks. I think we should cooperate with humans to compensate for each other's weaknesses." The faces of Midu and his teammates were all surprised by Niels's proposal. He whispered in a confused voice, "Basically." Suddenly, Alto jumped up like a spring, raised his hands high with enthusiasm as he solemnly announced with a voice that echoed throughout the room, "We agree to form an alliance. We, the Grandana's Beastmen Alliance, declare comprehensive cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Diagrest." With Alto leading, the others also began to stand up in response, raising their hands to agree with the establishment of the alliance. Midu's group also happily stood up to celebrate with everyone. Ren smiled and jumped over, hugging Midu tightly, making him confused. Heinrich still sat calmly in his place, a faint smile on his lips. His sharp eyes glanced over Kai's motionless posture leaning against the wall. His face was without any emotion, as if completely separate from the lively atmosphere in the room. The meeting ended like that. Then the crowd on horseback poured out from the large gate of the magnificent castle. Midu turned his head and asked loudly, "Everyone, didn't forget anything, right?" Rina replied, "I didn't." Narumi sighed softly, "Well, it's a bit sad to have to leave." The chieftain stood right at the gate to bid farewell to Midu's group. Alto smiled and said, "You can come here any time you want. From now on we will often contact each other." Mare stood beside Kai from the castle wall looking at the backs of Midu's group and then said softly to Kai, "Everything is fine." She opened her big round eyes and asked Kai, "What are we doing now? It seems like everyone is returning to the Holy Nation." Kai relaxed himself. He leaned against the wall, half closing his eyes, and replied, "Currently, we have achieved our goal, now just wait and see." Sheena appeared from somewhere. She asked Kai, "Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation?" Kai considered for a while and then tilted his head and replied, "I plan to stay here a little longer. Even if I return to the Holy Nation now, I will be labeled as a criminal. It's easier to breathe here." Hearing that, Exe smiled softly, and said sincerely, "I see, I'm very happy." Mare glanced sideways at the girl, her eyes mixed with a bit of mocking ridicule, thinking, "Happy, huh?" Sheena still innocently asked Kai, "Are you planning to continue your journey?" Kai opened his eyes slightly and replied, "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world. When the time is ripe, I will go to the Demon Lord's place." Sheena offered to him, "Then I will join you on this journey." Mare blurted out in a panic, but Kai, on the other hand, suspiciously asked the girl what her purpose was. Sheena clarified her intentions to him when she made this offer. "I am the only daughter of the chief of the cat tribe, and I will also take the position of chief later. I want to hone my strength and achieve more before taking my father's place." Kai tried to make her understand, "From now on, the battles will become more and more intense. I'm sure you can achieve some success. I will be like a shadow, so you won't get any public recognition." Sheena confidently faced him, countering, "But you said you would defeat the Demon Lord. If I'm one of those involved in conquering the Demon Lord, that's also an achievement." Suddenly, a sound came from behind, and someone spoke up, please let the girl go with Shinjo. That was Alto's voice. He walked over to pat Xa's head and jokingly said, "You're afraid that the girl will slow you down because she is my daughter." Kai tried to make him understand how dangerous this was. "This will be a dangerous journey. What if she gets kidnapped again?" Sheena replied strongly, "If the war escalates, I'll be in danger wherever I go. First of all, I can't grow up if I'm always in a safe place." Alto stood with his arms crossed behind the girl, helping his daughter convince Kai, "If Sheena has decided, I support her choice. In other words, even if the girl is treated like a hostage like in the recent incident, I don't care," Sheena said resolutely to Kai. "Me too, I want to go with you, Kai." Seeing that the girl was so determined, he didn't stop her anymore, and declared, "So you've decided, I'll train you before we start the journey. If I find you useful, I'll take you along, right?" Only Mare stood beside him, panicked by his decision. Sheena nodded in agreement. At the same time, in another distant place, a castle stood tall amidst a sea of scorching, swirling lava. The sky was swirling, and giant bolts of lightning constantly struck down with a crash, illuminating the desolate landscape, the demon kingdom of Veldora. A demon respectfully knelt on the floor, head bowed low, solemnly asking the person in front of him, "What do you need, princess?" The person the demon was addressing was the fifth princess of the demon kingdom, the supreme leader of the revolutionary army Isabel. She said in a low voice, "Convey the message to our brothers and sisters, our revolutionary moment is near." Meanwhile, Midu's group had ridden back to the place. Midu and the other envoys had convinced the Federation to accept the alliance. The road leading to the fortress was shrouded in a faint, silver haze that was hard to believe, making the fortress in the distance appear as a gigantic, indistinct structure. Half real and half illusion, the group slowly advanced and returned to the fortress operating at the front lines. They were accompanied by representatives of the Federation. Right at the large gate, different from the ancient patterns, Edgar was standing there waiting to greet them with the imposing appearance of a veteran warrior. "My name is Edgar, I am the captain of the warrior team of the Beastmen Federation. It's a pleasure to meet everyone." The head of the Federation's representatives was a girl with short, yellow hair that hugged her face, with a composed look and a smile that exuded confidence as she introduced herself. "I am Amelia, the captain of the 4th Night Legion of the Holy Nation, the person in charge on the front lines. It's a pleasure to meet you." Under the witness of many members from both sides, the two leaders, Edgar and Amelia, solemnly shook hands, a handshake that gave birth to the era of alliance between the Bangs. Immediately, cheers of joy erupted, echoing throughout the space. Although the hero candidates played an extremely important role in the negotiations, they still did not realize how great an impact the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Diagrest and the Grandana's Beastmen Federation would have. Midu sighed softly, feeling his breath returning easily after so many stressful days, and slowly blended into the crowd that was applauding, feeling as if all the burdens had disappeared. Midu fell asleep on the large bed, sinking into a deep sleep. But then an indescribable feeling suddenly came over him, making him start awake. His blue eyes slowly opened. Midu sat up abruptly, one hand unconsciously rubbing his temples, mumbling, "Why did I wake up at such a strange time?" Mireille, who had been sitting to the side like a silent ghost from earlier, suddenly spoke in a gentle tone, "Anyway, you've been sleeping since the afternoon, haven't you? It's probably because you had a long and tiring journey." Midu jumped when he saw her right in front of his bed, and exclaimed in a panic, "Mireille, why are you still in my room?" Mireille calmly explained to him, "You fell asleep in the rest room, I used my ability to bring you back to your room." Midu looked embarrassed and apologized, "I see, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Mireille smiled and shook her head, "It's okay, because you're back safely, so everything went well, right?" He didn't answer and instead asked her a question, "How is the situation on the front lines?" Mireille replied in a flat tone, "The Demon Lord's army has launched many attacks, but they haven't caused much damage." She hesitated for a moment and then added, her expression a bit complex as she thought of Arashi's frantic appearance on the battlefield, "I really don't want to admit it, but it's all thanks to Arashir, he's very strong." Midu squinted and smiled softly, satisfied, "I see, it's good that we can rely on him." Then he asked about another person, and Edgar-san. Mireille immediately replied, "He's resting today after a long journey." Outside, the night enveloped the entire space like a giant black blanket. Only the light from the high moon shone weak silver rays into Midu's room through the window. He heard Mireille softly say, "It seems they're holding a meeting tomorrow to discuss a plan." She suddenly asked curiously, "How strong are the Federation warriors?" His expression became serious, and he thought of the wolf tribe leader and the sword he always carried with him, and replied, "They're strong, especially their captain, Edgar-san, he's even stronger than me." Mireille was surprised by his words, and bluntly asked again to confirm, "Stronger than you?" He nodded and replied, yes, all the remaining soldiers belong to an elite army, we can trust them. He told Mireille his plans: with such a force, we can cross the forest, then infiltrate the territory of the demon kingdom and kill the demon lord in a heartbeat. Mireille asked him anxiously, I know it's a bit late to ask this, but aren't you afraid? Her hands were on her lap, constantly fidgeting with worry. Mireille continued in a low voice, from now on, there will be many battles, it will be much more dangerous than it is now, maybe one of us will die. Thoughtfulness enveloped his eyes, and he replied truthfully, I am afraid, of course. Midou thought of the people he cherished, he knew there was no other way, but if I stop here, our group will be divided again. Once that happens, there will definitely be casualties, and Shinjo-kun always encourages me. Mireille was a little skeptical and asked again, her eyes darting around as if searching for the truth, is Shinjo-kun really such a person? Midou thought of Kai's always cold face, like a block of ice, and spoke his true thoughts. Shinjo considers us allies, although he doesn't act on emotions, it doesn't change the fact that he always helps us. Mireille still maintained her dislike for Kai, turning her head stubbornly like a child, replying, no matter the outcome, I hate selfish people. Midou smiled resignedly, sighing, said, you're right, Mireille, I envy those two, Shinjo-kun and Erasure. Hearing this, Mireille glanced over, asking with confusion, you envy them, you're better than them, Midou replied. He thought about the times Kai and Erasure acted decisively, then slowly replied, they are not easily influenced by the environment and always move forward without hesitation, that's a quality I always envy. He silently looked out the window, his face showing clear self-doubt and disgust for his own weak personality, and softly continued, during that time, I only wanted to keep everything as it was. Mireille hesitated, leaning towards the bed and asking him, can I ask you this question? She put her hands on her hips as if trying to find an explanation for this illogical action, asking him, why don't you want to go home? At this moment, an evenly matched duel was taking place in the large courtyard. Erasure exclaimed in amazement at the opponent's appearing and disappearing movements, making him marvel inwardly, so fast. Before he could calm down, he saw Edgar rushing in again like a storm with a sharp sword towards him. Golden spirit like holy fire erupted from Edgar's eyes when facing Erasure, his voice hoarse and full of power as he whispered, this is the finishing blow. Erasure raised his gloved hand, seemingly intending to concentrate his spirit to fight back, while shouting, you underestimate me, you dog. But he was a step slower than Edgar, the sharp sword had already reached his hand, disrupting the process of concentrating his spirit, but the sword was like hitting cotton, causing no harm whatsoever. Edgar exclaimed in amazement, what? Edgar clearly saw Erasure using his own arm as a shield. When he blocked the sword, his mind reeled with surprise. He was using magic to strengthen his arm. No matter how much he strengthened his arm, he couldn't block a sword with his bare hand. Continuing with Mireille's question, Midou still sat quietly on the large bed, a sense of bewilderment evident on his face as he faced the question. He fell into a prolonged silence, his eyes deliberately avoiding Mireille's attentive gaze, who was patiently waiting for an answer. Midou uneasily pulled up the blanket and then chuckled, replying, because everyone wants to go home. Mireille saw that he was just making up an excuse. She excitedly pointed her finger and raised her voice, Midou-kun. Suddenly, the door to his room opened. Rina entered like the wind and called, Shuji, are you awake? The words were not finished because Rina was surprised at the sight of Mireille's presence. Her face suddenly flushed red. She asked in a panic, what are you two doing? Both Midou and Mireille were flustered. Mireille quickly denied, we didn't do anything, just talking, right? Midou immediately nodded and replied, yeah, that's right. Rina angrily shouted a lie, sneaking into a son's room in the middle of the night, and you still dare to say that. On the other side, the duel between Erasure and Edgar continued. Erasure decisively bent his arm blocking the sword, pushing the sword away. That strong force caused Edgar to be pushed far away, leaving a long streak on the ground due to friction. He lightly moved his wrist and then clicked his tongue, grumbling that it hurt. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, saying both to stop, you two stop practicing. Amelia entered, announcing, it's time to start the strategy meeting. Erasure sighed with a little regret, what, just when things were getting interesting. Edgar said nothing, just quietly put the sword back into its sheath. He chuckled in agreement with Erasure, I agree, but we can fight again on another occasion, I'm glad you're my ally. Back in Midou's room, Mireille nervously tried to explain to Rina, but I brought Midou-kun to his room when he was sleeping. Rina, angry, her face flushed red, said loudly, you always talk about rules and morality, yet you broke the rules first. Mireille, seeing her being harsh, also got angry. She pointed her finger and retorted, stop those improper words, you are violating ethical standards. Rina sneered sarcastically, you speak so well. Midu could only silently watch the two girls arguing with each other and couldn't do anything. Then, for some reason, he chuckled at this sight. Outside, a duel was taking place on the training platform between Arisher and Edgar, still with the familiar sword in hand and the strength. From their own fists, the two faced each other and were ready to fight at any moment. This time, Arisher took the initiative to start. He rushed quickly to powerfully swung a straight punch towards Edgar. His eyes suddenly became cold and sharp. Arisher skillfully turned his body to gain momentum. Then he raised his leg to kick. Edgar quickly ducked his head to avoid it. On the other hand, also holding a sword to charge in. The sharp tip of the sword was pointed straight at Arashi's forehead, causing him to stiffen. As soon as he came to his senses, Arisher jumped back, retreating. Contrary to his hot temper, he smirked at this moment, feeling satisfied to have met a worthy opponent, so it's only fitting that I make a move, isn't it? Elsewhere, the magnificent and towering castle in the distance serves as a backdrop to the bustling scene of the square in the capital of the Grandana's Mainslia Beastman Federation. As mentioned before, Sheena would have to undergo Kai's training. At this moment, he held a small dagger in his hand, standing in a defensive posture facing her, with Mare standing aside as a referee. She held out one arm in front of her with a decisive gesture, as if preparing to start the duel under the cold wind. She observed the two with a serious gaze and then waved her hand down, shouting loudly that echoed throughout the meadow. Let's begin. Sheena's arms, hanging limply at her sides, suddenly became magically large, covered in a coat of glossy brown fur and revealing sharp claws like daggers of a predatory cat. She roared with a ferocious roar, partially transforming and then rushing towards Kai like a gust of wind. His eyes immediately became as sharp as a blade, holding up his weapon in defense with skilled movements. Sheena put all her strength into a powerful swipe, but Kai had managed to leap back and avoid it. She didn't back down but quickly followed with light but powerful footsteps. The sharp claws were once again swung hard, creating a whistling sound of the wind, but Kai could still easily avoid it by ducking his head with superhuman reflexes. The two fought back and forth for a long time in the vast, green meadow, one attacking and the other defending with the sounds of clashing metal. Kai glanced at her and said, "Is that all? I've told you many times, you have to attack me with the intention of destroying me." Sheena replied loudly with heavy breaths due to exhaustion, "I know." Then she gathered momentum and leapt forward, without knowing when. Sheena had approached Kai from behind like a silent and deadly ghost. She swung her sharp claws, preparing to slash hard with the intention of ending the match. Then suddenly Kai raised a fist in front of her face, seemingly aware of her movements from behind but ignoring them. His hands opened, and a pile of gravel was thrown into her face with lightning-fast movements. A stinging sensation immediately struck as tiny sand particles splashed into Sheena's eyes and flesh. At the same time, she instinctively raised her hand to cover her face while silently amazed. What, sand? Kai, taking advantage of her inattentiveness, without any hesitation, kicked Sheena's stomach. She immediately flew far away from the powerful force of Kai's kick. Mayer, seeing her lying on the lush green grass, her mouth contorted in pain, quickly ran over and anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Sheena quickly sat up, putting her hand to her stomach where she had just been kicked, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "My stomach hurts so much, you're still as ruthless as ever." Kai glanced and said sarcastically, "You're still easily fooled as usual, you should prepare to counter each wave of enemy attacks." Sheena raised her eyes, a little worried, and asked, "So, I still haven't succeeded?" He exhaled, putting the daggers into his pocket, and said, "Let's see, for now, you're still quite useless." At this moment, a figure walked over, and the worried voice asked, "Sheena, do you always have to practice so intensely?" This voice immediately attracted the attention of the three people. Sheena softly called out, "Rune." She sighed, feeling a little annoyed, and said to the other person, "This is what I want, don't stop me." Rune smiled lightly, reluctantly replying, "I was about to tell that boy to treat you more gently, but since you say so, I think I'll have to restrain myself." Kai looked at her inquisitively, "What do you need?" Rune stopped joking and explained clearly, "The main forces of the Federation are preparing to depart, to join the army of the Holy Nation. I came to tell you that." Kai, hearing this, a smile flashed across his lips. He said softly and satisfied, "It's finally about to begin, although it took longer than expected." Rune glanced, and reluctantly explained, "We couldn't do anything else, both countries wanted to discuss the alliance first. It seems the treaty was signed without any strange disputes." Sheena asked her at this moment, "Are you going too, Rune?" Rune replied, "I am the captain of the Cat-Person Warrior Army, so I will also participate with them." Mayer turned to Kai and asked, "Kai, what should we do?" Kai folded his arms and replied in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see how things go. Furthermore, Sheena hasn't reached the level where I can take her with me." Since then, a considerable amount of time has passed. 1 month later, in the forest covered by lush green trees that shielded the light, the wind blew, causing the fresh green leaves to gently fall from the branches. The tense atmosphere enveloped the area with the confrontation of two people. Kai stood in the distance facing the large demon with a large halberd in his hand. At this moment, he raised the pistol and aimed it directly at it with the professional movements of a marksman. His eyes flashed purple, activating the skill with thought, creating a bullet with energy with the help of imagination. A direct thought appeared, then loaded the gun, his finger slowly placed on the trigger. Just as the mythical beast roared loudly like thunder and then swung the halberd, rushing forward with terrifying speed, he quickly pulled the trigger. The energy bullet shone brightly like a star right at the muzzle of the gun, slowly flying out, cutting the air. 3 or 4 bullets shot straight at the mythical beast with deadly accuracy. The mythical beast, hit by the bullets, caused the large body full of wounds to bleed fresh blood. It growled loudly in pain like thunder in the forest. Mayer, watching everything from a high branch, seeing this, he clapped his hands in admiration. The monster, after being hit by the bullets, only trembled and staggered as if drunk. It lost consciousness but was not completely defeated. Kai raised his gun again, firing a few more shots with a terrifying calmness. This time, he aimed the bullets at its vital points. The space was filled with the pungent smell of fresh blood. The huge monster just fell backward, completely defeated. Kai looked at the gun, which was still smoking, and slowly commented that the firepower was not yet strong enough against these monsters. Mayer asked, puzzled, "You took down one with only 6 shots, isn't that good enough?" He gently shook the gun in his hand with the practiced movements of a seasoned warrior. He said calmly, "A type of magic allows me to create bullets with energy. Actually, my idea was to use it as magic bullets. I never thought your strange device would make those bullets accelerate so fast." He continued to explain clearly in the tone of someone who deeply understood magic. "The foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't imagine it accurately, it's useless. In our world, there is electricity. That's why I can imagine the image of lightning magic." His eyes, the color of the deep purple of the night ocean, fell into contemplation as he spoke softly in frustration. "But even for someone from another world like me, imagining the bullet is quite difficult." Then he looked at the large, bullet-riddled body of the monster, and continued, "In that case, I can only visualize the knowledge based on the techniques I know. It seems this method is quite effective." Mayer, hearing this, responded with admiration in her eyes. "So, your world is like that." Suddenly, her expression froze like an ice statue as she sensed danger. As if noticing suspicious activity around here, she called out softly with a trembling voice. Kai also noticed and immediately responded with unwavering confidence, "Don't be afraid, I see it." Mayer glanced up and saw a large tiger with a ferocious appearance lurking to attack from the dense foliage. Its eyes were narrowed like 2 cuts, full of the craving and cruelty of a bloodthirsty predator, fixed on its prey. From the corner of its mouth, a stream of thick saliva, as clear as molten glass, began to flow down, dripping onto its whiskers. Mayer could only be still, whispering to Kai, "But bullets won't work on it." Kai leaped towards the tiger with lightning speed and shouted to Mayer, "Jump down." She obeyed and jumped down from the towering tree branch like a bird falling freely. He glared with a cold gaze. Pure energy began to gather in his palm. Waves of golden energy converged to create a ball, emitting a dazzling light that made the surrounding air vibrate and become hot. The surface of the ball sparkled with thousands of tiny lightning bolts. They danced and coiled like electric snakes, creating crackling sounds. With a strong and decisive movement, he threw the energy ball towards the tiger. He shouted in a solemn voice, "Pierce our enemy, O lightning spear." Accordingly, the giant tiger suffered this powerful attack. Its body being pierced by pure energy like a lightning bolt, it raised its head to the sky and roared loudly. The sound of pain and anger echoed throughout the dense forest. The tiger's body was now just a charred black mass, hanging on a high branch like a burning log. Its golden skin had turned black, and its characteristic black stripes remained only as faint embers. Meanwhile, Kai, with lightning-fast reflexes and dexterity, had rushed to catch Mayer before she hit the ground. He glanced at the tiger and said with a bit of boredom, "I have no problem using mid-level elemental magic, but I still can't use high-level magic properly." Mayer, held in his arms, was embarrassed, trying to ignore this feeling and responding to Kai, "Aren't you asking too much? No one has achieved this level so quickly." He didn't answer but turned his head and looked around, then asked her, "By the way, where's Sheena?" Mayer replied, Sheena is." At this moment, Sheena was on another side of the forest. She stood on the corpse of a huge monster like a victorious female warrior on the battlefield. Her hands were still in a half-beast state with blood-stained claws. She heard footsteps and looked over, calling out with obvious joy, "Kai." Her clothes were still stained with the monster's blood like fresh red paint, but she still happily ran to show off to Kai like a child who had just done something great. I finally killed the monster you mentioned, how about it, did I pass? He carefully observed the defeated monster. Its mouth was still wide open, revealing sharp teeth like razors, but its lifeless eyes, like cloudy glass, and the fresh blood all over its body showed how brutally it had been slain. Sheena stood anxiously to one side, waiting for a compliment from him. Kai nodded and said, "Okay, you passed, Sheena." At that moment, a smile bloomed on her lips like a flower. He looked into the distance with a determined gaze and said in a low voice, "Now we should start advancing to the territory of the Demon Kingdom." Under the clear blue sky, from fortresses as solid as impregnable rock mountains, where colorful signal flags fluttered, a large army marched out with the regular sound of chains hitting the ground. The bright sun shone on the shiny armor like silver mirrors. The allied army, including the warriors of the Holy Nation and the soldiers of the Federation, had begun the invasion into the territory of the Demon Kingdom. The elite army with skilled warriors like thunder gods and the most advanced weapons. However, the number and strength of the monsters in the territory of the Demon Kingdom caused heavy losses to the Holy Nation's army, especially at the first gate of the Demon Kingdom, which was called the Demon Forest. Through the dark demon forest like the mouth of hell, every step of the warriors and horses became as cautious as cats stalking prey in the dark. Anxious and uneasy expressions were clearly visible on the faces of each warrior like dark clouds casting a shadow. Someone's nose suddenly twitched as if sniffing, smelling a strange fragrance floating lingeringly in the heavy air. Edgar, as the leader of the werewolf clan, knew with his survival instincts. He whispered to announce, "It's the smell of the monsters, there are many of them, on the right flank." Narumi squinted, searching around, and whispered to confirm again, Really?" Mireille also said, "I haven't detected anything." In front, there was only the echoing silence and darkness behind the dense bushes as if hiding danger. But Midu felt it with the keen senses of a seasoned warrior. He whispered, "No." Heinrich also noticed the monsters with eyes as sharp as knives. He said, "They're coming." Indeed, a moment later, a group of monsters of various strange types rushed in. They all bared their fangs and claws, lunging as if waiting to tear apart the army with deafening roars. Edgar swung his sword and gave the order with the authority of a victorious general, "Attack them." The warriors shouted in response, echoing throughout the forest, "Obey." Then they immediately charged into battle with their weapons in hand, each warrior with different weapons, different abilities, but all sharing the common determination to defeat the monsters like an undying fire burning in their hearts. The smell of fresh, pungent blood from the monsters covered the space like a deep red fog. Each ferocious monster was defeated by the talented warriors. Their sharp claws seemed like nothing compared to the brilliance of the Federation warriors. Those standing in the ranks who were not engaged in battle, when they saw it, all praised, "Amazing." Everyone agreed, "Yes." Upon seeing the way they fought, a truth suddenly dawned in everyone's minds, so this is the strength of the Federation warriors. Midu was also astonished by the good progress of this battle. He whispered to Heinrich beside him, "The monsters are being destroyed so easily, it's beyond my imagination." Heinrich pondered and then seemed to realize the benefit of the alliance. We humans have used all 5 senses, but still can't detect the monsters. Having beastmen participate in the Legion is really good for us. Edgar put his sword back into its hilt with the practiced movements of a seasoned swordsman. Then he turned and said to everyone, "Let us handle the detection of the monsters. As long as we are here, they won't dare to ambush us." He spoke with absolute assurance, and as Edgar said, the beastmen did a great job of sniffing out and defeating the monsters. A warrior of the cat tribe quickly noticed the movement of the monsters with his sensitive ears, and he immediately shouted the announcement, "They are on the left." The warriors followed that instruction and immediately took up their spears and charged. The allied army was well equipped to repel all engagements with the monsters. The demons also gradually hid and didn't rush out to confront the army. As a result, the strategy of the high-ranking demon Elsa had significantly reduced its effectiveness. From here, it can also be seen that with guerrilla warfare and low visibility inside the forest, the reason why the UK had to suffer heavy losses in the previous campaign was because they couldn't predict where the monsters would attack. It seemed hopeless to cross the demon forest, but with the help of the warriors from the Federation, their amazing ability to find and destroy monsters. Before long, the monsters were defeated, their corpses lay scattered all over the ground. The pungent smell of fresh blood rose like the poisonous air of hell. From afar, someone watched this scene, angrily punching the wall and cursing softly in a hateful voice, "Damn it." A group of people from the Demon Kingdom hid behind a large bush and watched the allied army. They whispered to each other. The plan was to attack the enemy with a large army of monsters and defeat them when they were in a state of chaos, but now they are still unharmed. A demon with large horns asked, "How long do we have to watch?" The teammate replied, "Still haven't received orders from Elsa-sama. What do we do now?" The teammate seemed to feel stuck. He sighed and said, there is no other choice, should retreat. Suddenly Edgar appeared behind them. He seemed to have heard the whole conversation just now. He scoffed, I sure let you guys do that. The demon turned his head in surprise, angrily cursing, you bastard. You, without waiting for an explanation, fresh blood had stained the ground. Amidst the bewilderment, no one knew who struck first. Hiding behind the dark forest, where the night seems never to end, a towering castle rises into the sky. The air around it is heavy with a terrifying silence, the demon forest castle where Elsa resides. Elsa held a glass of red wine in her hand. She stood on the observation platform and had seen the chaotic scene in the demon forest. Elsa said softly, this is bad. At this moment, a demon hurriedly ran up, his voice calling urgently, Elsa-sama. Elsa glanced over, hearing the subordinate's worried report. The soldiers sent to the forest had been ambushed and killed. It seemed that the beastmen warriors were causing more trouble than expected. Elsa didn't utter a word. But her eyes held a cold, sharp determination. Her teeth suddenly clenched, crushing the drop of wine hovering before her, shattering it into tiny fragments like soap bubbles. The red wine spilled from the corners of her mouth, a gruesome mark left by a demon devouring its prey. Her icy gaze swept across the memory of her subordinate's humiliating defeat at Kai's hands. Elsa sarcastically remarked, I knew it. I can't believe I have to clean up this mess that Bright made. The demon lowered his head, softly asking, your meaning, I understand how you feel, Elsa-sama, but with the current situation, what should we do? He remembered the terrain of the forest and then continued in a hoarse voice, they will have no other choice but to attack this castle. Anyway, they don't want to be ambushed from behind. They will definitely attack us. Anxiety enveloped the demon. He took a deep breath and, as if pushing himself into a corner, resolutely asked, even though he knew that it was something that should never be mentioned, do we have a chance of winning? Elsa laughed softly. Her voice was still deep and soft, but the pressure and threat from her were clearer than ever before, making the person facing her feel like they were standing in front of a volcano about to erupt. As she replied, it's true that we are now cornered, but don't misunderstand my meaning. It's not that I'm weak or just relying on my tactics. I shook the glass of wine strongly, deliberately letting the dark red liquid overflow, as if getting rid of the annoyance. Elsa clenched her teeth, continuing with a sarcastic tone, but anyway, it's easier to eliminate the enemy if we know how to use our brains to think. In the end, we just need to destroy them, right? The demon only knew to obey, bowing his head respectfully, yes, Elsa-sama. At this time, the allied army had arrived at the castle. They stood towering outside, looking up at the castle immersed in darkness with a demonic appearance, a gloomy fortress like a button blocking the light. Edgar, who had fought with the demon army, issued a warning. His voice echoed in the silent space, I already know their nest, there are many monsters here. Amelia with a cautious face emphasized, we can't ignore this castle, we need to take the castle so we won't be attacked from behind when we go deeper. Moreover, if we capture the castle, we can use it as a base of operations in the front and it will be easier to receive reinforcements. Someone rode slowly forward, carrying disgust, and said, it's a pain. Erasure frowned, sitting on the horse's back, and continued, then we just attack, right? Heinrich turned his head and agreed with Arashi's opinion. I allow myself not to want to give the enemy time to think, let's start attacking the castle immediately. Erasure smirked and then said, now you're starting to understand more. The allied army slowly approached the castle, completely unaware that behind the sturdy walls, countless demons were hiding ready to ambush. A formation of warriors gathered energy, joining forces to attack the giant gate of the demon castle. Above the ramparts, the demons suddenly threw down large stones, creating a deadly rain that poured straight into the allied army. They had to endure the fierce attacks while patiently holding their ground, waiting for the last wall to collapse. When the gate collapsed with a shaking roar, the allied warriors shouted loudly, the main gate had been breached, advance. Erasure, in extreme excitement, released fiery spiritual energy, burning the demons. He laughed gleefully, provoking, come on you trash. At this moment, someone came up and patted Midou on the shoulder and said to him, let's go, Midou. He turned around and saw that it was Edgar. He chuckled and said to Midou, let's destroy the high-ranking demons together, shall we? Midou nodded lightly, then glared at the demon castle, resolutely replying, I understand. Inside the castle, the silent space was completely opposite to the mad chaos at the gate. Elsa raised her head and took a sip of wine. She calmly smiled with satisfaction, as if the battle outside had nothing to do with her. Suddenly her eyes became cold. The exquisitely carved door swung open from the outside. Midou and Edgar entered the room where she sat. Elsa seemed to have foreseen this. She smiled gently, her voice soft but with a hidden meaning, saying, you've finally arrived. Elsa stood up, her shadow lengthening on the cold stone floor. her voice deep, each word spoken though welcoming yet holding an unpredictable coldness. "So, you've finally come." Elsa stood on the high stairs facing Edgar and Midu. The vast room plunged into an eerie silence, yet tense to the point of suffocation, as if the air had thickened with invisible pressure. Midu clenched the glowing sword in his hand, his eyes staring directly at her. With extreme caution, he muttered, "This terrifying energy." Edgar, as if understanding his thoughts, immediately replied in a low voice, "That's right, there's no mistake, she's a high-level monster." Elsa slowly raised her slender hand. From the palm of her hand a long, snaking whip, black and shimmering with a purple hue like an octopus tentacle, slowly slid out, covered in sharp spikes. Her eyes swept over the two of them, then a cold, mocking smile appeared on her lips as she said, "The leader of the Beastmen warriors and a hero candidate. Looks like you're being too cautious." She suddenly whipped the long whip. It created a whistling sound that pierced the ears, along with a threatening voice that echoed, "But I have no plans to lose." Before she finished speaking, the whip was fiercely swung by Elsa, shooting straight towards Edgar and Midu like a giant python. Midu jumped up, dodging by a hair's breadth. The whip missed and struck the floor with tremendous force, creating a deafening explosion and causing the stone tiles to shatter, debris flying everywhere. As soon as the tiles fell, Midu was shocked to the extreme when he discovered a deadly trap. Behind it, he exclaimed, his voice lost with bewilderment, "The ground is." Under the broken tiles were thousands of sharp, black spikes, standing straight and close together to the point where not a single gap was visible, creating a terrifying terrain, each spike as sharp as a devil's claw, ready to tear apart anything that fell in. Elsa triumphantly said loudly, "I don't dare to underestimate you. I always prepare traps when the enemy comes." So the tiles continued to open, revealing a bottomless pit lined with a carpet of spikes. Midu tried to jump higher, desperately avoiding being swallowed by the pit. He heard the words carrying Elsa's cruel satisfaction echoing in his ears, being pierced and dying. Midu quickly raised the glowing sword towards the sky, muttering the incantation to activate its power, the first phase of the holy sword's transformation release. The sword blade then extended magically, winding and wrapping around the giant chandelier on the ceiling. Elsa saw through his plot. Thanks to the chandelier, Midu escaped the dangerous trap. He landed safely, but still a little bewildered. She narrowed her dark eyes, her lips slightly curled, whispering softly but full of surprise, "A sword that can freely change its shape, But in her heart, she thought with a slight satisfaction, "But the person accompanying it has fallen into those spikes." Midu only then realized that the person with him was nowhere to be seen. He ran to the edge of the pit, anxiously calling out, "Edgar." Immediately after the call, from the deep pit, Edgar with his familiar sword, immediately shot up, completely unscathed. He stood beside Midu and frowned. "It was dangerous, I almost got pierced." Elsa frowned, seeing that both were unharmed. It was incomprehensible since she deliberately set the trap. "He's not injured, but how?" Edgar chuckled, "It's simple, a double jump." Elsa, upon hearing this, muttered in annoyance, "That's just a ridiculous physical ability. Are all beastmen like you?" Edgar pondered and replied, "Well, I'm a bit special. Now it's our turn." Then he and Midu raised their long swords, preparing to charge forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Edgar shot towards Elsa like an arrow, his familiar sword flashing in the air. Elsa also did not stand still and be overwhelmed. She fiercely whipped the long whip in her hand, emitting a hair-raising whistling sound, and then spoke in a cold voice, "Don't underestimate me." Suddenly, a demonic energy erupted around Elsa. She used her hidden skill, teleportation. Instantly, Elsa's figure completely disappeared from Edgar's sight. Instead she approached Midu without him knowing, causing him to stare in astonishment from the surprise. But Midu was a step faster. He raised the sword in his hand and gently said to her, "I've got you." Elsa glanced quickly behind her, her dark pupils momentarily showing a look of surprise. She clicked her tongue in annoyance when she saw this sight. Her hands quickly pressed a hidden button on the palm of her hand. Accordingly, the ceiling right above Midu's head suddenly opened, revealing a dark space. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Midu immediately became highly alert, directing his glowing sword towards the ceiling, ready to deal with any threats from above. Realizing he had lost his focus, Elsa's eyes flashed with a cold look. She quickly whipped the long whip straight towards Midu's stomach. The unexpected and vicious blow caused him to fall to the floor, his body bent over, clutching his stomach, writhing and screaming in pain. Edgar anxiously called out, "Midu." Elsa smiled with satisfaction, turned her head back, her eyes mocking Midu, who was writhing. "I almost lost, kid. It seems that power is currently too much for you." Midu clutched his stomach tightly, slowly sitting up, trying to calm the pain. Elsa's dark eyes now glowed with an eerie purple color. Staring directly at him, she asked in a deep voice, her voice carrying a strange probing, "Hero candidates, you're from another world, aren't you? What are you fighting for? Midu, upon hearing this strange question from her, frowned and asked again, what? Edgar, as if realizing what she was trying to do, shouted a warning, don't listen to that demon, Midu. Elsa was furious, her anger flared when her psychological trick was thwarted. She turned towards Edgar, whipping the whip in her hand. Edgar realized this was the best time to counterattack. He shouted, this is our chance, charge. Midu understood, decisively replied, yes, and then charged with him. He saw himself approaching Elsa from behind. As her entire focus was on Edgar in front, Midu knew this was a golden opportunity. Just as he raised his sword to prepare for the decisive blow, Elsa suddenly turned her head back. She looked straight into his eyes and spoke in a coy voice, her voice full of charm and pleading, stop, I'm sorry, please save me. The sword in his hand immediately faltered, the hesitation evident in his eyes. Elsa whispered, a smirk appeared, you've lost your mind, then her hands quickly moved, preparing to use the whip to attack Midu. The long whip lashed out, not giving him time to react, and wrapped tightly around one of his legs. Elsa's seductive smile, with a sweet but malicious voice, told him not to be careless during the fight. As she yanked the whip with a decisive and malicious movement, the tightly braided rope binding Midu suddenly tightened like a giant python strangling its prey. The sudden and forceful pull caused him to fall helplessly to the floor, completely controlled by Elsa. His body was flung around incessantly in the vast room with towering stone walls, creating continuous crashing sounds that echoed throughout the space. Edgar anxiously called out, Midu. Elsa found his reaction quite interesting, her lips curled into a mocking smile, oh, are you worried about a human? It seems your alliance is deeper than I thought. Edgar glared at her, his eyes filled with suppressed fury. Elsa scoffed, and her expression turned colder as she lowered her voice and said, if that's the case. Without hesitation, she decisively swung the whip wrapped around Midu, throwing him towards Edgar like a toy. She continued, I'll return it to you. But that throw was with full force, hitting so hard that both Edgar and Midu were flung far away, piercing the solid wall. And creating a massive hole, Elsa stood there, facing a path that went straight through 3 or 4 connected rooms, all of which were shattered. Bricks and debris fell throughout the space, but there was no sign of the two men. She was pleased and slightly curled her lip, thinking to herself, their spirits are weak, I can fight that beast-man alone. Suddenly, she heard a strange movement from the large hole in the ruined walls. From the dark void, a large, majestic wolf appeared, its eyes shining brightly in the darkness, but also carrying a wild, crazed look that was terrifying. She watched it slowly approach, a look of caution evident on her face as she wondered, what is that? Elsa frowned, lowering her eyes and carefully watching its every movement. Waiting until the wolf got closer, Elsa realized its large body with its snow-white fur was glowing. She immediately knew this was not an ordinary wild wolf. She slowly realized, her voice a little surprised, a wolf that doesn't shapeshift. Elsa clenched the whip in her hand and swung the weapon into the air, the wind whistling loudly like a siren, the sharp sound tearing through the stuffy atmosphere of the dark room. The wolf's eyes stared directly at her as if they could pierce to the depths of her soul, initially cold as ice but then gradually changing, slowly brightening with a wild and primal light, reflecting the hidden cruelty within the beast. The roar that erupted from the wolf's throat was like thunder in the dark night. Elsa suddenly froze for a moment, her body stiff as a statue. The mighty and powerful roar had penetrated through all layers of mental protection, leaving her completely stunned. The wolf roared again, echoing throughout the space, shaking every stone step, making the hanging lamps tremble and creating a terrifying echo that spread throughout the room. Immediately after that, the giant beast leaped towards her, its sharp teeth like daggers bared menacingly, ready to tear apart anything in its path. The space around immediately became engulfed in the strong stench of fresh blood. A series of dark, ancient castles appeared, the territory of the third prince in the western region of the demon kingdom Veldora, the city of Florelis. At this moment, Aquilia was uncharacteristically composed, her eyes full of sadness fixed on her hand. It seemed Elsa had been killed. She reached forward, intending to touch the glass surface, and the thin glass shattered, staining Aquilia's body red with blood. Even Edgar didn't have time to react. As expected, the Alliance warriors are truly troublesome, that's why I wanted to control them. The deaths of her close subordinates gradually filled her mind. Saganda, Bright, Elsa. My high-ranking subordinates have been eliminated. It seems I am being pushed against a wall. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, are you all right? Aquilia, Leonhardt Sama, covered by a layer of glass, was unable to move. Aquilia curiously approached and asked, are you worried about me? Of course, he said, you are my fiancé. Upon hearing this, her spirits soared, and she shyly replied, fiancé, yes, thank you, I'm fine. Then, Leonhardt Sama seriously mentioned a major matter, I heard that Elsa is dead. The Alliance will arrive in the city of Forlist in a few days. Aquilea frowned and sighed, expressing her inner worry. Do you think I can win? Frankly, I mainly work in the shadows, and my combat abilities are not very good. It will be a difficult battle because I am facing those who defeated Wimberg and Stonagaya. Next, Leonhardt Sama revealed important information that stunned her. Yes, currently the assassins of the Demon Kingdom are on their way to Forlist. Through Leonhardt Sama's account, they were hidden elites, doing dirty work. The assassins of the Demon Kingdom, as she already knew, were one of his key trump cards. Immediately after his words, Aquilea's eyes widened with excitement. I will entrust you with commanding these elites, really. Leonhardt Sama's indulgence towards her was indeed very clear. Of course, I want you to hold your position until I return, my beloved Aquilea. Aquilea, moved to tears, affirmed her trust. Yes, Leonhardt Sama, leave everything to me, your fiancé. She was always facing the glass statue. I trust you, Aquilea. Afterward, Leonhardt Sama let himself go, expressing his feelings at length. I have failed to control the Alliance, and for someone being cornered like me, he is still showing his love. Leonhardt Sama is truly a gentle person. Aquilea's tears flowed freely, and with a surge of happiness, she embraced the statue tightly. I will definitely reciprocate your love. In the territory filled with danger and conflict, the capital of the Demon Kingdom Eisenhart. In the trading district, the struggle for possession occurred. The henchmen always mistreated and oppressed others. In the most luxurious place in this land, the noble feet were hurriedly stepping on the red carpet. The maid hurried after her. Isabel Sama, where are you going? Isabel calmly said she was going to visit Alice. The giant iron gate opened. Isabel and her maid headed towards the lawn where Alice waited to play every day. Alice's eyes lit up, and she happily called out, Sis, Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel looked at Alice for a long time. Until Alice jumped into her arms and hugged her tightly, Isabel finally came to her senses. You're here. Isabel avoided her, masking her indifference. It's not that I came here to visit you, I just had some free time so I stopped by. The maid stood there with a smirk, her mouth exposing the truth, but Isabel silenced her. After all, she had come here. It's not good to be so stubborn, be quiet. Alice, naive and carefree, always lived innocently. I'm really happy, Isabel asked with concern. What are you doing today, Alice? Then, Alice happily showed off the fresh flower crown. I'm making a hair decoration out of flowers. Look, it's beautiful, right? Alice put it on her head, curious about Isabel's opinion and secretly admiring herself. What do you think? Does it suit me? Isabel praised her affectionately. Yes, it suits you, Alice. But Alice pouted, making a small request. Hey sis, say it properly. Suddenly, Alice went to get something, going to where she had just sat. Oh, right. Alice held up another flower crown identical to the one she was wearing. I made this for you. Isabel slowly examined it, many doubts appearing in her mind. For me, did you have a feeling I would come to visit you? Suddenly, Alice pouted, sulking and complaining. Anyway, you don't do anything. I want to go out into the world too, but I'm told I can't. Isabel coldly called out Alice's name. Alice asked in surprise, what is it? But the conversation ended with the words, nothing. Unexpectedly, Isabel picked up the flower crown and put it on her head, and even said, what do you think? Seeing Isabel's unusual appearance, Alice and the maid burst out laughing. You're so funny. On the contrary, Isabel was stunned, not understanding what everyone meant. It was you who gave it to me, so I wore it. Oh right sis. Next, Alice changed the subject. When will we begin the ritual to summon the evil god? This made Isabel's mood sink completely. Alice's voice was sweet as it poured into her ears. Behind it was a tragic ending. I heard I'll be sacrificed to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. The conversation was short. Yes, me too. I don't know the details, but it won't be long. Hearing this, Alice didn't think deeply, and was about to jump with excitement. I understand. On that day I'll be able to go outside, right? Isabel's eyes darkened. Even the maid worriedly and cautiously called out, Isabel Sama, I know. Then Isabel turned and left, without leaving a word. Disappointment filled Alice's soul. Are you going home? As she got closer to the door, Isabel instructed, I'll visit you later, be good. Alice politely, yes. On the other hand, Isabel walked away slowly, her mind completely confused. A familiar voice came from somewhere, hey Isabel. However, Isabel didn't pay any attention. Leonhardt greeted her with a friendly wave. The third prince of the Demon Kingdom, Leonhardt Sama. Oh, you're distant again. Can you call me big brother like before, right? The response was a harsh answer. No, I don't have the right to do that. Leonhardt chuckled. You're too rigid. Then, Leonhardt brought up Alice. Have you met Alice? Yes. Both of them stared at the door sadly. It's not good for that girl to stay in there all day long, sooner or later she'll become a sacrifice to the evil god. Leonhardt added, with a hint of arrogance in his words, maybe she's lost her mind in this time. Anyway, becoming a sacrifice to the evil god is an honor. I'm really jealous. Leonhardt persistently asked Isabel, don't you think so, Isabel? Isabel replied with only one word, yes. Then Isabel coldly brushed past him, leaving Leonhardt standing alone there. Sorry, I have to go. The maid saw this and chased after her mistress. Isabel-sama, wait for me. Immediately, Leonhardt's expression completely changed. In the desolate and dangerous land of the Veldora Demon Kingdom, territory of the Third Prince. This is one of the most expensive locations in the city of Forlist. And therefore the streets are crowded with people. The man's footsteps became increasingly hurried. Kai quickly weaved through the crowd. And then he stopped in front of an inn. At first glance, the sign on the board seemed a bit odd. The door seemed to have been open for a very long time. The innkeeper was sitting there, halfway through reading a welcome back newspaper. He put away the newspaper, and opened his mouth to ask, so, what do you think of Forlist City? Kai slowly commented, it's alright, although the atmosphere is a bit stifling. The innkeeper agreed, complaining wearily, yes, because we can't stop the encroachment of humans, this place has become the front line, and many people are feeling uneasy. Suddenly, Kai mentioned a person of great influence. I don't think you need to worry, the 4 great heavenly kings, Aquileia, are in this city. He hesitated, mentioning Aquileia's close subordinates who had died. You're right, but Stonagaya-sama and Wimberg-sama were killed. He thought seriously for a long time. The terrifying hero candidates killed 2 of the 4 great heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Then the innkeeper announced the urgent situation they were facing. That's right, it's hard to believe, after all that, we were suddenly invaded, and moreover, the number of slaves seems to be decreasing recently, isn't it, even though there is a severe lack of manpower here. A slave with a chained neck, working hard, was scolded, hey, work properly, yes. Kai worried about the situation getting out of control. If the slaves are gone, it would be quite troublesome, because I also have slaves following me. It's good that you understand me. Next, he pushed the room key across the table. We have slaves doing all the odd jobs, and once the supply of slaves stops, we won't be able to continue our business anymore. He picked it up and casually replied, oh, I'm a little jealous. Your slaves are so cute. They are of marriageable age, aren't they? I don't know. Well, I shouldn't pry into the privacy of my customers. The conversation ended, and the 2 of them said goodbye, each doing their own thing. Rest well, yeah, thanks. In Kai's room, Mayor and Sheena were already waiting. Mayor spoke from a corner, hello, while Sheena curiously observed, just as expected, you look really strange. He removed the fake horn, displaying a reluctant expression, yeah, if I didn't look strange, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I need to disguise myself in order to move freely in the Demon Kingdom. Sheena approached and sensed the scent emanating from Kai's body. Your scent is different, and the beastmen notice the difference, but the demons won't. Once we disguise ourselves, there is no difference between us and the demons. Hearing this, Mare also understood to some extent, but then Mare raised the neck chain, frowning and reprimanding, all right, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves. He relaxed, leaned back, and sighed, because you 2 are too conspicuous. I had to disguise you 2 as demon slaves. That's the easiest way. It's not uncommon for demons to have slaves of other races. Mare was stunned, puffed out her cheeks, and repeated the question, are we really that conspicuous? Can you disguise us with your disguise skills, right? Then Mare paid attention, not missing any explanation, because you are too beautiful. Once you attract the demons, they will easily recognize your disguise. After a while, Mare suddenly realized something strange, and shyly shouted, beautiful. Kai calmly affirmed, don't you realize? Yeah, maybe. He looked at Mare's frantic and confused state, her mouth stammering, and wondered, why are you so scared? I didn't think you would say that word, I'm just telling the truth. Sheena interjected, hey, Kai, what about me, while Mare still hadn't recovered. Kai slowly pointed, you have some similarities to Mare, but... He finally stopped at Sheena's head. Those cat ears are hard to hide. Mare pondered while looking at Sheena, trying to use her hands to hide the cat ears. Yeah, that's right, if they find out we're making Sheena a slave, the Alliance will be very angry, won't it? Kai explained the plan that was already prepared. We are only disguising ourselves to easily infiltrate the demon's territory. We are just pretending to be a group of people, including a demon and his slaves. Suddenly, Mare's cheeks flushed when they talked about resting. That's reasonable, but because we are your slaves, we don't have our own rooms. He replied, that's why I rented such a large room. is there a problem? Mare immediately found a loophole, pointing towards the opposite side, but there was only one bed. Kai turned and touched the mattress, slowly dividing it clearly, you two sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor, after all, I've been trained for this. Mare still cautiously said softly, it's a little embarrassing, isn't it? What did you say? Seeing this, Sheena spoke up to mediate, Kai, please understand us. Before the words could be spoken, Mare quickly covered Sheena's mouth, Mare means nothing. On the other hand, in Isabel's residence, the Veldora Demon Kingdom, territory of the fifth princess, the city of Siltbrook, a two-dimensional spatial gate opened. Isabel stepped out of it with a deeply sad and gloomy face. The butler had been waiting early, and when he saw Isabel, he respectfully welcomed her back, Isabel-sama, thank you. Then he asked, how is Alice-sama doing? Isabel replied softly, she's still fine, she even gave me a hair accessory made of flowers. The two masters and servants walked and talked, perhaps the concern for Alice in Isabel's heart was truly great, I am very happy to hear that, but the reason she is treated so well is because she will be the vessel of the evil god, nothing more than that. The image of innocent Alice playing happily appeared, locked in that room, she must be very lonely. The butler's voice echoed again, bringing Isabel back to reality, Isabel-sama. It seemed like Isabel was pondering something, our comrades have gathered underground. Time passed. Isabel stopped at a certain location. Countless demons under her command looked up, expressing their respect. Isabel glanced around. Her lips parted, about to move. Then, the subordinates took turns reporting, thanks to the death of Wimberg, you've been monitoring me, now I can move more easily. Currently, the rest are busy fighting humans, which is why they have time to think about internal matters. A demon subtly asked Isabel-sama, meaning Isabel. Clearly declared, with an aura of power, the time for revolution is near, I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown. After saying that, the demons responded enthusiastically, they were extremely excited, clenching their fists, wanting to crush everything. I have been looking forward to this revolution, the preparations have been meticulous and long, so we won't be discovered. No one wants to lose, the demons all support Isabel wholeheartedly, I'm sure once Isabel-sama becomes the new demon lord, this kingdom will become better, yes, we will do our best, Isabel-sama. No matter how happy, Isabel remained immersed in her own thoughts. Isabel worried about the burden of responsibility, forcing her to protect everything, I want to end this war with a revolution, that is not a lie. Among them was Alice's radiant smile, but above all, I want to protect her so I can do this. The more she thought about Alice, the more determined Isabel became, her eyes were filled with resolve, I will betray this kingdom. The bustling streets, the territory of the demon kingdom of Vidora ruled by the third prince, the city of Forlist. Passers-by stopped and pointed, hey, look, it's the Count. A middle-aged man and his subordinates walked towards them with grim faces. Count Castro of the demon kingdom of Vora. Count, you've just arrived, the subjects outside are kneeling on both sides of the road. He gnashed his teeth in annoyance, I'm really fed up, Aquilia. Count Castro grumbled unhappily, repeating that she dared to deploy the army without his permission, even if her rank is higher than mine, I am still the governor of this city, perhaps she is worried about the threat from humans. Castro deduced that 2 of the 4 heavenly kings had died, surely, she's very uneasy. Castro's subordinate nodded in agreement, that's right, Aquilia is known for being cautious, furthermore, her fighting ability is not as outstanding as the other heavenly kings. He glanced to one side, look. He was acting as if the people in town were also worried about her unsettling behavior. Kai, hiding in the crowd, listened to everything. His eyes suddenly changed, so he's the nobleman ruling Forlist, it seems he's strictly managing the city under the orders of the third prince. Kai watched from behind Count Castro, I've heard that the demon world is where the weak are devoured by the strong, the nobles of the demon world are all high-level demons. But it seems they have overestimated the abilities of the high-level demons, leading to the training not going as expected. The sound of chains clanking. He glanced at the 2 slaves behind him, those slaves must be soldiers of the holy nation. The sky gradually turned dark. Castro was stabbed with a knife on the left side of his chest. Kai wiped the blood off the knife. You were too careless, he slowly slipped out of the mansion. At the same time, Sheena had just finished eliminating a few people with her claws. She crazily scratched their faces, I killed all the demons in the mansion. Sheena waited for Kai's praise, no one discovered us, did I do well? Kai gently stroked her head, yeah, very good, but there were some strange noises, it would be troublesome if we woke the Count. Sheena happily followed behind, even if he woke up, you could still kill him right away. Kai sighed dejectedly, that's not the issue, alright, we still have another objective. Suddenly, someone from the prison glanced over. The two were startled, surprised. Someone, a human. Kai admitted, he got straight to the point. Yes, let's talk for a bit. He pointed at Sheena and a beastkin girl. After we're done, I'll take you two back to the Holy Nation's army. Cut to him going somewhere else, having read all the documents. Kai was still holding the documents in his hand, saying, just as expected, saving those two was the right decision. He expressed his opinion. I thought the Count's slaves would have useful information about the Demon Kingdom, but I didn't expect it to be so valuable. The slave he just saved spoke frankly, we don't want to be manual laborers like their slaves. I intended to gather as much intelligence as possible. In case we were saved, it would be useful. Hearing this, Sheena curiously asked, aren't you two planning to escape? He spoke, the collar also shining with a purple light. This collar has a special kind of magic. I heard it will burn me to death if I escape or resist my master. He revealed the horrifying function of this object. These collars are widely used in the Demon Kingdom to force slaves to work. Sheena glanced at Kai, guessing, so the reason Kai put this on our necks is so you can remove it. Kai immediately explained, it's just a replica, it has no magic. He earnestly recounted the past. Anyway, instead of being burned to death and never returning, we were slaves for 2 years. That time was like hell. When Castro's mood was bad, he wouldn't hesitate to torture the slaves. Suddenly, Kai's eyes gleamed, asking, who captured you two? Through Kai's sharp eyes, he observed them. Based on your conditions, I can see that you two are capable individuals. The slave girl revealed that they were from a special unit of the third Prince Leonhardt, also known as the Assassins of the Demon Kingdom. The male slave continued, revealing that it was a regular unit, gathering the most outstanding individuals of the Demon Kingdom. It seems this unit works specifically with the main army. We were ambushed while escorting supplies. Even though we were confident in our strength, we were completely overwhelmed. Kai crossed his arms, posing a question for them to ponder. Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized? He replied, I heard that there are many infamous individuals in the army. Although they have skills, their existence was officially abolished due to violating military law. Kai's face became more serious, so they gathered those individuals into one unit, right? The male slave gritted his teeth, it's probably thanks to the third prince's charisma. His voice grew more hateful. We once saw a meeting between Castro and Leonhardt before, and when we saw the prince, we knew we didn't have the strength to defeat him. I know that the Heavenly King of Aquileia is very impressive, but she's nothing compared to him. The purple-haired girl speculated, perhaps you've realized this already, but this area is under the direct control of the third prince. Instead of answering her question, Kai brought up another issue, is the third prince currently in this city? The male slave denied it. He pointed out the most accurate current location. No, according to what Castro said, it seems he's in the palace. The army of this city is currently commanded by the Heavenly King of Aquileia. Kai wanted more information about the relationship between the third prince and the Heavenly King. The purple-haired girl honestly answered, she's his fiancée and also the center of the faction supporting the third prince. This raised Kai's suspicion. Supporting faction. I heard that the Demon Kingdom isn't really united. The factions of princes and princesses fight each other to compete for the throne. It seems that even the demon princesses accept this way to create the strongest demon king. Kai wanted to ask further, what's the chain of command in the Demon Kingdom? He meticulously analyzed each person. The strongest faction used to be the first princes, but because the center of that faction, Wimberg, died, their influence decreased. The core of the first prince's faction is the military. He knows every single person of each faction. The same thing also happened to the second princess's faction after the death of Stonagaya. The core of the second princess's faction are high-ranking officials, and now Kai is facing Aquileia, who has seized the opportunity to increase her influence. The core of the third prince's faction are merchants, low-ranking nobles, power, the assassins of the Demon Kingdom, and there are many other factions as well, the fourth prince's faction, the fifth princess's faction, the sixth princess's faction. He lowered his head, looking very thoughtful. The influence of the four heavenly kings is very large, the male slave added. The reason is because they are the highest-ranking officials in the Demon King's army, so it's hard to believe that the hero candidates can defeat two of the four heavenly kings. That event has plunged the internal situation into chaos. Kai's eyes became unusually sharp. I see, it seems the Demon Kingdom could be destroyed by internal conflicts. What about the last heavenly king? He seemed a little worried about the forces. The Heavenly King of Fire, Flame Rise, declared neutrality and will submit to whoever becomes the next Demon King, partly because of the close relationship between the current Demon King and the Heavenly King of Fire. The purple-haired girl added, I understand, but recently there's a trend suggesting that now isn't the time for civil war. Kai continued to analyze, they want to unite when facing a common enemy. It seems those demons are finally feeling the dangerous situation. Then Kai stood up and told Sheena to thank them for providing the information. Sheena escorted them to the Alliance forces. Before leaving, the purple-haired girl provided another piece of news. I heard that Aquilia is famous for cunning tactics, she specializes in sabotage and dirty tricks, perhaps that's why the third prince's faction has a bad reputation. Kai walked past the two of them, expressing his intentions. You two, please convey this information to the Alliance forces, I don't intend to fight the Heavenly King of Water. The male slave suddenly felt confused. So what are you going to do? You killed Castro so easily. Are you one of the hero candidates? I will continue to infiltrate deeper into the demon kingdom. He glanced at them again. It seems I need to stir up a conflict. I will find a way to destroy them from within. Scene shifts to the next day. The group is moving into the deep forest. Midu led the whole team and brought the army to the destination. I see it. In front of them was a somewhat gloomy location, the city of Forlist. Amelia's face firmly expressed that it guarded the trade route between the east and west regions of the Demon Kingdom. Once we capture that city, our burden will be reduced. Edgar speculated a bit. I'm sure the enemy is defending very strictly. It wouldn't be surprising if the four heavenly kings appeared during this crisis. Midu was serious and strongly agreed with that opinion. That's right. The Demon Kingdom of Veldora, the territory of the third prince, the battle has begun around the city of Forlist. A battle erupted between the army and the demons. Initially, the Alliance army had the advantage. Everyone was busy fighting without rest. However, because the city of Forlist is one of the strategic bases of the demon army, things weren't as easy as they thought. The demons had mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers, and furthermore, their morale was very high. One of them shouted, "Crush those inferior bugs." Meanwhile, the army of the Holy Nation consisted of 40,000 people, with 20,000 Federation warriors. The Allied forces only gathered 60,000 people. Midu saw them charging and said with a little worry, too many demons. Furthermore, except for the hero candidates and the knights, the remaining warriors were much weaker than the demons. At the same time, the Alliance army was being pushed to the brink. Midu swung his sword and slashed a demon, and said, if they split up, it will be easier to defeat them. At this moment, Midu was somewhat self-reproaching. If only I had the ability to lead a powerful army. Recognizing that Midu was worried, Edgar immediately spoke loudly to reassure him, don't worry, Midu, leave it to us. But then, a moment later, Edgar was a bit motionless, his mouth suddenly opened. Then he screamed again in pain. At this moment, everyone was fighting and worried about EA. Edgar's face was covered with veins. A moment later it could be seen that Edgar's green hair had turned red. His body was bigger than ever, his hands were filled with sharp claws. The demons were a bit bewildered and asked, what happened? But as soon as the sentence ended, they were dealt with by EA in a few seconds, leaving no trace. They couldn't react with that speed. Midu was also somewhat bewildered. This is. Edgar returned to his old form and replied, my roar effect is to intimidate the enemy's mind while enhancing the morale and combat ability of teammates. This is not difficult. Then he ordered loudly, face them directly, don't be afraid of the enemy. The soldiers all rushed forward with the same enthusiasm. At this moment Edgar stood still and called Midu's name. Edgar turned his head to look at Midu and reassured him, you are not allowed to be afraid, otherwise it will affect those around you. Midu immediately changed his expression after hearing it, nodded seriously and replied, thank you Edgar-san. A moment later, Edgar once again spoke loudly with a determined expression, we just need to boost our fighting spirit. If we directly confront them, we will not lose our heads. Just as Edgar said, the battle situation once again tilted towards the Allied forces. At first, the Allied forces lost because the number of soldiers in the demon army was too large, but the hero candidates showed their strength. At this moment, a pair of hands clenched tightly, radiating heat and said, these demons are all weaklings. Then the red-haired boy said a bit impatiently, where are the high-ranking demons? The demons were also a bit confused after hearing it. Right now Amelia ordered to finish them off. A demon army also rushed to fight without hesitation. The outcome of the battle was decided. Midu was busy with his hands and feet without rest. With each swing of his sword, each demon had to die. A thought echoed again, or so they thought. Suddenly Midu felt something. He glanced back where he felt a mysterious power. Then Midu used a slash to block the attack that was rushing towards him. At this moment, a figure appeared. He was all black from top to bottom, his face was hidden behind a white mask. Midu raised his sword as a precaution and thought, he is too strong, is he a high-ranking demon? The red-haired boy also felt the killing intent behind him. He quickly turned around to kick him. Then his attack was easily blocked by the black-robed man. But this time it was another person because his mask was different from the previous one. The red-haired boy saw this and said, finally, there is someone worthy. On the other side, there was also no free time. the swords were constantly blocking each other. Edgar was also fighting with another black-robed man. While fighting he asked, "Who are you, where do you come from?" The black-robed man didn't answer and just smiled slightly. Seeing the scene was a bit strange, she spoke up and asked, "What happened?" Then she thought and said, "It seems that our situation is slowing down." When she wasn't paying attention, another black-robed man was behind her. Amelia also felt something behind her. The soldier behind was also startled and panicked. He held a spear and pointed it at him and asked, "Who are you?" In the blink of an eye he was brutally killed, his head separated from his body. In a flash, he rushed to make the guard die without being able to blink. At this moment, Amelia was cautious and asked, "You bastard, how did you get here?" The soldiers saw someone approaching and shouted the command, "Protect the commander." The black-robed man never said anything from beginning to end, he just rushed like a tiger. At this moment, their eyes met and they were close to each other. Amelia worriedly thought, "They are aiming for my neck, I was too careless." A slash was swung down. When she looked back, she was slashed long on her lower abdomen, blood splattered and stained her clothes red. Amelia then fell off her horse and lay still. The black-robed man just coldly left. The guards were horrified and shouted, "Commander." Midou, hearing the call, turned around anxiously, looked, and called out loudly, "Amelia-san." Heinrich, standing nearby, saw this scene and couldn't help but be angry, cursing under his breath, "Damn it." Then, he quickly said loudly, "I will receive orders from here and deliver them to the medical area, don't let that guy escape." At this moment, a black-robed figure flew past the soldiers. Wherever he went, there was no longer any life. On this side, Shirori was doing her best to use healing magic to save the team. The Holy Kingdom's army was shocked at the loss of their commander. Finally, they were forced to retreat. Seeing the situation getting worse, Heinrich immediately ordered the retreat. "Everyone, retreat immediately." Because the power of the Demon Lord's army was exhausted, they decided not to pursue the alliance. The demons, seeing the soldiers retreat, looked at each other in bewilderment and asked, "Why are they retreating?" One of them said, "It seems there's a problem in their rear area." Then he said, "Let's quickly gather and reorganize the formation of the survivors." As night fell, 2 demon lackeys were patrolling and guarding. Inside a tent, guarded strictly by demon soldiers. Inside, a girl with pale blue hair sat on a chair and asked, "You didn't kill their commander?" She was one of the heavenly kings of Aquileia. The mysterious black-robed figure from earlier respectfully replied, "Yes, however, we have severely wounded her." Hearing this, she said, "That's fine, in any case, there's an undeniable fact that you saved us." But at this moment, the black-robed figure asked, "It will probably take some time for their commander to recover, this will slow down the actions of the alliance, what should we do?" She just calmly said, "This is the time for us to strike." She gave a satisfied smile and said, "At this time, the situation is deadlocked for both sides, so let's cut off their supply lines in the darkness." The black-robed figures, after receiving the order, immediately replied clearly. The map displayed the areas of the demon kingdom of Veldora. At the top was the territory of the 4th prince, below was the territory of the demon lord, which was also the capital of the demon kingdom, with a magnificent castle. Beside it were the territories of the 2nd princess and the 3rd princess, at the bottom was the territory of the 5th princess. At this time, Eisenhart was a dark and desolate scene. The entire city below seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire, orange liquid spilled everywhere, and in the central position was a tall, pointed castle that was glowing from within. At this time, in front of the main gate to the castle, there were 2 carriages carrying goods parked there, and the demons were unloading the goods to be transferred inside. In a small corner, a demon was standing and talking to 2 big demons. Along the walls at the entrance, guards were also strictly arranged with 2 strong demons holding long spears in their hands. At the same time, Kai Mayer and Sheena were standing at a distance, looking at the castle. Kai stood with his arms crossed and said seriously, "Just as expected, the security is very tight." The 3 of them were all wearing large backpacks, and Sheena, looking towards the castle in the distance, said in surprise, "You can see that far." "I can't even see anything." Mayer then spoke up and asked, "What do we do now?" Kai furrowed his brow, answered with tension, "I think it will be difficult to blend in with just a disguise. Moreover, just like when we were in Nutrat, a barrier has been set up to detect intruders." Hearing Kai mention this, Mayer also frowned seriously. "That's the 5th princess, Isabel." Mayer recalled the incident and Isabel's words, "No one can escape my space magic." Sheena, who didn't know about Isabel, asked blankly who she was. Kai replied, "She's a descendant of the demon lord. She set up a barrier in a city where we were discovered immediately." Sheena, hearing this, also had to sigh and say, "What a troublesome opponent." Mare at this moment stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She pouted and glanced to the side with dissatisfaction, irritation, and resentment. She grumbled, if it were normal demon magic, I could sense the residue, but at that time I didn't realize anything at all. Mare continued, she not only let us escape but also provided us with some information. Surely, she's scheming something. At this time, Isabel's cold and terrifying face appeared, along with the words, even the demon kingdom is divided into many factions. There is something I want. The image of the castle appeared, and Mare continued, even without Isabel, this place is still the base of the demon kingdom. It wouldn't be surprising if there was a barrier of the same level here. Then Mare glanced at Kai with a tense face and said, give me some time to ask the spirits to investigate further about this barrier. Kai looked forward with a serious and highly focused gaze and said, when the sun sets, we will approach the capital. I'm counting on you, Mare. Returning to the scene of the glowing castle. At this moment, the demon standing guard raised his hand to his mouth and yawned deeply, then turned and went inside. And at this time, outside at the foot of the wall, Kai, Mare and Sheena slowly and quietly approached the castle. Suddenly, Mare felt something and immediately ordered Kai and Sheena, stop. The three of them stopped and knelt on one knee on the ground. Mare, leading, put one hand on the ground, and the other hand outstretched, then said, although it's very faint, I can feel a trace of mana remaining in my head. Hearing this, Kai said, I can't see anything. Kai frowned in annoyance and gritted his teeth, thinking, as expected, I can't use my assessment ability on something that isn't a tangible object. Then Mare continued, the plant residue is very faint, so I don't know whose miasma this sign belongs to. Now, in front of them, the entire city was enveloped by a shimmering and radiant purple shield, and Mare continued, but it seems it's deployed to cover the entire city. This is a type of barrier demon magic. Mare raised her hand to touch the shield and added, it's just a hypothesis, but they might be able to detect intruders through the absence of miasma. After all, only demons have miasma. Kai looked at Mare and said, that method is really effective. They must have placed this type of barrier in every city to prevent any spies or intruders. Then Mare said, let me try to see if we can get through. They looked at the solid magical shield and said, only a few demons can use space demon magic like this. Then, Kai immediately looked at Mare with a tense expression and asked, is there any way to deceive this barrier? Hearing this, Mare raised her hand to think, closed one eye, and said, I think we can fool them if we have miasma in our bodies. Hearing Mare say that, Kai took the backpack off his shoulder and rummaged through it. As he took things out, he said, I took some items from Castro's mansion in case I needed emergency money. Seeing this, Mare was as happy as if she had found gold. She joyfully grabbed Kai's backpack, rummaged through the items with bright eyes, and said, oh, if that's a miasma device. Sheena then asked, what is a miasma device? Kai explained to Sheena, saying simply, it's a device that possesses mana. It works like the magic tools humans use. The only difference is that the source of this device is miasma instead of human mana. Then, Kai suddenly glared. Kai continued the explanation to Sheena, however, we occasionally need to charge some magic into this device. At this moment, Kai took out a Castro flute and said, I stole this device to get some money, but I haven't used it, so it probably has miasma inside. Mare happily took the flute and said, this device is fine, wait a moment, I'll transfer some mana into it. Mare quickly turned away. Hearing her say that, Kai was also surprised and asked, you can do that too? Hearing Kai's question, Mare turned her head to look at him, smiled, and said, I haven't just been sitting around all this time while the two of you were training together. Then Mare began her work. She raised her right hand and furrowed her brow tensely. A shimmering light emanated from her palm with rays of light spreading around it. Simultaneously, she said, from the very beginning, this knowledge was passed down by my master. I just need to imagine the rest. Oh, spirits, please lend me your power. Then Mare closed her eyes, feeling. Mare extended her hand forward. At this moment, Mare stepped cautiously towards the magic shield. Her body could now pass through that shield. Kai and Sheena silently watched Mare with tense but hopeful expressions. At this moment, Mare had completely passed through the magic shield and entered inside. She happily turned around to look at Kai and Sheena and said, it worked, you two can go in now. Hearing that, Kai and Sheena also quickly entered. Kai said, good, from now on, everything will be as usual, we'll climb the walls and sneak past the guards. At this moment, inside the city, the streets were extremely bustling and lively with the trading activities of the market. Besides that, there were also many demons appearing on the streets. Kai, Mare, and Sheena had also disguised themselves to be able to safely infiltrate here. Kai transformed into a demon soldier and held chains in both hands, leading Mare and Sheena. The two girls, having to transform into slaves with chains around their necks, were not happy. Kai glanced at the demons next to them and thought to himself, somehow, we managed to blend in here. Kai stood still, watching the demons pass by. The three of them stood still, anxiously watching the demons pass by without them realizing their disguise. Then, Kai turned around and looked at Mayor and Sheena, saying, "This place is too vast, and there are also many demons." Sheena was annoyed inside, complaining, "It's so annoying always having to pretend to be a slave." Kai continued, "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are. It's better if we don't get too close to the city center." At this moment, Mayor was also observing the surroundings. The three of them continued their disguise and walked along the road. Sheena asked, "Aren't we supposed to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord?" Kai replied, "Of course, that's our goal, but first, we need to gather information inside the capital." Then, Kai looked with a serious and tense expression and said to the two girls, "It will be very dangerous for us if our identities are exposed, let's gather information carefully." A week later, at the castle, a slender and fair hand was holding a quill and signing. At this moment, inside the castle, in Isabel's office, she was sitting seriously and silently working. At this moment, she suddenly spoke, surprising. Isabel continued, "I didn't expect you to overcome my barrier and appear before the 5 princesses." This time it was Kai. Kai looked at Isabel and said, "It wasn't me, it was all thanks to Mayor." Isabel calmly placed the pen into the holder and said, "I understand, you have become much stronger than before." At this moment, Kai made a suggestion to Isabel, "We need to talk, Isabel, may I?" Isabel quickly replied, "Okay." Seeing that, Kai also had to say, "She's quite straightforward, isn't she?" Then Isabel looked at Kai and said, "Anyway, I'm grateful to you for defeating Wimberg. Thanks to his death, I'm no longer being monitored and it's easier for me to move around." Hearing this, Kai asked Isabel, "So that was your scheme, right?" Isabel continued, "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't think you could defeat him. I only thought I could use you as a pawn if you could escape, but you are more than what I expected." Then, Isabel added coldly, "Now you are no longer a pawn, but a valuable partner. You came here to meet me because you want to know more information, right?" Hearing Isabel's question, Kai also frowned tensely and hesitated to say, "Your revolution." At this moment, Isabel gave a frightening smile. She stood up and said with satisfaction, "You have passed my test, shall we move somewhere else to talk?" The powerful Isabel hovered in the air, surrounded by magical energy sources. Inside the tranquil space of the magnificent castle, the warm sunlight shone in through the windows. A quiet and peaceful city appeared through the window. Isabel and Kai looked at the map discussing the route. They would move from Eisenhart to Saarbrücken. At this moment, Kai looked at Isabel and said, "We will teleport from the capital of Eisenhart and your city in an instant. As usual, your demon magic is really powerful." Hearing that, Isabel turned her head and looked at Kai, saying, "It takes quite a bit of energy. I can't use it frequently in a day, follow me." Afterward, Kai and Isabel moved to another room. They sat together, facing each other and talking. Behind Isabel, there was also a demon standing respectfully. Isabel calmly and slowly enjoyed her cup of tea. As Isabel put down her teacup, she said at the same time, "By the way." Then, she immediately asked Kai, "How did you get information about the revolution? I need to take immediate action on this matter." Hearing that, Kai looked up at Isabel and said, "We infiltrated the capital a week ago. I gathered information from the slums. Even though I wanted to ask about information that could become the spark leading to the demise of the demon kingdom. I thought my assassination targets would be the first prince, the second and third princes, who are at the center of the battle for the throne, but what really concerns me is the lack of information about you, the fifth princess. When we first met, you said you had another goal in mind, thinking you might be plotting something. I followed 3 of your soldiers to investigate further. The result was that one of the soldiers helped me find the necessary information. He led me to the warehouse where you were storing weapons for the revolution." Hearing Kai's explanation, Isabel immediately understood. She simply replied softly, "I see." Right after that, Isabel called out the name of the demon standing behind her, Smith. Hearing his name, the demon immediately understood Isabel's meaning. He replied, "I will warn our comrades to be more careful." At this moment, Kai seriously looked up at Isabel and suggested, "Let's get to the main point." Kai frowned and looked at Isabel with a very confident and decisive gaze. He bluntly and without hesitation got to the main point. "Let me be frank with you, do you want to cooperate with us, the hero candidates?" Hearing Kai's invitation, Isabel also looked at him with a cold gaze and asked, "Not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates?" Hearing Isabel's question, Kai raised his hand and continued speaking to persuade Isabel to cooperate with him. "I can't persuade and control the entire army of the Holy Kingdom, but I can do that with the hero candidates. As I said before, we, the hero candidates, want to go home. To do that, we must kill the demon lord." Then, Kai frowned, his eyes cold, serious, and determined as he said, "We don't care what happens to this world when we go home." After what Kai said, Isabel coldly asked, "Do you mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the demon lord?" At this moment, Kai raised both hands and shrugged his shoulders with an uncertain expression, calmly saying, "It's not certain that we can go home, we won't know until we try." Hearing that, Isabel said, "Hero summoning is a ritual covenant with the god Didra. After fulfilling the covenant by killing the demon lord, you will be taken back to your world." Hearing Isabel say this, Kai was extremely surprised. He immediately asked her, "How do you know that? You said you didn't know that much." In Kai's mind, he remembered Isabel saying something similar before, perhaps he didn't know that much. Hearing Kai's question, Isabel also remembered reading a book and replied, "I discovered it after reading an ancient document. By the way, it piqued my interest after talking with you." Kai asked further, "Is that document trustworthy?" Isabel replied, "It's just an ancient document." At this moment, Kai glanced to the side, his eyes showing a look of tension and suspicion. Kai thought to himself, "Well, it also matches what Leonora said. In other words, it was the god who summoned you. After the mission is completed, he will take you back to your world, where you belong. So, the accuracy of the information I have so far has increased, hasn't it?" Then, Kai looked at Isabel seriously and said clearly, "In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care whether you will destroy the Holy Kingdom or seek peace after this is over." Isabel, upon hearing that, also said, "It's true that our interests have aligned." Isabel looked straight at Kai and spoke about her thoughts. "The goal of the Revolutionary Army is to defeat the Demon Lord and make me the next Demon Lord. After that, I want to create a world where humans, beast-men, and even demons can live in peace." Hearing Isabel say this, Kai glared with tension and seriousness, saying, "Sounds like a fairy tale. Do you think you can immediately stop the war?" Isabel also looked at Kai with a similar gaze, full of courage and composure, and replied, "As long as I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain the power of this kingdom, then it's possible." Kai and Isabel continued their intense discussion. Kai added, "Don't you think it would be better if you joined the struggle for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom with your revolutionary movement?" Isabel said, "The current demon lord, my father, is known as the strongest demon lord in history. Even if he passes the throne to the next demon lord, he will still have great influence." Isabel's eyes at this moment revealed sadness, loneliness, and disappointment. She said, "My father hates humans. He will never accept me because I want peace with humans. Furthermore, the other princes and princesses are not seeking peace. I am the only one." Then, Isabel looked up at Kai and spoke with a sense of determination and hope. "It's true that I don't have enough power just with the Revolutionary Army, but as long as we take this opportunity, when the Demon Kingdom is attacked by the Allied forces, I think we have a chance of victory." Isabel added, "Even if we defeat the current Demon Lord with the help of the Allied forces, we will be at a disadvantage when this war ends. That's why I'm not seeking help from the outside." Then, suddenly, Isabel raised her hand and slowly said, "But..." She pointed her finger at Kai and continued, "If the hero candidates help me, things will be different." Isabel slightly bowed her head and agreed to cooperate with Kai. "I accept that the Revolutionary Army wants to form an alliance with the hero candidates." Kai and Isabel shook hands, confirming they were becoming allies and would fight together. Kai looked at Isabel and said, "We are counting on you too." At this moment, Isabel added, "I want to tell you something." She said, "The plan to kill the Demon Lord will be carried out this year. In case we miss this deadline, the chance of victory will be 0. At this moment, in the Demon Forest, the entire space was immersed in darkness and desolation. An army of carriages transporting goods, along with many other soldiers surrounding them, was passing through this forest. While crossing this forest, the captain of the 7th Night Legion of the Holy Kingdom, Henry, spoke up to caution the soldiers about the dangers, with a tense expression on his face. "Even though we are against monsters, do not let your guard down. I know the vanguard has cleared the path, but that doesn't mean this place is completely safe." On the map displaying the supply team's route, a vague voice appeared. "Logistical support is being sent from Nutrat City to the battlefield. Even if reinforcements aren't sent directly to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom needs a team that can provide supplies, warriors who can fight against monsters, and therefore, the 7th Night Legion, composed of elite soldiers, has been chosen to carry out this mission." The soldiers in the army were all holding weapons, and everyone was highly alert and extremely tense, observing their surroundings. The monsters inside the demonic forest were very strong. The soldiers of the army stood in a row facing the huge, grotesque, green monsters. Among them, one shouted, "Monsters here." At this moment, the soldiers and the monsters fought fiercely and violently, blood spraying everywhere from the monsters, but with the disappearance of the high-level demon Elsa, the mission of the logistics team became easier. Or so they thought. The words became hesitant, because at this moment, appearing before the soldiers was a group of people in black cloaks with masks covering their faces, full of mystery. A soldier in the army, seeing this, panicked and screamed in fear, "Who are you?" The mysterious group of people in black cloaks didn't say a word and immediately rushed towards the soldiers. The purple-haired soldier saw this, immediately raised his Yang-Chong sword and spoke loudly, "Captain, retreat." The green-haired soldier standing beside him also said, "Leave this to us." But before those two soldiers could do anything, flashes of light crossed each other as fast as lightning, severing their heads. Those two soldiers were killed instantly. They lay on the ground, bodies and heads separated, blood splattering horrifically. The cloaked figure, after killing the two of them, turned his back, crossing his hands with sharp claws stained with blood. The other soldiers witnessing this scene were extremely horrified and frightened. The green-haired soldier stared blankly and stammered. Ben and Jack were killed instantly. The brown-haired soldier next to him held his sword in fear and said, "Be careful, they are high-level demons." At this moment, Captain Henry charged forward. His eyes widened as he ran towards the group of black-cloaked figures and shouted, "Assassins of the Demon Lord's army." But Henry was immediately blocked by those black-cloaked figures. Henry was terrified, his eyes widened in panic and fear, sweat rolling down his cheeks. Henry shouted, "Don't underestimate us, I am one of the captains of the Night Legion." But even so, before Henry could do anything, a streak of light pierced through his forehead. Henry's eyes widened in horror, and blood began to flow. An arrow pierced straight into Henry's forehead, his whole body shaking violently, blood beginning to pour down his face. Now the troops gathered at the castle next to the demonic forest, the territory of the Demon Kingdom, the demonic forest. Inside Elsa's old castle after the defeat at Forlist, the Allied forces decided to retreat and regroup at the castle they occupied. Many soldiers were seriously injured, including the commander of the Allied forces. At this moment, in a room, the wounded soldiers lay on the floor and were taken care of by medical personnel, bandaging their wounds. Amelia was being treated for resuscitation at this time. She breathed heavily, filled with fatigue and exhaustion. Amelia received special care. She lay still on the bed and was bandaged all over her body. The girl next to her was in charge of taking care of Amelia. From her hands emanated shimmering spots of light that flew upwards as if healing Amelia. At the foot of the hospital bed, Middu, Heinrich, and two other soldiers were also standing there waiting. At this moment, Middu, with a look of confusion and worry, asked, "How is she doing?" The girl taking care of Amelia raised her eyes and looked at Middu and replied, "Her life is no longer in danger." The girl was student number 34, her name is Hano Shirori. With the healing skill of the Divine Guardian, Shirori gently continued, "If I continue to use the recovery skill regularly, she can walk again in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Middu also felt relieved and reassured. He placed his hand on his chest, his face joyful, and said, "I understand." Har also continued, "You are truly a savior, Hano. The other healers have given up." Seeing Heinrich say that, Shirori just smiled gently and said, "This is all I can do." Heinrich said, "I trust you." At this moment she strained to speak, which caused her pain and sweat rolling down her face. She tried to utter each weak word. Amelia hesitantly said, "It's my fault." Seeing this, Heinrich looked at her and smiled and comforted Amelia, "You should rest, don't worry about us, I will temporarily take command." Heinrich widened his eyes and continued, "Even though we temporarily retreated, the enemy has also suffered heavy losses. They haven't made any moves yet. It seems they are trying to reorganize their forces." Hearing this, Amelia was also somewhat relieved. She said slowly, "I understand, then it will be fine." While Shirori was still helping with the recovery, Middu and Heinrich turned to look at each other, and it seemed they both understood each other. Then, Heinrich spoke, "All right, I'm counting on you, Hano-san." Shirori smiled in response, "Yes, I will take care of her." And then, Middu and Heinrich went out together. As soon as they left the door, something surprised Middu. It was Edgar waiting there. Seeing him, Middu immediately called out, "Edgar-san." Then all three of them left together. At this moment, Edgar spoke to explain, "I'm sorry, but I heard the conversation just now. I'm glad she's alive, but it seems she'll have to rest for at least 2 weeks." Then Middu, with a tense and serious face, turned to look at Heinrich and asked, "Heinrich, the reason you said there was no problem is because..." Heinrich immediately looked at Middu and said, "I didn't want to make her worry more, she should focus on recovering." Then Heinrich continued with a tense but determined look, "We will solve the problem of the blocked supplies ourselves." Edgar also frowned seriously, looking over at Middu and Heinrich and said, "If we ration the daily portions, we can hold out for another week, but after that, it's not certain. We must solve this soon." At this moment, Heinrich glanced to the side and then mentioned Team 7, the 7th Night Team was destroyed along with the logistics unit. According to the accounts of the survivors, the attackers were the group that took down Amelia. Henry, the captain of Team 7, died in battle. He was an upright man whom everyone respected. Hearing Heinrich mention this, Midou also recalled the mysterious masked figures in black cloaks and said, "Those masked assassins are probably high-level demons. At least 5 or 6 appeared at the same time, maybe they are even more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings." Immediately afterward, Edgar also commented on the masked figures, "Yes, I have fought with one of them, we can't let our guard down for even a minute." Then Edgar looked at the sky and the city outside through the window and continued, "The high-ranking special bird squad that I sent as messengers has just returned. It seems like Nutrad is preparing a new logistics unit." Hearing this, Midou asked in surprise, "Really?" Edgar replied, "Yes, but the problem is that those assassins are still hiding in the forest and may attack to cut off the supply lines." At this moment, an idea came to Heinrich's mind. He turned to Midou and Edgar and began to explain his plan to them. "I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the demonic forest in name. The mission is to protect the army, but in reality, this problem will only be solved when we destroy those masked assassins. If they run away, I want you two to pursue and eliminate them completely. Am I clear?" Midou and Edgar were both very tense and serious about this mission. Midou nodded and replied clearly, and Edgar also said, "I understand." At this moment, inside the demonic forest, the ominous and chilling atmosphere still shrouded it, with hazy veils of mist covering the space. At this moment, Midou was also present in this forest to protect the logistics team transporting supplies safely. He sat on horseback and observed his surroundings, followed by the horse-drawn carriages carrying goods and some other people. In addition, there was another cargo vehicle, and walking beside it were Edgar and the people of the cat tribe. After traveling a long distance, the blonde-haired person in charge of riding the horse-drawn carriage spoke, "The horses are about to collapse, we should stop and rest overnight." But immediately afterward, a sword was suddenly drawn. Edgar raised his sword and shouted, "They're here." Without giving the army a chance to react, an iron scythe struck the head of the blonde-haired man on horseback. Blood gushed everywhere, and he widened his eyes in horror, his pale eyes filled with blood vessels. The mysterious masked assassins who had been hiding appeared, blocking the supply route. They appeared and attacked unexpectedly. Everyone scattered and fled. The situation was extremely dangerous. Edgar charged forward and shouted, "Stay away from them, I will face him." The masked assassins darted away as fast as lightning. Among them, an assassin rushed forward and kicked the red-haired guy, but he managed to cross his arms like a shield to block it. The red-haired guy looked at the assassin, scowling with anger and resentment. He said, "You bastard, you're the one who appeared last time." Then the red-haired guy clenched his fist and threw a punch at the assassin, simultaneously saying, "Come here to settle this, right?" Immediately, an explosion erupted with extreme force and burned fiercely. Bright rays of light emitted, along with fragments flying everywhere. Following that, a large streak of light flashed quickly. Midou and another masked assassin clashed. The two swords collided, shining intensely and fiercely. Midou and the assassin were evenly matched, the streaks of light from the sword strikes crisscrossing in the air. Midou looked ahead with focused and tense eyes. He was worried, sweating, and thought to himself, "Now is not the time to stand and watch, I must destroy them quickly to protect everyone." At this moment, a fiercely burning fire erupted, engulfing the supply transport vehicles. The guards saw this and exclaimed in alarm, "The supply food is burning." Because at this moment, another mysterious masked assassin, standing on a tree branch not far away, created a magic circle with strange symbols from his hand, from which streams of intensely burning fire shot down. Following that, a hand appeared, creating a block of water while also saying, "I will not let you cause chaos." Yumi thought to herself, creating water, controlling the water, then she swung her arm upwards. The water blocks separated and rushed from the front. The water blocks released by Yumi quickly extinguished the raging fire on the food transport vehicles. Seeing this, Yumi was very excited and pleased. She clenched her fists and laughed with delight, saying, "That's great," but at that moment, Kaori, panicked, ran towards Yumi from a distance and shouted a warning, "Be careful, Yumi." Yumi, not knowing what was happening, turned to look at Kaori with a dazed expression, but at that moment, an arrow struck Yumi's waist, and blood spread around. In an instant, Yumi was poisoned and fell to the ground in pain. Kaori saw this and rushed over anxiously, immediately asking, "Are you okay?" At this moment, more arrows flew towards Kaori. Kaori turned her face and looked at a pale face with wide, terrified eyes filled with shock and fear. But right at this moment, a large explosion occurred behind Kaori, and fire erupted fiercely. Kaori, terrified, bent low and covered her ears with her hands. The two poisoned arrows that were aimed at Kaori were also incinerated by the flames from the explosion and fell to the ground. And the person who caused the explosion, helping Kaori not to be hit, was Rina. Rina appeared, frowning tensely, her hand extended forward with bright flames emanating from her palm. Rina glared forward, filled with resentment and anger. Rina wanted to aim at a masked assassin standing on a tree branch opposite her. The assassin also stood, aiming a bow at Rina. In another corner of this demonic forest, the sounds of the fierce and bloody battle still echoed. Satochi had been knocked away and slid towards a tree trunk. Heike was also sitting in pain, leaning against a tree. Heike was exhausted and slumped, so he didn't realize there was an assassin with a weapon in front of him. A voice suddenly echoed, "How about this?" The masked assassin, hearing this, immediately looked up. At this moment, Mireille stood bravely and confidently facing the assassin. She used her magic to raise her hand and control many pointed wooden stakes that were launched towards him. The shining wooden stakes rushed swiftly toward the assassin. But he easily used the weapon in his hand to deflect the wooden stakes. This made Mireille extremely surprised. She stared in bewilderment and said, "What?" Immediately after, someone continued the attack. Streaks of blue light appeared, crisscrossing in the air. The assassin also used magic to fly up. He stood hovering opposite Narumi. He looked very surprised and afraid. So he's also a wind magic user. This is bad. I can't let him block the way any longer. Then, Narumi glanced down. The scene below made Narumi extremely stunned and frightened. He shouted in fear, "Mireille." Because at this moment, the assassin was carrying a weapon on his shoulder and he was approaching Mireille. Mireille couldn't fight him and could only say in fear, "Everyone, I'm sorry." After saying that, the assassin immediately raised the shiny, pointed, thorny stick. Mireille was afraid and facing him. She raised her hands to cover her face and closed her eyes tightly. Mireille was terrified facing the assassin. She raised a hand to cover her face and shut her eyes tightly, waiting for death. But at this moment, a strong voice boomed, "I command you to stop." The assassin attacking Mireille was blocked by interwoven, brightly glowing chains. This sight surprised Mireille greatly. Kanzaki appeared and stopped the assassin's attack on Mireille. From her palm, she unleashed 4 bright chains that wrapped around the assassin. Kanzaki, with a tense expression, looked ahead while silently communicating with Mireille in her mind, asking, "What are you doing? Run away." Mireille, exhausted, braced herself on the ground. Her whole body was trembling. Mireille replied to Kanzaki helplessly, "I can't lift my legs anymore." Then, a flash of blue light streaked by. As fast as lightning, Narumi rushed forward and lifted Mireille in his arms, soaring into the air. Their eyes met, filled with affection. Mireille was surprised and touched, softly calling out Narumi's name in a daze. Narumi looked at Mireille, overjoyed, and said, "I'm glad you're alive." After that, Narumi continued to look ahead with a tense and worried expression. He furrowed his brow, thinking, if Kanzaki-san hadn't used her controlling skills, Mireille would have been dead. I must hold out a little longer. The person I want to protect is. Suddenly, mysterious black obstacles unexpectedly appeared in the air. They glowed with an enigmatic blue light and appeared continuously. Seeing this, Narumi immediately used his whirlwind. Immediately a powerful whirlwind surrounded Narumi and Meyer, protecting them and repelling the strange objects that wanted to attack them. This sudden attack was created by an assassin standing on the ground. He raised his arm upwards and created a magic circle containing sources of power to attack. Seeing Narumi's whirlwind destroy his attack, he was stunned in amazement. After the attack, Narumi was furious. He glared, furrowed his brow, and gritted his teeth, saying, "These bastards, they're not targeting me, they're targeting you." Mireille, seeing this, was terrified and frightened. She worriedly and timidly said, "Hey, Narumi." At that moment, Kanzaki's words were conveyed to Narumi's mind. Her words seemed to awaken and soothe the anger within Narumi. Kanzaki reminded him, "Calm down, everyone." Narumi, receiving the signal, was surprised and widened his eyes. Kanzaki continued, "The enemy is trying to distract our attention." The red-haired guy also heard Kanzaki's words. He immediately glanced to one side. Midu also heard and turned around. Kanzaki added, "If we stay calm and coordinate well, we won't lose." At this moment, Satochi and Heike seemed to be filled with faith and strength. They began to pick up their weapons and stand up to continue fighting. Narumi also understood. He hesitated and said, "Kanzaki-san is right, I must remain calm." After that, Narumi became calmer and closed his eyes. He thought, "Feel the wind, I can detect every attack." Narumi thought that if he could feel the flow of the wind, and then opened his eyes, immediately after, he felt the direction of the wind and successfully dodged the assassin's attack. The assassin, seeing this, was extremely shocked. He stared blankly at Narumi, worrying about something. Suddenly, he calmed down. Because in that moment, Narumi had awakened another potential within himself. Then, Narumi glanced back, silently calling and communicating with Kanzaki telepathically. "Kanzaki-san, can you hear me?" This is a skill similar to the wind-finding wind technique of the Heavenly Kings. At this moment, in an undefined space, Wimberg looked on with a cold, terrifying gaze, saying, "This seems interesting." Hearing Narumi call her, Kanzaki immediately responded, "What is it?" Narumi quickly said, "Can you relay my words to everyone?" After hearing this, Kanzaki, though somewhat puzzled and apprehensive, still replied, "Yes, I can relay your words to everyone, just like talking to you right now," Narumi said enthusiastically, "Good." In another location within the demonic forest, the blazing red flames continued to erupt fiercely and move with intensity. The flames rushed toward the archer assassin and attacked him. He was engulfed in a sea of fire surrounding him. The assassin, furious, cursed, "Damn it." Then the archer quickly bent his legs and fled. He ran into the forest, and while running, he thought with confusion, "I'm using demon magic to erase my tracks. How did they know my location?" At this moment, Kanzaki relayed Narumi's words and communicated with Rina silently, guiding Rina to the path the assassin was taking. As Narumi-kun said, "The enemy is moving through the treetops, heading south." Rina, after hearing this, said, "Then I'll burn him and the forest down." Kanzaki also didn't forget to remind Rina, "Keep it moderate, alright, or you'll really set the forest on fire." At this moment, everyone had regained their spirits and regained their strength. They joined forces and charged forward, attacking simultaneously. Satoshi, Heiki, and Kari rushed in with fierce momentum. Following them, Kenta and Atsushi also advanced resolutely and shouted in unison. Akira also attacked with both hands glowing with power. The assassins were now also injured, a cut on the arm, and blood immediately spurted out, then one on the head. The entire team now gathered together and continuously attacked the masked assassins. The assassins, seeing this, were very worried. "Danger, they've regained their teamwork." Mireille, standing outside, also shouted to remind everyone, "Don't be careless, their attacks are quite strong, but there are large openings between them." One assassin, seeing this, immediately focused on Mireille. The assassin thought, "Just as I predicted, I must kill the girl who is commanding them first." Immediately after, he raised the sharp knife in his hand and secretly aimed at Mireille from behind. But at this moment, a loud noise erupted along with a bright light. Chao quickly appeared in time and used his iron gauntlet to block the knife from Mireille. The assassin was startled. Chao, extremely pleased, smirked and said, "A cheap weapon like that won't pierce my armor." Then Chao raised his hand and punched the assassin, sending him flying straight into the air. The assassin fell nearby. This scene made him shudder as well. The assassin was stunned and bewildered. He panicked, thinking, "How did they know about my sneak attack? They weren't even communicating." Midu had also defeated an assassin. He held the glowing sword in his hand and watched him fall. The red-haired guy was also fighting fiercely and tensely with an assassin. Fire and smoke billowed everywhere. Edgar also quickly swung his sword and beheaded another assassin. At this moment, the aerial battle between Narumi and the assassin had still not ended. Countless streaks of blue light shone in the sky, clashing intensely with each other. After a while, the assassin was also hit by Narumi's attacks, suffering multiple cuts to his body. Blood spurted from his neck. He was stunned and couldn't believe it, thinking frantically, "Am I being overwhelmed?" Narumi observed the wind currents and realized something special. "I see. The flow of the wind is showing me his next move." Narumi shouted, "Got you." At the same time, Narumi raised his hand, and a brilliant surge of power emanated from his palm. Narumi swung his arm back and roared, "Wind spear." At this moment, Narumi's energy unleashed like lightning towards the assassin. He was startled and couldn't react in time. Narumi's surge of power struck and pierced through the assassin. He spewed blood in unbelievable shock. The remaining assassins quickly retreated. They went through a magic circle. One of them said, "Retreat, send the retreat signal immediately, even with heavy losses." The same assassin continued, "But we have achieved the main objective. This group of assassins has accomplished its goal of burning all the supply wagons carrying food and provisions for the army in a sea of flames." In the dark and cold space of the forest at night, a small flame was lit and flickered. After a fierce battle, everyone gathered together around the small flame. At this moment, Edgar spoke, "About 80% of our food supply has been burned. What remains is only enough to feed the rear guard on their way back." Then Midu, sadly and disappointedly, hesitantly said, "We failed, didn't we?" Edgar immediately encouraged, "Even so, we have killed 4 of those devils." According to the reports, there were about 10 masked individuals. Upon hearing this, Midu turned to Edgar and asked, "So there are 6 left?" Edgar replied, "Yes, furthermore, 2 of them, the archer and the mace wielder, are seriously injured." Then, holding up his glass of water, with a slight smile he looked at Midu and comforted him, "It's all right, Midu, next time we will definitely succeed." But at this moment, Kanzaki's heart was heavy and filled with sadness, her eyes clearly showed worry, thinking to herself, even though Edgar-san said that. But the soldiers' morale was severely declining due to lack of supplies, Kanzaki thought to herself, and she looked towards the tired and gloomy soldiers. The soldiers sat silently, eating the meager rations left to hold them over. They complained that it wasn't enough. Kanzaki narrowed her eyes, worried and feeling sympathy for them. She thought that if they failed again next time, they wouldn't be able to fight. Just one devil could cause such a terrible loss. Suddenly, a voice came to her, "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" Upon hearing this, Kanzaki's cheeks blushed. She surprisingly called out, "Shinjuku-kun." Meanwhile, at the castle, Kai and Isabel continued to discuss their plan. Isabel narrowed her eyes, her expression serious and tense, saying, "The plan to kill the demon lord will be carried out this year. If we miss this opportunity, our chances of winning will be zero." Kai's eyes blazed with anger. He immediately asked, "Why?" Isabel replied, "The evil god Alvaresta will be revived. However, I don't think someone from another world will understand the extent of the danger of this problem." Hearing this, Kai recalled his memories of reading books and hearing the name Alvaresta. He said, "I have heard that name before. If I remember correctly, it is one of the two main gods in the Book of Genesis. I found some documents inside the Alpha Temple City." Then, Kai began to elaborate that the Book of Genesis was a record of the battle between the gods passed down from ancient times. It was said that this world was created and protected by the creator god Diadrit. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beast men cooperated and lived in peace. But the evil god Alvaresta tried to take control of the world. The demons were created by the evil god to be used as pawns in this world, and the result was an outbreak of war. To fight against the evil god who was using demons to dominate the world. The creator god granted powerful guardians to some people to help them fight against the demons. Finally, they defeated the demon lord at that time and were later given the title of hero. In ancient times, the creator god won the battle and the evil god was sealed. This is the Genesis that I know. After hearing Kai's explanation, Isabel lowered her face and said, "Since you already know the story, it will be easier for me to explain. The Genesis story is mostly true, but it has been slightly exaggerated." Isabel indifferently looked at her hand and continued, "With the evil god sealed, we demons have become weaker. However, the demons are still growing stronger over time." Kai hesitantly asked, "So, does that mean the seal is weakening?" Isabel, upon hearing Kai's question, gently nodded and said, "Yes, we can release that evil god, the demon lord. My father is preparing a large-scale ritual, such as building a giant temple." Isabel continued, "It will take quite a while, but it will be completed this year." At this moment, an image of a huge and magnificent temple being built by the hands of demons appeared. Then, Kai looked at Isabel and asked, "What if they break the seal?" Isabel immediately replied, "The demons will become much stronger. Once that happens, humans will have no chance of winning." Kai, upon hearing this, his eyes became fiercely red, and he said tensely, "I understand the situation. From my ability to assess truth, I don't see her lying." But at this moment, Kai looked at Isabel with a feeling of suspicion and a bit of worry, but an assassin's intuition told him that this girl was hiding something. However, he didn't care much because they were just using each other anyway, Kai thought to himself, and then seriously said to Isabel, "So, what are the revolutionaries' next plans?" Isabel replied, "We are planning to secretly assist the Allied forces. We need them very much to weaken the Demon Lord's army. We can't do it alone." Hearing this, Kai glanced to the side and said, "That's convenient. Then lend me your power. Let's go through the city of Forlist first." 3 days later, from the territory of the 5 princesses, using Isabel's spatial demon magic, Shinju and his army moved to the demon forest. They slowly began to march into the forest. Kai, with great confidence and strength, led the group, followed by Isabel and his 2 companions, along with Isabel's demon soldiers. But now, after a long journey that required a large amount of power, Isabel felt dizzy. She was exhausted and tired, leaning on her cane for support. Her face was pale, and sweat poured down her face. She said, "It's just as I thought, using teleportation so much makes me too tired." Then, Mare praised Isabel, "Your teleportation ability is amazing. It can cover distances that would normally take half a year to travel in an instant." At this moment, Kai also turned back to look at Isabel, who was down due to exhaustion, and thought to himself, the tactical value of her skill is that it ignores the basic concept of distance. As expected, to teleport a number of people over such a long distance, the amount of dark energy she uses is very large. Kai looked towards Isabel and the 6 tall, strong demons behind her and thought that with Mare and Sheena, there were a total of 7 high-ranking demons from the revolutionary army. Isabel's dark energy had been exhausted due to her skill, so from this point on, she might no longer be useful, but with that many members, it should be enough. At that moment, Sheena suddenly turned back to look at Kai and asked seriously, Kai, can we trust them? Then, Kai looked forward with a tense and determined gaze, saying, don't rush, we can still use them. Sheena understood and agreed. Now, Kai hesitated and said, at the same time, he simultaneously closed his eyes, pointed a hand at his head, and fell silent. At this moment, within his mind, Kai used telepathy to connect with Kanzaki. He called out, Kanzaki, can you hear me? Kanzaki, who was in a different location within the forest, quickly received the signal and heard Kai's words. She blushed, startled, and awkwardly called his name, Shinjukuin. Hearing Kanzaki's reply, Kai continued, I was just trying it out. It seems we can communicate this way. Then, Kanzaki said, yeah, you can also contact me through the shared subconscious of the spirit guardian. It only applies to the classmates and is limited by distance. At this moment, Kanzaki suddenly realized and immediately cried out in alarm, so, does that mean you're nearby, Shinjukuin? Kai, hearing the sound, felt a throbbing pain in his head and helplessly thought, she's always so noisy. Then Kai answered Kanzaki's question, replying, yes, I want to meet you. Hearing Kai's words, Kanzaki was overjoyed and excited. She added, I see, just follow the traces of the telepathic connection we have. A moment later, a voice called out, Kanzaki. Hearing the call, Kanzaki immediately turned to look at the person and, with a joyful smile, called out Kai Shinjukuin's name. But the scene before her caused Kanzaki to be stunned and speechless. She seemed frozen and was utterly perplexed. Because standing beside Kai at that moment was Isabel, a demon. Kanzaki's face turned pale with fear, and her whole body trembled with panic. Kanzaki hesitantly pointed forward and stammered, a demon. Seeing this, Kai immediately spoke up, let me introduce her, this is Isabel, the fifth princess of the demon kingdom. Isabel looked at Kanzaki coldly and said, hello. Kanzaki was still in a daze, and she asked the princess in a dazed manner. Mare smiled and said, yes. Kanzaki was sweating nervously, and she asked skeptically, what's going on, are you betraying us? Hearing this, Kai crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and replied, I haven't betrayed anyone, I didn't take any sides from the start, did I? Kai's answer shocked and angered Kanzaki. Seeing this, Mare glanced at Kai and said, you're teasing her too much. Immediately after that, Kai became serious and started to talk about the main topic, we have something to discuss with you. Kai, with a tense and serious expression, said, tonight, gather, Midu, Arashir, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya, but don't tell the people of the Holy Kingdom. Then, in the dark and gloomy night of the demon forest, under the large trees, 6 people sat together and formed a circle around a small flickering fire. Kai lowered his face and talked about his plan. The story is this, we all share a common goal, this is a collaboration to defeat the demon lord, there's no reason to refuse them, right? Hearing this, the red-haired guy was very angry. He glared at Kai and asked, why do you want to cooperate with such suspicious people? Kai stood silently with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree. Next to him were Isabel, Mayer, and Sheena. Kai then glanced at him and answered the red-haired guy's question, at the current rate, we can't defeat the demon lord, I've heard about your situation. Kai looked at everyone who was deep in thought around the campfire and added, it seems you've been having trouble fighting the assassins of the demon kingdom. Akira, hearing this, also spoke up, assassins, if you're talking about the high-level masked demons, then yes. Narumi, sitting next to him while eating, said, our supply units have been destroyed many times, now we're having trouble maintaining the front lines. Even so, the red-haired guy was still very angry and could not accept it. He said that they were even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their mission. They risked their lives to hold back me and Midu while trying to destroy our food supply. We killed 4 of them, but we heard there are 6 more. At this moment, Isabel also glanced at one side and coldly spoke, then, I will do something to deal with these assassins. We, the Revolutionary Army, are better at guerrilla warfare. Hearing Isabel say that, Narumi was very surprised. He asked, can you do it? They are all high-level demons. Isabel only replied gently, but with confidence and strength, I am the 5th princess of the demon kingdom. Isabel added, through this, I want to show you my value. In return, you must prove that you are strong enough to become my partners. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and turned to look at Isabel. Midu, frowning with a wary expression, cautiously asked, may I ask what you're looking for? Isabel replied, after receiving supplies, I want you to destroy Aquileia, the Water Emperor. If we delay any longer, the 3rd prince's army in the capital will join the battle. She continued, if that happens, we'll be in trouble, we must eliminate them one by one. The reason the assassins are trying to stall is to allow their main forces to gather with the 3rd prince. Hearing this, the red-haired guy frowned, turned to look at her, and asked, is that prince strong? Isabel replied seriously, very strong, you guys aren't strong enough to beat him now. Upon hearing this, the red-haired guy was extremely pleased and excited, he laughed and enthusiastically said, then let's do it. As for Mireille, she was still quite worried and cautiously turned to ask Midu-kun, what do you think? Midu thought for a moment and then decided to nod and agree to cooperate. He said seriously, I am very happy that we have such strong allies by our side, let's follow Shinju's decision. After everyone had agreed, Kai spoke up, then, let's end the conversation here. Then he turned and left, adding, I will work with the Revolutionary Army, I will contact you later through Kanzaki, okay. In the dark night of the demon forest, a small fire flickered brightly. The white masks of the masked assassins were placed on the ground, the red-skinned assassin with a grim face sat, biting his food in annoyance. He was a high-level assassin of the demon kingdom, the fire demon, with numerous charges of arson and murder, sentenced to death. The assassins had now removed their masks and were sitting together, discussing on an open space around the fire. One of them said, I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including our leader. Then, a blue-skinned assassin with a large scar across his face spoke, looking at his stiff arm with his crimson eyes, those kids are quite strong, I apologize, but I can't move my right arm right now. He was a high-level assassin of the demon kingdom, guilty of many crimes and murder, sentenced to death. Next, another blue-eyed assassin glanced to one side and asked, who will take command now? He was also a high-level assassin of the demon kingdom, a high-level demon spear user, Falco, who betrayed the country, mastermind of the autumn civil war, sentenced to death. The fire demon, hearing this, raised his hand and pointed at himself, replying, that's right, we can't let you guys take command, so, I will be your leader, without my firepower, our campaign will fail. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow and asked if anyone objected. The bald demon, who was stuffing his face with food, nodded and said, no, I trust you. He is a demon kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon, earth magic artist, Rocky, a serial rapist and a death row murderer. Following that, the four-horned demon raised the weapon in his hand and also agreed, I agree, a demon kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon, Fred, who specializes in daggers, a mass murderer sentenced to death. After receiving the support and agreement of the other high-ranking demons, the fire demon rested his hand on his knee and said, very well, all we have to do is attack the next supply and they will starve. After that, the fire demon began to talk about the plan they needed to do, burning the food transport vehicles of the army. The plan remains the same, we not only disrupt the heroic candidates but also block their supply. Then he began to put the mask back on his face and carefully instructed the other demons about Midu, be extremely careful with the swordsman who killed our leader, we will start in an hour, understood. The other demons had also put their masks back on, they stood up and shouted loudly. The space of the demon forest is dark, the gloomy and tense atmosphere enveloped this forest. Inside the forest at this moment, an assassin is still hiding in the canopy, he thought, I am still vigilant. In case something happened, the assassin was sitting on a branch, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, he thought, but this is a small camp with only a few people deep in the forest, they won't know. He is a demon kingdom assassin, a high-ranking demon using the bow Marius, a mass murderer sentenced to death. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and glared in panic, or that's what I thought. The assassin silently sensed that someone was coming, and not alone, the way they hid their presence was quite professional. After that, he immediately sat up and raised his bow and stretched the string in a ready-to-fight position. He was confused and thought, it must not be the heroic candidates, they are strong but lack skills, who discovered this place. He vaguely thought, well, I guess. The assassin focused on the small path between the trees in front. Suddenly from that path, a fleeting shadow suddenly flashed by quickly. The assassin thought, just kill them all, then everything will be fine. Immediately after that, he immediately shot an arrow in that direction. The sharp arrow he shot away as fast as the wind on that small path and lit up. At this moment, the assassin was extremely nervous waiting, he vaguely asked, have I killed it yet? Immediately after that, a girl appeared and held the assassin's arrow in her mouth. It was Sheena. She took the arrow and ran to her. Seeing that, the assassin was extremely surprised and shocked, he couldn't believe it and panicked and said, impossible, that little girl caught it without being injured. Then suddenly at this moment, Kai suddenly appeared right behind the assassin and said with a contemptuous voice, you move too slow. He turned his face back in shock in extreme confusion and fear. Then a large flash of light flashed by, just one move. The assassin was defeated, he fell and buried his neck in the ground, he coughed up blood and blood splattered from the side. The assassin, stunned, struggled to say, I was attacked from behind by a kid. C coldly and seriously looked at the assassin falling, in his hand was the knife that had just been cut and stained with his blood. He said, "Make sure to always move after shooting, that's the golden rule of a sniper." In another location in the evil demon forest, another assassin felt and realized something. He said, "There's someone here," then he thought suspiciously, "Marius is on guard, what is he doing?" Immediately after that, the assassin ordered the rest of the demons, "All prepare to go." They received the order and shouted loudly. The other assassins were all holding their weapons ready in a combat stance. Then suddenly from the bushes, a demon rushed to the assassins and hurriedly said, "Wait." The assassins, hearing this, turned to look at the demon. One of the assassins asked, "As a demon, what do you need? Are you a messenger for Aquilia-sama?" Hearing that, the demon stopped. He put his hand on his chest and solemnly introduced himself, "No, I am from the Revolutionary Army." Hearing this, the assassin was startled. He asked, "What?" Then at this moment, the purple-skinned demon continued, "Our goal is to kill the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire." The assassin was still not surprised. He was confused and kept saying, "What are you talking about? If you are not a messenger for Aquilia-sama, how do you know this place?" The purple-skinned demon looked around the forest space and said that our allies are everywhere. It seems that your mission is to prevent the supply route for the allies. The words the purple-skinned demon said made the assassin extremely shocked and surprised. He worriedly thought, has the information been leaked? Then the purple-skinned demon repeated Isabel's words. Isabel-sama said this, "Abandon the mission and follow me." Hearing Isabel's name, the assassin was very surprised. He was very anxious and confused. He thought, Isabel, the fifth princess, they are targeting me, which means the princess is cooperating with the allies. I never thought they would plan for such a serious matter. Seeing the situation like that, the other assassins were very scared and immediately turned to ask the fire demon leader, "Leader, what do we do now? If we resist the demon king, we will be sentenced to death. Moreover, there is no way the fifth princess can establish a revolutionary army, I understand." Hearing the assassins say this, the purple-skinned demon raised his hand and said, "I am very sorry to hear that." Then, immediately after that, from behind the purple-skinned demon, more big, weird, monstrous demons appeared, looking powerful and scary. The purple-skinned demon said, "I am forced to kill everyone here." But that wasn't all. From the bushes around, other high-ranking demons also gradually appeared. The assassin, seeing this, was startled in panic. The high-ranking demons began to advance towards the assassins. They were very scared and retreated. The assassin holding the mace said, "Really, they are high-ranking demons." The one next to him continued, "We are surrounded." Realizing the critical situation, the leading assassin created a magic circle and hastily shouted, "Counterattack and retreat, we must bring this information back." Seeing that the assassins intended to escape, the high-ranking demons immediately rushed to them and angrily said, "As if we allowed you, you criminals, I've never liked you from the start." At this moment, the high-ranking demons and the assassins rushed into each other and fought a fierce battle. Kai leaned against a tree nearby. He observed everything and thought, to push back the assassins who were causing trouble for Mida's group, they are quite well trained, so this is the power of the revolutionary army. The assassin was struggling and fighting against two high-level demons who were attacking him together. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly appeared behind the assassin Falco. The voice said, "You are the mastermind of the Autumn Civil War, aren't you, Falco?" The assassin turned around. He saw Isabel and was extremely frightened. He called out, "Isabel-sama." Seeing Isabel, he immediately asked, "Are you really planning a coup?" Isabel looked at Fan Ko coldly and said, "You are the only one here that I want to recruit, the rest are just trash and criminals. Do you still want to fight for peace?" Hearing Isabel say that, Falco immediately dropped the weapon in his hand to the ground. Then he approached and obediently knelt down at Isabel's feet respectfully, saying, "Yes." Seeing Falco following Isabel like that, the leading assassin was extremely angry. He swung his weapon and shouted, "What are you doing, Falco?" Falco was startled and awkwardly raised his hands. The other two assassins were very worried about this situation. One of them hesitated and said, "At this rate, we will." At this moment, Kai looked seriously forward and spoke, "Now it seems Isabel is done with her business, let's end this, Sheena Mayer." Hearing Kai's words, the two girls stepped forward. Mayer said, "Okay." Sheena also answered clearly.